In Zhongzhou City, in a bar, a graduation celebration with confessions of love was underway. Qin Feng, I have liked you for 3 years. Oh, yeah, me too. Jiang Xiaoyou, who was about to graduate from university and step into society, traced the rim of her wine glass with her slender fingers, her face flushed, sitting next to Qin Feng. Then, why did you never confess to me? I'm asking you, speak. Jiang Xiaoyou stared at him with burning eyes as if she wanted to devour him. Qin Feng did not answer. He felt ill at ease, restlessly shaking his leg and glancing at his phone to check the time from time to time. Jiang Xiaoyou was indeed very beautiful. She had a stunning figure, a well-proportioned body, and a good family background. If he could date her, life would surely be wonderful. But Qin Feng was not in the mood now. 2 hours ago he had discovered that he was indeed reborn. Only the timing was wrong. Logically, he should have been right in the middle of a horde of zombies. The apocalypse would erupt soon. Civilization would shatter, and the dead would roam everywhere. Humanity faced a harsh survival test. Qin Feng had once been fortunate enough to be a survivor, walking through that cruel era for 5 years. But in the end, even he, with his rich survival experience, could not escape his doom. His shelter was surrounded by the zombie horde with no ammunition or food left. No rescue, no way out. Qin Feng screamed in despair. In his mind, the useless system that had been buried for 5 years finally completed its progress bar and officially activated. In the last second before Qin Feng closed his eyes, he heard, upon activation, the system will grant the host a chance of rebirth. Use it wisely. So Qin Feng returned to 5 years ago, back to his college days. After a brief moment of shock, Qin Feng realized that there were only 4 hours left before the apocalypse. He spent 3 hours making thorough preparations. Food, weapons, tools, energy. He utilized all the nearby resources he could. Finally, he came here and met Jiang Xiaoyou. For this woman who had lived in the depths of his memory, Qin Feng now felt a strange unfamiliarity. Facing Jiang Xiaoyou's passionate gaze, he didn't know what to say to her. Why don't you come with me first? There's not much time left. He spoke after a long silence. Even though the timing was not right and his senior had just confessed to him, it was not appropriate to say such things. But the apocalypse was coming. Jiang Xiaoyou frowned slightly. Where to? Take you home. Qin Feng lost his patience, took her hand, and stood up. It felt like holding a boneless chicken claw. Very soft, very smooth. Jiang Xiaoyou's face turned crimson and her heart raced. Nervousness made her stammer, wanting to speak, but stopping. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they left the restaurant. Holy crap. Little Qin Feng is that bold. Just confessed. And taking her home to sleep. 66666. Not even giving Yu a chance to breathe. This is like he can't wait to get married and have kids right away. FCK. This is too fast. I was just about to sit down and eat melon, and they're leaving. Jiang Xiaoyou was pulled forward quickly, her mind in turmoil. What should I do now? I'm not mentally prepared yet. So sudden is he that eager? My phone. I left my phone in the bar. No, little brother, I'm still young. I don't want to get pregnant now. But what if he forces me? Should I agree or not? What if I get pregnant? Could he have planned this all along? Whoa. I need to quickly check whether section or natural delivery is better. FCK. Where's my phone? Forget it, let me first think about what to name the child. But in the end, she felt the warmth from the big hand holding hers tightly. All right, he'll reluctantly agree tonight. But isn't that too easy for him? I should resist a little, otherwise where is my dignity as a senior? Maybe I should just go along with it. Qin Feng. Wait a minute. I need to go to the supermarket to buy something. Jiang Xiaoyou worried that he might not have prepared that. So she wanted to go to the supermarket to buy a pack. Qin Feng was domineering. No need, I've already prepared everything. He pulled her forward forcefully, his pace quickening. This made Jiang Xiaoyou's face burn so hot it seemed to be ripe. But we haven't met each other's parents yet. I've notified the parents, they might be on the way. Qin Feng said to himself. He had invited both his parents and Jiang Xiaoyou's parents. Immediately after returning, he had bought 2 packs of cigarettes for the instructor to get the contact information of Jiang Xiaoyou's parents. As for the reason for inviting them, there were plenty. Jiang Xiaoyou was dumbfounded, looking up at him with a blank expression. Doing that kind of thing and calling the parents. Holy crap, are you going to live stream it to them? But then she thought again, impossible. Could it be that it's not about that, but actually a meeting with the parents today? No way. Just thinking about her parents meeting his parents made Jiang Xiaoyou even more nervous. Then came anger. Why didn't mom and dad tell me about this? Qin Feng. Meeting the parents, is it about marriage? Jiang Xiaoyou mustered great courage to ask. Qin Feng did not answer. Home was not far, no need for a taxi. Soon they arrived at an old residential compound. The apartment was of course rented. Qin Feng pulled Jiang Xiaoyou into the building, then called his parents. Dad, have you arrived at my place? Just arrived, are you coming back now? Qin Dalon's voice was steady and mature. Yes, I also invited Jiang Xiaoyou's parents, haven't they come? They came too. Qin Dalong lowered his voice. He was obviously also embarrassed. He was sitting in the living room drinking tea with a couple he didn't know, and their expressions were not pleasant. There was even a hint of suppressed anger. Qin Dalong didn't know who they were, but they seemed to have been invited by his son too. Could it be that his son got into trouble? Give me a hint, who exactly is Jiang Xiaoyou? A new girlfriend. Yeah, we just got together meeting the parents today. A confused expression. After hanging up, Qin Feng smiled, patted Jiang Xiaoyou's hand. Our parents are all upstairs, room 402. You go up and call them all down, I have something to say. Our parents. Jiang Xiaoyou blushed. What about you? As soon as she asked, Qin Feng slammed the unit door shut and skillfully sealed it with wooden boards, an electric drill, and screws he had prepared in advance at the stairwell. From now on, no one, not even a single person, could enter or leave. Under Jiang Xiaoyou's puzzled expression, Qin Feng took out his phone again. A real-time local news appeared before his eyes. Monster attack on pedestrian street, reports of fatalities. Police have been called. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. The apocalypse had begun. Qin Feng knew that after his rebirth he had been dealt a terrible hand. He lived in a cramped rental apartment, had almost no savings, and possessed very few resources he could mobilize in the short term. The only card worth playing was this residential building itself. The block stood in a relatively isolated position. Moreover, both households on the first floor had installed sturdy security grills over their windows, something the zombies would be unable to break through. Nearby lay a large supermarket, 2 small clinics, a farmer's market, a police station, and several breakfast stalls and retail shops. After barricading the entrance to the building, Qin Feng was immediately faced with a problem. How should he arrange the tenants currently living here and ensure that once the apocalypse erupted they would share a unified understanding of the outside world? He tugged at the nailed wooden planks and roughly gauged their firmness. The door itself was solid iron, and he had deliberately driven expansion bolts through both sides of the planks, burying them deep into the wall. Without proper tools, no one could possibly tear them off with bare hands. Besides, it was already afternoon. On his way back, he had noticed that in several buildings around the complex, many households had already turned on their lights. He could even hear the sounds of stir-frying and cooking, a child being scolded and beaten, an old person coughing. In these old-style apartment blocks, the soundproofing had never been good. After that news appeared, the virus spread at a terrifying speed. At most, it would take a single hour for the entire city center to collapse into complete paralysis. The public's panic would then slowly ripple outward. In other words, because the residents in each block were separated from one another, they might not immediately grasp the severity of the situation. In that case, he had to be prepared to use force to suppress any resistance. From this moment on, order and law would cease to hold any meaning. Qin Feng possessed 5 years of experience surviving in the apocalypse. When it came to killing, he would never hesitate. He drew in a deep breath. There were still some things left at the stairwell. Qin Feng took a heavy bone-cutting kitchen knife from the box. Under Jiang Xiaoyou's increasingly confused gaze, he urged her, hurry up and go. Jiang Xiaoyou froze for a moment, pressed her lips together, and then jogged upstairs. Before long, both sets of parents had been summoned down. Seeing Qin Feng standing at the entrance with the knife in his hand, they all looked somewhat stunned. Xiaofeng. Qin Dalong suddenly realized that his son seemed like a completely different person. The gentle, trouble-averse Qin Feng of the past was gone, replaced by the Qin Feng standing before him now. His eyes were cold and steady, his entire bearing faintly intimidating. Naturally, Qin Dalong had no idea that his son had long since endured the trials of survival in the world to come, and that his aura was no longer what it once had been. Xiaofeng, what has happened? He asked gently. Dad, there's something I need to make clear to all of you. Standing before the iron door with the cleaver in his hand, Qin Feng said, from now on no one is allowed to leave, and no one is allowed to let anyone in. Jiang Xiaoyou had also come downstairs with her parents. Jiang Jun glanced at Qin Feng. You're Qin Feng. What's going on here? Explain it to us. He still did not know why Qin Feng had called them over. At the same time, Qin Dalong once again carefully studied his son. Xiaofeng, explained it properly. But put the knife down first, don't be impulsive. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Auntie, there are some things that you won't believe even if I explain them. It's better if you just watch this news report. He took out his phone, opened the news he had seen earlier on the pedestrian street, and handed it to them. Besides that report, similar incidents had already erupted in Nanqing, the school district, and West Street. Almost at exactly the same time. Monsters had torn people apart and killed them. Comment sections were already flooded with messages from countless netizens. For now, most people had yet to grasp the true gravity of the situation. However, terms like zombie, biochemical crisis, and virus were already appearing beneath the report. This showed that a portion of the audience had begun to scrutinize the event closely and were gradually piecing things together. What is this? Qin Dalong frowned, his mind a muddled blank. Monsters biting people. What does that have to do with what you're trying to say? Jiang Jun asked. Jiang Xiaoyou was also present, and at that moment, she suddenly realized that she was a little afraid of this junior schoolmate. Just looking at him standing there with a cleaver in his hand was terrifying. Qin Feng nodded slightly. They are zombies. At those words, everyone was taken aback, no utterly dumbfounded. Are you joking? Qin Feng replied, I am not joking. The news already explains everything. In 1 hour the city center will be crippled. The virus will spread through air, water, animals, and blood. When that happens, everyone will be assimilated by them. Everyone will die. Qin Dalong fell silent. Jiang Jun fell silent. After a long pause, it was Jiang Xiaoyou who finally spoke in a small voice. Xiaofeng, is this real? Yuji, Dad, Mom, Uncle, Auntie. Trust what I'm saying and don't ask any more questions right now, Qin Feng said. In 1 hour you'll be able to see it with your own eyes. He used no teasing or joking tone. At such a moment, to win their trust, he had to give a serious explanation. Otherwise they would simply think he was insane. Yet that possibility was relatively low. After all, similar plots had appeared on screens countless times before, and stories of biochemical catastrophes were practically household knowledge. Even Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun had surely watched such films. No one spoke. It felt as though they were dreaming, trapped in a waking hallucination. After a long moment, only Jiang Xiaoyou stepped forward and took his hand. All right. I believe you. Jiang Jun's brows knitted. Wait a second, what's going on between the two of you? Little one, explain it to your dad. Jiang Xiaoyou's pretty face flushed crimson. Qin Feng laughed boldly. Yuji and I are dating. We didn't tell you yet. She only confessed to me today. At that, Jiang Xiaoyou became thoroughly embarrassed, her head nearly buried against her chest. Jiang Jun froze, but this matter could hardly compare in weight to the news they had just seen, and he quickly calmed down. Jiang Xiaoyou's mother Lin Hui regarded Qin Feng with curious eyes, while Qin Feng's mother Hu Yulan examined Jiang Xiaoyou with a similar expression. Jiang Jun then said, so what did you mean by what you told us over the phone earlier? Qin Feng paused, letting out 2 dry laughs. To lure the 2 elders over to his home, he had indeed told a few lies. Things are urgent, uncle, and I had no other choice. But I swear Yuji never went to get an abortion, and she and I have never done anything like that. She has never been pregnant. Both families fell silent. Jiang Xiaoyou was speechless as well. She lightly thumped Qin Feng with her fist, protesting in mortified anger. So that's how you got my parents to come. Qin Feng only chuckled twice and said nothing. At that moment, someone who had just finished work walked up to the building entrance outside the iron door. What's going on? Why is the door sealed? The newcomer stared in surprise, pushed at the door a few times, without success, then banged on it with increasing force. The planks held firm. Dusk had nearly fallen, and they could no longer see what lay beyond. Qin Feng's expression hardened as he spoke in a low voice, this door cannot be opened. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Auntie, and Yuji. Later you must go door to door on every floor. Once the situation begins to escalate, call all the tenants down here. Do not even think about waiting for rescue. Soon this city will become a hell. I have only one rule. Everyone must accept my arrangements. Zhongzhou City had fallen. Qin Feng had clearly overestimated his own judgment. In less than half an hour, countless car accidents erupted in the city center. A massive tide of citizens fled toward the outskirts. Countless zombies swept through the streets, shops, commercial buildings, and residential areas, devouring everything in their path. The streets were drenched in blood. No one survived. In the more peripheral urban areas, traffic was gridlocked, horns blaring incessantly in chaotic clamor. People couldn't even be bothered to cry for help. What use would it be? They madly rushed out of the city. A line of police cars and military trucks blocked the perimeter of the city center. Several streets were cordoned off and sporadic gunfire rang out, but it was a drop in the bucket. Utterly futile, because within the city's public security and administrative units themselves, a massive wave of zombification had occurred. The manpower that could be mustered was pitifully scarce. Screams, the shattering of glass, the roar of car crashes, the howls of zombies. All surged forth. The people of Xia were a peace-loving nation. Thus incidents of looting and murder had yet to erupt. But panic was undoubtedly spreading outward. Outside the residential building, Wang Bo, who had just gotten off work, was on the phone with his family. Hey, I'm home, but why is the building's main gate sealed shut? I can't even get in. Unable to see inside, he stood at the entrance, one hand on his hip, looking up at his own window on the 3rd floor. Soon a beautiful woman opened the window and looked down. I see you, what's wrong? Can't open the door. Wang Bo snapped. How the hell should I know? Hurry up and come down to let me in. Oh, okay. Sun Jiao, 29 years old and newly married without children, lived here mainly because it was close to her workplace. Her husband Wang Bo was an ordinary civil servant with a 9-to-5 job, though he often had to attend social engagements. She also worked outside the home and had returned early today, planning to prepare dinner before her husband came back. After receiving the call, Sun Jiao immediately slipped on her slippers and headed downstairs. There she saw Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyou's families standing at the stairwell entrance. The heavy iron gate was nailed shut with wooden planks, and in Qin Feng's hand was a cleaver. Seeing this, Sun Jiao felt a twinge of fear. It was mainly because Qin Feng's gaze was icy cold, now fixed upon her. What's going on? Why is the gate sealed? Sun Jiao mustered her courage and stepped forward to push it, but it didn't budge. Then Qin Feng's clear, cold voice came from behind her. Which floor do you live on? Sun Jiao replied, the 3rd floor. My husband is outside. What's the matter with this door? I sealed it, Qin Feng stated bluntly. You? Sun Jiao furrowed her brow, anger immediately flashing across her face. Are you insane? Sealing the iron gate shut. Do you want to stop people from coming home? With that, she pulled out her phone to call the property management. Qin Feng shook his head. I want to open this door. If you're worried about your husband, I can help bring him in another way. Qin Feng had already anticipated this situation. It was rush hour and many residents of the building had yet to return home. Wang Bo was one of them. Sun Jiao raised an eyebrow and demanded, What do you mean? Why won't you open the door? Is this building yours? Qin Feng brandished the cleaver in his hand. Will you bring him up or not? Knowing the apocalypse had begun, Qin Feng had entered a certain state of mind. He knew exactly how to handle matters in this new world. Sun Jiao swallowed hard, frightened. But she wasn't about to back down. After a pause, she turned to Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun. What do you all mean by this? Sealing the door is a death sentence. Open it now, or I'll call the police. She didn't dare confront Qin Feng directly. Though he was very young, the pressure he exuded was more terrifying than that of the two older men. Jiang Jun and Qin Dalong hesitated. Xiaofeng, look. Qin Feng shook his head and pulled a coil of rope from a box. The rope was 10 meters long, specifically prepared for this moment. Dad, Uncle, go with her to the 3rd floor. Use the rope to pull the people downstairs up. This, though it seemed somewhat absurd, Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun, who had been closely following the online news, had no objections. Online, things seemed to be escalating wildly. From the city center outward, several major streets were completely gridlocked. In shaky videos, they saw zombies staggering as if they had the shakes. Hordes of them spread toward the outskirts, blood-soaked. Other areas were the same. They easily breached the cordons set by public security and armed police units. At this very moment, every household could see the official statements on the news. It wasn't just Zhongzhou. Other provinces were experiencing the same events. Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun had already realized the gravity of the situation. But Sun Jiao and Wang Bo, standing outside, were certainly unaware. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Bo pounded on the door, a faint voice coming through. Honey, are you in there? Open the door for me. Soon Sun Jiao's phone rang. Honey, someone's blocking the stairwell. They've sealed the door and won't let me open it. Sun Jiao answered, cautiously speaking while stealing glances at Qin Feng and the knife in his hand. Wang Bo heard the fear in his wife's voice and grew anxious. What's going on? Sun Jiao didn't respond. Tell me, Wang Bo urged. Then someone else took the call. It was Qin Feng. You want to come in? Go to the window of your apartment downstairs and climb up the rope. Who the hell are you? You. The call ended. Wang Bo was so furious he wanted to smash his phone, slamming his fist against the door twice. At that moment, a sturdy climbing rope dropped from the 3rd floor window about 10 meters long. Jiang Jun and Qin Dalong leaned out of his window and shouted, If you want to survive, climb up first. Grab the rope and we'll pull you. What the hell are you doing in my apartment? Just wait. I'm calling the police right now. Qin Dalong was about to intervene, but Jiang Jun stopped him, shaking his head. The police dispatch system had already collapsed and no one would come. Even if they got through, there wouldn't be enough officers to send. As expected, Wang Bo tried several times, all busy signals. The lines were jammed. He was stunned, completely unaware that the phone lines were already overwhelmed. At the city's public security dispatch headquarters, chaos reigned. Zombies had stormed and gunfire rang out incessantly. Sometimes there were screams, sometimes the sound of zombies feeding. A young female operator was seized by 2 zombies who bit off her ears and neck with gaping maws. Her eyes rolled back as she collapsed beside the endlessly ringing phone. Then she began to transform rapidly. Soon her body twitched, and she rose, emitting a harsh gurgling sound from her throat. The virus seized the brain instantly. The entire transformation took only about 10 seconds. From a living human to a zombie. Wang Bo tried calling the nearest police station's landline. Same result. The entire Xian nation was grinding to a halt. He stood there dumbfounded, then cursed the building at the top of his lungs. But it was useless. Just then, on the 2nd floor, a fat man pushed open his window, furtively peering outside. Stop arguing. Something huge is happening outside. Look. Fatty's words were cut short as several cars sped into the residential compound's entrance, along with a few terrified people scattering in panic. In the distance, bestial roars and horrifying moans echoed. They are here. A dozen zombies roared, saliva and blood gushing thickly from their mouths. They grabbed several humans who had fallen in panic and began to devour them. Flesh and blood were mangled. Under several apartment buildings for some time, now many people had already appeared carrying luggage. Their faces showed panic, hesitation, and confusion as they waited. Get in the car. There's no time. Dad, I'm scared. Mom, don't worry about it. Come with me. Those who had driven came, picked up people, and fled. Terror, panic, fear, chaos. It was chilling. The remaining people, sweating profusely, rushed into various apartment buildings, fleeing madly towards safety. Wang Bo turned his head and frowned. Humans can sense danger in advance. He looked at the rope lowered from his own window, then at the people rushing into the compound, and the bloody scene of someone being tackled by a zombie at the entrance. After only a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the rope and climbed up. And after he climbed up, the rope was quickly withdrawn. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Hurry. I live here. Let me in. Damn it, the people inside have sealed the door. Where are the keys? Hurry and get the keys. I lost my keys. Mine are gone too. It's useless even with keys. They've sealed it with wooden planks from inside. After Wang Bo went up, some people rushed to this building, frantically pounding on the door. Qin Feng stood inside. Without a word. Jiang Xiaoyou clung to Lin Hu's arm, her face pale. Hu Yulan also looked outside in panic and fear. Mom, any sister, you go home and wait first. Qin Feng carried a cleaver and went upstairs. When he reached the second floor, a door quietly opened, and a fatty stuck his head out. He wore a vest, glasses, and had thinning hair, cautiously peering out. Then he saw Qin Feng, who was about to go up to the third floor. Qin Feng glanced at him. The door is sealed, they can't get in. Go inside and wait. The fatty swallowed his saliva and nodded. He wasn't stupid, he could see that the people in this building reacted the fastest. Before the disaster struck, they had already sealed the large iron gate downstairs. With a click, the gate was shut tight. The fatty hid inside his room, leaning against the window, staring down in fear. Qin Feng turned and went to the third floor. He pushed open the door and saw Qin Dalong and the others. Dad. Qin Dalong nodded. Something big is happening downstairs. Come look. Qin Feng walked to the window. A dozen zombies had already entered the compound, chasing the fleeing people ahead, charging toward the iron gates of each building. Humans were prey. This area had become a hunting ground. Some people were bold and fought back. They grabbed whatever weapons they could find and slashed. But panic and terror clouded their minds. After a few strikes, they were bitten. A pool of blood splattered on the ground. The stench was overwhelming. It made one want to vomit. Wang Bo sat on the sofa, gasping for breath. Sun Jiao also came up, clutching her husband's arm, her face deathly pale. What the hell is going on? He yelled. Qin Feng glanced at him and smiled. If you had come a little later, you would have ended up like them. Wang Bo swallowed his saliva. Resident Evil. Qin Feng nodded, watching the fleeing crowd below frantically pounding on the doors, but the iron gates remained motionless, very sturdy. The clever ones gave up immediately and ran to other buildings to take shelter, quickly closing the iron gates. Those who reacted slowly were too late. The iron gates of each building were already closed, and the people inside, terrified, refused to open the doors no matter what. Soon those trapped outside became the zombies' prey. The victims quickly turned into zombies themselves, joining the ranks to hunt the fleeing humans. Moments later, a horde of corpses appeared from farther away. A dense mass gathering in groups. They emerged from the subway station entrance, passing by the compound along the street. Some zombies heard the commotion inside and turned to walk in. Qin Feng sighed, about to say something, but just then, detected a large amount of virus. The system has been officially unlocked. Host can use it with confidence. Qin Feng sensed the system in his mind. Finally, it had arrived. Points 20,154. Can conduct 20 draws, yes, no. Qin Feng selected yes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained stamina 17. Congratulations, host. You have obtained fresh produce 1 box. Congratulations, host. You have obtained grinder 1 unit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained welding machine 1 unit. The 20 draws were soon over. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still surprised by some changes in his body. Not only did he acquire 2 pieces of machinery, but he could also enhance his physical stamina. In the Apocalypse exploration adventure, any action required ample stamina. That was the foundation. And having a strong body was the only way to survive safely in this era. Not bad. At least it was worth dying once to finally activate it. As for the points needed for these draws, they must be remnants from his past life. When he was reborn, most of them must have been consumed as energy. It was great that some remained. Qin Feng studied it for a while. The system interface had a clean design. On the left was a map, and as the host, he was located at the center of the map, represented by a small blue dot. Around him were densely packed small red dots, constantly moving. These were the zombies. There were also scattered small black dots appearing in various places, motionless. These were probably uninfected survivors. Having a map would indeed be very convenient. Like having X-ray vision. On the right side of the panel was a single item slot with a note. Refreshes once daily at midnight. Only 1 slot. He didn't know what would appear. In addition, there was a storage space of about 50 cubic meters. The grinder, welding machine, and the box of fresh produce were all stored inside. Qin Feng calmed himself down. In his past life, although he was bound to the system, it was never activated, and he died a miserable death. In this life with the system, he could not repeat the same mistake. He glanced at the time and began to think. After the catastrophe, the power supply facilities would eventually lose power if left unattended. And once the power went out, the internet, water pumps, communications, and other facilities would all be paralyzed. He didn't have much time to prepare. He had to do everything before the power cut. With that thought, Qin Feng looked at the people in the room. Dad, Uncle John, go and call out all the residents in this building. Okay. Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun immediately went out. Now they had no doubts. The catastrophe had occurred. Oh, perhaps they could still wait for rescue. But during this time, what should they do? They needed a plan. Qin Dalong naturally trusted his own son unconditionally. Jiang Jun, because of Jiang Xiaoyou's connection, was also prepared to trust him first. Reflecting back, this kid had been able to react in advance before the disaster struck, gathering both families here. How had he managed that? Could it be that he had actually foreseen the outbreak of the biochemical crisis? Soon the doors of each household were knocked upon. A middle-aged man and a young woman from the 6th floor. A family of 3 from the 5th floor. On the 4th and 3rd floors, aside from the 3 families of Qin Feng, Jiang Xiaoyou, and Wang Bo, there was no one else. On the 2nd floor there was only that fat man. The 1st floor was empty. Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun gathered everyone on the 3rd floor at Wang Bo's home. On the wooden coffee table, a bone cleaver was embedded, radiating a cold gleam. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, scanning the people in the room. Everyone, a disaster has struck this city. I believe you have all heard about it. As for me, I can lead you to survive. But there is one condition: all of you must obey my arrangements until the rescue arrives. Who has any objections? He scanned the room, but no one spoke. The disaster had come too suddenly, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered. Coupled with Qin Feng's unquestionable tone and terrifyingly calm demeanor, staying silent was a normal reaction. Qin Feng smiled. Follow me, and there will be food. Though it may involve some risks, and you'll need to help with work, you can survive. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. Any of you can choose to leave on your own. Nonsense. With so many zombies downstairs, who would dare to leave? So still no one spoke. Qin Dalong coughed. Son, what do you plan to do? Qin Feng pulled the cleaver from the coffee table and laid it flat on his knee. Set a few rules. 1. Murder must be repaid with life. 2. Obey my orders. 3. Food must be collected and redistributed. For the iron gate downstairs. Unless I allow it, no one may open it. 5. Later I may attempt to go outside, and will need help. Oh, all of you must undergo training. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man from the 6th floor looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. Who are you? Following you, can we really survive? Qin Feng smiled. My family and I are all in this building. If I can survive, so can you. The woman from the 6th floor also spoke up. When will the rescue come? Do you know? Qin Feng said, I don't know, but it should come. In truth, there was no rescue. The virus would undergo its first mutation within 2 months of the outbreak. Initially, the virus spread through air, water, animals, and blood. Some people were immune and thus not infected. However, once the virus entered an infected host, it would fuse with DNA and recombine. Although its infectivity decreased, its pathogenicity increased, and it shifted to bodily fluid transmission. Moreover, each infected individual would undergo a small-scale mutation due to differences in DNA. This would hinder global virus research progress and bring vaccine research plans to a halt. But without a doubt, the organization was still there. The Supreme Council of the Xi'an nation's capital would safely relocate to areas that could still maintain productivity. Most likely the sparsely populated northwest. As for specifics, Qin Feng had no way of knowing. He was merely reassuring these people. The urgent priority now is 2 things. Qin Feng held up 2 fingers. Survival and development. Development is for better survival. Do our best with what we can and don't place all hope on rescue. What if there is no rescue? So from now on, everything depends on ourselves. Dad, you and Uncle John go with them back to their homes, bring out all the edible food, and gather it together to see how much there is. Okay, follow me, I'll open the doors for you. The woman from the 6th floor quickly accepted the situation. The man beside her hesitated, but said nothing. The family of 3 from the 5th floor, aside from the man who remained relatively calm, the woman and child were both terrified. The fat man, however, was very composed, and said, upon seeing this, the existing food is definitely insufficient. We need to find a way to go out and scavenge. Of course, but before that we need to make preparations. Qin Feng stood up and looked at Wang Bo's family. And you take the food to my home on the 4th floor, then come help. Wang Bo and his wife exchanged a glance. Honey, what should we do now? Wang Bo's face darkened, his brows furrowed. Let's wait for rescue first, listen to him. Qin Feng returned home. Jiang Xiaoyou hurried over. How did it go? Nothing much, had a meeting downstairs and said what needed to be said. Uncle Jiang and my dad will bring down the food from the whole building soon. You help out. Qin Feng smiled and pinched Jiang Xiaoyou's cheek. He turned, unlocked the bedroom door with a key, then clicked it shut, and it was unknown what he was up to. Jiang Xiaoyou walked to the window, looking at the terrifying zombies downstairs, feeling nauseous, but unable to vomit. Qin Feng's calmness and composure gave her great psychological support. Although it all came too suddenly, fortunately Qin Feng and his family were right beside her. The bedroom was piled with supplies. Qin Feng glanced around briefly, then took out items from the system's storage grid. After that he tried turning on the light. There was still electricity. He needed to prepare weapons as soon as possible. Having survived 5 years in the apocalypse in his past life, this kind of work was no challenge for him. He already had a partial plan in mind. But now that he had obtained a grinding wheel and a welding machine, things were different. He could make better weapons. He set up the equipment and started it. Qin Feng took out some items from the supply pile. First he used the grinding wheel to sharpen a dagger, grinding the tail thin, then inserted it into a steel pipe. After that he welded it shut with the welding machine and reinforced it with rope. Thus a short spear was made. Using the same method he welded a 40 centimeters stainless steel handle onto the bone cleaver, creating a short axe. He had bought more than one set of materials. The bedroom began to emit the harsh noisy sounds of the grinding wheel and welding machine. The noise even alarmed the zombies downstairs, who groaned and gathered toward the building. While Qin Feng was making weapons, Jiang Jun and Qin Dalong went door to door, moving all edible food to the 4th floor. This included snacks, fresh produce, frozen meat, fruits, and some dried goods. Unified management, unified distribution. Where is Xiaofeng? Qin Dalong asked as soon as he entered the house. Hu Yulan pointed to the bedroom. Seems like he's welding something in the room. Welding? Qin Dalong was taken aback. Did they even have a welding machine at home? He went up and knocked on the door. Some of the supplies have been gathered. From the bedroom came Qin Feng's voice. Find a way to move them inside for storage. Distribute food at 6 in the evening. They'll be done soon over here. After a short while, Qin Feng brought out several large boxes and dropped them on the ground. These are books, hiking clothes, and jackets. Let's assign tasks. Tear the books apart, tape them together, and make them into paper armor about 5 millimeters thick. Mom, Aunt Lin, could you help? Sew the paper armor into the clothes to make them bite-proof. The arms and chest area can be thickened. There are also some thin iron sheets here. Sew them in as well. At critical moments they can save lives. Everyone opened their mouths, stunned beyond words. Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun exchanged glances. What astonished them was not Qin Feng's arrangements, but the sheer abundance of his preparations. Qin Dalong opened the bedroom door and looked. Supplies were piled everywhere. There were food, various materials and equipment, medicine tools, and even several large barrels of gasoline. There were even a grinder and a welding machine. This? Qin Dalong was completely dumbfounded. Then Qin Feng came out carrying several bundled short spears and short axes and continued, gather everyone and hold a meeting on the rooftop. Seeing his unyielding demeanor, Qin Dalong kept his doubts to himself, locked the bedroom door, and went out with Jiang Jun to call everyone. Lin Hui and Hu Yulan exchanged glances. Let's listen to Xiaofeng. They picked up needles and thread and began working. Jiang Xiaoyou pursed her lips, then crouched down beside them and started tearing the books apart one by one. On the rooftop, Qin Feng looked at everyone and picked up a short spear. This is your weapon. From now on we will train in thrusting and slashing. I will teach you. These are life-saving skills. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. The middle-aged man from the 6th floor and the fat man from the 2nd floor also picked up one, astonished. The craftsmanship was solid. Was this young man a trained technician? However, the woman who also lived on the 6th floor raised her hand fearfully. I can't do this. She had already realized what was going to happen. Zombies were terrifying. No matter what, she absolutely could not go up and fight zombies. The thought alone made her shrink back. It was safer to stay quietly in the building and wait for rescue. Dad, I'm scared. The little boy tugged at his father's big hand, his eyes glistening with tears. Seeing this, Qin Feng sneered. Training is necessary. When the zombies charge at you, the weapon in your hand is your only hope of survival. Of course, women and children can stay in the building and work, but men must take up arms. Upon hearing this, the father steeled himself and picked up a short axe, gripping it tightly. Then Qin Feng looked at the woman from the 6th floor. What's your name? Chen Ningxiang. You can go to my home on the 4th floor to help make some armor. Do you know how to sew? Chen Ningxiang nodded, but said, I know, but am not very good at it. You'll have to learn or else join us in training. No, we'll go downstairs. Chen Ningxiang took a deep breath and turned to go to the 4th floor. The father patted his child's head and said to his wife, you go down and help too. Thus on the rooftop, including Qin Feng, there were only 5 men and 1 woman left. Surprisingly, Sun Jiao didn't leave. She stood firmly beside Wang Bo. Qin Feng smiled. Good. You all are temporarily formed into an expedition team. After all, the supplies in this building will eventually run out, so we need to go out and search for anything useful. Any objections? No one spoke. Qin Feng nodded. Introduce yourselves. My name is Li Yun. I'm an architectural designer. The middle-aged man from the 6th floor stepped forward, holding a short spear. The fat man from the 2nd floor raised his hand. My name is Zheng Taoai. I don't have a job. Qin Feng asked, what can you do? Zheng Tao didn't speak, his face flushed. Well, he couldn't do anything. But at least he had courage. At least he had picked up a weapon. All right, next. Now it was the turn of the father from the 5th floor's family of 3. He stepped forward and said, my name is Hishir, I'm an electrician. Qin Feng nodded, his expression unchanged. A person like this was considered a basic talent in the apocalypse. For now, the cards in his hand were not bad. At least there weren't many children or elderly in this building. This allowed Qin Feng to better utilize the building's advantages. It also reduced many burdens and troubles. Moreover, these people were quite smart. No idiots causing trouble for him. Everyone had an anchor in their hearts that was waiting for rescue. With such a calming and stabilizing factor, it was easier for Qin Feng to utilize them. So after thinking for a moment, he added, "This exploration team is only temporary. There may be changes later. Alright, now let's start training. They'll teach you step by step." At this moment, Li Yun raised his hand. "Can I ask what you do?" "I think with this thing happening, you're very young, yet very calm. You're not ordinary." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Qin Feng smiled. "Who I am is none of your concern. I'm just someone who wants to survive." Training began. Qin Feng taught them thrusting and slashing, and which moves and footwork to use in different situations. He also explained many essential survival tips for the apocalypse, and forced them to memorize them. Since it was a matter of life and death, no one dared to take it lightly. There would be a period of stability. Qin Feng would train them thoroughly to become qualified explorers. Until the moment this residential complex lost electricity and water supply. The real hell would erupt at that moment. While training them, Qin Feng also observed the situation in the opposite buildings. There seemed to be many people, but they were all in a state of panic. Occasionally the sound of breaking glass could be heard. Someone even fell from an upper floor, died on impact, and became food for the zombie horde. Qin Feng also saw a man in the opposite building. He had an excited, cold smile on his face, holding a blood-stained kitchen knife. Then came the woman's piercing screams. Chaos had already erupted. Some had already started using violence for women and food to seize power. Such incidents would only increase. The expressions of Li Yun Zhengtao, and he sure didn't look good. During the break, Wang Bo handed out cigarettes to everyone. They smoked, their faces showing lingering fear. "Are these people crazy?" Qin Feng sneered. "This is a chaotic world. Everyone will go mad. You were lucky to have run into me." Wang Bo narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "If I really encounter such a situation, I will protect my family at all costs." Qin Feng patted his shoulder. "We all will." Zheng Tao and Li Yun had complicated expressions. They both lived alone, and their families were in other provinces with no idea how they were now. On one hand, they hoped their families were safe. On the other hand, they lacked the confidence to believe that they were truly safe. Just as Qin Feng said, the chaotic times had arrived. For those far from home, the only thing they could do was pray. By evening, lights had flickered on in many households across several nearby buildings. The roars and cries of the zombie horde still echoed from below. Qin Feng glanced at the time and clapped his hands. "Alright, let's head down for dinner. Remember, this training intensity will continue for about 3 more days. Our food supplies can sustain us for now. In roughly a week, we'll need to plan an expedition outside. By then, everyone must obey my commands without acting on their own." Qin Feng intended to repeat these words daily to reinforce their memory. Otherwise, if they encountered such a situation during their exploration outside, he wouldn't intervene to save them. He'd prioritize his own survival first. Downstairs, Hu Yulan and Lin Hui organized the women to prepare meals in 2 rooms on the 4th floor. The room opposite was empty, its lock had been smashed by Qin Dalong using a crowbar. Neither he nor Jiang Jun had participated in today's training. Their sole task was to force open doors of various units, retrieve supplies within, and move heavy furniture to barricade the stairwell. Though there was an iron door, it was only reinforced with some wooden planks, hardly sturdy. However, an incident occurred midway. Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun discovered a dog in a first-floor unit and reported it to Qin Feng. Without hesitation, they killed it directly. In times like these, barking would attract zombie attention. Nothing good. It would also waste precious rations they couldn't afford. Natural gas and water hadn't been cut off yet, and Zhongzhou City lacked fully automated water stations and gas supply facilities. With power out, everything would collapse. For now, they could still enjoy hot meals and soup, but the future was uncertain. Qin Feng brought out a box of fresh produce obtained from the system's lottery and instructed the women to store it properly. The living room was piled with makeshift armor crafted from mountaineering suits and jackets. Qin Feng tried on one piece. Made from cardboard and iron plates, it wasn't heavy, weighing only about 2 kilograms in total. This armor was practical, biter-resistant, protective against injury, and with added iron plates, even capable of blocking stabs from human weapons. Drawing from 5 years of experience in his past life, he planned to return to the bedroom to craft more backup weapons. But before he could start, Jiang Xiaoyou knocked on the door from outside. "Can I come in?" "You, what's wrong?" Qin Feng opened the door to find her readied as if she had been crying. I want to talk with you," she said. Qin Feng nodded and let her in. They both sat on the single bed in the bedroom. "Sorry, there's nowhere else to sit. What do you want to talk about?" Qin Feng knew that after the catastrophe, everyone urgently needed to address their psychological issues. Jiang Xiaoyou was someone important to him, someone he had feelings for, so he had to pay extra attention to her. Xiao Feng am scared. She began, her eyes reddening again. She had likely witnessed the horrors in the opposite buildings today. To Qin Feng, that wasn't exactly hell on earth, just a common sight in the apocalypse. But to Jiang Xiaoyou, it was pure damnation. He gently took her small hand. "Don't be afraid. The family is all here. I can protect you." Jiang Xiaoyou took a deep breath, her voice trembling. "Then what do we do?" "From now on, Qin Feng remained calm and composed, exuding confidence. I've already made some plans. We'll proceed step by step. Trust me, I'm not lost in confusion. Is there any rescue? Jiang Xiaoyou asked. Qin Feng looked at her until she blushed, then smiled. Yes, rescue will come. In times like these, he couldn't tell the truth. She needed comfort and a sense of security. Xiao Feng, what can I do? Jiang Xiaoyou was silent for a long moment, then clasped his large hand in return. Well, I'll occasionally assign you some tasks. Learn as you go. Above all, keep yourself busy. Idle minds breed dark thoughts, especially in this situation. When you're working, you'll forget those fears. Don't let yourself be afraid. Aren't both our parents still here? Jiang Xiaoyou sighed. I thought after today we could finally start a proper romance. But now, son, isn't it the same now? Qin Feng deliberately put on a stern face, teasing. Are you trying to break up with me? Jiang Xiaoyou blushed and quickly denied. No, it's just that I'm so lost. Before we had a future, but now. We still have a future as long as we survive. Qin Feng gently patted the back of her hand. Jiang Xiaoyou bit her lip, mustered her courage, and leaned against his shoulder. Qin Feng naturally wrapped his arm around her. The room fell into a brief silence where even the sound of her accelerated heartbeat and breathing could be heard. Qin Feng wasn't actually tense. His mindset had changed. Watching her shy demeanor left him unmoved inside. He even thought about getting back to crafting more backup weapons. After all, having been reborn with memories of 5 years in his past life, his heart had truly turned numb. Yet that didn't stop him from becoming Jiang Xiaoyou's pillar of strength. Xiao Feng, how did you stay so calm today? I remember you weren't like this before. Qin Feng chuckled. Hell, what kind of person am I then? At school you'd still get shy talking to me. Jiang Xiaoyou pressed her hand against his chest, puffing her cheeks. But I can't feel your heartbeat speeding up. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. A racing heart meant a tendency to panic. That would lead to more unexpected situations when dealing with zombies. He had faced life and death crises many times, forging a strong heart. Mere romantic entanglements couldn't shake him. Unless Jiang Xiaoyou tried to forcefully seduce him right now, then Qin Feng might put on a show of tension. Knock, knock, knock. At the door, Hu Yulan called softly, Xiao Feng, Yu, dinner's ready. They both sat up straight. Jiang Xiaoyou lowered her head a little shy, but still took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's hand. They walked out of the bedroom together. Outside it was completely dark. Several tables had been pushed together in the room. Everyone sat together, the aroma of the food still enticing. No one had started eating before Qin Feng arrived. Each person was lost in their own thoughts. When he appeared, everyone's attention shifted to him. Zheng Tao, Li Yun, Chen Ningxiang, and the others were seeing Jiang Xiaoyou for the first time. They couldn't help but pause. Jiang Xiaoyou was indeed beautiful, young, lovely, with a well-proportioned figure. In the past, she would have certainly turned heads on the street. But now no one had the heart for that. Everyone was oppressed by a heavy atmosphere at the dinner table. They could still hear the low moans and roars of zombies downstairs. From the opposite and adjacent buildings came the shouts of men, the screams of women, mixed with sounds of beatings, objects smashing, and cries for help. These sounds rose and fell in chaotic waves, forming a stark contrast with the quiet peace within this. Little wind, we've made 10 pieces of armor. Is that enough? It was Hu Yulan who broke the silence first. Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyou sat down together and nodded. It's enough for now. You don't need to go out, so you won't use this kind of armor. Those who go out will need to wear it. Just distribute it to everyone later. Also, Mom, don't cook so much food in the future. The situation is unclear now. Our food must last at least a week. Learn to be frugal. Sigh. I understand. Hu Yulan nodded. Qin Dalong asked, what's the next step? What do you plan to do? Regarding the sudden change in his son's personality, Qin Dalong thought it might be a stress reaction. Beyond that, he could find no other explanation. Such a calm, composed son was not the one in his memory. But clearly Qin Feng was still Qin Feng. Blood ties would not change. Qin Dalong was willing to believe, and so naturally, he was willing to follow his son's ideas. These zombies are more active at night than during the day. They have poor eyesight and are not sensitive to light, but their hearing is sharp. We need to avoid making noise. Now is the best time. The neighboring buildings are in chaos. As long as we stay quiet, we can make these zombies actively gather toward the noisy places. By doing this, the area below this building will be clear. Qin Feng looked at everyone and slowly spoke. Tomorrow morning, I will go down and do something. No. The first to speak was Qin Dalong. Hu Yulan also grabbed her son's hand worriedly. Are you crazy? Mom won't let you go down either. Qin Feng smiled. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. We'll have to go out and explore sooner or later anyway. But everyone is still training and can't engage in actual combat. So I need to act as a scout, go outside to investigate or bring back some information or supplies. I know what I'm doing. Qin Dalong frowned, pursed his lips, and didn't know what to say. He just glared at Qin Feng. Jiang Xiaoyou also grabbed Qin Feng's hand under the table and shook her head at him. The meaning was clear. The family hoped someone else could do this. But that was unrealistic. Qin Feng was the only one present with extensive experience dealing with zombies. He knew their weaknesses and habits. He knew how to kill them with one blow. He also knew how to protect himself outside. Qin Feng had a plan in mind. This building needed influence to steadily grow stronger. By doing so, he could unite the power of the neighborhood. Then, using the neighborhood as a sanctuary, they could clear the surrounding zombies and build walls. These were all things he had done in his past life, so it came naturally to him. Therefore, he needed an information advantage, material advantage, and combat advantage to confront the people in the neighboring buildings. During this time, he would inevitably have to kill or be killed. Qin Feng was prepared for that. But Hu Yulan absolutely refused to allow it. Finally, Li Yun spoke up. "He'll go with you. You need someone to watch your back." Qin Feng squinted at him. "Are you sure you're up for it?" Everyone was stunned, and also looked at Li Yun. "I think just training isn't enough. When the moment comes, you need courage to face the zombies. It's better to go down early and have a real combat experience with you, so I know what to expect." Li Yun said. Qin Feng smiled. "All right, you can come with me, but you must follow my arrangements. If you act on your own and get into danger, I won't come to save you. He'll say this up front. Don't worry." Everyone was also a bit surprised by Qin Feng's decision and his final remark. He seemed to make the right choice at any time, habitually controlling the situation to minimize variables. Qin Feng had the system, knew the map of the area, and even knew the distribution of zombies and survivors. This would further facilitate his actions. So the matter was settled. Hu Yulan wanted to persuade him further, but her hand was squeezed by Qin Dalong, who shook his head at her. After nightfall, the couple slept in the same room. "Father, are you really at ease letting our son go alone?" Hu Yulan trembled with fear. In front of others, Hu Yulan spoke little and appeared calm. But now, lying in her husband's arms, she was also a woman. How could she not be afraid? "I'm not at ease, but as our son said, some things must be done," Qin Dalong said. "Then you. Let me finish. Tomorrow he'll go with our son. He'll protect him." Qin Dalong had made up his mind. But this sentence, though it silenced Hu Yulan, clearly made her even more worried. If both father and son went out, and something happened to them, how could she live? Yet this was the way of the family. Qin Dalong made the decisions, and she had no way to stop him, and she was used to obeying. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't let Qin Dalong come along. The next day, he pulled Qin Dalong into the bedroom and said, "Dad, if you come with me, Mom will be alone here. If you protect me, who will protect her?" Qin Dalong was taken aback. "There's Jiang Jun and Lin Hui. Aren't that couple still here?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Uncle Jiang still needs to protect Aunt Lin. He's not obligated to protect my mom. Besides, if you come with me, I might have to take care of you." Qin Dalong frowned again. "And if I go alone, Mom only worries about me. If you come with me, she'll worry about both of you. Let her have some peace of mind." Qin Dalong was finally shaken. "But you. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I promise you." Qin Feng patted his chest. "I don't want your promise. I want you to come back safely." Qin Dalong finally sighed. He helped him put on the newly made armor, a black tactical jacket with cardboard and iron plates sewn inside. Qin Feng strapped a short spear to his back. He carried a steel crowbar hanging from his right rear waist, a windproof lighter in his right pocket, a boning knife tucked into his left calf. He wore a chest bag containing some snacks and miscellaneous items. He was fully armed. After that night, this side remained quiet. The neighboring buildings, however, were in constant chaotic noise. The sound of men bullying women, frantic, reckless, terrifyingly restless. The zombies were all attracted there, roaring at the big iron gates, leaving a large, open area downstairs. Qin Feng first observed from the window. Then he threw down a climbing rope, handing one end to Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun, asking them to secure it somehow. Then he looked at Zheng Tao, Jiang Zeshir, Wang Bo, and others. "Continue training. Keep up yesterday's intensity. Of course you can slack off or rest if you want. But remember, in 3 days you'll be forced to go out. Think carefully. Is life more important or laziness?" After saying that, he patted the anxious Jiang Xiaoyou on the head. "Let's go," he said to Li Yun. "Yeah." The two slid down the climbing rope. His feet touched the ground, steadying his balance. Qin Feng immediately drew the short spear from his back and held it in his hand. Li Yun, however, seemed even more nervous than him. His face was extremely solemn as he followed closely behind Qin Feng, glancing toward a distant group of zombies and whispering, "Where are we going?" "Just follow me." Qin Feng spoke while looking up at the building across the street. There, a ferocious-looking man stood at the 5th-floor window, frowning in slight surprise as he spotted Qin Feng and Li Yun. He hadn't expected anyone to dare venture out under such circumstances. Qin Feng merely exchanged a glance with him before leading Li Yun around the zombie horde, preparing to leave the residential complex. With ample food supplies and the assistance of the system, Qin Feng decided to focus his search on the nearby police station and clinic. According to the map, the police station had a relatively small number of zombie red dots, while the clinic housed a survivor. There they might find what they needed. At the entrance of the residential complex, an open expanse lay before them. Across the street was a row of buildings with various shops and storefronts below. And zombies. Countless zombies. They roamed the streets and lingered in the shops with blood and shredded flesh everywhere. People had been devoured, their bodies incomplete and mutilated, lying motionless. They had not undergone reanimation. because even their brains had been gnawed away. A nearby zombie detected Qin Feng, and Li Yun, clearly sensitive to the living. It lunged forward excitedly, drooling blood and saliva. Li Yun had been calm until now, but at the sight his heart suddenly raced. His hand refused to obey, gripping the short spear, but unable to thrust it out. With a sharp sound, Qin Feng acted swiftly and decisively. The blade welded to the spearhead pierced into the zombie's brain. When he pulled it out, it came with a nauseating mix of red and white matter. A notification flashed, points 99. The stench was unbearable. Li Yun covered his mouth, almost vomiting. As a design student, he had never witnessed such a scene. Watching it in movies was one thing, but encountering it in reality with zombie blood splattered on his face and clothes was terrifying. "Don't worry, it won't infect you," Qin Feng said, patting his shoulder to reassure him. Li Yun felt a bit better. After killing the zombie, Qin Feng obtained some points, confirming his suspicion. This was likely a form of experience points. However, the points could be used for draws. In that case, killing about 10 zombies would earn him 1 draw. Not bad. The two moved forward cautiously, maintaining a moderate pace. Along the way, they encountered several more zombies. Qin Feng dealt with most of them, leaving one for Li Yun to handle. When Li Yun summoned the courage to spear a zombie, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, they reached their destination, a police station. The main gate was shut, located at the corner of a 3-way intersection. Fallen leaves fluttered in the breeze along the street. About a dozen zombies wandered aimlessly near a car accident scene not far away. Inside the gate, they could also see zombies in blue uniforms moving about. There might be weapons inside, maybe even guns. "We need to go in and check. Stay behind me, don't wander off, and watch your back." "Okay." Li Yun took a deep breath. Having killed a zombie earlier, he felt transformed, no longer timid. Qin Feng pulled out a crowbar and wedged it against the gate, observing the interior for a moment. Then, seizing the right moment, he wrenched it hard. The entire door handle snapped off. The gate creaked open slowly. Qin Feng led Li Yun inside, searching for the armory. Such a small police station likely had no large arsenal, and many stations didn't even carry guns. Fortunately, there were very few zombies inside, as most officers had been dispatched during the disaster. With a sharp sound, Li Yun, eager to prove himself, stabbed a zombie before Qin Feng could. Qin Feng smiled, pushed open a door, and reached the storage area for weapons and ammunition. Both of them frowned. As I expected, the officers were dispatched, and took their guns with them. Qin Feng picked up a few collapsible batons hanging on the wall, and handed them to Li Yun, who was tasked with carrying supplies. Li Yun had a large travel backpack with ample capacity. Only a few batons, handcuffs, and some walkie-talkie batteries. But no walkie-talkies. "Oh well, let's take them anyway." Even Qin Feng looked slightly displeased. After leaving the room, they searched the police station for a while, confirming there were no more zombies inside. Then they found the key cabinet in the storage room, which contained several car keys. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. A car would be great. With a car, they could lure the zombies away from the residential complex. If they were bolder, they could even divert the external horde. This would buy the residents time to seal the main gate. But for now, it wasn't useful, because the survivors in the other buildings might not follow his plan. Too many variables. He needed to wait for a change, and then formulate a strategy. Note down the license plate and location. Leave the car here for now, keep the keys. We'll need it later. They left the police station carefully. According to earlier news, most of the police force had been deployed to the city center. There were definitely guns there, but it was too far and dangerous. The outbreak site was densely populated, and anything could happen. Thinking this, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that the system could refresh its merchandise. Though only 1 slot. It was already the 2nd day, and he had forgotten to check. Without a sound, he opened the system. The merchandise slot indeed displayed an item: rice, about 30 tons of refined rice on sale, at a 70 discount, costing only 1,000 points. Offer expires soon. 30 tons of rice. Qin Feng almost stopped in his tracks. He had hoped for a weapon, but food was equally precious. After his last draw, his points had run out. He would need to kill about 100 zombies to earn 1,000 points. Well, calculating carefully, it seemed doable. With his abilities, killing 100 zombies would be exhausting, but he had done it before. As long as he stayed cautious, it would be fine. Glancing at the time, Qin Feng decided there was no rush. First, check the clinic. There was a survivor there, likely a doctor or a nurse. The shelter needed a doctor, an essential talent. The two moved in single file, taking wide streets where zombies were few and quiet alleys where they were many. Along the way, they killed a few more zombies. Li Yun's movements grew more practiced, his panic fading. He now felt completely at ease, realizing that these zombies weren't too hard to kill. With a short spear, he even found them somewhat clumsy. "We're here." Soon they reached their destination. A private clinic appeared before their eyes. Qin Feng looked ahead. Zombies filled his vision. They surrounded the clinic in layers upon layers, pressing inward through the entrance. Li Yun swallowed hard. "There are too many. Stay close to me," Qin Feng said, patting his shoulder. "I leave my back to you." Li Yun was taken aback, then nodded firmly. "You can count on me." In truth, Qin Feng had no need for someone to watch his back. He said this only to better look after Li Yun. Yet Li Yun took it seriously, his face grave as he summoned his full concentration. The map showed a small black dot deep inside the clinic, a survivor's marker. It seemed the person was hiding in a storage room or restroom. Without rescue, they would soon meet their end, either starving to death or being devoured by the zombie horde. The clinic was besieged by zombies inside and out. Roughly counting, there were over 100. Slaying them would earn enough points to exchange for 30 tons of rice. Qin Feng charged forward with his short spear. Li Yun followed, his body numb and legs trembling. A couple of poison wolf zombies were manageable, but such a massive horde. How could he dare? Before he could think further, a wet thud reached his ears. Qin Feng's short spear pierced a zombie's skull, driving through its left eye. The zombie collapsed without even a scream. Then, as if watching a movie, Li Yun witnessed Qin Feng striking down one zombie after another. His heart pounded wildly. Stay close. Qin Feng's shout came from ahead. Li Yun hurried to follow, thrusting his spear at zombies lunging from the sides and rear. In an instant, the clinic entrance was drenched in blood. The horde now fully noticed them, turning and charging at both of them. Li Yun felt every cell in his body racing. Cold sweat soaked his back. Looking up, he saw Qin Feng with his back to him, the short spear thrusting relentlessly. Zombies fell one after another, piling up at Qin Feng's feet. The pile grew into a mound. Wait for me. Qin Feng was too fast, but Li Yun noticed he wasn't rushing into the clinic. The interior was a dead end. Instead, Qin Feng kept maneuvering outside, engaging the horde. It seemed he intended to kill them all in one go. Thud, thud, 10, 20, 50. They moved along the street, retreating and killing. Li Yun had barely slain a few when exhaustion overwhelmed him. His legs trembled like sieves. Qin Feng, though sweating, maintained his precision, strength, and reflexes at their peak. How could his stamina be so good? Li Yun couldn't help wondering. This young man seemed several years younger than him, yet the way he stood at the front slaying zombies was profoundly reassuring. Li Yun took a deep breath, wanting to help. But before he could take a step, Qin Feng shouted, "Don't come." At that moment, Qin Feng was also thrusting with all his might. He hadn't expected more zombies to burst from inside. More than he had anticipated. 98, 99, 100. Enough. Qin Feng earned 10,000 points. But he didn't rush to exchange for the 30 tons of rice. Instead, he focused on the horde. Now there was no need to kill further. With the count met, he shifted his goal to retreat. This would conserve strength, leaving some stamina for the journey home. Even so, Qin Feng was greatly surprised. The stamina the system had granted him played a tremendous role. If before having killed so many zombies he would have been panting heavily, not quite exhausted but unable to unleash his full power. But now, with vitality brimming, he had ample time to bring Li Yun and flee. They took a wide detour through the streets. The slow-moving zombies couldn't keep up and were soon left behind. Afterward, Qin Feng led Li Yun back near the clinic. I can't go on. Li Yun collapsed to the ground, unable to muster the strength to stand. Qin Feng sighed. Then stay here and protect yourself. Li Yun nodded, his head drenched in hot sweat. His vest was soaked through. Under such intense exertion, merely staying conscious was an achievement. Heavy physical depletion could easily cloud one's mind, leading to mistakes. So Qin Feng decided not to bring him inside, instead finding a secluded spot for Li Yun to fend for himself. Then he glanced at his short spear. After killing so many zombies, the tip had dulled. Give me yours. Qin Feng took Li Yun's spear and handed him his own. This area was safer than the clinic. Even if a few zombies appeared, Li Yun could handle them. The tip is a bit blunt. Be careful when using it. With that, Qin Feng turned and dashed into the clinic. Inside, darkness reigned. He narrowed his eyes and walked slowly forward. All was quiet. Fortunately, there was no second floor. The layout was simple, with only a few rooms. Apart from the medicine storage room, restroom, and infusion ward, it wasn't complicated. The zombie horde had been lured out and was probably still wandering the streets. The clinic became much quieter. Following the map, he reached the deepest part. The storage room door was locked tight from the inside. Song Jiao was terrified. She hid behind the stacks of cardboard boxes in the storeroom, pale-faced. When the catastrophe struck, she had just been about to leave work with the doctor when they encountered the zombie horde near the bus stop. The doctor sacrificed himself to protect her. But the zombies wouldn't give up on any prey. They chased Song Jia all the way, surrounding the clinic. With her long legs and a knack for short sprints, she outran the horde. Yet lacking endurance and overwhelmed by panic, she could only rush back to the clinic and trap herself there. Since yesterday evening, she had had nothing to eat or drink. Hiding in the dark storeroom, she had wept several times. She worried about her family and feared she wouldn't survive until tomorrow. After learning about the catastrophe from her phone, she grew even more afraid to go out. She leaned against the wall, sitting in the storeroom in despair. Her phone was dead. Without water or food, she would eventually die. Should she rush out? No. She truly couldn't bring herself to do it. The mere thought of the monstrous zombies at the door filled her heart with terror. She would rather starve or die of thirst than face the zombies heat. As before, she waited quietly for death, conserving energy. But then a knock at the door startled her. Anyone there? This is the rescue team. The horde has been contained. Come out. Qin Feng knocked on the door, repeating these words twice. As for why he said that, well, there was no other reason. It was simply the most efficient way to say it. Because for a desperate person, the word rescue meant something self-evident. Sure enough, Song Jia, without suspicion, hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed out. Upon seeing Qin Feng standing at the entrance, she collapsed into his arms, limp and weak. Qin Feng frowned. Fainting now? This wasn't quite appropriate. They still had to climb up the building using the climbing rope when they got home. How could he drag such a burden? Besides, this woman clearly wasn't a doctor, because what she was wearing was a nurse's uniform. Qin Feng clicked his tongue. He felt he had been cheated. If she wasn't a doctor, wouldn't he have come for nothing? Although a nurse might know some medicine, how could she compare to a professional doctor? Hey, wake up. Qin Feng shook her shoulders, trying to rouse her. However, Song Jia just swayed with the movement, still unconscious. Slap, slap, slap. Qin Feng delivered several slaps. Only then did Song Jia moan groggily a couple of times and regain consciousness. You can't sleep yet. There are zombies outside. Hearing this, Song Jia quickly came to her senses, her face full of bewilderment, confusion, and fear. Like a kitten, she stared blankly at Qin Feng. Her makeup had run and her face was filthy. Seeing this handsome young rescue worker holding her, Song Jia was completely stunned. Qin Feng said with a grim face, "Pull yourself together." He released Song Jia and went into the warehouse, rummaging through it. Do you know how to identify medicines, eh? Ah, yes, I do. Song Jia nodded and asked, What medicine are you looking for? Nicothamide, isoprenaline, cetylanide, procainamide, nitroglycerin, mannitol, glucose. Qin Feng reeled off dozens of medicine names. I can't remember. Even as she said this, Song Jia still found many medicines in the warehouse that she recognized. Qin Feng also helped. Various liquids, antibacterials, antibiotics, hemostatics, antihypertensives, and so on. Finally, he threw all these medicines into an empty box. Then he heaved it up at once. Are you with the rescue team? Where are the others? Song Jia looked up and asked. Sorry, there's no rescue team. The catastrophe has broken out, Qin Feng said. But we have a shelter. Do you want to come back with me? Song Jia nodded without hesitation. Take me with you. All right, take this. Qin Feng said as he handed her a crowbar. Song Jia carefully took it with both hands, then stared blankly at Qin Feng. Stay close. Outside, there weren't many zombies. Most of the horde had been lured away and probably wouldn't come back. As long as the clinic didn't make loud noises, they would disperse. Qin Feng led Song Jia back to where Li Yun was waiting. Are you all right? I'm fine. Li Yun had mostly recovered by now. Although his legs were still a bit weak, he had still killed a few zombies while waiting for Qin Feng. He held a short spear and looked at Song Jia. This is the doctor you mentioned. Song Jia said softly, I'm a nurse. The clinic doctor is already dead. Li Yun was stunned. All right, stop dawdling. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, then pulled off the travel backpack from Li Yun's back. He then poured all the medicines from the box into it. Li Yun hesitated, then struggled to put the backpack on. Can you carry it? I can. Don't worry. The three of them ran toward the residential area. Along the way, Li Yun's stamina really gave out. He was extremely exhausted and even fell a few times. Qin Feng sighed and took over his backpack. In the apocalypse, the importance of physical strength was self-evident. Those with insufficient stamina really couldn't serve as scouts. Li Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. Let me rest a bit, and then carry it. No need, we're almost there. Song Jia followed behind the two. For some reason, she always felt a sense of security emanating from Qin Feng. Perhaps it was because he had opened the warehouse door and saved her. Or perhaps it was something else. Fortunately, she no longer had to wait for death. Song Jia also realized that Qin Feng's shelter might need a doctor. She vaguely sensed the responsibility she was destined to take on in that shelter. 20 minutes later, the three returned to the residential area. Qin Feng reached out to stop the forward momentum of the two behind him. He crouched at the entrance of the area and looked sideways. The zombie horde was scattered and hadn't noticed them. The people in the opposite buildings seemed to have learned to stay quiet, knowing that loud noises would attract the zombies. Qin Feng then turned to look at the second floor. His father Qin Dalong was stationed at the second floor window, watching the climbing rope for him and waiting for his return. He occasionally glanced toward the residential entrance. Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He turned back and said, Oldly, take Song Jia up first. He'll cover you from downstairs. Got it. Without further words, Li Yun led the way as the three of them stuck close to the wall of the residential area and moved inside. Song Jia covered her mouth, her small face full of fear, but she still clutched Qin Feng's clothing tightly. When they reached the building, Qin Dalong saw Qin Feng. He didn't dare to call out, but waved excitedly at them. Qin Feng nodded in response. Then Li Yun first climbed up the climbing rope. He then pulled Song Jia up with difficulty. Qin Feng remained below, keeping watch. After the two were up, he tied one end of the climbing rope to the backpack strap. He made a gesture to his father, Qin Dalong, and Li Yun immediately understood and pulled the heavy backpack upstairs. Then the climbing rope came back down for Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng didn't go up immediately. His gaze was fixed on the third floor of the opposite building where he met the eyes of a man. Liao San's face darkened. Today he had witnessed the entire process. The kid from the opposite building had gone out to scavenge supplies. He was quite quick to react. He knew that if they were trapped in the building, supplies would eventually run out. The opposite side wasn't slow. He went out in the morning and returned in the afternoon. It was probably only around 2 in the afternoon. That travel backpack should contain the supplies they had scavenged. Brother Liao, what are you looking at? Liao San pointed to the building opposite where Qin Feng seemed to be looking back at him. Their eyes met. Arong, is there any way to deal with the zombie horde downstairs? He asked. It's not easy. We don't have enough weapons. The one who answered was Liao San's lackey Luo Rong. Did you see that? The opposite building's people have gone out to scavenge and returned. Also look at what he's wearing. Luo Rong squinted and saw Qin Feng's equipment. He was startled. Holy shit. Fully armed. Did this guy prepare in advance? Liao San didn't answer. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. Think of a way to get in touch with the people opposite. Maybe we can get the two buildings to join forces against these man-eating monsters. Liao San could tell that Qin Feng was no ordinary man. The catastrophe had erupted only a day ago. The two people from the opposite side were outfitted in identical gear: windbreakers, crowbars, short spears, and daggers. This time, they had somehow brought back a survivor from somewhere. Liao San watched them, his heart itching with envy. Their thinking was indeed far more agile than his. Trapped in the building, supplies and food dwindled each day. Moreover, a large crowd had rushed in from outside yesterday, all huddling inside the building. Either join forces or be swallowed up. Those were the only two choices. Before the apocalypse, Liao San had been a property manager in the residential complex. He had reacted swiftly, scrolling through news on his phone and instantly realizing that a biological crisis was coming, quickly making preparations. So far he had taken control of this building. All the women were forced to serve him in bed. The men were driven to work, and only those who labored got food to eat. Liao San thought this was enough. But now, seeing Qin Feng and his group in action, he realized something. To survive long-term, he needed to be as well prepared as they were. After Qin Feng returned, everyone else came back too. Xiao Feng, did you run into any danger? Hu Yulan hugged Qin Feng, scrutinizing him closely, afraid he might be injured. Mom, I'm fine. Qin Feng smiled. We're out there wasn't dangerous. He knew his family would worry. Jiang Xiaoyou tightly grasped Qin Feng's big hand. Next time, take more people out. You had us worried to death. Got it. Qin Feng affectionately patted her head. Then he looked at Song Jia. Do you know how to handle basic wound care? I do. Song Jia said softly. Being moved from an extremely dangerous place to here undoubtedly made Song Jia feel especially at ease. But seeing the intimacy between Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyou left her feeling hollow inside. Haven't you studied pharmacology? I have. Nurses had to learn pharmacology to administer medicine and monitor conditions. Pharmacology was a tough subject to master with too much to memorize. Just remembering drug names, ingredients, side effects, and mechanisms was enough to drive one bald. Song Jia excelled in internal and surgical nursing. But she had little practical experience, so her hands were unsteady. However, Qin Feng could teach her all of that. His 5 years of survival experience from his past life were no joke. He had absorbed any knowledge that helped him survive back then. Otherwise, he could never have become the leader of a shelter. Qin Feng nodded. Everyone in the building needs to work. From now on, you'll join in too. Don't worry about not having enough food. Just focus on mastering the medical skills. Song Jia nodded. She knew her duty. Okay, but I also need to thank you for saving me. As she said this, Song Jia couldn't help blushing. It's nothing. Qin Feng didn't say more, taking Jiang Xiaoyou's hand and heading into the room. No trouble in the room? Qin Feng asked her. No. Jiang Xiaoyou shook her head. They're all training on the rooftop. I followed Mom and Dad to tidy up the place. She blushed a little when she said Mom and Dad. While Qin Feng and Li Yun were out, he, Shi Jingtao, and Wang Bo's family were all training on the rooftop. Qin Dalong and Zhang Jun had cleaned the entire building from top to bottom. Rooms 101, 102, 202, 301, and 502 were all empty. After moving the furniture to the hallway on the first floor, these rooms were freed up to be used as storage later. Qin Feng stripped off his clothes, stained with zombie blood. He pulled out the dulled short spear and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He was drenched in sweat. You do me a favor, sharpen these 2 short spears with this machine. Oh, but I don't know how to use it. Jiang Xiaoyou was taken aback. It's fine, come here, and I'll teach you. While Qin Feng was personally showing Jiang Xiaoyou how to use the grinder, he secretly used points to exchange for rice. All the rice was stored in his system space. He roughly estimated it was enough to feed the entire building for over 20 years. It sounded incredible, but a shelter wouldn't always have just this many people. In the future, there would only be more. Qin Feng was experienced in calculating food supplies. In peacetime, a person would consume about 150 jin of rice a year. But the apocalypse was different. With vegetables and meat scarce, many would choose to eat several extra bowls of rice to fill their stomachs. In such a scenario, a person would average 200 to 250 jin of rice per year. 30 tons would only be enough for 300 people for a year. From that perspective, it wasn't nearly enough. But Qin Feng now had the system as his greatest reliance, so he didn't need to worry too much about supplies. The only thing he had to do was keep hunting zombies. Exchange them for more points. That way he could get more supplies. After that, Qin Feng went to take a shower. When he came out, Jiang Xiaoyou had already sharpened the 2 short spears with the grinder. She showed them to Qin Feng proudly, as if seeking praise. After getting a kiss on the cheek as a reward, her eyes narrowed into slits. Xiao Feng, don't call me sister anymore. I don't like that title. Then I'll call you Yu. Just then Qin Dalong pushed the door open. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyou and Qin Feng working intimately with the machine, he said nothing. Xiao Feng, come out for a moment. I have something to ask you. Dad, what is it? Qin Feng followed Qin Dalong to another room and found his mother there too. Xiao Feng, tell us honestly, will there really be rescue? Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. Why do you ask? It was your uncle Jiang who said it. If rescue were still possible, we wouldn't still have enough water and electricity by now. I see. Qin Feng was startled. The logic was simple. If the organizational structure was intact and still had control over major cities, they would allocate energy very cautiously and sparingly. In that case, the water from the taps would decrease, and Zhongzhou City would implement scheduled power outages. But now, there was enough water and electricity. This indicated that the organization had lost control over major cities. According to Jiang Jun's analysis, water and power would likely be cut off soon. He had only told Qin Dalong these things, asking him to consult Qin Feng. At first, Qin Dalong was surprised. His son was just an ordinary college student. How could he know this? But Jiang Jun disagreed. He even said, your son made so many preparations in advance. Do you still think he's just an ordinary college student? He must have caught wind of something. Qin Feng didn't deny this. His parents were his closest kin. They would never harm him. But to provide a reasonable explanation, he still needed to fabricate some well-intentioned lies. I met some hacker friends in college. They somehow learned about the catastrophe. Qin Dalong was stunned. So, you believed them? And prepared so thoroughly? Dad, look around now. This is the reality. If I hadn't believed their intelligence back then, maybe I wouldn't have seen you. Qin Feng spread his hands. Qin Dalong choked, not knowing what to say. Indeed, the facts had already occurred. This only proved conversely that the friends Qin Feng knew indeed had special channels to learn about this. But this was too dramatic. It inevitably made one suspicious. The supplies and equipment in Qin Feng's room. These were not things that could be obtained in a short time. They required him to prepare in advance. And Qin Feng's explanation was indeed perfectly seamless. But Qin Dalong naturally didn't suspect anything. Qin Feng was his son after all. He asked, then how do you plan to explain to them? Hu Yulan also said, that's right, Xiao Feng. When they learn there will be no rescue, they'll collapse. Qin Feng smiled. So Dad, Mom, tell Uncle Jiang and Aunt Lin that this matter must never be leaked. Because whether there is rescue or not, we have to find a way to survive. That won't change. As time goes on, under the influence of gradual change, no one will wait idly for rescue. Qin Dalong hesitated. This is indeed a method. Xiao Feng, what do you plan to do next? Qin Feng walked to the window, looking downstairs. This will be our sanctuary from now on. When I find time, I want to clear the corpse horde below. But the opposite building and the next building. So many people, they won't be easy to settle. They might not listen to me either. Qin Feng turned around, his face growing increasingly grave. So Dad, Mom, you must be prepared. What preparations? Qin Dalong asked. In this era, zombies are not much more terrifying than humans. Sooner or later, our hands will be stained with human lives. Killing or being killed is the most normal thing. After saying this, Qin Feng sighed, turned around, and pushed the door to leave. Hu Yulan tightly clutched Qin Dalong's sleeve, his father. Alas. Qin Dalong patted the back of her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Killing. How distant a matter. That orderly society was gone forever. Especially after learning that no rescue would come, Qin Dalong gradually changed his thinking. He was not a person who clung to outdated ideas. On the eve of the collapse of morality and order, humans would become more terrifying and bloodthirsty than before. Ahead of their family was chaos. Let's take it step by step, Qin Dalong said. Even though Hu Yulan didn't want her son to become a murderer, she also knew what time it was. She wouldn't advise anything. Regardless, in her heart, she only wished for the family to be safe and sound. Evening. Everyone gathered in rooms 402 and 401 to eat. Qin Feng leaned by the window, playing with a short axe in his hand, coldly watching the wandering corpse horde downstairs. From their mouths came a fierce hunger that made one's blood run cold. The lights in the other 2 buildings were also on. But this time they had learned to be clever and didn't make loud noises. However, the lights still attracted some zombies to crouch downstairs and howl. Xiao Feng, come eat. In the living room, several tables were put together. Qin Feng's family and Jiang Xiaoyou's family had all taken their seats. The others had gone to room 401 to eat. Qin Dalong had obviously told Jiang Jun everything Qin Feng had said. So now both families knew there would be no more rescue. However, Jiang Jun seemed to have a stronger ability to accept it. Xiao Feng, starting tomorrow your dad, and I will also train with everyone, he said. Qin Feng smiled. Sure. Learning more life-saving skills was not a bad thing. But you must tell us honestly. Jiang Jun stared at him and asked, are you really planning to use force to suppress the bad guys across the way? Qin Feng did not hide it. Uncle, you saw yesterday and today that not everyone in the other two buildings is good. So sometimes to protect ourselves I have to be tough. Since this is our future sanctuary, I must unify the resources in the compound. In this process conflict is inevitable. Jiang Xiaoyou grabbed Qin Feng's hand under the table. Her face was full of worry. Qin Feng gave her a gentle smile, telling her to relax. But you don't need to worry about this kind of thing, he added. Li Yun went out with me for a practical session today. He performed decently worthy of use. Jiang Jun hesitated and said, your dad and I both think you shouldn't take this risk. Uncle, didn't we agree yesterday? The urgent matter now is survival and development. In this building our own people only add up to a dozen and most of them have no combat capability. If any change occurs we risk being completely wiped out. So this risk I must take. Qin Feng's words were firm. In fact, after being reborn, he didn't want to appear too cold-blooded in front of his family. But some things had to be done. Qin Feng could only try to let others see his rationality and calmness. Only then could he reduce the unease in their hearts. Hearing this, Jiang Jun did not persuade further. Only Qin Dalong said, Xiao Feng, no matter what, you are my son, and we are a family. Just remember that. Dad, I'll remember. Qin Feng nodded. In his heart, there was some warmth. In his past life, he had no family. After the apocalypse broke out, he was separated from his family. For 5 whole years he never found them. Qin Feng also lacked the ability to search for their traces. It was truly unknown whether they were dead or alive. But in this life Qin Feng believed that as long as he took steady steps, he would be able to protect everything he cherished. After this topic came to an end, Qin Feng began to eat while thinking. How should he take out the 30 tons of rice from the system space? Taking it all out at once was unrealistic. There was still plenty of food in the building, enough for everyone for a week. Then he could break it into smaller portions and sneak them into the warehouse in batches. After all, the keys to those empty rooms used as warehouses were in the hands of their own people. But this couldn't be hidden for long. Mom and Dad would definitely ask. How could he fabricate a reasonable explanation? Qin Feng felt a headache. He definitely couldn't reveal the existence of the system. This was beneficial both internally and externally. A leader must maintain an air of mystery. As long as everyone could eat, it didn't matter where the food came from. Not telling internally was because this matter was too unbelievable, as speaking of it would only add trouble. Just as he was pondering this, a sudden explosion sounded from below. At the dining table, everyone was taken aback. Qin Feng was the first to rise and walk to the window. He too froze. The commotion wasn't from this building, but from across the way. Several burly men were clearing the path, forcing open the iron gate and leading the zombie horde out to flee. Behind them, several other men each wielded a kitchen knife, cutting down the scattered zombies. A faint trace of fear still lingered on their faces, but emboldened by numbers they charged out with sheer grit. In an instant the zombie horde downstairs stirred to life. The horde split in two, half lured away by the front runners while the other half lunged at the people in the rear. Put some strength into it. Aim for the head. Liao Sen growled, forcing the group forward. Suddenly, the two men at the forefront swung their blades. One missed entirely, the other only sliced off a zombie's left ear, failing to deliver a killing blow. With two dull thuds followed by the screams of two men, they were bitten by the horde. Trembling with terror, they wet themselves on the spot. Liao San's face turned cold as he snatched a long wooden stick from Luo Rong beside him, their best weapon. Nails and blades had been hammered into its head, greatly enhancing its lethality. But the craftsmanship was crude. Liao San swung the stick and embedded it directly into a zombie's forehead, unable to pull it free. He finally kicked the zombie away to yank the stick loose. Standing by the window upstairs, Qin Feng watched. There was no doubt. This group's decision to break out at night was the most unwise move. Zombies are more active at night than during the day, with increased strength and speed. But clearly they were unaware of this. Moreover, their team included people who were utterly inexperienced. From the two wild swings that missed completely, it was evident that they were not soldiers, nor had they received any training. They were merely forced out by the tall, imposing leader. Still, there was strength in numbers. Gradually, under Liao San's relentless pressure, they pushed the zombie horde back step by step. Before long, despite losing 7 men, they managed to wipe out the remaining zombies. Liao San lit a cigarette, leading Luo Rong Yang, Huachai Laojiu, and several other henchmen. They executed the bitten ones one by one. Listen up. Anyone bitten by a monster will turn quickly. I'm helping them find peace. Understand? But as Liao San finished speaking, a disheveled woman stumbled out of the stairwell. Her clothes were torn, her body covered in wounds of varying severity on her back, throat, thighs, and arms. Help! Help me! She wailed, trying to escape. But Luo Rong grabbed her by the hair, sneering. Third brother hasn't let you go. Where do you think you can run alone? Yang Hua grinned. Third brother, this woman's gone mad. Let the boys have some fun with her tonight. We'll make sure she's tamed and never thinks of running again. She's yours. I'm tired of her anyway. Liao San waved dismissively. This was the first time he had stepped outside the residential complex since the catastrophe. It lifted Liao San's spirits immensely. He stretched, savoring the vast open space. Being cooped up in the building had clearly stifled him. Now he was finally free. His gaze soon fell on Qin Feng's building. The zombie horde downstairs had been dealt with and half had been lured away. The compound was temporarily safe. Liao San's methods were brutal but decisive. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice lives to clear the compound of zombies and carve out enough living space. He wanted to seize the advantage and initiative early. Qin Feng understood this clearly. Young man, care to come down and talk? Liao San called out, cigarette in hand, as he walked to the building entrance. Their eyes met. Xiao Feng. Jiang Xiaoyou tugged at Qin Feng's hand. Qin Dalong and Zhang Jun stood grimly behind him. The others having dinner in Unit 401 also noticed the commotion and peered out the windows. Qin Feng stared at Liao San and said flatly, talk about what? This city has suffered a great disaster. Liao San spread his hands. I think if we want to survive, we could join forces. Beside him, Luo Rong and others were hauling the bodies of zombies and their fallen comrades, piling them together. Meanwhile, Chai Laojiu with a cruel grin dragged the miserable woman back into the building. She begged for mercy, but it was useless. Soon her heart-wrenching screams echoed from inside. Yang Hua led a few men to the ground floor of Qin Feng's building. They tugged at the iron gate. It wouldn't budge. Third brother, it's blocked from inside. Can't open it. Liao San chuckled, looking up at Qin Feng. We'll be waiting for you downstairs. Come down when you've made up your mind. Oh, and my name is Liao San. He left and started directing his men to move large furniture to the compound entrance. They also pushed out a few abandoned cars to block the gap. This way the zombie horde wouldn't be able to see inside the compound and wouldn't enter, as long as the sounds from within didn't reach the entrance. As for whether the person who lured the zombies away would return, Liao San didn't care. He seemed to be declaring to everyone that he was taking over the compound's rule. To him, Qin Feng was merely a somewhat useful helper. Survivors from the adjacent building also began to come down. Seeing the zombies, cleared smiles spread across their faces. But the situation there was different. There was no figure like Liao San. Since the catastrophe was still recent, no natural leader had emerged among them. They were like sheep without a shepherd. So their smiles quickly faded. Liao San took control of them with embarrassing ease. After a brief exchange with Qin Feng, he walked up to them and said, I'm Liao San. I'm sure you all know what's happened here. If you want to live, you'd better listen to me. Some sneered, others questioned him. But without exception, Liao San dragged them out and executed them on the spot with extreme brutality. Gasps of shock and fear rippled through the crowd. Chaos had arrived. There is a famous saying in the crowd: once individuals gather into a crowd, their intelligence plummets. To gain acceptance, individuals are willing to abandon right and wrong, trading their intellect for a sense of belonging that feels reassuring. This group was no exception. In a short time, they were cowed by Liao San's bloody methods. After 7 or 8 people were executed in succession one by one, they submitted to his rule. Liao San wasn't foolish. He immediately organized manpower to bring down large furniture. They turned the wide opening at the compound entrance into a makeshift fortress. With a few abandoned cars, it vaguely resembled a shelter. Qin Feng stood by the window, silent, coldly watching everything. Until Li Yun, Zheng Tao, He Shi, and Wang Bo came up. Qin Feng, what now? This way we'll be trapped. Li Yun and the others were relatively calm, but Chen Ningxiang and Song Jia were pale with fear. He patted Li Yun on the shoulder. Wang Bo, you and He Shi will guard the first floor. The first floor? Isn't there a security grill? A security grill can keep out zombies, but not humans, Qin Feng said. You don't need to He patted Li Yun on the shoulder. Wang Bo, you and He Shi will guard the first floor. The first floor? Isn't there a security grill? A security grill can keep out zombies, but not humans, Qin Feng said. You don't need to confront them directly. If there's any sound on the first floor, call us. If they want to break through the grill, they won't be able to stay quiet. Alright, I understand. Qin Feng turned to Li Yun. You and Zheng Tao will guard the second floor. He then looked out the window. The second floor wasn't too high, and the structure of this residential building had pipes and ledges. Someone with a bit of skill could climb up using the water pipes, smoke vents, and air conditioner platforms. He'll guard the third floor. The most important thing on the third floor was to coordinate information. If Liao San's men made a move, they couldn't bypass the first 2 floors to reach the third. So Qin Feng alone was enough. Son, your Uncle Jiang and I will help too, Qin Dalong said. Alright, Dad and Uncle Jiang, stay in room 401 and keep the windows closed. Qin Feng nodded. Xiaofeng, what about me? Jiang Xiaoyou also asked. She had made up her mind. She wanted to help. You don't need to. Stay in the room with my mom and Aunt Lin. But Lin Hui stepped forward and stopped her. Good girl, staying here will only distract him. Jiang Xiaoyou paused, then reluctantly agreed. Qin Feng smiled. This is just my judgment. Whether they'll show up remains to be seen. However, Qin Feng had no intention of being trapped in this building. He hadn't spent those 5 years in his past life for nothing. Liao San was vicious and ruthless, but his team was too undisciplined. In no time he had taken several attractive women from the next building under his command and led them upstairs to enjoy. The same went for his underlings. The only ones who could do anything were the men he controlled through terror. They were poorly armed. Even with resources from 2 buildings, their weapons were mostly kitchen knives, iron pots, hammers, scissors, clothes poles, thermoses, and other household items. Their greatest weakness was their fear of killing. These greenhorns would wet their pants just killing a single zombie. They were untrained. To Qin Feng, dealing with them was child's play. With enduring stamina and a cautious mind, he could wipe them out. He didn't even need to go that far. Just killing Liao San and his 3 cronies would dispel the terror in the camp. Qin Feng stood by the window, silently analyzing the situation. The sky gradually darkened. As time passed, the entire building entered a state of defense. Jiang Xiaoyou refused to go to the room to rest. Instead, she stayed with Qin Feng in the living room, her hands sweating, but refusing to let go of his. On the other side, Liao San lay on a large bed with 2 women beside him. Their hands were tightly bound with charging cables, their clothes stripped off. After suffering Liao San's abuse, the light in their eyes had dimmed. They were vacant, having forgotten to struggle, tears streaming down their faces. There were still wounds on their bodies, oozing blood, all left by Liao San. He lit a cigarette, stood by the window, and watched the movements in Qin Feng's building. Dong, dong, dong. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. "Third brother, you called for us." Luo Rong, Yang Hua, and Chai Laojiu entered the room one after another. All 3 were eyeing the 2 voluptuous women on the bed with lust, but they dared not act until Liao San was tired of them. They could only steal a few hard glances behind his back. "I have no patience to wait," Liao San said. "Find a way to get into the opposite building and capture them." "Third brother, that kid is no pushover," Luo Rong said. 3 of you afraid of one man?" Liao San sneered. In his eyes, Qin Feng was just a greenhorn, probably still in school. There was no need to fear him. "I need to consolidate resources. When I talked to him today, I already got the answer." Liao San turned around. "He doesn't want to cooperate with us. So we need to change our strategy." Luo Rong thought for a moment and agreed. "But third brother, how should we do it?" Before the disaster, these men were property management staff in this complex. With their intelligence and age, if they were smart, they wouldn't still be working in property management. Usually the property boss made the plans. They were just following orders. So they were unfamiliar with devising strategies. Liao San was no different. These men only followed his lead. He was just a small team leader, not even a manager. They were fine for wandering the streets together, but when it came to tactics, dream on. So Liao San said, "After dark, when they're asleep, climb up the smoke pipe. Look over there, aren't there many air conditioner platforms?" "You mean?" Luo Rong's eyes lit up. "Exactly. Go straight in and take control of the people." "Understood. Don't move yet. Be careful." "Don't worry, third brother," Luo Rong said. "That kid is no match for you. He'll be done for soon." Chai Laojiu licked his lips. If we succeed, third brother has to reward us with a few women to play with. There are some pretty girls in the opposite building. They look good. The 3 exchanged glances and let out lewd laughs. Liao San put on a stern face. "Just one." "All right, one is enough." Chai Laojiu slung his arms around Luo Rong and Yang Hua. "We'll take turns then." "Laojiu, you're disgusting. But the idea isn't bad." Liao San remained impassive, maintaining his so-called leadership composure, but inwardly, he was delighted. The disaster. He had thought it was the end of the world. But now it seemed the good times were just beginning. These zombies couldn't have come at a better time. Before, Liao San had been a decent man. He had always thought this was how his life would be. But the sudden arrival of the apocalypse caused his ambition to swell exponentially. If he could become the leader of this complex, controlling everyone's food, water, monopolizing resources, and women, wouldn't he become the emperor here? The thought made Liao San's heart race with excitement. Night fell. Time passed quickly. The lights in the opposite and adjacent buildings were almost all on. But Qin Feng had everyone turn off the lights, pretending they had gone to sleep. He alone hid his figure by the window on the 3rd floor. Liao San, emboldened, was making a lot of noise. Qin Feng used this to guess several possible scenarios. First, Liao San was definitely in the building across the way. Second, judging by the sounds and commotion, the 3rd and 4th floors were the most likely, because the lights on the 5th and 6th floors were off. The screams and wails of those beautiful women had become the key for Qin Feng to pinpoint Liao San's location. Third, there were many patrols in the residential area. They were the trusted group hastily assembled by Liao San. He used women and food to force their loyalty. No one resisted. This was normal. Collective only needed a little temptation and brainwashing along with shared benefits to turn bad together. Consider the Axis powers of World War II. They could make a good person completely descend into hell. They could turn a medical scientist into an operator of gas chambers. They could turn a righteous officer into a demon of the concentration camps. They all had consciences, but they were all doing devilish deeds. The able-bodied young men in the neighboring building had become their slaves. Liao San did not allow them to sleep and forced them to keep watch downstairs. He also sent people to oversee them. The earlier terror and slaughter had completely stripped these people of their will to resist. These camps had already vaguely encircled Qin Feng's building. Seeing this, Qin Feng confirmed his thoughts. Tonight Liao San would definitely send people to cause trouble. Qin Feng would not sit idly by. He would find a way to lure Liao San out. Even if he hid and didn't come out, he could use this to determine his location. Qin Feng walked to the room at the back of the building. Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun were already waiting there. Dad, let the rope down, Qin Feng said. Looking at his fully armed son, Qin Dalong was hesitating. As a father, he knew well how dangerous this trip would be for his son. Jiang Jun had nothing to say to that. Daddy. Seeing Qin Dalong not responding, Qin Feng turned to look at him. Son, let me go with you, so we can look out for each other. Qin Feng shook his head. Too many people would make it easy to be discovered. He'll go alone. Don't worry, if the plan fails, he'll come back immediately. In Qin Feng's heart, there was also a plan B. So even if plan A failed, nothing would happen. Watch the windows on each floor. I'm going. The rope was lowered and Qin Feng's figure disappeared into the night. Behind the residential building was a grassy area reaching waist height. There was also a drainage ditch leading straight out of the residential area, as well as facilities like electrical boxes and septic tanks. His feet touched the ground. Qin Feng drew a dagger from the outside of his left pant leg and held it in his hand. He looked along the wall of the residential building toward the inside of the residential area. He breathed a sigh of relief. If Liao San had been even a little smart, there would have been someone watching the back of this building. But now there was no one around. This gave Qin Feng plenty of room to maneuver. He began to act. Bending over, he poked his head out of the grass. Before acting, he had checked the enemy's camp formation repeatedly. He had found several assassination routes that could avoid detection. So Qin Feng chose the most convenient one. Ahead, there were two camps. Though called camps, they had none of the usual camp setup. After all, there were no tents. A few able-bodied young men sat on chairs, lit a campfire, bragging and chatting idly. The rest were patrolling downstairs with stiff movements. They looked vigilant, but in fact had no energy at all. Many of them had been hungry for a long time. After Liao San took over the neighboring building, he had not yet distributed food to them. On the contrary, a large amount of supplies was concentrated around Liao San. He thought this would allow him to organize a large army. But it was not the case. These people's combat effectiveness was incredibly low. For Qin Feng, who was well-fed and well-rested, a single dagger was enough. After waiting a while, someone came from the dark corner, unbuttoned his pants to urinate. Qin Feng knew the opportunity had arrived. He charged in an instant, pressing the dagger against the man's throat. Slit it without mercy. The young man offered no struggle, and Qin Feng supported him as he collapsed limply to the ground. Blood flowed down the drainage ditch. Qin Feng had thought that if no one came to urinate, he would naturally find another way to make some noise to attract people over. Soon the young man reanimated, under the condition that his brain was not damaged. Cutting the throat did not prevent the virus from taking over his body. After death, the virus infection rate would significantly increase. It could only be said that a small minority might not cause reanimation, but the vast majority would. If he did not reanimate, Qin Feng would create another opportunity. This would not have any impact. After the young man reanimated, Qin Feng hid in the darkness, making no sound. The zombie would obviously move toward the campfire. Qin Feng could also throw stones outside to attract the zombie's attention. Those few people who were bragging and warming themselves by the fire never expected. Their companion, just going to urinate, had come back as a zombie. Hey, you took too long. Got prostate problems. Ha ha. Huh, what's wrong with you? You look terrible. The next second, Ayo, the zombie let out a low roar. It directly pounced into the crowd by the campfire. First it bit through the left shoulder of one of them. Then both of them fell to the ground. The bitten guy writhed on the ground, twitching and drooling. His eyes were quickly covered by a white film of disease. Before the others could react, reanimation occurred again. One became two. The moment before the two zombies charged, the inexperienced and untrained crowd finally realized they were no longer human. They raised their cleavers and hammers to strike at the zombies' heads. But after they struck, due to extreme fear and the cramped space that left no time to react, they missed. It could only be said that in the eyes of untrained people, zombies were very difficult to kill. So, 2 became 4. 4 became 8. These few people by the campfire were instantly overwhelmed. This was also because the virus' ability to cause rapid reanimation played a huge role. After the failed attack, the remaining people began to flee to the open area of the residential complex. This caught the attention of others. What's going on? Over there. There's a monster. The zombies are back. A horde. It's a horde. Panic would amplify chaos. At this moment, Qin Feng emerged from the darkness, coldly watching the zombies rush into the open area of the residential complex. These people were extremely foolish. They even tried to surround the zombies with a human wave tactic, but they ran into trouble again. 2 young men thrust clothes poles at the zombies' heads, but after piercing in, the poles got stuck in the skull and couldn't be pulled out. Furthermore, the thrusting positions were not ideal and the movements were not clean and efficient, so the zombies' brains were not completely destroyed. But they still used the clothes poles to hold the zombies back, preventing them from advancing. But don't forget, it was night. At nightfall, the strength and speed of zombies greatly increased, a stark contrast to their sluggish daytime forms. The long pole used for hanging clothes was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the powerful zombie. It allowed the pole to pierce through its skull, yet continued its unwavering advance toward its prey. The young man holding the pole was frozen in terror, forgetting to release his grip. Fear paralyzed his actions, leaving him standing motionless. Soon he too became a victim. Chaos erupted among the crowd, and even Qin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this group would be so feeble. His intention was merely to create a disturbance to lure Liao San out. Even if Liao San did not descend, he would surely observe from a window. Yet the chaos exceeded all expectations, and the zombie horde swiftly expanded. The majority of people were armed only with short-range sharp objects. Hammers were rare. Long poles and thermos flasks were considered long weapons. Screams, panic, and frantic movements caught the attention of Liao San on the 4th floor of the opposite building. What's happening? Brother San, it's a zombie horde. I don't know where they got in. Damn it. Get down there and control the situation. Liao San assessed the scene below repeatedly. Though chaotic, it was still manageable. They outnumbered the zombies. Liao San believed that as long as he took the lead, order would soon be restored. At that moment, Luo Rong Yanghua and Chai Laozhou had not yet prepared to invade Qin Feng's building, so they remained by Liao San's side. One could only say that Qin Feng was not only quicker in thought, but also swifter in action. By the time Liao San led his trusted men downstairs to intervene, Qin Feng was already certain that tonight's operation would face no further variables. In an instant, he burst forth like a leopard from the dark undergrowth, sprinting across the open ground of the compound. Simultaneously, Qin Feng drew the short spear from his back, sheathed the dagger in its left leg holster, and gripped a short axe in his right hand. With a whoosh, he hurled the short axe. The precise, powerful axe blade embedded itself directly into the head of Luo Rong, who stood beside Liao San. Luo Rong's eyes widened, and he collapsed without a word. At the same time, Yang Hua and Chai Laozhou standing near Liao San had almost no time to react. When they turned to look, Qin Feng had already thrown the short spear from his left hand. With a squelch, the spear tip pierced Liao San's right ear, penetrating through his skull to exit the left ear. The spear's shaft trembled violently up and down. Blood sprayed forth. Liao San died without even knowing who had killed him. Yang Hua and Chai Laozhou's faces turned ashen. Their legs trembling, they stepped back. Simultaneously, they saw Qin Feng emerging from the darkness. He walked forward wielding a crowbar. Stepping over Liao San's corpse, he pulled the short spear from the skull and the short axe from Luo Rong's head. 2 moves, 2 lives. A masterful assassination. You. Yang Hua was speechless. Chai Laozhou, quicker to react, raised his wooden club and swung it at Qin Feng. The blade attached to the club gleamed coldly, but Qin Feng dodged with ease. The short axe swept horizontally. With a squelch, the axe blade cleaved through and Chai Laozhou's head fell to the ground. What immense strength was required to accomplish such a feat? But in truth, decapitation also demanded skill. In his past life, Qin Feng had specifically trained for this. He could effortlessly and efficiently sever a person's head with an axe, whether human or zombie. Stand up, Qin Feng said, tapping Yang Hua's cheek with the short spear. Blood smeared across Yang Hua's face. True to form, Yang Hua fainted on the spot. Qin Feng sighed, and without mercy thrust the short spear into Yang Hua's head. As for the remaining time, he paid no further heed. He let the chaos continue. Qin Feng had no intention of handling the aftermath. This was in a way a form of reshuffling. If he proactively helped people deal with the zombie threat, the effect would not be significant. A timely rescue is better than a heroic intervention. When the entire compound had only Qin Feng as a viable force capable of survival and resource gathering, they would naturally come to seek his protection. This time, Qin Feng eliminated the most threatening enemy in the compound as they saw it. Next time, Qin Feng would hold the initiative. Not everyone could join his team. He would not accept the elderly or children for now. The current shelter was weak. He could barely support his own people. He needed a large number of talented individuals and laborers to strengthen the shelter. This was the core of Qin Feng's subsequent plans. Exploiting the chaos, he swiftly charged into Liao San's building. Anyone who held a weapon was killed without mercy. With a short spear and short axe in hand, coupled with extensive combat experience and sustained stamina, granting him ample strength and speed, Qin Feng was unstoppable. Liao San is dead. Anyone who dares resist will be executed without mercy. Qin Feng ascended the stairs over the bodies of his enemies, cowing them into submission. Upon learning of Liao San's death, they threw down their weapons and stared at Qin Feng as if he were a monster. Where did Liao San store the supplies? Qin Feng grabbed a man and asked. On the 3rd floor. Let me there. Soon Qin Feng arrived at the room where Liao San had stockpiled supplies. Unfortunately, there was not much food or water. Only a large quantity of tools and materials which he moved into his system space. The young man who had led him there watched in horror as Qin Feng performed a sleight of hand. Naturally, Qin Feng could not allow him to continue witnessing. He ended the man's life with the short spear. After all, no one in this building was innocent. As expected, Qin Feng soon found the enslaved women in several rooms on the 4th floor. There were over a dozen of them. They were terrified by his arrival, their psychological defenses already shattered by Liao San. Upon seeing Qin Feng, they dared not resist, only cowered in corners, trembling, hugging themselves, and weeping incessantly. Qin Feng sighed. "You're safe now. I've killed Liao San. You are free to leave or stay here, whichever you choose." Afterward, Qin Feng found 2 bound women on Liao San's bed. They had lost all human reason, overwhelmed by despair and pressure after being abused, and both had fallen unconscious. Qin Feng untied them and threw some clothes over them. Then silently he closed the door and left the room. As he descended, chaos still reigned. The zombie horde had spread, and many people were fleeing in all directions. Unfortunately, the large iron gate of the adjacent building was wide open. The zombies flooded into the floors, turning the interior into a hunting ground. Blood flooded the stairwells. Some managed to survive, barricading themselves in their rooms. Long after peace had not yet returned. As Qin Feng made his way back along the climbing rope, Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun had witnessed the entire process. Li Yun, He Shi, Zheng Tao, and Wang Bo also gathered on the 4th floor. After witnessing Qin Feng's methods, they all felt the same fear toward him. This young man was truly formidable, so formidable that it inspired fear. "Xiao Feng, where did those zombies come from?" Qin Dalong was most concerned about this question, and he already had an inkling. Qin Feng did not conceal it. He recounted everything he had done. Qin Dalong let out a long sigh and remained silent for a long while. After taking the step of killing a man, there was no turning back. "How do we deal with the rest?" Jiang Jun said. "There are still many survivors in the residential area." Qin Feng shook his head. "It's night now and zombies are hard to deal with, especially the horde. We can only wait until tomorrow to make arrangements. Only you'll come down with me tomorrow. Actual combat is the best training. Use the moves and methods I taught you, and try to kill a zombie." "Huh, I understand." Li Yun nodded. Meanwhile, Zheng Tao, He Shi, and Wang Bo were still somewhat tense. "Don't be afraid. I'll help you all, and nothing will happen," Qin Feng reassured them. Now that Liao San and his cronies were dead and the loyalists in the building had been cleared out by Qin Feng, as long as he gradually eliminated all the zombies in the residential area and sealed off every possible breach, he could begin building the shelter. "After clearing out the zombie horde, how do you plan to settle those people?" Qin Dalong asked. "Don't worry, I won't force anyone," Qin Feng said with a smile. "But Dad, I need to say this first. We don't support freeloaders. They exchange work for food. That includes the elderly and children, no exceptions." Qin Dalong was stunned. Jiang Jun patted him on the shoulder. "Old Qin, don't overthink it. Right now, survival is the most important thing. Don't care too much about others." Qin Dalong smiled bitterly. "I understand." He hadn't completely shed the notions from before the catastrophe. The elderly and children were all innocent and helpless. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't have the power to help them for free, nor did he have that obligation. Anyone who wanted to join the shelter had to put in labor. This place didn't support loafers. Qin Dalong forced himself to be a bit more selfish. Caring too much about others was inappropriate in this situation. If his own kindness and conscience caused a bad influence on Xiao Feng, Qin Dalong couldn't bear that responsibility. As he had said before, as long as his family was safe and sound, that was enough. The next day, Qin Feng took Li Yun, Zheng Tao, He Shi, and Wang Bo downstairs to clear the zombie horde in the residential area. Originally, Sun Jiao wanted to follow Wang Bo, but he stopped her. After all, training and actual combat were 2 different things. After eating, everyone was well fed and had rested for a night. They followed Qin Feng down the climbing rope to the ground. "Remember every move I taught you. Pay extra attention to the narrow blind spots on both sides and behind you, and make your thrusts clean and decisive. You need to overcome your fear now. Follow me and get proficient as soon as possible. It will benefit your future actions." "We understand." Li Yun nodded. As a combatant who had explored with Qin Feng before, he already had some experience. Qin Feng gave a little guidance, and everyone's movements became more agile. Qin Feng also joined in the fighting. Last night he had killed some humans and discovered that the system still awarded points. In fact, killing humans gave even more points than killing zombies. While guiding the group forward, Qin Feng opened the system interface. Today's shop had a new item, a generator. It required only a small amount of gasoline to provide lasting electricity, and it was on sale at half price for just 5,000 points. A gasoline generator. Electricity was still available now, but that might not be true later. So this item was essential. After yesterday's events, Qin Feng had a thorough understanding of his own stamina. Killing 100 zombies only left him slightly out of breath and a little sweaty. So 5,000 points. That was easy. There were at least a couple hundred zombies in this residential area. Apart from the residents, there were also people who had fled in from outside during the catastrophe. After Liao San took over, more than half of them had died in yesterday's chaos. Even if the zombie horde wasn't enough, Qin Feng could go out and hunt more. No problem at all. Perhaps after clearing the residential area, he would have extra time to accumulate more points for the lottery. The system offered two ways to obtain supplies. One was the lottery, which gave random supplies, and more importantly stamina. The other was the shop, which provided fixed supplies, but required more points to purchase. Qin Feng had a vague feeling that the items refreshed in the shop seemed to be exactly what he needed most urgently. Was this a coincidence? Soon everyone gradually became proficient. The zombie horde on the open ground of the residential area was slowly cleared away completely. This drew the attention of many survivors trapped in their rooms in the two buildings. Some even called out for help. Save us. There are still many zombies in the stairwells. Was it you who killed Liao San? It was him. I saw it. He threw a short spear, and Liao San couldn't resist at all. You devil. Was it you who caused yesterday's chaos? Did you lure the zombie horde into the residential area? Do you know how many people died? You'll get your retribution. Qin Feng heard these words, but paid them no mind. In the apocalypse, only the living had a voice. If Qin Feng simply ignored them, these people would soon starve to death. However, the work of clearing the zombie horde would not stop. Qin Feng, don't mind them, Li Yun comforted him. Yeah, they were only free after Liao San died, and now they blame you for bringing in the horde. What a bunch of ingrates, Zheng Tao said angrily. Forget it, I don't care anyway, Qin Feng said with a smile. Later, all of you stay alert. Clearing the zombies in the stairwells is harder than on the open ground. But I have a method. Watch closely how I do it. In the narrow spaces, the surging zombie horde would cause panic. Only Qin Feng could remain as calm as ever. Still, clearing the horde in the stairwells was indeed very difficult. Qin Feng wouldn't charge in foolishly. He had Zheng Tao, He Shi, and Wang Bo wait downstairs. Then he and Li Yun went to the large iron doors at the ground floor of the two buildings. They struck the iron doors hard with short axes, making a clanging racket. The next second, all the zombies in the stairwells heard the noise from below and began moving down toward the first floor. After a short while, the zombie horde that surged from the stairwell was completely wiped out. Qin Feng also took the opportunity to spend 5,000 points to exchange for a generator. There were still some points left on the system panel. Points 6,326. Can perform 6 draws, yes, no. No rush. We'll talk about that later. Qin Feng closed the panel. He looked up at the residential stairwell, observing through the gaps in the stairs. Even though the zombie horde had been lured out, he wasn't sure if all of them had come out. Now comes the real meal. We need to go up and personally eliminate every zombie. This is going to be troublesome. Just follow behind me and do as I say. The group had no objections. By now they had gradually begun to unconditionally obey every decision Qin Feng made, because he was truly formidable. No matter when he could give them a sense of security. They went upstairs together. Sure enough, in both buildings they encountered scattered zombies. On some floors the doors were half open, not fully closed. When the zombies lunged out, the group was nearly scared to death. Only Qin Feng, calm and composed, drew his short spear and killed them all. Apart from that, the rooms on the other floors had their doors closed. After triple-checking, the zombies in the stairwells of both buildings were finally all eliminated. Qin Feng then had Li Yun and the others start knocking on doors one by one. Half an hour later, the bodies were piled up like a mountain downstairs. Qin Feng stood at the front. Li Yun and the others stood half a step behind him, holding short spears, alertly watching the crowd before them. Yesterday Liao San died. I killed him. I used this very short spear to pierce through his skull. Qin Feng held the short spear with both hands like a walking stick. The spear tip pressed against the concrete floor, exuding a faint, bloody scent. It was the blood of zombies and humans. No one at the scene dared to speak. One could even clearly hear someone swallowing saliva. Yesterday among them some had witnessed Qin Feng's combat prowess with their own eyes. He was simply not like a normal young man. His throws were impossible to guard against. His strength was also tremendous. A single axe blow could sever a man's head. Coupled with the fact that Qin Feng's group was fully armed, they could dominate just by their presence. Qin Feng chuckled and continued, and today I also led the clearing of the zombie horde in your stairwell. Now I want to ask you, are you willing to serve me? Qin Feng swept his gaze across the scene and smiled. I'm different from Liao San. Oh, I won't force anyone to stay. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted slightly. Many people's tense expressions also eased. They were clearly relieved. However, Qin Feng changed his tone. But I'm not a saint either. Those unwilling to serve me will be expelled from this neighborhood. I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over clearly. Ding. He struck the ground with his short spear, producing a crisp sound, like a judge's gavel. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely quiet. Everyone looked at each other. Expressions of fear, indignation, caution, and vigilance appeared on their faces. After experiencing Liao San's brutal takeover, no one dared to speak, afraid that even a slight misstep would result in their heads being severed by Qin Feng. But not long after, Someone slowly raised their hand and asked, "Am willing to stay?" With someone taking the lead, the rest became easier. "Am willing. Am willing too. We are willing." Even the girls from the opposite building who had been enslaved by Liao San cautiously raised their hands, and Qin Feng accepted them. They were still very afraid. Even though Liao San was dead, Qin Feng was still a stranger. Would he be like Liao San? No one knew. But Qin Feng reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm not Liao San. Here you only need to trade labor for resources. I can guarantee that no one will go hungry." This sentence put most people at ease. But then, Qin Feng gave a sweet, and then a slap. He said, "The elderly and children can stay in the shelter, but I'll say this up front. I don't object to you helping each other. But remember this, I have only one rule. 1 unit of labor earns 1 unit of food. I don't keep freeloaders here. I can provide you with shelter, but I won't give food for free. So you'll have to figure it out yourselves." An uproar broke out at the scene. Li Yun struck the ground heavily with his short spear and shouted, "Quiet. What about my father? He's 70 years old. Without food, you'll starve them to death. My child, he's only 3 years old. He can't work at all." Some people immediately opposed their emotions, extremely agitated. But when Li Yun and the others ruthlessly pointed their short spears at them, they had no choice but to quiet down. "I said if you're unwilling you can leave." Qin Feng pointed at the neighborhood gate. But everyone knew that outside the gate was a hell. Leaving meant death. After many people with families gradually grew panicked, Qin Feng said calmly, "Here food is distributed according to work hours. 1 hour of work can earn 1 tael of rice, but for now there are no vegetables or pork." Qin Feng had thought it through carefully. An average worker eats about 6 taels of rice per meal, and without vegetables or pork to accompany the meal the amount would only be greater. Thus the arrangement of 1 tael per hour was very appropriate. An average of 8 hours of work was also sufficient. In fact, when you think about it, this was much easier than the pre-apocalypse 996 or 007 schedules. But those 8 hours required physical labor, not sitting in an office typing on a keyboard. The intensity was different. It was merely the difference between manual labor and mental labor. Upon hearing this, many people couldn't help but start calculating, especially the survivors with families. They had to bear the food for the elderly and children at home. It was simply a matter of the couple working a few more hours to accumulate enough food for each day. Moreover, the elderly and children didn't eat much, as long as they were frugal they could get by. But for the solitary elderly, there was no way. Qin Feng could see despair in their dim eyes. But the elderly were powerless to resist anything. They didn't even voice any opposition. They merely hunched their bodies and remained silent. Perhaps the only thing awaiting them was death. You actually don't have to be so nervous. As long as some people are willing to work, more resources can naturally be rotated to support these solitary elderly. Qin Feng smiled. But if you're unwilling, I won't force you. However, the lifeline of these solitary elderly is tied to your shoulders. If they starve to death, every one of you is not innocent. Weigh it carefully. All humans are selfish. Qin Feng realized this. Simply put, he employed moral blackmail to give these elderly orphans a way to survive. This was the first year of the calamity. Humanity had not yet shed its old beliefs. Conscience, kindness, and selflessness still existed. With Qin Feng's suggestion, someone soon raised a hand and said, "I am willing to take on more work, rotating shifts to support these elderly people. What about you?" Some hesitated, some stammered. But undoubtedly this form of coercion was the most effective. No one wanted to be scorned by others for selfishness. It was only a few extra hours of work. Selfish individuals would surely be ostracized later. So sporadically some people raised their hands in succession. But this was only a small portion. Most people remained shamelessly unresponsive. Yet it was enough. Undoubtedly, this moral blackmail was very effective. In truth, Qin Feng did not wish to see the elderly and children starve to death in his shelter. However, he had no obligation to support the elderly and children for free. Do not think that with 30 tons of rice one could ignore this. Food would not increase. Moreover, this residential area was completely unsuitable for farming. Before finding a stable farming area, if the system's item shop stopped refreshing food, or only refreshed a small amount, the only way would be to risk one's life going out to scavenge for food. And it might well be futile. So do not take food for granted, wasting it on those who cannot work. When the food runs out, and there is still no stable source, regret will be too late. Therefore, this was an iron rule. Qin Feng had more important things to do. So he entrusted this task to the able-bodied survivors present. The result was clear. Qin Feng secretly noted those who did not raise their hands. In the future, they would become his suicide squad, and he would use them without any guilt. Those survivors who had conscience and were willing to support a stranger elderly person. These were the ones who needed to be treated well. Qin Feng would no longer put them in danger. Most importantly, those who raised their hands were trustworthy. As for those who did not, Qin Feng would always remain vigilant toward them. This was a small experiment testing human nature, and Qin Feng as the examiner was sufficiently detached. Afterwards, Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun tallied the group. They recorded their pre-calamity occupations, any special skills, and so on. There were 61 people in total. Among them 27 were elderly and children. 34 were able-bodied adults usable labor. Fortunately, Liao Sen had done many things for Qin Feng. The entrance of the residential area was blocked with furniture and abandoned cars. Qin Feng organized people to reinforce the defenses. Using collected materials, they made thorny nets and fences intricately wound among the furniture and car piles. 2 buildings were almost emptied. The open space in the compound became usable. Qin Feng reassigned housing. Those who had raised their hands were placed in Building 2, the adjacent building. They would live together with the elderly and children supporting them through rotating labor. Living close made care easier. Those who had not raised their hands were all arranged in Building 3 across the way. They would undergo militarized training. Those with skills could be assigned different tasks. Those without skills would join the suicide squad and search team facing the threat of zombies. As for the other group, the dozen women who had been enslaved by Liao San, of course they would live in Qin Feng's Building 1. Although they had not raised their hands earlier, Qin Feng knew they had already suffered too much psychological trauma, forcing them into high-intensity labor to support the elderly and children. That was unlikely. After all, these girls might not even survive alone. Many showed clear signs of suicidal tendencies. Their hearts were filled with despair and an abyss. However, if they could recover and undergo training, they could become combatants. If not, they could serve as shelter logistics personnel. This was not Qin Feng's selfish desire. Letting them live in Building 3 with those who had not raised their hands and whom Qin Feng was wary of. It was unsafe. They also did not want that, because Building 3 was mostly male, but Building 2 was already full, so they had to stay in Building 1. After all, Jiang Xiaoyou, Chen, Ningxiang Song, Jia Sun Jiao, as well as Lin Hui and Hu Yulan were all women. They could effectively do their ideological work. Room 502 could be used as a storage room. Rooms 101, 102, 202, and 301 were given to these girls. A dozen people sleeping on the floor together was enough. These rooms had already been emptied, so there was plenty of space. Qin Feng asked Song Jia, the newcomer, who lived with Chen Ningxiang, to examine their bodies and administer some medication. He also had Sun Jiao and Chen Ningxiang take care of them. They prevented the girls who were determined to commit suicide. His mother and Aunt Lin were in charge of cooking. They used hot food to soothe the poor souls eroded by despair. As for whether they could heal their psychological wounds and return to normalcy in the future, that was up to them. In just a day or two under Liao San's rule, they had experienced endless hell, making it hard to climb out. Moreover, Qin Feng had another thought. After being tormented by Liao San facing his outstretched hand, these girls would naturally develop trust and a sense of belonging to his team. With a little cultivation, they would no longer have to worry about insufficient personnel for logistics and combat. Qin Feng intended to treat them as confidants and friends. After settling the people before Qin Feng could consider the next step, the system suddenly responded. Detected initial establishment of the shelter. The system has been upgraded. The host may use it with confidence. Huh, it can be upgraded. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. He opened the system panel. On the right side of the map below the item shop, there was now a shelter function tab. All members' names, genders, abilities, and even loyalty were clearly recorded. Damn, a divine function had appeared. Qin Feng quickly scrolled down. Li Yun, male, architect, loyalty 69. Zheng Tao, male, unemployed, loyalty 65. He Sure, male, plumber, loyalty 63. He scrolled down row by row. Members of Building 1 who had followed Qin Feng's arrangements from the beginning generally had loyalty above 60. That was a passing line. However, the loyalty value did not correspond solely to Qin Feng personally. They were loyal to Qin Feng and also to the shelter. Qin Feng scratched his head. He felt that calling it loyalty was not quite appropriate. It should be called sense of belonging as the most suitable term. A sense of belonging above 60 was worthy of trust. Those who reached the passing line would not betray the shelter, nor would they betray Qin Feng. As for the loyalty scores of 80 or 90, even 100 that appeared so often in web novels, such a thing was simply impossible. The system could not defy human nature, nor could it influence it. Above 60 was more than sufficient. Moreover, Qin Feng was not particularly fond of the description loyalty. Unfortunately, the function panel could not be edited. Thinking of this, Qin Feng gave a helpless smile. He continued scrolling down. In Building 2, besides the elderly family members, there were only 8 able-bodied young adults willing to care for them. These were the ones who had previously raised their hands to volunteer to support the unfamiliar elderly. Their sense of belonging generally hovered around 40 or 50. But Qin Feng knew they were not bad at heart. The earlier small test of human nature had already proven that. Given time, as long as they were provided with ample resources and a safe environment, their sense of belonging would surely increase. However, the situation in Building 3 was different. This group had both good and bad elements. Among them were those who had not raised their hands. When Liao San was still around, they were also the first to join. Their sense of belonging generally ranged from 20 to 30, and some were even below 10. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. In his shelter, he would eventually weed out those who lacked a sense of belonging, for they were prone to betrayal. He flipped through the data several times and found that the system had only upgraded this function for him. Apart from that, the system space seemed to have expanded as well. It was now about 75 cubic meters. That was good. The stronger the system, the stronger he as its host would become. The only problem now was how to explain the food supply for these people to his family. There were still 30 tons of rice stored in the space. If he took them out without a plausible reason, it would cause a lot of trouble. After some thought, Qin Feng quickly came up with an idea. Though it might still raise questions, it was far better than offering no explanation at all. I'm going out for a while. Qin Feng put on his combat jacket and armed himself. Where are you going again? Asked Qin Dalong. Just to look around and gather some more information, replied Qin Feng. At that moment, everyone was moving things downstairs. The furniture blocking the iron gate, as well as the wooden boards Qin Feng had nailed up, had to be removed. I'll go with you, Li Yun hurriedly said. No need, I'll go alone this time. Remember to remove the iron gates of these 3 buildings and pile them at the entrance of the neighborhood. Carry the 2 devices and materials from my room downstairs. I've also taught you how to make short spears and short axes. Qin Feng patted Li Yun on the shoulder. I'll be back later. Jiang Xiaoyou walked up and took his hand. Be careful, I'll wait for you. Qin Feng smirked, cupped her face, and planted a firm kiss on her. Seeing this, everyone laughed. Jiang Xiaoyou blushed so deeply that she lowered her head, unable to face anyone. Jiang Jun pretended not to notice and coughed. Xiaofeng, I heard you promised those people they could exchange work for food. But it seems we don't have enough food. Don't worry, Uncle Jiang. I'm heading out this time precisely to find food, said Qin Feng. There's a grain and oil market outside. The warehouses must have rice and flour stored. But you can't handle it all alone. Qin Feng chuckled. It's fine, I'll find a vehicle. In truth, his main goal was to find a car. The trip to the grain market was mostly for gathering information, and he would also scavenge some supplies to fill his system space. That way food would no longer be a concern. He could also hunt more zombies to accumulate points. With his physical advantage, he could easily escape even from a horde. After gearing up, Qin Feng gave some instructions to his family, then turned and walked out of the neighborhood alone. This time Qin Feng was fully prepared. His life depended on it. 1 short spear strapped to his back, 1 short axe hanging at his waist, a crowbar clipped to his right thigh, a boning knife on his left thigh, and a chest pouch stuffed with chocolate peppermint candies, a windproof lighter, and a bottle of water. Before leaving, he had asked Zheng Tao about the situation. Now the internet in the country had largely collapsed. Fortunately, the base stations in Zhengzhou City were still relatively intact. Phone calls could go through, but no one answered. The network was flooded with distress messages and posts from camps recruiting survivors. Qin Feng had experienced all this in his past life. Within Zhengzhou City alone, there were hundreds of survivor groups, large and small, and countless survivors trapped in various places. Many teams were quick thinking. At this stage, they were probably already planning to head out to search for people and supplies. This was one of the main reasons Qin Feng chose to go out alone. Water and electricity were still running normally without exception. This could only mean that Zhengzhou City was already doomed. Judging from the system map, within a radius of 50 li around the neighborhood, dozens of small black dots were clustered together. These were survivor teams. They occupied large areas such as schools, shopping malls, office buildings, and sports stadiums. The city's armed units also had a few black dots moving around, especially the armed police units and military departments. They definitely had firearms. But they were too far from the neighborhood. Qin Feng could not venture that far yet. What he needed to focus on was the shelter's resource problem. The vehicle issue was not a concern as long as he found a suitable car he could start it. So his first target was a nearby hardware store. Following the map, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of a hardware store not far from the neighborhood. It had a rolling shutter door, but it was not fully closed, only halfway down. Inside the dark store, a dozen zombies wandered aimlessly. The floor was stained with blood and the remains of half-eaten human flesh. Shreds of meat and blood were everywhere. An ordinary person would have been sickened at the sight. But Qin Feng was used to it. He squinted, observing from the entrance for a while, remaining alert to his surroundings. Then he crouched and slipped under the shutter door, first using his short spear to take down the 3 zombies closest to the entrance. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies' moans quickly attracted the attention of the others inside. They roared and charged at Qin Feng. Calmly, he drew the short axe from his waist, holding the spear in one hand and swinging the axe with the other. In a few swift moves, he dispatched the zombies that closed in on him. Every strike landed precisely on the skull. Stepping inside, Qin Feng saw a zombie trapped under a collapsed shelf. Half of its skull was broken, but only the outer bone, the brain, was not completely destroyed. So it could still move. When Qin Feng approached, it reached out its hands, trying to grab his calf. Thud. The result was, of course, that he killed it with his short spear. After easily clearing the store of zombies, Qin Feng finally had time to look around. He possessed a system space. After upgrading, it had 75 cubic meters, more than enough to load 30 tons of rice. He would take everything from the shop that could be carried. Drilling machines, steel pipes, rebar, plastic water pipes, screwdrivers, batteries, iron wire pliers, hydraulic cutters, electrical wires, and so on. Only children make choices. I want it all. Take as much as possible. The hardware store was soon ransacked by Qin Feng. He had visited this store once before the catastrophe to gather supplies. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough savings back then and only bought the essential items first. Now he could take everything. Presumably the flesh and blood on the ground belonged to the hardware store owner. Next was the pharmacy. Last time with Song Jia and Li Yun present, he couldn't use the system space. This time Qin Feng returned to the clinic with ease, moving all remaining vital medicines from the storeroom into his space. He even took usable medicines from the glass shelves, infusion sets, syringes, various drugs, alcohol, tourniquets, and more. Qin Feng was like a whirlwind. Wherever he passed, not a single scrap was left. Next came the nearby convenience stores. After taking down a few zombies inside, Qin Feng swept through everything. Instant noodles, bottled water, and even condoms. These were valuable items not just for intimate moments with a girlfriend, but for other uses as well. Throughout the looting process, the system map greatly aided Qin Feng. For an ordinary person, planning a route and preparing contingency plans before heading out would be necessary. They would also need to clear roadside zombies. But with the electronic map, Qin Feng avoided such trouble. He chose paths with fewer zombies. The area near the neighborhood was relatively remote with sparse population, so there weren't many zombies to begin with. Nearby, however, there was a very conspicuous horde of corpses. Easily spotted on the map, they had surged up from the subway station, numbering around 1,000. Likely many fleeing people had chosen to escape via the subway during the catastrophe. But unfortunately, the subway had also turned into a zombie zone. Now Qin Feng had gathered plenty of good loot. As he hurried along, staying alert, he checked the items in his system space, feeling a surge of joy. With these, he could go back and craft the most thrilling long-range, zombie-killing weapon. Ahem. Of course a gun was out of the question. Homemade ones would be loud, weak, and prone to exploding. A crossbow was better. So Qin Feng decided to make a crossbow. The frame could be built using a welder and available materials. The bowstring would use tourniquets and thin climbing ropes. The trigger mechanism needed a set of pulleys fixed to the frame with screws. A thin PP water pipe would serve as the arrow rail attached to the crossbow body with AB glue. Anyone with a bit of experience could sketch a design and follow it. As for arrows, bamboo chopsticks were excellent. Not just for eating, but with arrowheads ground from thin rebar. Welded triangular tips from sharpened utility knife blades secured with AB glue would make for satisfying zombie-killing tools. Thinking about it, Qin Feng was thrilled. With ranged weapons, the shelter's combat capability would skyrocket by several levels, and surrounding safety would be effectively ensured. When idle, he could hang around the walls using his homemade crossbow to shoot zombies, his favorite pastime in his past life. Just then Qin Feng heard a faint rustling sound. Frowning, he immediately hid in a nearby dead-end alley. Peeking out, he saw two dogs covered in blood, their eyes veiled with a sickly film, searching for food along the roadside. Mutated zombie dogs. Qin Feng's face paled. It had only been 3 days since the catastrophe. Had mutation already begun? In his past life, Qin Feng hadn't encountered traces of mutated zombie creatures until half a year into survival. Such zombie dogs were rare, never moving in packs, and even fought among themselves. They weren't as agile as in life, but undoubtedly faster than zombies. They could also jump, were small in size, hard to hit effectively with weapons, and retained some intelligence, actively dodging attacks. When they sensed they couldn't win, they even fled. Most survivors' first instinct upon spotting zombie dogs was to keep their distance. No one risked fighting such creatures. But these two zombie dogs were heading straight for Qin Feng. What to do now? Qin Feng frowned deeply. The alley's end was a dead end, and he couldn't scale the high wall alone. Retreating would surely alert the zombie dogs. The road was wide with few abandoned cars and scant cover. Staying in the alley was risky, though he might avoid their sight if discovered. The cramped space would hinder combat. What to do? For the first time, sweat trickled down Qin Feng's forehead. He hadn't expected zombie dogs to appear here, nor did he have weapons to deal with them. He only had a short spear and a short axe. Throwing attacks had low accuracy, and a miss would put him in danger. Holding them in hand was also dangerous, but not without self-defense capability. In his past life, Qin Feng had fought a mutated German Shepherd zombie dog. Its speed and jumping ability were terrifying. Quickly, he made a decision. Hiding in the alley was too risky. Retreating might give him a chance to run. With ample stamina, if he sprinted at full speed, the two dogs might not catch up. He had observed they weren't a breed built for running. Though hard to identify under the gore, they weren't German Shepherds or Sighthounds. No choice. Gamble. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. In the apocalypse, nothing was guaranteed. Uncertainty and danger were the main themes. So Qin Feng dashed out of the alley, running at full speed. The two zombie dogs first looked up, spotting his retreating figure. After a brief hesitation, they swiftly gave chase. Qin Feng glanced back, hearing the thud of their paws and their pent-up growls. His attention shifted to the sides and front. In this situation, seeking higher ground was suicide. Only special terrain could help him evade these two zombie dogs. But then, a change occurred. The zombie dog's speed was too fast. Though less agile than in life, the virus enhanced their stamina, ignoring wear and tear on their paws. The virus cared only for prey. Thus the dogs closed in on Qin Feng. The street was wide, and after running about 400 meters, he found no suitable terrain to detour. Turning around, he drew his short spear and short axe. He decided to face them head-on. Spit a mouthful of saliva. Cursed under his breath. A zombie dog leaped directly toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng snorted coldly, sidestepping to the left and back to evade the pounce. Immediately following was another dog's killing lunge. Facing this critical moment, Qin Feng thrust his short spear without hesitation. It pierced the dog's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy, splattering a large pool of blood. However, before that, Qin Feng had already begun retreating, but some blood still splashed onto his windbreaker. One dog died on the spot. Dogs differ from humans in structure. Moreover, they were mutants. It didn't require crushing their skulls to kill them, as long as they were rendered immobile. But before Qin Feng could grasp his short spear again, the other dog lunged fiercely at him from behind. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed, rolling to dodge the attack. Then his back slammed violently against the threshold of a roadside shop. It hurt like hell. Qin Feng winced. That dog was too fast with strong jumping ability. After landing, it flipped around and circled half a turn, then attacked Qin Feng again. Qin Feng, however, remained calm. He aimed a kick at its dog head. The zombie dog whimpered and fell to the ground. Immediately following was a short axe thrown from Qin Feng's hand. The axe embedded itself into the dog's right side. The zombie dog howled and struggled. But Qin Feng gave it no chance. He grabbed the short spear and pierced its head directly. Dead. Afterwards, Qin Feng slumped to the ground. Just now he had indeed been startled. Had that kick been slightly off, it would have been dangerous. But the incident was over. Qin Feng quickly calmed down, his brow furrowed tightly. It seemed that mutants had emerged shortly after the catastrophe. However, they were not human zombies. The mutation began first on animal corpses. This parasitic method was not transmitted through bodily fluids, but through viruses mixed into the initial batch of air and water. They caused DNA recombination within these two dogs, creating the conditions for mutation. Tough. If ordinary people encountered such creatures, they would only die, with no chance of survival. Fortunately, it was Qin Feng. He had experience and knew the characteristics of these zombie dogs well. With a bit of luck and ample stamina, he managed to defeat them. Otherwise, the previous 400-meter sprint combined with natural panic and confusion would have exhausted many. Qin Feng sighed. He packed up and continued on his way. Soon Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of a martial arts hall. He frowned. The martial arts hall's door was tightly shut, but inside there were more than a dozen survivors. Qin Feng did not rush to enter. Instead, he observed from outside. They had not established an effective and safe defense line. They had merely closed the door. There was not even a guard at the entrance. The surrounding windows were sealed with black tape, making it impossible to see inside. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng would not approach this place. But now was different, because a horde of zombies was gathering outside the martial arts hall. For Qin Feng, the survivors inside had sealed the doors and windows tightly, yet they still attracted zombies. This indicated that someone had gone out earlier. But because it was a greenhorn, he had attracted the horde back to the shelter, indirectly harming his companions. Under such circumstances, the significance of rescue was limited. Moreover, Qin Feng had not brought a team. He was alone. There was no need to stir up trouble. But this horde was quite tempting. The number was not large, about 20 to 30. With Qin Feng's ability, he could easily take them down and earn 2,000 to 3,000 points. That was what Qin Feng needed. So after repeatedly confirming no other variables, Qin Feng charged forward with his short spear. Inside the martial arts training hall, a group of survivors were hiding. It's all your fault. Why did you go out? You attracted so many monsters. Now what? The speaker was the owner of a nearby restaurant. He had immediately taken his employees into the martial arts hall after the catastrophe. The martial arts hall's owner, because he had practiced martial arts afterwards, led people to clear the surrounding zombies. They established a simple safe point here. Currently gathered here were owners and staff of nearby shops. They usually lived on the second floor. Both men and women were present. The martial arts hall owner Zhao Dusheng was undoubtedly their leader. What are you talking about? Teacher went out to scavenge food for us. You eat our food, use our things, live in our place, and now you blame us. Are you sick or something? Zhao Dusheng had 4 or 5 students. The one who retorted was his senior disciple Hiyu. Hiyu, who gave you the right to speak. Haven't I contributed besides you? The restaurant owner Wu Yao said coldly. Now there's a zombie horde outside. How are we supposed to go out next time? Hiyu gritted his teeth. In fact, he didn't know what to do next. The zombie horde had surrounded the martial arts hall. The reason was that Zhao Dusheng had encountered them while scavenging for supplies. He did not lead the horde away, but foolishly led them back to the vicinity of the martial arts hall. A few days ago, we lost 3 people clearing those monsters. Now so many more zombies are coming. What to do? What to do? Wu Yao shouted in a low voice. He also dared not make too much noise. Meanwhile, the others didn't know how to console. Only Zhao Dusheng sat nearby, smoking, lost in thought. Then we'll clear them again. He'll lead the way. Wu Yao sneered, better you go alone. If you die it'll save us some food. He was furious, feeling that Wu Yao was going too far. Zhao Disheng, what do you say? Wu Yao looked over again. Zhao Disheng stubbed out his cigarette and slowly stood up. He'll go out again, lure the horde away, and then find a way to come back by a detour. Wu Yao, you'd better get ready before nightfall. In warning, you don't lead another horde back, or we'll be doomed. The terrain around the martial arts hall was unique. It was a 5-way intersection. Plus there were many shops around, so supplies were still abundant. But because the zombie horde surrounded the martial arts hall, they couldn't exit from any of the intersections. Since there was no blind spot for attack around the hall, if more zombies surrounded it, they would be trapped in this isolated building, and there would be only one outcome: death. Zhao Disheng said coldly, "He'll go out now." In fact, he also felt guilty, because before this they had all gone out together to clear zombies. And 3 people had died in the process. One of them was Wu Yao's own younger brother. Now not only had the situation not improved, but because of him another horde had arrived. He certainly had to take responsibility. Wu Yao felt that his own brother had died in vain. It was all Zhao Disheng's fault. Because this time he went out without consulting everyone. He acted alone. Now look what happened. He attracted a horde of zombies. Then what was the point of the previous zombie clearing operation? Wasn't his brother's death in vain? Trapped by the zombie horde, they would starve to death in the gymnasium. Alright, old Wu, stop it. Director, Zhao didn't mean to. Around him, other shop owners were trying to console him. Wu Yao only scowled and said coldly, Zhao Disheng, I'm telling you now, you clean up the mess you made yourself. Otherwise I'll blame you for my brother's death. Furious beyond reason. Wu Yao was originally just a boss of a morning tea restaurant. He was very honest and gentle by nature. But the apocalypse came, and with his brother's death, it reshaped his personality. Old Wu, forget it. Let's go out together and fight those monsters. It's not safe to let Director Zhao go alone. Yeah, after all, we're a team. Sai, why hasn't rescue come yet? Some were persuading, some were complaining. And Wu Yao gradually calmed down amid these voices. He, Yu, and several students of Zhao Disheng stood by his side. Teacher, the zombies are blocking the door. How can you get out? Yeah, once you open the door, they'll rush in. Wu Yao is sending you to your death. He, Yu, and several junior students were advising Zhao Disheng to calm down. Teacher, we need a foolproof plan. Don't act impulsively. Leaving later is the same. Right, it's much safer to go out at night. These monsters definitely can't see at night, making it easier for us to move. These people had no idea. Night was actually the zombies' domain. Their vision, hearing, strength, and speed would all increase. But who knew that? Zhao Disheng hesitated upon seeing this. However, at that moment, the zombie horde at the door suddenly started roaring in unison. Then the sound grew farther and farther from the martial arts hall entrance. Thud, thud, thud. Muffled sounds came one after another. It seemed someone was killing zombies with some sharp weapon. Zhao Disheng was stunned and quickly ran to the door. Wu Yao and the others looked at each other, tore open a corner of the black tape, sealing the window. Then they saw a shocking scene. A young man fully armed, holding a short spear, was easily luring the zombies along a path he had planned. 20 or 30 zombies were led by him alone. The short spear in his hand plunged precisely into the skulls of those zombies again and again. Blood and shredded flesh splattered everywhere. And that young man's expression never changed, calm as ever, until the entire wave of zombies was completely eliminated. Bodies piled up along the street. Shocking. Astonishing. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Is this what a big shot looks like? Qin Feng had dealt with the zombie horde. He did not feel any decrease in stamina. He was only slightly sweaty. He could still burst out with enough strength and speed. Having such enduring stamina felt amazing. Qin Feng couldn't help but show a smile. He checked the surroundings and found no more zombies. Moreover, there were many shops nearby, most with their rolling doors open. Just the right time to loot a bit. As for the survivors in the martial arts hall, although Qin Feng noticed they were looking out, he didn't care. Wu Yao was the first to rush out. Stop. This is our territory. Qin Feng ignored him. Seeing this, Wu Yao simply stepped over the zombie corpses and walked up. Wait, we need the supplies here. You're not allowed to take them. The shops around here. They had cleared them once before. Wu Yao's brother died in that process. So now there were no zombies in this area. Because the electricity was still on, the shops had refrigerators and freezers, as well as stoves, sinks, toilets, and other living facilities. So the food and such, for fear of spoilage, had not been moved into the martial arts hall. They were left in the shops. Now it was convenient for Qin Feng. Wu Yao was heartbroken, seeing Qin Feng finish killing the zombies and start looting the shops. He was afraid this man would take their food, so he stepped out to stop him. Qin Feng glanced at him. Still he said nothing. However, Wu Yao saw a hint of coldness in his eyes. He coughed to calm himself down. At the same time, he regretted that his tone had been too harsh due to agitation. Then he lowered his posture and said, Young brother, if you take the food here, we'll starve to death. Please spare us. Qin Feng frowned. Is this guy crazy? In the apocalypse, isn't looting supplies based on ability? Besides, I just saved you all. Not even a reward. He flexed his arm and raised the short spear. Wu Yao, seeing this, swallowed saliva and stepped back in fear. Killing intent. Coldness. Extremely dense. Like a tangible cold current piercing Wu Yao's heart. Zhao Dishing and the others arrived later. Seeing this, they quickly came up to pull Wu Yao away. He just helped us clear the zombie horde, and you talk like that. Wu Yao held his breath and dared not say more. As for the others, they also dared not speak. They all looked at Qin Feng cautiously. Zhao Dishing sized him up. A bulging windbreaker. A short spear, a short axe, a dagger, and a chest pack. His clothes were stained with blood, as if he had come from far away. Young brother, may I ask your name? Zhao Dishing asked cautiously. Qin Feng. Zhao Dishing nodded. And Zhao Dishing. Well, these shops still have electricity, and the food is in the refrigerators. Just take what you want. Thank you for clearing the zombie horde for us. Seeing that his attitude was decent, Qin Feng nodded, and said, it'll only take a small portion as payment for dealing with those zombies. Zhao Dishing was taken aback and nodded, then thank you very much. However, Qin Feng added, I have a shelter in Sunshine Community. If you ever can't make it, you can go there. With that, Qin Feng entered the shop. In front of them, he found several large bags and packed some frozen food. There were pork, vegetables, dumplings, tang yuan. There were many restaurants and noodle and hot pot shops here, so a lot of such ingredients were stored. Some large restaurants even had freezers. But as Qin Feng said, he only took a quantity equivalent to the value of those zombies, and no more. After that, he left the area without any hesitation. Zhao Dishing exchanged glances with the others. They looked at the corpses all over the ground and swallowed their words. He has a shelter. Sunshine Community. Not far from us. Everyone remained puzzled, watching Qin Feng's back gradually disappear. After Qin Feng left the crowd's sight, he stored the food in the system space. Without the concept of time within the space, there was no worry about the food spoiling or going bad. The existence of the martial arts gym was merely a minor episode for Qin Feng. He could see many similar survivor zones on the system map. He had only revealed the existence of Sunshine Community, leaving a sliver of hope for these people. Nothing more. He moved onward, passing by a fitness center. Inside, a few survivors were trapped, but through the glass he could see their dire situation, blocked upstairs by a horde of zombies. They had barricaded the stairwell with fitness equipment. Rescue was hardly worthwhile. Other scattered individuals were also trapped in buildings, unable to escape. Qin Feng continued forward, passing internet cafes, fast food restaurants, kindergartens, computer malls, barbershops. Countless such scenes. Yet he ignored them all. The fate of these people had little to do with him. At most, he would intervene when encountering small groups of zombies, clearing them out. But large zombie hordes were too risky. Moreover, the farther he traveled, the more he needed to conserve energy. Wasting strength where unnecessary was undoubtedly foolish. Soon Qin Feng reached his destination, a grain and oil market before him. As Qin Feng had anticipated, chaos reigned here. Scattered survivors were trapped inside shops, while a large number of zombies roamed the market. Unfortunately, the warehouses stored grain had already been cleared out. Had someone come here before? Qin Feng pondered. Besides this, there was a rice truck that hadn't been fully unloaded. The truck carried oil, flour, and other supplies. The keys were still in the ignition, ready to start and drive off. This truck finally brought a smile to Qin Feng's face. Though the engine was a bit loud, Qin Feng did his best to move rice from the system space onto the truck. 30 tons couldn't be fully loaded, but it was enough for a bountiful return. Now there was no need to explain anything to others. On the way, he encountered several roads blocked by abandoned cars. But fortunately, Qin Feng had the system map, allowing him to easily choose the smoothest route back, without worrying about being blocked by wrecks ahead or pursued by hordes behind. Especially since the rice truck was far too noisy when driven. It attracted many zombies along the way, but most were slow and quickly shaken off. While driving, Qin Feng also tried running over a few small zombie groups, reaping a harvest of points. He gained a considerable amount. Points 14,241. Able to perform 14 lottery draws, yes, no. Qin Feng was delighted. He could go for a 14-draw streak. He selected yes. Initiating the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained physical strength 5. Congratulations, host, you have obtained gasoline 5 barrels. Congratulations, host, you have obtained radio equipment 1 unit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained gas canisters 3 bottles. The rewards were average. Drawing physical strength was certainly the best. The radio equipment brought a smile to Qin Feng's face. After the power outage, communication facilities would collapse. Then radio would become the dominant communication tool. Shortwave radio could achieve ultra-long distance communication. With just tens or hundreds of watts of power, it could achieve communication over thousands of kilometers. Theoretically, it could even broadcast globally. This device was a classic shortwave radio set resembling a radio receiver, a black box. It had a display screen and a microphone. Such radios have an interface for connecting an antenna. By setting up a high-performance shortwave antenna, electromagnetic signals could be radiated outward. But for better radiation performance, the antenna size should be as large as possible. If it could be erected dozens of meters high, that would be ideal. The residential buildings in the community provided Qin Feng with suitable conditions for antenna installation. In the apocalypse, besides radio communication, iridium satellite phones were another option. But those were hard to find. A radio was sufficient. Some true enthusiasts could work wonders with radio. As long as it could cover the entire Zhongzhou city area after the power outage, the community's communication advantage could be used to recruit population and labor. Later, he could even consider establishing a cultivable shelter zone. How wonderful. Soon he was about to return to the community. Qin Feng was looking for a place to park and call people to move the food when he suddenly saw scattered zombies gathering at the community entrance. Li Yun, along with He Shizheng, Tao Wang Bo, and others, were holding short spears clearing zombies nearby. Thud. Li Yun thrust a short spear into a zombie's head. The zombie fell with a thud, and on Qin Feng's side the system gave feedback. Points 101. Huh. Wait. Qin Feng was stunned. He watched the scene ahead. As Li Yun and the others kept taking down zombies, corresponding notifications appeared in Qin Feng's perception. What the hell? Was this a new feature from the system upgrade? Others killing zombies could earn him points. Qin Feng's mind raced. He quickly queried the system and soon received an answer. After Qin Feng acquired a shelter, the system upgraded. Besides the shelter function panel and the system space increased to 75 cubic meters, the points from zombies killed by shelter personnel would also be credited to Qin Feng, the host. Excellent, excellent. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. He drove up and helped run over a few zombies, then leaned out the window and said, "Notify everyone. Come move the supplies." Li Yun and the others were bewildered. What is this? Food. Qin Feng got out, opened the back door, and revealed a full load of grain, oil, rice, and flour. A massive windfall. Overjoyed, Li Yun immediately ran back to the shelter to call people. Soon a group of people appeared at the shelter's main gate. Since the entrance was blocked by furniture and abandoned cars, Qin Dalong and Zhang Jun had organized a team to create an entrance using dismantled residential building iron doors now welded together. It looked crude, simply welding iron doors to furniture and car scraps with a trench dug below to secure the threshold. This allowed two people to pass through side by side. Enough to deal with zombies, as such a defense line would entangle them with the fence spikes before they could find the entrance. Thus Li Yun led the group out to clear the zombies near the shelter entrance. Clearly, Qin Feng's return fully loaded boosted everyone's confidence. Many members felt a significant increase in belonging. Qin Feng observed these changes, then quietly went to the car to retrieve frozen food he had just taken from the system space. Dad, Uncle Jiang, these are pork, vegetables, dumplings, and tang yuan. Take them back to freeze. Qin Dalong and Zhang Jun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and delight. How is the shelter doing? After returning home, Qin Feng shed his gear and clothes, then asked. We registered everyone and made a roll. Here's the current situation. Qin Dalong tossed him a notebook. It was filled with densely written information about the shelter's residents, including names, ages, genders, and so on. But this information was also available on the system. Qin Feng merely glanced at it and nodded. Xiao Feng, we didn't make this roll ourselves. Qin Dalong smiled and pointed to Chen Ningxiang, who stood quietly with downcast eyes. Miss Chen used to handle corporate logistics. She was even a department head. Oh. Qin Feng glanced at her. He opened the system panel and found the shelter function tab. Chen Ningxiang, female, logistics staff, loyalty 61. Her information was clearly displayed. Qin Feng smiled faintly. You were a logistics director. Which company? Just a small company, it's not worth mentioning, Chen Ningxiang replied shyly. In truth, the system had already marked it clearly. Chen Ningxiang was likely lying. To win everyone's trust and prove her competence, she deliberately claimed to be a logistics director. Obviously, she wanted to avoid being assigned to the scavenging team and facing the zombies directly. Still, it was fine. Qin Feng said, then from now on the logistics of our community will be under your charge. Although her sense of belonging was still low. But Chen Ningxiang was not a bad person at heart. It was just that they hadn't spent much time together. He believed her loyalty would improve over time. Our task right now is simple. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and said, organize people, make weapons. I'll teach you the crafting methods first, then you can teach others. From now on, when the scavenging team returns from missions, they'll also handle polishing, manufacturing, and repairs. As for the scavenging team's work, I'll take charge personally. Old Li Zheng, Tao, Old Wang, you've already trained and killed zombies. I'll leave the people from Building 3 in your hands. Form a unit for easier command. But as soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Sun Jiao, who was standing with Wang Bo, said, I can do it too. I want to lead a team. Honey. Wang Bo's eyes widened. It's dangerous out there. You can't. Sun Jiao's face flushed red as she retorted, no matter what you say. Qin Feng, I don't know anything, and in logistics I'd just be ordinary labor. I'd rather train with everyone. And I can stay with my husband. Qin Feng admired Sun Jiao's decision. I have no problem with it. If you can convince old Wang, go ahead. So Sun Jiao turned and stared fiercely at her husband. Wang Bo opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. After a long pause, he finally said, I don't agree. Qin Feng shrugged. You two sort it out yourselves. If you join the team, I'll pair you with old Wang. If you don't, that's fine too. Thank you. Soon the major matters were settled. Qin Feng's family and Jiang Xiaoyou's family would serve as the command center overseeing the entire shelter. Chen Ningxiang was assigned to the logistics department to handle registration, manufacturing, repairs, food distribution, and so on. Qin Feng also gave her the key to the warehouse. This made Chen Ningxiang very happy. It also boosted her loyalty by 5 points. Song Jia was assigned to the medical department to treat the sick and injured and to manage the medicine brought back by the scavenging team. He sure was an exception, since he was a skilled worker with technical expertise. And he was trustworthy. So Qin Feng didn't put him on the scavenging team. Instead, he sent He Shi to the logistics department to work alongside Chen Ningxiang on logistics. After the arrangements were made, Qin Feng stood up. Alright, come with me. I'll teach you how to make weapons. At the warehouse, Qin Feng made a show of searching through the room. In reality, he dumped all the materials and medicine from his system space onto the floor, pretending the supplies had always been there. Then he brought out a welding machine and a grinder, along with a few toolboxes. These materials were enough. First, he taught them how to make short spears and short axes. Everyone had to learn together. Being a mechanic by trade, he sure grasped things faster than the others. As they practiced making weapons, Qin Feng took out paper and pen to draw blueprints for crossbows. He wasn't from an engineering background, but 5 years of survival experience in his past life ensured he could draw them accurately. Making crossbows was a bit more complicated. He needed to teach it step by step, and only a few could learn. Once everyone had mastered the melee weapons, he sent them off to their own tasks. Then he kept He Shi, Wang Bo, Zheng Tao, and Li Yun behind. Crossbows are more complex. First, the joints must be welded shut. The steel handguard has to be bent manually with tools as square as possible. The slot here needs to be done carefully. It affects the rail installation. Then install the screws on both sides. Qin Feng demonstrated once. His movements were practiced, and the handmade crossbow was remarkably precise. He sure was deeply impressed by his craftsmanship. Amazing, this thing is amazing. With it we won't have to risk close combat. And we can stand on the walls and shoot zombies that come near the shelter. Watching Qin Feng grind the crossbow components with the grinder, everyone marveled. Soon, a handmade crossbow was completed. Qin Feng picked it up and aimed with practiced precision. The bolts will be made from bamboo chopsticks and utility knife blades ground and welded. The blades are arranged in a triangular shape to easily penetrate the zombie skull. Follow me, I'll show you. Qin Feng carried the crossbow and walked out of the shelter with the others. Whip! The bolt shot along the rail. It instantly pierced the head of a zombie in the distance. The zombie fell with a thud. Everyone's eyes widened. This handmade crossbow was unexpectedly practical. How did Qin Feng come up with it? How did you think of this method? He sure asked curiously. I just picked it up from random online posts back in the day. Never thought it would come in handy. Qin Feng chuckled and patted his shoulder. Accuracy requires training. That means we need to produce a large number of bolts. Engineer, you'll need to help out. Everyone in building 2 must learn. Sure, don't worry. That night, everyone gathered to eat. The first batch of food had already been distributed by Chen Ningxiang. Many people's loyalty had increased accordingly. Some had gone hungry for days. Now with ample food, everyone was delighted. Of course, vegetables and frozen meat were still scarce. They could only be supplied to building 1. This might stir envy among the residents of the other 2 buildings. But no one dared to complain. After all, Qin Feng's methods and achievements were evident. For the moment, no one dared to challenge him. Dad, Uncle Jiang, starting tomorrow, we need to establish rules. Now that there are more people, without rules, chaos will ensue. I have some ideas. Qin Feng shared his thoughts. Only with a well-structured team and enough shared interests could he prevent troublemakers. For now, weapons were still in the hands of trusted people. Even when forming scavenging teams, they would only be issued weapons during training and combat. At other times, the weapons would be confiscated. This simple control measure would still work for now. As for concerns that managing weapons this way might cause trouble during chaotic periods, that could be addressed later. At least until these people developed a sense of belonging. Also, there shouldn't be too many restrictions in the system, but the general framework had to be established. Once the framework was in place, they could negotiate additions or removals. First, only those who joined the shelter counted as people and had human rights. Second, murderers must pay with their lives. Third, anyone who enslaves women will have their tools confiscated or be sent on suicide missions. Fourth, gambling is allowed, but any bet exceeding 3 meals worth of rations is invalid. Fifth, during outings, if a teammate can be saved, but is left to die, the offender loses a finger. Sixth, actions that endanger everyone's safety will be punished according to severity. For instance, a verbal warning or a slap for minor offenses, a beating for serious ones, and death for the most severe. Seventh, anyone who betrays their own people will have their hands and feet cut off before being fed to zombies. As the dozen or so rules were listed, everyone present felt a chill. Their respect for Qin Feng deepened. Qin Feng's vision was simple. Strictly speaking, there was no rule of law, only rule by man. Concepts like democracy or voting were out of the question. The command center held all dictatorial power. But without a doubt the framework Qin Feng proposed was perfectly suitable and required no refinement. It was the system from his previous shelter simply copied over. With this framework the shelter could continue to develop instead of falling apart. Qin Feng picked up some food with his chopsticks and said, "Everyone, we only have 1 month. If we can't find a suitable farming area within a month, we'll have to move. After all, cities are not good places. Without farmland, we'll have to leave the city, head to the suburbs, and survive in the wilderness." No one objected. Qin Dalong said, "As long as our family stays together, it doesn't matter where we go." Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Currently, there were 3 massive zombie hordes in Zhongzhou City, one in the city center, one on the southeastern edge, and one in the northern district. This wasn't information he got from the map. He didn't need to check, because in his past life, he had also risen to power in Zhongzhou City. He was certainly more familiar with such intelligence than others. The rest of the areas had small-scale zombie groups. Navigating through the city's streets and alleys was extremely dangerous. Qin Feng didn't mention the encounter with the zombie dog today. Speaking of it would be useless and only cause unnecessary worry for his family. He would tell the scavenging team members privately when they went out. Danger was inevitable. Qin Feng was even prepared for casualties during the first scavenging operation. "Zheng Tao, any other news from the internet?" he asked. Zheng Tao shook his head. "The capital general office seems to have vanished. No announcements, no trace. I think something has happened. Has the general office completely collapsed?" Qin Feng frowned slightly. "By the way, I found a radio station earlier today and put it in the warehouse. If communications go down, I'll give it to you. Do you know how to use it?" "A radio station?" Zheng Tao's eyes lit up. Yes. My brother taught me before." "Good. After the power outage, keep communications confidential. Don't reveal our shelter's location. They'll give you an operation manual. Just follow the instructions." Qin Feng let out a breath. He had initially thought Zheng Tao knew nothing and would need to be taught how to use the radio station. But now it seemed unnecessary. This was actually a skill of his. I understand." Zheng Tao nodded. "So did he still need to go out for scavenging?" Noticing his doubt, Qin Feng smiled. "Don't worry, we'll talk after the power outage. Besides, you should learn more ways to protect yourself, right?" "Okay," Zheng Tao replied. Qin Feng turned to Li Yun, Wang Bo, and the others. "They'll draw up a periodic search plan tonight. How many people are in Building 3? Chen Ningxiang, without hesitation, answered, 26. Qin Feng gave her a surprised glance and silently gave her a thumbs up. "Good, keep it up." Chen Ningxiang puffed out her chest, looking pleased. 26 people. Old Li takes 8, Wang Bo takes 8, and I take 10. "By the way, is your wife coming along?" Wang Bo and Sun Jiao had discussed it privately that afternoon. Wang Bo let out a helpless sigh. It was clear they had already made up their minds. "He'll follow my husband," Sun Jiao said firmly. Wang Bo had participated in the cleaning work around the shelter today and had experience killing zombies. But compared to Li Yun, he was still green. So Qin Feng reminded him, "You're even less experienced than Old Li, so your team will be harder to lead at first. Just follow me. Practice for 3 to 5 days, and once you're familiar, we'll split up." In fact, Qin Feng had his own private plan. Members with high loyalty, those with 30 or 40, would follow Li Yun and Wang Bo. Qin Feng himself would personally lead those with loyalty scores of 10 to 20, or even lower. The reason for this arrangement was that he had seen the system's notes in advance. By mastering the loyalty data, he could nip danger in the bud. Either accept the rule or die on the battlefield. For those whose loyalty could never be improved, death or expulsion was their fate. In the days that followed, the shelter operated at full capacity. Qin Dalong and Jiang Jun were puzzled by the sudden appearance of a large quantity of hardware materials and medicine in the warehouse. Were these things originally here? Why hadn't they noticed them before? Strange. But their doubts were short-lived. The command center organized the people from Building 2 to use these materials to teach them weapon making. Meanwhile, Qin Feng gathered the members of Building 3, including Li Yun and the others. Today they were going out for their first team operation. As the saying goes, safety first. The logistics department was still producing weapons, enough for 20 to 30 people. The production cycle would take at least 3 days, so most members still went out with crude tools, hammers, clothes poles, kitchen knives, and the like. In truth, plenty of ready-made weapons could be scavenged outside. That wasn't the issue. The core team members who went out were fully armed, including Qin Feng. They had paper armor, short spears, push forks, crowbars, hatchets, 3 crossbows, and 45 bolts, all produced overnight. The quantity was small but sufficient. For this purpose, they had someone carry 2 travel bags filled with chocolate, chewing gum, bottled water, and other supplies to prepare for emergencies. Today we have 2 tasks: find supplies and carry out rescues. You will all follow the team leader's orders. This is Li Yun, who will serve as the captain of the second team. This is Wang Bo, who will be the captain of the third team. I will personally lead the first team. I have already explained the rules to you. If you violate them, don't blame me for taking action myself. Qin Feng's presence dominated the entire scene. Seeing no objections, he nodded with satisfaction. Old Li, Old Wang, follow me. When I give commands, I will only address the 2 of you directly. You'll figure out the details of the command yourselves. Of course I'll also keep an eye on things. Li Yun and Wang Bo exchanged glances then nodded nervously. It was also their first time commanding a team in battle. However, the enemy was the same zombies. After several investigations by Qin Feng, he had become familiar with the surrounding area. With an electronic map, the operation went very smoothly. And today he had the main force with him, so he had no fear. They rescued the survivors he had seen yesterday in the gym, internet cafe, fast food restaurant, kindergarten, computer mall, barbershop, and other places. These people were few in number, only 1 or 2 per location scattered. If they remained trapped any longer, they would surely die. Qin Feng needed population. Rescuing these people did not conflict with his needs. Moreover, he could use the team's strength to clear the zombie horde and earn a large number of points in one go. That was also Qin Feng's consideration. After the upgrade, the shelter's members killing zombies would also be credited to him. So it was very satisfying. From morning to noon, Qin Feng had earned over 40,000 points. And the first, second, and third teams, after a morning of training, became more skilled. Of course, during this time about 5 or 6 people died. They all died because they disobeyed orders or were too terrified and panicked. 2 people even refused to help others, and Qin Feng immediately cut off one of their fingers. He repeatedly explained the rules, gradually making the members understand. Outside, following Qin Feng meant survival. Disobeying him meant punishment. His command ability was indeed strong, and his personal strength was formidable. The zombie horde seemed like low-level mobs in a beginner's game to him. No matter the situation, he remained calm. This undoubtedly gave the team a great sense of security. However, the dead were quickly replaced by newly rescued people. All were young adults, both men and women. Everyone carried various weapons, with crowbars and kitchen knives being the most common. Next came items found outside, such as fire axes, baseball bats, daggers, shovels, hammers, and so on. When the group, after losing 4 people in the kindergarten, killed a group of small zombies, the atmosphere became somber and quiet. Well, small zombies. The kind that were 4 or 5 years old. Anyone with a conscience would hesitate to strike. The dead weren't unlucky, but they had paid the price with their lives. Qin Feng said this kind of thing will happen often in the future. Those who can't get past it will eventually die as well. Many were afraid of Qin Feng's coldness and ruthlessness, but rational people knew he was right. On the contrary, those who died were those with low loyalty. They had no sense of belonging to the shelter or Qin Feng. But when faced with those adorable little zombies, they still hesitated. Human nature is complicated. Qin Feng felt he didn't need to view those with low loyalty as utterly evil. They had their own convictions. Perhaps they hoped to go out one day to find their families. Perhaps they were waiting for organized rescue, viewing Qin Feng and Liao San as murderers of the same ilk. Or perhaps there were other reasons for their low loyalty. Qin Feng wouldn't blame them, but what to do was another matter. When danger came, they would still be sent to the front. Everything was for the shelter's benefit. Of course, after a morning of roaming, the general sense of belonging had increased, especially in Li Yun's second team and Wang Bo's third team. Some had even reached above 60. These were good seeds. Humans would huddle together for survival in times of danger. After repeated crises and fighting side by side, a brotherhood in arms would naturally develop. As for the survivors rescued during the scavenging, their starting loyalty values were high, at least 65 or above. Qin Feng even saw a kindergarten teacher with a value of 75. When the first team charged into the storeroom, the teacher finally saw hope amid collapse and despair. Without any hesitation, she accepted Qin Feng's invitation. Perhaps it was because of her hatred for the zombie monsters who had brutally killed the children in the kindergarten. This directly boosted her combat power. On her first try with a short spear, she immediately became proficient. Over 20 zombies fell to her spear. She was a veritable female war god. Qin Feng knew she was holding on to the last shred of her spirit to avenge the kindergarten children. If this continued, when her spirit finally gave way, she might fall ill. So he advised her a few times to rest more. Meanwhile, Qin Feng led the team to search several parking lots, where they not only found several cargo vans, but also a crane parked at the entrance. Qin Feng had Li Yun lead the team to drive these vehicles back, warning him to watch out for zombies and traffic jams along the way. Then he continued with the first and third teams to scavenge. They arrived at a construction site. Qin Feng looked into the distance. Only a few crushers here. Boss, look over there. Someone in the team pointed in another direction. Qin Feng followed the gaze. There were 3 heavy trucks loaded with steel plates and I-beams. Nice. Good haul today. These steel materials can be used to build a better defensive line. Qin Feng broke into a delighted smile. No one present knew how to operate large equipment like the crusher, so Qin Feng had Wang Bo lead a few members who were drivers to drive the trucks away. Besides that, a large pile of construction materials was stacked in the corner. Cement, sand, concrete, rebar, cables. A bountiful harvest. These are all useful. Once the truck returns, we'll transport them piece by piece. With these, the shelter's defenses could be significantly fortified. By reinforcing the walls and gates around the neighborhood, even if the zombies mutated, there would be no cause for panic. However, to construct a sturdy perimeter, steel plates were a scarce material. Unfortunately, they had only discovered a single truckload of steel plates. The quantity might prove insufficient. Qin Feng calculated roughly, those steel plates could at most enclose 2 walls forming a right angle. The neighborhood's walls were all concrete, standing nearly over 2 meters tall. If the zombies mutated and grew more ferocious, a pile of them could breach the walls. But such matters could only be handled gradually. With insufficient materials, they could only dispatch more people for expeditions. Clear the surrounding zombies, minimizing the horde near the neighborhood. Subsequently, Qin Feng assigned the returning Wang Bo and Li Yun to transport materials from the construction site. After several trips back and forth, the time had already approached evening. Let's leave it for tomorrow. Zombies are only harder to deal with at night. Qin Feng scanned the group. Now there were 30 people. 20 of them had shown a marked increase in their sense of belonging. Among them, 8 had even achieved a belonging level above 60. The one with the highest data was precisely the kindergarten teacher. She had worked with the team until nightfall without rest. Qin Feng opened the system and checked her information. Li Jie, female, kindergarten teacher, loyalty, 77. The data was very high. Moreover, Li Jie's kill count of zombies today was evident to all. It would be a waste not to include her in the scavenging team. This woman had the makings of a team leader. Qin Feng chuckled, just about to open today's merchandise column. Throughout the entire day, wandering and scavenging outside, the whole team had provided Qin Feng with over 60,000 points. Now he couldn't wait, rubbing his hands together, eager to see what good items would appear. Hopefully firearms. He didn't ask for much. A 5.8mm submachine gun would be just fine. If not, even the Type 92 would be acceptable. As the team returned to the neighborhood, everyone was stunned. 3 buildings stood pitch black, not a single light on. Qin Feng's expression shifted. He hurriedly got out of the vehicle and ran back to the neighborhood square. Qin Dalong and Zhang Jun were waiting there. Upon seeing him, they said gravely, "Xiao Feng, the power's out." Qin Feng asked with a somber face, "When did it go out?" "About an hour ago," Jiang Jun said, checking his watch. "It's fine. We got some good stuff today." Qin Feng turned and walked toward the truck, saying, "Tell everyone to return to their rooms and not go out." Understood. As the sky grew darker with only a sliver of the sun visible on the western horizon, everyone was busy unloading goods. Qin Feng went to help while secretly taking out the generator from his system space when no one was looking. "Oldly, please fetch engineer he." This generator was purchased through the system's merchandise column. It was affordable, practical, and most importantly, could produce sufficient electricity with just a small amount of gasoline. Powering all 3 buildings might be a strain, but with frugal use, it would be entirely sufficient. And there was plenty of gasoline. Soon he sure approached Qin Feng. "What's the matter?" "There's a generator here. Connect it to the neighborhood's distribution box. The gasoline is in the warehouse." He sure was overjoyed. He hadn't participated in the expedition today and had been panicked after the power outage. Because without electricity, water, gas, communication, and the internet all went down. The shelter even experienced a moment of panic. Fortunately, the command team Qin Dalong and Zhang Jun gathered everyone and calmed them down. Now with this generator, they could generate electricity again. Meanwhile, the people unloading saw the boss suddenly drag a generator out of the truck and were bewildered. When did this generator appear?" "I don't know. I don't remember us finding a generator today." "Strange." Qin Feng smirked inwardly. He certainly wasn't going to explain. Since it was taken from the truck, it was unquestionably one of today's gains. He sure immediately began work. He let a few utility workers install the generator in the neighborhood's main distribution room and connected the cables. After starting it and adding a small amount of water and half a bucket of gasoline, the lights in building 1 instantly lit up. Scattered cheers erupted within the shelter. Seeing that electricity was still available, everyone visibly felt more at ease. With electricity, weapon production could continue. Moreover, they wouldn't need to work night shifts. However, the water and gas would remain off. Whether by coincidence or not, the generator the system gave him was compact, efficient, and had low wear. Externally, it looked like an ordinary generator, but internally, who knew if it was system black technology? It happened to perfectly meet the power needs of all 3 buildings. If the neighborhood had 4 residential buildings, this generator wouldn't be able to supply them all. Listen up, everyone. From now on, power will be on from 6 in the morning to 10 at night. Go to bed early tonight. We'll resume work tomorrow. Everyone immediately went about their own tasks, especially the scavenging team members. After unloading, they handed over their weapons, collected their day's ration of food, ate, and returned to their homes. Since body searches might lower their sense of belonging, they were only asked to voluntarily hand over items, then they went back to their rooms. Li Jie witnessed the entire process of the neighborhood's power generation. Combined with her experience today following the team in scavenging and killing zombies, she deeply admired Qin Feng's leadership. Later she learned he was still just a college student. So young, yet he had managed to command so many survivors in the shelter. Truly impressive. Afterward, she saw the residents returning to their homes in a hurried yet orderly manner. Standing at the neighborhood entrance with a group of newcomers, Li Jie felt at a loss. They too had handed over their weapons. Having worked all day, they were covered in sweat and blood, hungry, and hadn't eaten. Qin Feng naturally didn't leave them waiting. All of you come over and register. Although he had the system and could see everyone's information, registration on the books was a necessary procedure. This part was handled by Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyou stood by to assist. You're Li Jie, right? Yes, it's me, Li Jie said nervously. Your performance today was excellent. I'd like to invite you to join the expedition team. Of course, if you're unwilling, you can stay in the logistics team. Here, everyone must work to earn their food. It's your decision. Li Jie replied without hesitation, I'll join the expedition team. Qin Feng nodded approvingly. Good. For tonight, you'll stay temporarily in Building 3. Tomorrow, I'll reorganize the groups. Returning home, Qin Feng took off his clothes and let out a heavy breath. Everyone was exhausted today, but because of his enduring stamina, he felt relatively fine. It was just that there was too much blood and sweat, and he wanted to take a bath. However, the electricity was out now and the water supply had also been cut off. It was Jiang Xiaoyou who walked in with a hot towel, blushing as she helped wipe his body. Thank you, Yu. Qin Feng said, pulling her waist with a smile. It's nothing. As long as you can come back safely, I can do anything, Jiang Xiaoyou murmured with downcast eyes. Anything? What did that mean? Could he go all the way? Qin Feng chuckled dryly. Did you encounter any difficulties in the shelter? But Jiang Xiaoyou said firmly, Xiaofeng, I also want to join the scavenging team, just like Sister Sun Jiao. I want to be with you too. No. Qin Feng shook his head without hesitation. The outside was too dangerous. Jiang Xiaoyou was the most important person to him. How could he let her take risks? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyou puffed out her cheeks, looking very unconvinced. Qin Feng hugged her and made her sit on his lap. While stroking Jiang Xiaoyou's smooth back and soft waist, he said, later when we have guns, I'll take you out. Really? Qin Feng tapped her nose. But you have to listen to me more. It depends on your performance. Jiang Xiaoyou spat at him. Actually, you don't know that every time you go out, Uncle Qin and Aunt Hu are especially worried about you. They often look out the door hoping you'll come back early. Qin Feng fell silent. Of course he knew. The scavenging team wasn't going out for fun. Life-threatening danger could strike at any moment. I'm sorry for making them worry, but there's no choice. To survive, we need a lot of supplies. He held her in his arms and said, without a farming area, the shelter can never be self-sufficient. Then what do you plan to do? Jiang Xiaoyou wrapped her arms around his neck, her face flushed, yet she kept enduring her shyness. As I said, if we can't find a farming area within a month, we'll move. Jiang Xiaoyou softly hummed in agreement and rested her head on his shoulder. Xiaofeng, wherever you go, we'll follow you. You must never die, or else I. Before she could finish, Qin Feng tapped her head and said sternly, don't say anything unlucky. I know. The two cuddled for a while. Jiang Xiaoyou kept wanting to find an opportunity to kiss Qin Feng, but she always lacked the courage. She sat on his lap with a red face, her delicate body gradually growing limp. After satisfying his hands for a while, Qin Feng said, go call everyone over. We're having a meeting. Jiang Xiaoyou lowered her head and ran out as if fleeing. A moment ago, sitting in Qin Feng's arms had made her feel like she was in a dream. Soon everyone gathered in room 402. Because there weren't enough sofas, most people stood. Qin Feng, however, sat on the sofa. To his surprise, not only the cadres came, but even the girls shyly joined in the crowd. After receiving comfort from his mother, Aunt Lin, Jiang Xiaoyou, Chen Ningxiang, and others, they gradually recovered. They also understood that the new leader would not enslave them like Liao Xin did. Although those cruel memories might never be forgotten, many girls were still slowly emerging from despair. Because Qin Feng had said, everyone, even they came. Holding hands, they stood cautiously at the back. Qin Feng glanced at their data. 14 people. 5 had a sense of belonging of 70. The rest were around 50 or 60. It seemed the comfort and ideological work had been done quite well. He cleared his throat and said, today the team scavenged quite a lot of supplies. The logistics department, don't forget to note and organize them. Understood. Chen Ningxiang nodded. Secondly, during today's outing, our shelter gained a few new members. They will be assigned to the outing team. So we need to consider the issue of reorganization. Old Wang and I will each lead a team of 10. You two will each select 2 suitable people as deputy team leaders, each leading 5. I've already chosen one for my team. What about you? There were 30 people from the 3 buildings. The purpose of reassignment was also deliberately done by Qin Feng. He realized that those with low sense of belonging didn't need to be concentrated together. Breaking them up might indirectly save them. He would see if their data improved. The deputy leader Qin Feng chose was Li Jie. She had really performed well today. Then Li Yun and Wang Bo exchanged glances. Team 2 chose 2 deputy leaders. After Li Yun said the names, Qin Feng found them in the system. Jiang Jiejun, male self-employed, loyalty 61. Jiao Chen, male parking lot attendant, loyalty 60. Not bad. Qin Feng had some impression of them. After all, among these 30 people, only 8 had a sense of belonging above 60. Wang Bo also chose 2. One of them was undoubtedly Sun Jiao. For the other, Qin Feng also checked in the system. Ji Changxing mail truck driver loyalty 63. During today's supply transport, he was the most hard-working and had the best driving skills. Not bad. I have no objections to these people being deputy leaders. Qin Feng smiled. From now on they are your subordinates. You need to teach them yourselves. Understood. Li Yun and Wang Bo answered seriously. Then Qin Feng turned to Zheng Tao. Now that the power is out and communications are cut, you need to take on the communication task. I will establish a communications department, and you will be in charge. Zheng Tao was very excited. To be honest, with his chubby physique and strength, he wasn't very suitable for the outing team. Since he knew how to use wireless radios, it was best to leave it to him. Qin Feng handed Zheng Tao a booklet on communication precautions that he had prepared earlier. I guarantee it'll complete the mission. Zheng Tao even saluted in a proper manner. Qin Feng looked at everyone again. Now the power is out and the water and gas are also cut off. In the next few days, he'll find a way to take people to check the water plant. Logistics department, you should build a stove in the open space of the community over the next few days. Get cement bricks and such from the warehouse, but don't forget to register. Oh, and I found 3 gas canisters in the warehouse. For now, gas will only be supplied to our building. The gas canisters were, of course, given by the system earlier, but everyone still looked at each other in confusion. Chen Ningxiang even frowned. I checked the warehouse. There didn't seem to be any gas canisters. Qin Feng glanced at her and scolded sternly. There's a loophole in your work. Go check the warehouse yourself and see. When Chen Ningxiang returned, she was even more baffled. Indeed there are. It's my oversight. I'm sorry, everyone. Chen Ningxiang apologized with downcast eyes. She was also cursing inwardly. She had always been inspecting the inventory of warehouse supplies. She had never seen any gas canisters before. Qin Feng didn't say anything about it. Sorry you had to take the blame. And in the future, I'm afraid you'll have to take the blame a few more times. Now we have 3 heavy trucks and a crane. Tomorrow Team 3 will be responsible for clearing the road in front of the residential area and the streets. Don't forget the shops and stores across the street. Bring back all the supplies and leave no zombie alive. With the crane we can gather the abandoned cars on the road and block the entrances at both ends. We need to expand our range of activity. They'll leave this task to you, old Wang. Wang Bo nodded, no problem. They had already cleared the zombies near the residential area. There weren't many. Then Qin Feng turned to Li Yun. Oldly, tomorrow your second team will go check out the gas station. The trucks and crane need diesel, and we don't have any. We also need gasoline. You can drive a truck there and bring back as much as possible. Saying this, he took out paper and a pen and, based on the electronic map, drew a hand-drawn map for Li Yun, choosing a safe route with few zombies. Li Yun took the map and nodded, leave it to me. The team still needs more training. I hope you prioritize safety when carrying out missions. Don't worry. Li Yun and Wang Bo both patted their chests firmly. Then where are you planning to go? Li Yun asked again. They'll take the first team to check out the supermarket. We need more supplies. Quilts, clothes, food, materials, daily necessities. Don't worry, well, drive the van. They'll go over the next few days and try to empty the supermarket of all useful supplies. Everyone broke into smiles at these words. The van was found in the parking lot yesterday. There were 4 of them, all large and suitable for hauling goods. He had been studying the electronic map these days. The supermarket was near the residential area. Moreover, there was no stronger team nearby, so the supermarket was almost untouched. Of course, there were many zombies inside and the terrain was complicated, so most small teams dared not enter. Even if they did, the chances of coming out were slim. But Qin Feng had ways to deal with them. As for the water plant, without electricity, it was quite troublesome. For now, the shelter needed a water source. They would have to endure not bathing for a while. No matter how dirty, it was better than losing their lives. To restart the water plant, Qin Feng would need not only a large number of skilled personnel, but also control over the power station and substation. It was a huge system. They were nowhere near capable of completing this task now. Regardless, in the next few days he would find time to first investigate the situation at the water plant. Afterward, he inquired about the weapon production. The people in Building 2 were all working at full capacity. Even some elderly had joined in. Within 3 days they could produce enough weapons for the 3 teams. The number of crossbows and bolts was also increasing steadily. These people were also working hard, knowing that only by working could they get food. No one dared to slack off. During the inquiry, Qin Feng also checked the personnel situation in Building 2 through the system panel. The sense of belonging. No one was below 60 anymore. Everyone had passed. Good. Qin Feng showed a gratified smile. Before the meeting ended, he told everyone about today's incidents. Especially those who violate the rules. Deal with them as they deserve. Like today, there were 2 individuals who refused to help others, and I cut off their fingers. Never be soft-hearted. This is an iron rule. I hope the logistics department will strictly follow this. Chen Ningxiang blushed. I'm afraid I can't bring myself to do it. Like today, there were 2 individuals who refused to help others, and I cut off their fingers. Never be soft-hearted. This is an iron rule. I hope the logistics department will strictly follow this. Chen Ningxiang blushed. I'm afraid I can't bring my dad. Uncle Jiang then I'll leave it to you. At that moment the girls standing at the back of the crowd raised their hands one by one. Then what should we do? They spoke hesitantly and cautiously, but clearly they also wanted to contribute to the shelter. These past few days they had been eating and drinking what others provided, which made them feel embarrassed. Qin Feng thought for a moment. First, follow my dad and the others to train your physical fitness. Later you can choose whether to go out or stay. Going out means joining the team to scavenge for supplies. It's very dangerous work. Staying means working in the logistics department in exchange for food. The girls exchanged glances, whispered among themselves, and then nodded in agreement. We understand. Qin Feng said this mainly because he had checked their data. There were no outstanding talents worth cultivating. They were all residents of Sunshine Residential Area, office workers. So arranging for them was not difficult. After the meeting adjourned, the girls still didn't leave. They came forward and bowed to Qin Feng. Thank you for saving us. We will never forget this life-saving grace. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Remember that. I'm not Liao San. You have the right to choose. Here labor is honorable. Everyone is trying to survive, and you are no exception. The girls nodded. I know you're a good person. We will work hard. Qin Feng was speechless. A good person. That was the most ironic comment he had ever received. Most of these 14 girls had not yet recovered from their psychological trauma. Only a few had attended the meeting today. Qin Feng was willing to give them more time to heal. Afterwards, Qin Feng stretched. Now he finally had time to check today's shop. There was no other way. He had been busy from morning till night leading teams, searching and managing the shelter. A mountain of tasks. He eagerly opened the system. The shop had refreshed with new items. Canned food, 30 tons of pork, canned in tin plate, 10-year shelf life. Now, at a 70 discount, only 250 points limited time offer. Wow. He was just about to go scavenge for such things at the supermarket. And here it came. Great. Qin Feng was extremely delighted. This item couldn't have come at a better time. Currently vegetables and canned goods were rare resources in the shelter. Only building 1 could enjoy them, while buildings 2 and 3 had been envious for a long time. If this continued, people would eventually go crazy eating only rice, without vegetables or meat. Of course, from another perspective, having food at all was already a blessing. But now that they had canned goods, they could supply all 3 buildings. This would also be a chance to boost everyone's sense of belonging. After returning from the supermarket tomorrow, he would find a way to bring them out. Qin Feng immediately redeemed them. The system space instantly gained 30 tons of pork cans. He had earned 600 points today, so now he had 35000 left. Without a second thought, he would just use them for the lottery. Qin Feng was full of anticipation. A 35 consecutive draw was bound to be exhilarating. Points, 35,241. Can perform 35 draws, yes, no. Qin Feng immediately selected yes. Congratulations, host. You have gained stamina 15. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5. 8mm rifle bullets, 4 cases. Congratulations, host. You have gained gasoline 5 barrels. Congratulations, host. You have gained TNT high explosive 1 case. Congratulations, host. You have gained fresh produce 5 cases. Congratulations, host. You have gained gas cylinders 5 bottles. Qin Feng. System, you damn. Just giving me bullets without a gun, what's the use? For cases of rifle bullets. Opening them there are at least several thousand rounds. But no gun. No gun. Gun. This 5.8mm caliber is applicable to many gun families. There are Type 95 and Type 87 rifles, Type 92 pistols, Type 05 silenced submachine guns, and some general-purpose machine guns, and so on. However, since it's rifle ammunition, it's definitely intended for rifles. Moreover, this caliber is unique to Xiaoyou. What the system gave him is also applicable. If he can find a gun in the future, he can use it directly. Actually, if the system had given him a 5.56 or 5.45 caliber, that would be troublesome. The former is a unique caliber of Ingwa and NATO. The latter is a unique caliber of Xiongwa and its neighboring countries. In Xiaoyou, one truly cannot find gun families applicable to these 2 calibers. Secondly, what surprised Qin Feng was that, besides his stamina increasing again, he was also given a case of TNT high explosive. He tested the weight, about 30 kilograms. It was enough to blow up some small buildings. Using this method to eliminate large-scale zombie hordes was excellent. He could harvest a large number of points again. Now that he had bullets, it was time to approach the city center to find some firearms. The next day, 3 teams gathered at the entrance of the residential area. After assigning tasks, Team 3 stayed near the area blocking the road with abandoned cars, leaving only 1 entrance and exit for the shelter's own vehicles. Team 2 drove heavy trucks following the map to find the gas station. Qin Feng along with Li Jie and Team 1 fully armed headed to the supermarket. On the electronic map, there were many zombie hordes near the supermarket. Approximately several hundred. They were scattered inside the supermarket with fewer on the periphery. The main door was blocked by some iron bars and heavy objects. Unfortunately, the supermarket glass had been broken by the zombie horde, and they rushed in. When the apocalypse erupted, there should have been many survivors here, but they did not survive the ravages of the zombie horde. Qin Feng led the team driving 4 Wuling vans and arrived at the supermarket entrance. He spread out the map. This was a simple map drawn last night. It facilitated his command orders. Li Jie, you take 5 people to block the stairs to the 2nd floor. The terrain there is narrow, and there is only one entrance. Remember, don't make too much noise. They'll lead the others in the looting work. If we encounter a zombie horde, retreat and lure them outside to kill. Once we control the supermarket, we can continuously transport things back. So we cannot let any zombie horde go kill every single one. This supermarket's 1st floor was underground, while the 2nd floor was on the ground level with a large rolling shutter door. But now it was only half open. Qin Feng led people to lift the rolling door higher, then took 5 people down to the 1st floor. Li Jie, on the other hand, took the other 5 people and stood near the escalator guarding the entrance from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. This place was very close to the main door. Therefore, even if a zombie horde attacked, Li Jie could quickly retreat to the entrance, lure the horde to the door, and kill them. Qin Feng's work was more dangerous, because he could not guarantee whether the zombies on the 2nd floor would split into 2 groups, one lured outside and the other coming down. If it was the latter, they would face the danger of being attacked from both front and back. That was why Qin Feng chose to personally command the transportation work downstairs. Fortunately, the zombie horde on the 2nd floor was not large. Plus, they entered the supermarket very quietly, so they did not attract the horde's attention. The zombie horde on the 1st floor required caution. They were densely scattered in all directions. Qin Feng made a combat gesture. These gestures were taught on the spot during yesterday's outing. Advance, retreat, disperse, flank. With one gesture they could understand. Unfortunately, they had no earpieces or walkie-talkies, so they had to be careful everywhere. There were many supplies on the shelves. Pots, pans, bowls, cups, quilts, clothes, cooking oil, rice, flour, and many cans. Fish, pork, beef, beans, vegetables, and so on. As for the fresh produce area, it had long gone bad. Moreover, the stacks were stained with blood. Such food must never be eaten. Eating zombie blood contaminated with the virus would definitely cause mutation. So Qin Feng directly abandoned the fresh produce area. The seafood area still had a few live fish, but they were barely alive, and even if looted they would take up a lot of space. Therefore his attention was still on long shelf-life foods, such as honey, salt, beans, milk, powder, various grains, starch foods. Canned goods were of course essential. Qin Feng led people around the shelves, stabbing the zombies in front with short spears. Uft, uft. 2 sounds. 2 zombies fell one after another, and their roars completely stirred up the zombie horde on the 1st floor. Move quickly. Qin Feng bought time for the team. 3 people moved supplies while Qin Feng with another person played a game of King of Qin, circling the pillar, a tactic of leading enemies in circles. Part of the zombie horde began to chase them. Moving in such a narrow space greatly increased the risk factor. Fortunately, there was Qin Feng, an experienced person to command. A dozen zombies fell one after another. This undoubtedly attracted more zombies gathering towards the living. They roared hungrily, and with the power outage the underground was somewhat dark. Thus their strength and speed had correspondingly increased. But now it was not truly night. The virus might adapt to pitch-black environments, but this was still greatly related to the alternation of day and night. This daytime period still restricted the virus activity nature. After killing over 30 zombies, the follower beside Qin Feng was already exhausted, gasping for breath. You go up first, help with the transport. Li Jie will help. Boss, what about you? The young follower was only in his 20s, about the same age as Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned to look at him. Yangshu Male University student, loyalty 65. Then he smiled slightly. Don't worry about me, go. Yangshu gritted his teeth, moving towards the canned goods shelves while panting. After Qin Feng's round of pillar circling, the number of zombies that reached the canned goods area was very small. The 4 of them could handle it completely. Seeing Yangshu run back, everyone turned to look at Qin Feng's side. A dense sea of zombies was being lured away by Qin Feng to a distance. Amazing. As expected of the boss. Hurry, don't waste time. This is hard-earned time the boss bought. Everyone quickly started the transport work. Li Jie was responsible for receiving above. She moved these cans, no matter what type, all onto the vans. Within just a short while the canned food area was completely emptied. These 4 followers, including Yangshu, were not slow. When they returned, Qin Feng was already out of sight. He was blocked by the zombie horde running toward the depths of the 1st floor. There are other things, move them all up. Yangshu, holding the supply list that Qin Feng had given before getting off the vehicle, led the group to move through the empty shelf area carrying supplies. Qin Feng of course knew that he had bought his team some time, but he had also plunged himself into danger. Fortunately, Qin Feng had the support of sustained stamina, so he didn't feel tired. However, dealing with the zombie horde required heightened vigilance. He swept his gaze around. The supermarket also had escape routes leading to the underground parking lot and the side exit on the 2nd floor, but they were all blocked by heavy objects. Qin Feng had to maneuver around the zombie horde with no time to move these heavy items. He could only choose a suitable route while stabbing the approaching zombies one by one. Thud, thud, thud. Several zombies fell to the ground one after another. Qin Feng circled a large area in the depths of the first floor. He saw that there were still plenty of grains, oils, rice, flour, peanuts, melon seeds, and various nuts. He thought to himself, if he wanted to empty this supermarket, it might take several days of effort. Taking a detour to break out of the zombie encirclement, he said to Jiang Xiaoyou and the others who were carrying a roll of bedding, go upstairs immediately. Lure the horde out and kill them. Upon seeing this, the group did not linger. All 5 went upstairs and approached the main entrance. Li Jie's people were also moving supplies, coming and going between the escalator entrance and the van. Then, under Qin Feng's command, 10 people lured the zombie horde out of the supermarket. The huge commotion caught the attention of the zombies on the second floor. They began moving toward the entrance. The dense zombie horde gathered and charged toward Qin Feng and the others. We can definitely drive the horde away by car. Yes, get in the car. Qin Feng nodded. He himself was not afraid, but he didn't want the remaining 9 to take risks with him. The number of zombies was truly too great. If they fought Heathen, people would die. These 9 had not undergone any training, they only had some experience from yesterday's sweep. Thus the 10 people drove 4 vans, slowly moving toward a safe section of road. Luring zombies was a technical task. Moving too fast would lose the horde, they could only maintain a steady speed. Hundreds of zombies followed the 4 vans toward the periphery of the supermarket. Qin Feng was driving the first vehicle himself. The other 3 followed behind. He asked, are the supplies fully stocked? Not yet, one van is still not fully, Jie said. But we've already gained enough today. Supplies are never enough. Qin Feng shook his head. He had an electronic map, so he could quickly choose a safe route. After luring the zombie horde about 2 kilometers outside the supermarket, Qin Feng began to accelerate. The 3 vehicles behind, having been instructed by Qin Feng to follow closely, also started accelerating one after another. Li Jie watched from the rearview mirror as the zombie horde grew farther away. Given their speed, they naturally couldn't catch up to the vehicles. These monsters are actually quite easy to deal with, Li Jie laughed. Easy to deal with now, but not later, Qin Feng shook his head. In 2 months the virus would undergo its first mutation, and among the horde jumping and running variants would be born. That would be the real monster. Li Jie sat in the passenger seat looking at him curiously. You're amazing. Can you tell me what exactly do you do? College student, Qin Feng said succinctly. I don't believe it. How could an ordinary college student do all those things? Qin Feng glanced at her and smiled. I'm just a bit more resourceful than the average person. Li Jie sized him up meaningfully. I asked around yesterday. You've even killed people in the shelter? Qin Feng calmly admitted yes, and then, weren't you afraid when you killed? Li Jie asked with a complicated expression. If I were afraid, I would be the one dead, Qin Feng said. It's all just for survival. This world has already collapsed, and to stay alive human nature undergoes tremendous changes. Li Jie sighed. Indeed, that's how it's portrayed in those apocalyptic movies. Movies are gentle, Qin Feng said. Reality is far crueler than movies. In his past life, he had witnessed hell. When food ran out, people exchanged their children for food. There were even perverts who specifically captured survivors as food. Betrayal and murder became the norm. Trust between people vanished. Some powerful safe zones adopted dictatorial strategies. Supplies, food, and population would become especially important. It was a primitive society, a society of the survival of the fittest. As they chatted, Li Jie realized that Qin Feng had already driven back near the supermarket. Do we need to go down again? She asked. Qin Feng ignored her, and instead turned to shout at the drivers behind, you drive back to the shelter first. There's still plenty in the supermarket. Come back early. Yes, boss. So the 3 vans loaded with supplies headed back toward the shelter. Qin Feng and Li Jie stayed in the supermarket. One more person joined them. Li Ganyang, male, self-employed, loyalty 49. Qin Feng glanced at him. Li Ganyang was a resident of Building 3. When Liao San was still around, he had no choice but to follow him. Later, after Liao San died, he joined Qin Feng's team. At first his sense of belonging was only around 20. But after the 2 expeditions yesterday and today, the value had increased significantly. An increase was a good thing. It showed that his nature was not bad. A low sense of belonging indicated that he had someone he cared about outside or some other reason. But this man was obedient in both work and action, a man of few words but many deeds. Li Ganyang, help us move things. Okay. The 3 of them holding short spears went down to the first floor. There were not many zombies left inside. Li Jie said, let me handle it. You men are stronger, so you can move things faster. Qin Feng did not argue, but warned, don't underestimate them. Stay safe. Don't worry. Li Jie charged forward with her short spear. Thud, thud, thud. A few thrusts, and the scattered zombies on the first floor were quickly dealt with. Li Ganyang twitched his mouth. Qin Feng, seeing this, smiled. Women can hold up half the sky. Don't you agree? Cough. No, Li Ganyang shook his head, carrying a couple of oil barrels toward the entrance. After Li Jie finished off all the zombies on the first and second floors, she walked to the escalator smiling and ate a piece of chocolate. You keep going, I'll rest a bit. Qin Feng was about to speak when he suddenly heard faint voices outside the supermarket. His expression changed, and he quickly motioned for Li Jie to come over. The three of them hid in a corner behind the shelves. He opened the electronic map and took a look. 6 small black dots were approaching the supermarket. What should we do? Li Jie asked in a hushed tone. Qin Feng raised his hand to silence her. Then he carefully studied the electronic map. This X-ray-like perception granted Qin Feng formidable intelligence and vigilance. Except for those 6 people. There was also a car parked on the street corner. 2 people in the car were keeping watch. Watch your positions. There must be a zombie horde in this supermarket. Be careful. I'm so hungry. I hope we can find something to eat. Qian remained silent. He hadn't had a proper meal in 2 days. Earlier they had scavenged many supplies from the shop's convenience stores and supermarkets around the school. But unfortunately, due to their lack of combat strength, and the fact that they were just 20-year-olds, they were easily bullied by outsiders. In their school alone, there were 7 or 8 factions of varying sizes. The largest and most powerful faction was made up of residents from a residential building. They were now all stationed in the school. Their leader was a wealthy owner of a restaurant chain. Most of his subordinates were people from his restaurants. They even had guns. Another faction was composed of taxi drivers. They had somehow acquired a lot of hardware materials, modified their taxis, welding steel plates and gears onto them. Their weapons included band knives, swinging hammers, steel-toothed axes, and steel-reinforced spears. They roamed around the school all day. Before the apocalypse, these men were retired gang bosses, but they weren't bad people. They never bullied the college students. They only had conflicts with the restaurant owner. The remaining factions were scattered groups that had gathered at the school from various places. They all lived together, forming an alliance. Qian was a student from the agricultural college. After the cataclysm, as the class monitor, he gathered his classmates in the lecture hall. Then they cleared the zombies floor by floor. Because of their favorable location near the school cafeteria, they quickly found food. They also blocked the staircases of the first and second floors with heavy objects. Qian thought they could wait for rescue, but he never expected the situation to grow increasingly chaotic. Countless people began fleeing to the school to escape the disaster. The students saw a hellish scene of Zhongzhou City online. Hope for rescue gradually faded in their hearts, and those zombies charged into the school in droves. The barriers designed only to stop vehicles were useless against the zombie horde. So after consulting with the resident teachers, the school security allowed them to take shelter in the teaching building closest to the cafeteria. Then things began to change. At first, the security officers could still control the situation, because everyone naturally obeyed their orders. Moreover, they were armed with guns. This was due to the increased public pressure over school murder cases, which had led the authorities to equip security officers to protect college students. And they had live ammunition. Thus, every security officer carried a 7.62mm Type 54 pistol along with batons and other weapons. But there were too many people. The shortage of food forced the officers to go out and search for supplies. Each time they returned, their armed strength diminished. The once high morale turned into despair and numbness as casualties kept mounting. Due to their lack of experience in dealing with zombies, the number of officers and their weaponry continued to dwindle. They ran out of pistol ammunition. They had to find ways to make melee cold weapons. At that moment, the mentality of some officers began to shift. They believed there was no rescue, no contact with higher authorities. Only death awaited. Coupled with the zombies roaring and howling day and night on the school grounds and in every corner, their minds collapsed. Pandora's box of human nature began to slowly open. Later, the security officers also changed. To protect himself, the restaurant owner, Nie Chuanliang, somehow acquired a 9mm pistol and opened fire on them. That day the atmosphere at the school was exceedingly bleak. Qian comforted several female students who had been bullied. He tried to form an alliance with Nie Chuanliang, but Nie Chuanliang ignored him, dismissing him as just a young student. Thus he took over the entire school. He suppressed most people with ruthless methods. If not for the group of taxi driver brothers stepping up to protect the students, Nie Chuanliang might have been consumed by his own desires. The situation gradually stabilized, but supplies continued to dwindle. The students were inevitably pushed to the front, forming a scavenging team. Because they were numerous, the nearby supplies were quickly exhausted. They couldn't hold out. The situation gradually stabilized, but supplies continued to dwindle. The students were inevitably pushed to the front, forming a scavenging team. Because they were numerous, the nearby supplies were quickly exhausted. They couldn't hold out much longer. Thus, to expand their scavenging range, Qian arrived at the supermarket. As Qin Feng had told Li Jie, supplies would never be enough, if not for his system which allowed him to obtain tens of tons of grain and canned goods at will. The people in the residential area would soon be starving. Li Jie and Li Ganyang were both very tense. The palms holding their short spears were cold with sweat. Only Qin Feng remained exceptionally calm. He knew. They had to act fast. Once the team members returned to the shelter and unloaded the supplies, they would definitely come back. By then if they drove back, they would alert the enemy. But now Qin Feng was in the shadows while they were in the light. He naturally held the upper hand. Before long, the 6 people descended to the first floor. They entered the supermarket. Most of the shelves had been cleared away, leaving the place empty. But there was still plenty of supplies left behind. Qian was overjoyed. No zombies here. And there's so much food. No, look at the floor. Qian looked down and saw several zombies lying there. This means someone came here before us. The speaker was Lu Tianyi, the vice-class monitor. He wore glasses and looked very young, clearly a top student. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and observed. They were all carrying steel-reinforced spears made from machine parts. They actually had machine tools. Qin Feng had to admit he was a little envious. With machine tools he could make better things. His current shelter desperately needed such equipment. It would make processing, manufacturing, and repairing various parts much easier. Production output would also increase significantly. However, such equipment was usually found in factories. This meant these young people were either factory workers or had someone make them for them. Because before the cataclysm, no one would use machine tools to make these steel spears. Qin Feng turned to Li Jie and whispered, "Watch my signal. We'll take them down." Li Jie nodded. The 3 of them crept along the shelves, hiding in the shadows, and slowly circled behind the 6 people. Qin Feng struck first. He did not use the tip of his spear. Instead, he used the butt of the spear to slam heavily against Lu Tianyi's ribs. The latter let out a muffled groan, and the sharp spear in his hand slipped from his grip, falling to the ground. Qian turned his head. He saw Qin Feng stepping on Lu Tianyi's chest, pulling out a short axe from his side, and pressing it against the man's neck. "Don't move, or he'll kill you." A clatter of noise sounded behind them. Li Jie had also subdued one person, pressing a dagger against his chest. Li Ganyang meanwhile lunged forward with his spear. He stabbed the palm of a university student, causing blood to gush forth instantly. At the same time, he muffled the man's mouth to prevent him from crying out. With a swift motion, he pulled out the short spear. Qian and the others were all university students. They had never witnessed such a scene. They were so terrified they nearly wet themselves, their faces deathly pale. The remaining 2 dared not move, rashly, gently placing their sharp spears on the ground and raising their hands in surrender. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, looking at Qian. "Where are you from?" "AG. Agricultural College." "Agricultural College." Qin Feng glanced at the sharp spear he had thrown on the ground. "Do you have machine tools?" "Machine tools? No. We didn't make these." Qian answered honestly. "There are many people at the school. A group of taxi drivers gave these to us." Qin Feng nodded. He was not surprised. A place as large as a school could easily gather a dozen or so teams. They would form an alliance. This was also a very common situation. In his past life, Qin Feng had also started from scratch in Zhongzhou City. He had suppressed 4 or 5 dozen teams, large and small. Many teams would stay in a large environment, forming alliances to fight against the zombies. But human nature was always complex. Survivor settlements under this alliance system were not long-lasting. This could be seen from the survival landscape 5 years later. Those that lasted long were mostly those damned systems of autocracy and centralization. They would expel the alliance system. Gradually, they would annex those allied collectives. It was a natural dynamic of superiority and inferiority. The centralized system was indeed superior to the alliance system in such times. But this did not definitively mean that alliances could not last long. In his past life, there were also some large alliances that could contend with centralized groups. "The agricultural college is so far away, why come all the way here?" Li Jie interjected. Qin Feng said nothing. He knew that the supplies around the agricultural college must have run out. It seemed their alliance had quite a few people. Their consumption rate was astonishing. Sure enough, Qian answered just that. "This supermarket is our territory. You can't come here to loot, understand?" Qin Feng said. "Yes. Yes." Qian swallowed his saliva. "Boss, let us go. We absolutely won't come back." "No." Unexpectedly, Qin Feng shook his head. "Since you're here, you think you can just leave like this?" Upon hearing this, Qian's face turned deathly pale. Qin Feng said, "Since you're from the agricultural college, you must know a lot about farming and crops. I have to take you back." "Go with you." Qian's expression was dreadful. "No, boss, our classmates are waiting for us to return. Without us, they will starve. That's not my concern," Qin Feng said with a grim face. Afterwards, Qin Feng and his 2 companions tied up all 6 of them. It was mainly because Qin Feng was too terrifying. His aura was like that of a killer. Qian naturally dared not resist. Qin Feng also already knew that there were 2 drivers watching the lookout upstairs. He pretended to interrogate Qian. The kid tried to lie, but after a few heavy slaps from Qin Feng, he told the truth. They had driven a red livestock truck with railings. It was waiting outside. 2 people are nothing to worry about," Qin Feng said, turning around. "But we can't let them escape back. Come closer, I have a plan." "Why aren't they out yet? Could they have run into zombies?" "Zombies? Old Qi isn't stupid. If he ran into zombies, he would have come back long ago. Maybe they're still looting. Outside the supermarket door, on the livestock truck not far away, Xiaoyou and Gao Yi each had a cigarette lounging lazily in the two drivers' seats. Suddenly, both of them saw a strange man walk out of the supermarket waving at them. Who was that? Where's Qian? The two were stunned and didn't dare move for a while. But soon they saw Qin Feng approaching them with his hands raised looking harmless. Quick, get out of here. Gao Yi, a coward, shouted immediately upon seeing this. What about Qian? Xiaoyou hesitated. However, Qin Feng did not come too close. He stood just within earshot and said loudly, Qian is downstairs. He told me to call you over to help. Don't worry, I'm also a survivor. I just met Qian and the others in the supermarket. I mean no harm. Xiaoyou and Gao Yi were after all university students. Seeing Qin Feng's sincere acting, they asked with half-belief, Qian is inside. Yeah, there's a lot of grain, oil, rice, and flour inside. They don't have enough hands. Qin Feng smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng. I live nearby. You? Alone? Xiaoyou and Gao Yi exchanged a glance, still not daring to get too close to him. Too timid. Qin Feng thought to himself. At the same time he said, yes, so when I heard Qian say you're from the agricultural college, I wanted to join you. Please, I can barely survive on my own. The food at home is all gone. I've been surviving by looting supplies from the supermarket. There was originally a zombie horde in the supermarket, but I drove them away earlier with a car. So you guys are pretty lucky. Qin Feng raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Xiaoyou breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, brother Qin. Don't mind us. It's not that we were really suspicious of you, but you can't trust anyone these days. Gao Yi also wiped his sweat and said with a smile, we've met some strangers outside before. They'd try to rob us without a word. It was terrifying. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. These university students were too naive. He sighed inwardly. Then he shook hands with them warmly and led the two towards the supermarket. As they descended the escalator, Xiaoyou, who had been trying to find a topic to chat with Qin Feng, suddenly froze. He saw Qian and the other six all tied up there staring at them with wide, terrified eyes. You? Xiaoyun's face changed. He was about to say something, but Qin Feng punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious. Gao Yi tried to run, but didn't notice his footing. Qin Feng tripped him directly, twisted his arms behind his back, and pinned them under his knee. He cried out in pain. Then he heard Qin Feng's cold, deep voice, stop struggling, Li Ganyang, tie them up. Li Ganyang wasted no words, pulling out a rope to tie them up. Gao Yi struggled in vain and had to concede. He swept his gaze over the scene. Seeing how the 8 of them had been toyed with by just 3 people, a wave of despair instantly washed over his heart. Qin Feng had not expected that these college students were so easily deceived. The catastrophe had only erupted a few days ago, and they were still naive. To be prepared for any eventuality, Qin Feng had even planned to enlist Li Jie and Li Ganyang's help. Who would have thought he alone could trick them into coming? Truly, I overestimated sigh. In the time that followed, Qin Feng began to ponder matters concerning the agricultural college. He had gathered much intelligence from Qian and the others, while they were incessantly begging him to let them go. After bandaging their wounds, Qin Feng stood up and said, now you have 2 choices. 1, send 2 people back to help me convey a message. We have an endless supply of food, and we'll trade it for some machine tools and equipment. The second option is to come with us back to the shelter. Choose for yourselves. After speaking, Qin Feng walked away without looking back, leaving Li Jie to watch them while he and Li Ganyang continued moving supplies. When the van at the entrance was filled again, members of Team 1 had already returned, driving the other 3 vehicles. Boss, how's it going? We've moved everything back. Qin Feng patted their shoulders. No trouble. No. Everyone was excited. Such ample supplies undoubtedly gave people a great sense of security. Don't stop, keep moving. Yes. When they went down and saw Qian and the others tied up, their expressions all changed. Just a few unwelcome guests, ignore them. Qin Feng waved his hand. Then he directed everyone to start moving supplies. Thus the van made several more trips. The supermarket was almost emptied. Qin Feng pried open the storage room with a crowbar. There was an extremely large stock. Fresh produced rice, flour, and all kinds of supplies. This made even Qin Feng unable to restrain his joy. He had the opportunity to take out the remaining over 20 tons of rice and 30 tons of canned food from his system space. As everyone was moving things, Qin Feng took out all the rice and canned food and stored them in the deepest part of the storage room. The remaining work was one word: move. We definitely won't finish moving everything today. We need to set up a temporary stronghold here. After dark, close the rolling shutters and all entrances and exits tightly. As Qin Feng directed, he and Li Jie patrolled the supermarket's layout, sealing off any possible gaps in doors. Moreover, this building was not a standalone supermarket. There were also many storefronts, cosmetics, clothing, restaurants, furniture stores, and so on. The building had 4 floors and was located in the 3rd unit of a larger complex. The other 2 floors were residential. Naturally, as doors were pried open one after another, The zombies could hardly escape being killed by Qin Feng and Li Jie. They also encountered several people who had committed suicide or starved to death, but they had not turned into zombies. After clearing the entire building, it was almost dark. Qin Feng returned with Li Jie. They saw Yang Shu and Li Ganyang guarding Qian and the others. The college students were silent, heads bowed, swaying unsteadily. Fatigue and hunger had robbed them of the ability to think independently and resist. As the 4 vans shuttled back and forth moving supplies, the entire storage room was already half emptied with half remaining. When everyone discovered more rice and canned food at the back, they were too excited to speak. Tomorrow have Team 2 bring a truck to move things, it will be more efficient. Today send 2 vehicles back to tell Team 2 to come directly early tomorrow morning. Qin Feng issued the order. Then he turned to Qian and the others. Well, have you made up your mind? Qian lifted his head dizzily and glanced at Qin Feng. Boss, spare us. We are too hungry, starved to death like this. Qin Feng nodded and gave Yang Shu a wink. Yang Shu opened some snacks that hadn't expired yet and tossed them over, only untying Qian. After they wolfed down the food, Qi and cautiously turned his head. Boss, I choose option 1. Oh. Qin Feng was taken aback, then nodded. All right. Why choose 1? Qian couldn't think of any more plans at the moment. He only knew that he had to go back and tell his classmates and teachers so they could all discuss together. Both sides were great villains. Nie Chuanliang with his gun and his subordinates treated the students and teachers as laborers caring nothing for their lives. And Qin Feng, on the other hand, had made an offer. Exchange equipment for machine tools. Qian had thought that brother Xiaoyou never bullied the students and actually had a good relationship with them, often sending supplies and weapons reminding them to defend themselves. But going out to scavenge every day, Xiaoyou's team was also constantly losing members. Attrition was a result no one could escape. Even Qin Feng, having swept through yesterday, had still lost many people. In the apocalypse, death was the norm. Qian thought that if there were sufficient food to trade instead of risking danger to scavenge, perhaps brother Xiao would agree to this. But I can't drive, Qian said. I need Xiaoyun or Gao Yi to accompany me back. 1 is enough. Qin Feng glanced at them. But it's already evening. Zombies are more active and troublesome at dusk. I can only let you go tomorrow. Qian looked at him with a complex expression. Boss, you're not lying to us, are you? Qin Feng smiled. You guys broke into my territory, and I didn't kill you, did I? Qian was stunned, then nodded blankly. Since that's the case, you should understand that you have value. Go back and tell those taxi drivers that there's no trap here and I'm not a bad person. Because I also have a shelter and a big family to support. Compared to you, I have even more pressure. Qian gritted his teeth. Indeed. That day they had been shuttling supplies back and forth with several vehicles, definitely sending them to the shelter. Moreover, their cohesion was very strong. Qian racked his brains, but couldn't understand why this brother, who looked about his age and was also a college student, how could he keep so many adults under control? As time gradually moved into the evening, the supermarket had a well-developed ventilation system, so it was perfectly possible to start a fire inside. Qin Feng found a mini gas stove and heated up some canned food for everyone using a brand new iron pot. There were pork and vegetable cans. Then he boiled a few buckets of instant noodles. With some pickles, they started eating right away, making Qian and the others drool. Those staying overnight here besides Qin Feng were Li Jiang and Li Ganyang. When the team went back earlier, what were you whispering to them? Qin Feng shrugged. Just telling Team 2 and Team 3 to come early tomorrow. Although we have no ill intentions, I don't know about the other side. So I need to be prepared for both possibilities. Upon hearing this, Li Jie was stunned. After a moment, she said admiringly, you are a great leader. Now I understand why everyone follows you. Li Ganyang remained silent, burying himself in his food. Yang Shu, on the other hand, smacked his lips and said, Sis, the boss is incredible. You should have seen how he took down Liao Xin back then. Then Yang Shu vividly recounted the events of that night. Although Li Jie had heard the story a few times before, this was the first time she heard it in such detail. She couldn't help but feel even more admiration for Qin Feng. Her willow leaf eyes were practically sparkling. Qin Feng gave an awkward smile and said, all right, stop digging up my past. Boss, how is that digging up your past? Yang Shu said excitedly. It was your legendary battle. On the other side, Li Ganyang finished eating, stood up, wiped his mouth, and said, I'll go keep an eye on them. Thanks, Lao Li, Qin Feng said. No problem. Li Ganyang was a man of few words, but deep down he too admired Qin Feng. This guy was sharp-minded and powerful, a natural-born survivor in the apocalypse. The killing of Liao Xin didn't faze him at all, but in the past few days under Qin Feng's protection, there had been no more violence or oppression. No one had gone hungry either. Li Ganyang understood Qin Feng's actions. That was why he was willing to join the expedition team and go out with the main group to search for supplies. As for why Qin Feng's sense of belonging for Li Ganyang had never broken 60, it was because after the catastrophe, Li Ganyang's only daughter had died. Under such circumstances, a person would be utterly hopeless. He wasn't always a quiet, introverted person. Before the disaster, he had run a small convenience store and had to interact warmly with customers. But after his daughter died, Li Ganyang felt the whole world had turned gray. Joining Liao San or joining Qin Feng, it made no difference to him at first. But now, the difference was gradually becoming apparent. Li Ganyang sat cross-legged on the ground, leaning against a shelf, holding his short spear. He then observed Qian and the others who were too afraid to sleep. Under the dim firelight, these college students hung their heads cautious, filled with fear and confusion. After a long silence, Li Ganyang said to them, "After you go back, you'd better warn your driver friends. Don't play any tricks. If you cross our leader, there's only one outcome, and that is death." Qian shuddered. Monsters. These people were monsters. On the other side, Qin Feng checked Li Ganyang's data and saw a smile spread across his face. Li Ganyang, male, self-employed, loyalty 60. He had passed the mark. A promising talent. In a single day, Li Ganyang's sense of belonging had increased the most. Only now had it finally reached the standard. Qin Feng felt gratified. It meant that his approach to governance was on the right track. Gaining the recognition of the shelter's members was actually quite a difficult feat. However, Li Jie, who was sitting beside him, had been secretly stealing glances at him 20-odd times already. Qin Feng. In the apocalypse, relationships between men and women became much more direct. It wasn't obvious yet, but as time passed, after basic needs were met, everyone would start thinking about reproduction. It was human nature. In his past life, the relationships in most apocalypse shelters had been extremely promiscuous. An open-style relationship model. If you wanted to hook up with someone, you just did. Had a husband? No problem. You could invite him to join. Had a wife? Same. You wouldn't be opposed to a threesome to give it a try? And even more debauched group parties. It was insane. Of course, Qin Feng never participated. Never ever. He was so unnerved by Li Jie's constant glances that he wanted to move farther away. Pretending to be asleep, he said, "Wake me up before midnight." Li Jie, however, had a burning gaze. She looked at Qin Feng and thought of herself. She was also young, having just graduated and become a kindergarten teacher not 2 years ago. She had been in 2 relationships. She wasn't a virgin anymore. Qin Feng. How should she put it? He was indeed an outstanding man, but he seemed to have a girlfriend. Li Jie remembered the girl she had seen the first time she went to the shelter, generous, gentle, beautiful, and with a touch of boldness and cheerfulness. In the old days, someone like Li Jie wouldn't even have befriended a married man like Qin Feng. But now it was the apocalypse. Did personal feelings even matter? After the catastrophe, Li Jie had been under tremendous pressure. She desperately needed a release. Besides, now that she was full, a full belly leads to other desires. She bit her lip, asked Yang Shu and Li Ganyang to take over the night watch and guard the prisoners. After receiving their agreement, she quietly crept toward where Qin Feng was sleeping. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had initially wanted to avoid Li Jie. He hadn't planned to sleep. He wanted to redeem the items from the daily shop refresh. But perhaps he was tired. Drowsy and heavy-headed, he saw that the new item cost only 30,000 points, and without checking what it was, bought it. He closed his eyes, and soon he couldn't hold on any longer, drifting into sleep. Unconsciously, Qin Feng felt a pair of small hands reaching from behind, stroking his chest. Warm breaths came from behind, and a soft, supple body pressed against his back. Qin Feng was dreaming, and the person in his dream was Jiang Xiaoyou, so he mistook the person behind him for her. He turned around and pulled Li Jie into an embrace. But that was all. Li Jie shuddered. For some reason, the pressure that had been building up over these days seemed to find an outlet, making her feel incredibly relaxed. Curled up in Qin Feng's arms, which felt like those of a wolf, she felt a profound sense of security. She closed her eyes slightly, a contented smile forming on her lips. "Sorry. Borrowing a hug from you. I'll repay it someday." At Sunshine Residential Area inside the shelter, Team 2 and Team 3 had already returned. The day's harvest was bountiful. Li Yun's Team 2 brought back a large amount of gasoline and diesel and refueled all the shelter's vehicles. They also cleared the wandering zombies near the residential area. On Qin Feng's side, since the system points were continuously accumulating, his actions were also being monitored. Team 3 cleared several roads near the main gate of the residential area and used a crane to remove the abandoned cars from the streets. They lined up the scrapped cars in 3 rows and sealed off both ends of the road. All the zombies in the buildings across the street were also eliminated. However, 3 people died during the clearing process. These were all lone wolves with no family nearby. Although the team's morale was somewhat low, everyone seemed to understand one thing: in the apocalypse, death was the norm. Therefore, everyone needed to sharpen their skills. Wang Bo had already stationed Team 3 directly in the buildings across the street, turning them into the shelter's forward outpost. From there, they could observe the situation in many streets and buildings north of the shelter. After receiving a report from the scout sent by Team 1, the command center immediately learned that Qin Feng wouldn't be returning. He would stay at the base near the supermarket, waiting for the agricultural college to send people for negotiations. "Dad, will Xiaofeng? Will he be in danger?" Jiang Xiaoyou asked. "No, don't worry. Didn't the returning members of Team 1 say there's nothing major?" Jiang Jun patted his daughter's head reassuringly. But Jiang Xiaoyou was still uneasy. In fact, every time Qin Feng left, she was on tenterhooks. This time was even more different. Qin Feng was stationed at the stronghold and wouldn't return. Without him by her side, Jiang Xiaoyou wanted to go and accompany him. But she also knew that Qin Feng had his reasons for not letting her join the scavenging team. The outside was indeed dangerous. Today Team 3 had merely cleared a few buildings across the street and lost 3 people. Jiang Xiaoyou had no training and her physical condition was average. She was afraid of holding Qin Feng back. The only thing she could do was obediently stay home and wait for him. But without a doubt, the more this happened, the more unwilling Jiang Xiaoyou became. Her desire to help Qin Feng grew increasingly urgent. She didn't want to always be protected. Even if she couldn't be a fighter, she must provide more support to Qin Feng in logistics. After the members of Team 2 and Team 3 gathered with Team 1, Li Yun and Wang Bo sat together for a meeting. The location was in the building across the street. Since there was no electricity, everyone lit candles. Deputy team leaders of Team 2, Jiang Zhejun and Zhao Chun. Deputy team leaders of Team 3, Sun Jiao and Ji Changshen. All had arrived. Everyone's here, speak up, Li Yun said first. The member of Team 1 swallowed and said the boss ordered Teams 2 and 3 to go to the supermarket tomorrow fully armed. Li Yun and Wang Bo exchanged a glance. The negotiation issue with the agricultural college was something they had only just learned about. But Qin Feng's order. Fully armed. Obviously he wanted to set a trap. You mean Qin Feng is going to trade food with them? I asked Engineer He if we have machine tools and materials, the logistics department's weapon production will increase. Not just weapons. With machine tools we can do a lot of parts processing and precision manufacturing. Li Yun nodded, turned to Zhao Chun, and said, go ask logistics about today's crossbow bolt production. Bring all of them over, we'll need them tomorrow. Yes. Now the equipment of Teams 2 and 3 was complete. Besides crossbow bolts, spears, axes, daggers, push-forks, and crowbars were standard. Fire axes, baseball bats, and controlled knives were used by the deputy team leaders. These were considered high-level weapons. Wrapping some iron barbed wire around a baseball bat could make a zombie shredder. But using this thing to kill zombies required relatively high skill. And it required a lot of force. Like the fire axe, it was not a labor-saving weapon. But it was brutally effective. Soon Zhao Chun ran back. 10 crossbows, 200 bolts. Team leader Li'il have the brothers move them onto the truck. Then everyone began moving the weapons. It was already night and zombies would be more active than during the day. So Li Yun and Wang Bo decided to head to the supermarket early the next day. Qin Feng was awakened by Li Jia. When he opened his eyes, Li Jia was sitting beside him, a blanket draped over her shoulders, looking at him softly. Qin Feng shuddered. He took a bottle of water she handed him and asked, how is the hostage? Xiao Shu and Brother Yang are watching her, Li Jia said. Qin Feng was about to rub his temples when a pair of slender, cool fingers gently reached up, massaging him gently. A warm breath came from beside his ear. You've worked hard, let me do it. Qin Feng drank water, pretending not to hear. His raised hand gradually lowered. He sat blankly beside the candle. Calmly he opened the system. It was already past midnight. Even though Qin Feng had instructed to wake him before 12, Li Jia didn't comply. She just wanted him to sleep a little longer. Fortunately, the refreshed items in the shop had already been claimed by Qin Feng. After midnight, another new item refreshed. Qin Feng counted his points, which were enough, so he exchanged it together. Hydraulic breaker can be used to break concrete terrain and reshape the terrain, only 1 points, limited time offer. Shelter pipeline distribution diagram provides the host with underground pipeline blueprints for the shelter, only 9 points, limited time offer. None of them were discounted, but they were very practical. The area around the community was all concrete ground. This breaker came just in time. Cylindrical structure with a large feed opening. The entire crusher can be divided into upper and lower frames. Since the main shaft is supported by the lower oil cylinder, the main shaft and the moving cone liner rise and fall together. It provides good overload protection for the crusher. Just burn oil. It also needs some electricity. Energy is not a problem. The newly refreshed pipeline distribution diagram was even more practical. Qin Feng was still thinking about how to supply water to the community. The system solved his urgent problem. Using the distribution diagram and the breaker, he would select a site near the community to dig a closed reservoir. Connect the water pipes of the 3 buildings in the community. Then build the pool walls with concrete. Water would be drawn from the reservoir. With his system space, it would be too simple for Qin Feng to go to the water plant and dig a 75 cubic meter water source. In this way, even without electricity, they could use the siphon principle to supply water to the community. However, the site should be as high as possible. He would deal with that later. He stood up, patted his pants, and said to Li Jia, I'm going up to have a look. This entire building had been cleared by them. There were no zombies. Simply being trapped in the supermarket waiting was too boring, and it made Qin Feng feel unsafe. Then Li Jia got up and said, I'll go with you. Qin Feng gave her a deep look. This little girl. Couldn't she have feelings for me? There's no future for us. Ahem. We can discuss it later. Having such a considerate little secretary in the team. It's really nice. You can have my body. Haha. But you can't have my heart. Qin Feng's face was calm, but inside, he was very smug. He went upstairs with Li Jie leaning against the window to gaze at the outside. Scattered zombies were moaning on the street. On the electronic map, there was a wave of zombie horde wandering 100 meters away. He believed that with just a little stimulation, they could form a massive army, the kind that would never stop until their goal was achieved. Qin Feng took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Li Jie. I don't know how. Li Jie was startled, but still took it. Qin Feng smiled. Smoke a couple when you're stressed. How does it feel to be a leader? Li Jie asked with a smile. I don't want to be a leader, I just want to live well. Qin Feng shook his head, but without me, everyone would die. It's that simple. I think you're amazing. Li Jie, holding a cigarette in her mouth, calmly accepted Qin Feng lighting it for her. You're the most amazing college student I've ever met. Amazing. Qin Feng found it amusing. Cough, cough, cough. Obviously, Li Jie really didn't know how to smoke, but she was learning. The thick smoke forced into her lungs, and after a couple of puffs, she felt better. She shrugged and patted her chest, saying, You stay calm, decisive, clear-headed. No matter what danger you face, you give people a sense of security. Following you, everyone has confidence to wait for rescue. Is that your feeling, Qin Feng asked. I regret to inform you. Qin Feng intended to speak only the truth to her. There is no rescue. Li Jie was stunned. The slender fingers holding the cigarette also froze in place. This catastrophe struck swiftly. It did not spare us ordinary people. The virus infiltrated every stratum of society. The capital's central council either evacuated or was annihilated. Armed units in major cities all collapsed. Those still alive now can only be small combat groups or surviving municipal council units. But they won't hold out for long. In 2 months the virus will mutate. Qin Feng smiled and pointed at the zombies wandering the street. When they can run and jump, become strong and agile close to normal humans, it will be terrifying. These words drained the color from Li Jie's face. Are you telling the truth? Qin Feng spread his hands. True or false, I won't argue. You'll see for yourself in time. Then how do you know? Qin Feng revealed a mysterious smile. Take a guess. Li Jie shook her head helplessly and countered. Then what do you plan to do when the time comes? 2 choices. Qin Feng held up 2 fingers. First, leave the city and go to a remote place. Second, flee, constantly never staying in one place for long. Only thus can one survive. Li Jie, then. We have to move. Qin Feng smiled faintly, but did not answer her. He had a plan in mind. He would neither flee nor move. The choices he had just mentioned were only paths for ordinary survivors. Qin Feng possessed a system and was a reborn individual. He naturally knew from his past life how the bigwigs who carved out safe zones in the city had done it. He had enough experience. All right, stop asking. Go get some rest. There's work to do tomorrow. Qin Feng tossed his cigarette, but out the window. He raised a crossbow. Swish. An arrow shot out, piercing straight through the skull of a zombie on the street. Then, as if he had made some resolution, he left with a somber face. Li Jie remained by the window, silently watching his retreating figure. No matter what. Wherever you go, I go. The next day, Qi and took Xiaoyou and left the supermarket, driving their livestock truck back to the agricultural college. Qin Feng told him, better have them come negotiate with me in person. Qi knew they were not qualified. As for Lu Tianyi, Gao Yi, and the others, they were left in the supermarket as hostages. Their role was not very significant. If what Qi said was true, that those taxi drivers were protecting the college students in principle, they would definitely rescue them. But human nature was never reliable. Therefore, besides the hostage threat, within 10 minutes after Qi and Xiaoyou left, 3 Jiefeng trucks and 3 Wuling vans formed a line, slowly heading toward the supermarket. There Qin Feng saw Li Yun and Wang Bo. Time might be short. Take them in immediately and secure that building across the way. Qin Feng pointed at the structure at the junction ahead. That spot had a good position. It would allow them to coordinate with the supermarket team front and back. Li Yun didn't waste words. He took Wang Bo and the team and set to work. Their independent operational capability had grown increasingly mature. Qin Feng watched them, nodding in satisfaction. There were not many zombies on the upper floors. Since they only needed to control one floor, the workload was light. After thoroughly checking the entire building, they closed all doors and cleared the stairwells. The entire second and third teams then hid by the windows on the 3rd floor, overlooking the road for about 500 meters to the supermarket. This place had once been a mahjong parlor. It was spacious with no extra furniture, making it easy to move around. Meanwhile, Li Jie led a team back to the supermarket and went upstairs to keep watch. Thus they could form a pincer attack if the other side tried any tricks. The 3 teams with over 200 crossbow bolts could take down everyone in 10 seconds. Qian was now very uneasy. He had been mulling over what to say for a long time, organizing his words. He and Xiaoyou drove back to the agricultural college. They had been missing for an entire day. Everyone thought they were dead. Where have you been? We were so worried. Didn't find any food. Qian shook his head and took a deep breath. Where is Brother Xiao? I need to see him. The others exchanged glances. Of course Qian and Xiaoyou dared not betray their classmates. Hostages were still in their hands. They could only keep the previous day's experience a secret. Soon Qin met Xiaoyou. He was a burly man with a full-sleeve tattoo on his left arm. He wore a gold chain around his neck. Whether real or fake was unknown. However, Xiaoyou was indeed a man of great loyalty. "Brother Qi, what's the matter?" He strode into the room and plopped down on a chair. With him was his right-hand man Lin Xiong. Lin Xiong was a lean man about 1.78 meters tall. Upon seeing Qin, he smiled and offered him a cigarette. "Didn't find food? No worries. We can lend you some to eat first." Qin felt very embarrassed and bowed to Lin Xiong. "Thank you, Brother Xiong. Brother Xia, there's something I need to discuss with you." So haltingly Qin told them about encountering Qin Feng. The expressions on Xiaoyou and Lin Xiong's faces grew increasingly serious. They had a private conversation. No classmates or others were present, only Qin and Xiaoyun. After hearing this, Xiaoyou frowned deeply. "You mean that kid is willing to trade food with us?" "Yes, their shelter has plenty of food. The condition is that Brother Xia trades with them using machine tools, parts, and other materials." Xiaoyou and Lin Xiong exchanged a glance. "Where?" he asked quickly. Qin took out the map Qin Feng had drawn for him. It was crude, but the route was clear. Xiaoyou, so it's there. You guys searched quite a wide area. Going that far, weren't you afraid of danger? Qin smiled bitterly. So everyone ended up as hostages. Suddenly Xiaoyun, blushing, bowed deeply and said, "Brother Xia, Brother Qiong, please save us. We beg you." Xiaoyou was startled, then walked over and patted his shoulder. "We need to hold a meeting about this. Wait here." With that, he left with Lin Xiong. The taxi driver's shelter was also set up on campus near the auditorium. They had only a little over 20 people. Xiaoyou told his companions about the matter. They exchanged bewildered looks. Unsurprisingly, most opinions were against it. "Brother, we don't have many machine tools. How much food can we exchange?" "Yeah, and those college students don't know anything. Why save them? Without the machine tools, how will we fight the zombies?" "Brother, think twice." The crowd urged him. With so many objections, Xiaoyou began to waver himself. At that moment, the second brother Lin Xiong stepped forward and said, "Those college students are unarmed and have always been bullied by the adults. Now that they are in trouble, how can we refuse to help? Moreover, the college students are the most numerous, and helping them is also for our own good. Letting them go out to find food will also save our manpower. Don't forget, there's also Nie Chuanliang over at the dormitory building." The agricultural college was now divided into 3 factions. The college students occupied the teaching building. The taxi drivers occupied the auditorium and office building. Nie Chuanliang and the other citizens occupied the dormitory building. Xiaoyou lit a cigarette, pondering while smoking. This matter was extremely dangerous. The other party's background was unknown. Their personnel configuration and combat strength were all unknowns. If they really wanted to help those college students, it was obvious that his own brothers were very unwilling. Seeing that the two remained silent, another person stepped forward from the crowd. Everyone's third brother, Old Eagle. His real name was Rong Ing, nicknamed Old Eagle, and everyone called him Third Brother. He used to be a gangster under Xiaoyou, had cut people and spent time in jail. He was articulate and extremely amusing. However, after the catastrophe, Old Eagle had become much gloomier. "We can see how to help with this matter, but it's impossible to rescue the hostages. Those college students aren't our own sons. There's no need to sacrifice our lives for them. Boss, let's not rush to help them." Xiaoyou glanced at Old Eagle. "What's your idea then?" Everyone turned to look at him. Old Eagle coughed. "We won't rescue the hostages, but we can take back the grain. Our machine tools and equipment are not abundant," Lin Xiong said with a straight face. He was the second brother. The second and third brothers had never gotten along well. If not for Xiaoyou keeping the peace, they would have come to blows. Lin Xiong also disliked Old Eagle's underhanded and selfish personality. Before the catastrophe, for a bit of profit, he would defy the boss orders and take private jobs. Xiaoyou never said anything about it, but Lin Xiong had argued with him many times. Old Eagle smiled faintly, glanced at Lin Xiong, then looked at Xiaoyou. "Brother Xia, what I mean is, take it by force." "By force?" At these words, everyone exchanged glances and a hubbub arose. "How can we take it? They have weapons too." Old Eagle chuckled. "We can take it anyway. Their leader doesn't seem too old either. In my opinion, they're just a bunch of brats not deep in the ways of the world." Xiaoyou laughed. "Old Eagle, don't underestimate anyone or you'll suffer." Old Eagle shook his head. "Brother Xia, the problem is that we only have a few machine tools. Using them to trade for grain can only last a few times. But what about later? Besides, do they really have grain? What if this is a trap? If we don't take precautions, won't we be walking right into it?" That made sense. Xiaoyou and Lin Xiong fell silent, frowning. Old Eagle continued. "In my opinion, we can go make contact, but don't rush into discussing the trade. We can help those college students if possible, but if not, well, deal with it later. Moreover, we need to see their strength with our own eyes. Brother Xia, the situation has changed now. We have to follow the law of the jungle, don't we?" Xiaoyou was tempted. But doing so would leave the hostages in a precarious position, and it wouldn't be honorable toward the college students. Because the starting point of their interest was the taxi team, not those college students. No matter how strong they are, we can observe from a distance and leave if things go wrong. Well, go by car. What can they do to us? Xiaoyou made a decision. All right, assemble the team. Let's go take a look. Xiong, you stay behind. Lin Xiong nodded. Brother, take care. Don't worry. Right after Xiaoyou left with Old Eagle and the others at the dormitory building, a little thug hurriedly ran into the room. Chief, yeah, they've left. I heard that the college students are in trouble, and Xiaoyou went out to help. There was a bed in the room. Nie Chuanliang was lying on it shirtless with a female companion beside him completely buried under the covers. Speak slowly, give me the details. Nie Chuanliang got up and dressed unhurriedly. The little thug pretended not to see the female companion, swallowed his saliva, and hastily recounted the situation involving Qi and Qin Feng and Xiaoyou. Oh, trading grain for their factory equipment. Nie Chuanliang snorted coldly. Not bad, that bastard Xiaoyou dares to hide this from me. Chief Nie, what should we do now? Asked the little thug. Nie Chuanliang replied, isn't this a perfect opportunity? How many people did they leave behind? The little thug said, Brother Qiong stayed, including me, about 6 of us. Nie Chuanliang gave him a cold look. Who the hell are you calling Brother Qiong? Don't you know who you're working for? The little thug froze, sweat beading on his forehead. He then nodded. Yes, Chief Nie is my real boss. Lin Xiong is just a fool. Chief, Nie, give the order. He'll go right now, and bring Lin Xiong here to kill him. Nie Chuanliang grunted in satisfaction, his eyes narrowing. Back then, after the garrison incident, he had wanted to take control of the school. But Xiaoyou and Lin Xiong, and Old Eagle had stopped him. At that time, Nie Chuanliang hadn't been as confident as he was now. Although he had a gun, he still retained the peaceful notions from before the catastrophe. Nie Chuanliang mainly believed that the gun was for self-defense, not for killing. But as time passed, he increasingly felt that he was the one with power. Because he had a gun, everyone treated him politely. He also made the taxi drivers and college students find food for him. And on the dormitory side, he was regarded as an undisputed local tyrant. He could freely control supplies and enslave women. This made Nie Chuanliang feel that he had been overthinking things before. But by then the situation had stabilized. The college students and taxi drivers were also sharing food with the dormitory. So Nie Chuanliang didn't think about suppressing anyone anymore. After all, he still had some scruples. Because there were only a dozen or so bullets left in this gun. Even if he fired them all, it would only incite public anger, and everyone would tear him apart as an enemy. Thus he treated this gun as a kind of deterrent. Coupled with his enslavement of the collective, people gradually regarded him as someone who could not be disobeyed. This feeling was wonderful. Nie Chuanliang could arbitrarily control the life and death of others. No one dared to covet his position. But now the events involving Xiaoyou and Qi and Qin Feng served as a wake-up call. If he let things continue, these people would eventually slip out of his control. He could no longer conserve bullets. When necessary, they must be used. Since they showed no mercy, don't blame him for being ruthless. He thought for a moment, then pulled out a pitch-black pistol from under his pillow. After checking if the ammunition was sufficient, he tucked it into his waistband and said, "I'll go with you. With me in charge, they won't dare say anything." Nie Chuanliang snorted coldly. From today on, the agricultural college will completely change hands. He had already given them plenty of time. Nie Chuanliang had lost his patience. Since you like to play petty tricks, don't blame me for striking decisively. Half an hour later, Nie Chuanliang led his team charging into the Great Hall. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. After killing 4 people, he ordered everyone to tie up Lin Xiong. Lin Xiong was wounded in the shoulder and leg, bleeding profusely. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, Nie Chuanliang. When my big brother comes back, I'll kill you. Your bullets will run out sooner or later. Just wait for me." Nie Chuanliang couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He directly slapped Lin Xiong across the face. A front tooth was knocked out. Hatue. A glob of spit. He spat it on Lin Xiong's face. Go to hell. When Xiaoyou comes back, he'll be the first to take his life. A bunch of goddamn punks trying to mess with me. Lin Xiong's face flushed red with anger. Looking at the little thug who had betrayed Xiaoyou, he also cursed. And you'll die a miserable death. The little thug snorted coldly. Lin Xiong, the situation should change now. Xiaoyou is testing Boss Nie's patience. After dealing with him and Old Eagle, what are the rest of them? With Boss Nie here, I don't believe you can turn the tables. The little thug was very smug. Nie Chuanliang slapped him on the back of the head. Enough, take your men to control those college students. And send a few to guard near the school gate. They'll sit right here and wait for Xiaoyou to come back. It must be said that the apocalypse can turn a kind person into a demon. Before the catastrophe, Nie Chuanliang was also a good man. But he did not reject this change in himself. Instead, he believed that the times had changed. Survival of the fittest would be the main theme from now on. Simply pursuing self-preservation would not allow one to live better. As long as he controlled the agricultural college. Even if the bullets ran out, he would still be the undisputed king, because the collective had become accustomed to being enslaved by him. This was a collective behavioral inertia. An isolated individual knows very well that when alone he cannot burn down a palace or loot a store. Even if tempted to do so, he can easily resist that temptation. But when he becomes a member of a group, he realizes the power that numbers give him, which is enough to give rise to thoughts of killing and looting. This is the collective. Nie Chuanliang believed that even without a gun, he was still the one who could point and shoot. No one dared to defy him. Xiao Weiyuan did not know what had happened at the school. He thought that even if Nie Chuanliang had a gun, it was only him alone. How many bullets could a pistol hold? Would he dare to act recklessly? Then he would have to suffer the backlash of the collective. But obviously Xiao Weiyuan was mistaken. So he left Lin Xiong to guard the school feeling quite at ease. Because Xiao Weiyuan feared the collective feared everyone. If he killed even one person, it would provoke resistance from all. But in Qin Feng's eyes this was completely different. One man, one gun. By casually manipulating people's hearts, pulling a few trusted factions, he could easily enslave hundreds. This kind of thing had happened countless times in his past life. A motley crowd group, blind obedience. 100 people following the most determined person is perfectly normal. But this had nothing to do with Qin Feng. When he saw 5 armored modified taxis appear before him, a smile finally curled at the corner of his mouth. Because the enemy had already appeared within his shooting range. No matter what, Xiao Weiyuan could not have imagined that Qin Feng possessed handmade long-range weapons. Even crossbows would be enough to give them a hard time. Otherwise he would never have dared to come. Xiao Weiyuan saw only 2 people, but the surroundings were very quiet. He was cautious and let Qian go up first to speak. I've brought the people to you, now you should release them, Qian said with a dark face, looking at Qin Feng. With Xiao Weiyuan backing him, Qian clearly had some confidence. Yesterday, only 2 people were with Qin Feng. Naturally, he had no additional information. He did not know that around this street 27 people had already surrounded them with crossbows. Qin Feng glanced at him and said, when the deal is done, I will naturally release them. Have them come over to talk. Standing so far away, are you afraid? Qian gritted his teeth and said, I'm responsible for relaying messages. Just say whatever you have to say to me. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He looked at the few people in the distance, Xiao Weiyuan and his men who were standing by the car ready to flee at any moment. He revealed a contemptuous smile. These people couldn't even be bothered to bring the equipment over. Their intention was already very clear, they didn't want to trade. Ask him how many pieces of equipment. So Qian became the messenger. They have 5. Tell him we have 5 tons of rice plus canned food and vegetables. I want to exchange for all his equipment. Qin Feng was not polite. Talk first. If they can't reach an agreement, then take control. Qin Feng was not that saintly. Release them if they can't agree. How could that be? We're already here, right? Qian went back to relay the message. Obviously, after learning about Qin Feng's food reserve, Xiao Weiyuan was shocked. 5 tons. How is that possible? Let him show it to me. Who believes just words? Qin Feng smiled and gave a signal to Yang Xiu. Soon 5 people appeared in the supermarket carrying bags of rice and placing them at the entrance. Xiao Weiyuan's breathing became rapid. Rice. It's real. Seeing this, old eagle quickly sneered. Brother Xia, they are few in number. We have the advantage on the scene. What do you think? Xiao Weiyuan's face was full of gravity. In fact, he had not yet made up his mind. If they really robbed, people would definitely die. He was unwilling to do such a thing. But to help his brothers survive, these rice were undoubtedly very important supplies. If they could seize it, even at some cost, it would not be a loss. They'll give him 5 minutes to think it over, Qin Feng said. Qian was now very nervous. When he came back to relay the message, he asked, Brother Xia, what about my classmates? Xiao Weiyuan patted his shoulder. Xiao, things are not that simple. If we give him the equipment, we also suffer losses. And food will be eaten up. Qian's face was full of despair, but he was unwilling to give up. Brother Xia, as long as the people are rescued, we are willing to follow your lead. The classmates can help you find food, please. Seeing his pleading eyes, Xiao Weiyuan sighed. Old Eagle, on the other hand, lit a cigarette and laughed. Xiao and Brother Xia has other plans. They are few and only have cold weapons. They can't beat us. Not only will we rescue the people, but we can also seize the food. This is a good thing. Don't be nervous. Qian glanced at him, his face turning pale. For some reason, he recalled how effortlessly Qin Feng and his 2 companions had subdued all the students last night. That guy was definitely not an ordinary person. If a fight really broke out, things would get out of hand. He gritted his teeth and went back to ask Qin Feng, where are my companions? I want to see them. Qin Feng squinted, then smiled and pulled him close in a big brotherly manner. Xiao, look at them. Today is the day of the trade, yet they didn't even bring the equipment. Clearly they intended to start a fight with me. As for me, I've already brought out the trade goods. I've shown my sincerity. Let me tell you honestly, your companions have been sent back to the shelter. They're not here at all. Both the front and back buildings are under my control. With just one command, my people will turn them into Swiss cheese within 10 seconds. Do you believe me? Qian trembled all over. Cold sweat poured out. He glanced at Qin Feng, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Qin Feng patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid. You're a good classmate. Don't go back to school today. Once things are settled here, come back to the shelter with us. Qin's face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth, saying, but what about the companions from the agricultural college? Before he could finish, Qin Feng laughed. Do you really care about them? Qin was stunned. They're not your family. You've just been fulfilling your duty as class monitor. What about your parents? Qin's expression darkened. They both died after the catastrophe. Qin Feng tousled his hair like an elder. Clearly Qin Feng didn't see himself as the same age as Qin at all. Going back is a dark path, following me is the way to light. Xiao and I have ample supplies and enough manpower, and your companions are all there. Forget about the agricultural college. As he spoke, he shot Yang Xiu a meaningful glance. Yang Xiu then led Qin back to the supermarket. Until now, Qin's mind was a tangled mess, impossible to sort out. But undoubtedly the feeling Qin Feng gave him was far more terrifying. If a firefight broke out, the victor would surely be Qin Feng. Brother Xiao, why was Xiao taken away? Damn, has something gone wrong? Let's go. This place is too dangerous. Xiao Weiyuan didn't dare take the risk either, and was about to lead his people back to the car. Instinctively he knew the deal was off. The other side had brought out the rice. But he hadn't brought the equipment. In terms of sincerity, the other side had the upper hand. Moreover, seeing his hesitation and inability to make a decision, the other side clearly wanted to call off the trade. This was exactly what Xiao Weiyuan had expected. He didn't want a firefight. As long as they could keep their distance, that was fine. He just wanted to withdraw quickly and stay far away from them from now on. Xiao Weiyuan was just an ordinary person, brave and resourceful. Not really. But before they could get back to the car, suddenly a crossbow bolt shot down from nowhere. Thud. A muffled sound. One of their men fell to the ground instantly. The bolt pierced through his right side. Ah! A cry of pain rang out. Then before Xiao Weiyuan and Eagle could react, a rain of crossbow bolts descended from above. Thud. 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 Xiao Weiyuan's heart sank as if drowned by the sea. He looked up. Everyone around him fell within seconds. Most of the bolts struck meaningless places and missed. But a few hit their targets accurately. In an instant, blood splattered, and the scene turned bloody. Boss! Run! They've set an ambush. Damn it. It's crossbows. Run. Someone climbed into the driver's seat to start the car. But their movements were too slow. A bolt shattered the glass and nailed into his forehead. Xiao Weiyuan turned his head to look. Qin Feng had already raised a crossbow, aiming directly at him. His shooting stance was perfectly standard. That bolt had been fired by him. Thud. Another muffled sound. Xiao Weiyuan immediately felt a heavy impact on his left shoulder, followed by searing pain. His face flushed red as he struggled to crawl toward the cover of the car, desperate to escape. But it was too late. Qin Feng leisurely placed another bolt on the rail, his movements unhurried, like placing a record on a turntable. Then, thud, thud, two bolts, one left and one right, pierced through Xiao Weiyuan's legs. Xiao Weiyuan fell to his knees. When he involuntarily looked up, he saw that on the third floor of the front building and the upper floor of the supermarket behind, there were people everywhere. Each of them held a crossbow, all aimed at their area. Dense and overwhelming. Crossbow bolts rained down as if they cost nothing. On the verge of fainting, Xiao Weiyuan's heart sank into the sea, drowned by fear and despair. Struggling against the urge to lose consciousness, Xiao Weiyuan forced his eyelids open. He saw Qin Feng walking up with a smile, handing the crossbow to a young man beside him. Then he said, the deal failed. Too bad we didn't get your equipment. Taking your cars isn't a loss for me. These 5 taxis had been modified by Xiao Weiyuan and his men using machine tools. The front was fitted with spiked bumpers, and the side doors were covered with iron plates. Sharp iron spikes were welded into the wheel hubs, still dripping with zombie flesh and blood. Good stuff. Qin Feng gladly accepted. His original intention wasn't solely focused on the machine tools. Not having them was fine too. Mainly, he had already gathered information about the agricultural college through Qian. Aside from a guy named Nie Chuanliang, who had a 9mm standard pistol, there was no other notable combat strength. Soon Li Yun and Wang Bo also came downstairs. Drive the taxis back. Team 3 stays behind to empty the supermarket of all supplies. They'll take Team 1 and Team 2 to the agricultural college to check things out. Xiao, you're coming with us. Qian trembled all over. He looked down at the pool of blood at his feet. Xiao Weiyuan, Eagle, and the others, who had been so lively moments ago, were now lying on the ground, their deaths tragic. Qian trembled all over. Now he understood. Xiao Weiyuan might have seemed strong, but he was no match for Qin Feng. These people were true professionals. Untouchable. Qian swallowed his saliva. Boss, what are you going to do at the agricultural college? Qin Feng could see his fear and smiled. Don't worry, I won't kill indiscriminately. After we take control of that Nie guy, I want to check out your experimental fields. Experimental fields, eh? Qian was stunned. You must have some right. I need to inspect them. If they're suitable, we can use them as farmland for our shelter. Qin Feng said bluntly. Qian wiped his sweat. Indeed, there were over a dozen acres of experimental fields behind the college. Moreover, the warehouses and labs contained plenty of biofertilizers and organic fertilizers. These were part of a research project jointly led by the school's big shots and several agricultural units before the catastrophe. So this big shot wanted to farm at the agricultural college. Qian couldn't help but think. Qin Feng, while directing the third team to retrieve the crossbow bolts, ordered the first and second teams to be fully armed and to draw a map. He also did not forget to ask Qian, "Tell me in detail about your academy's situation. I can't say, but I can save people if the opportunity arises." After all, talent is also very important. Watching Qin Feng's calm and composed, yet matter-of-fact tone, Qian was completely convinced. He knew his classmates were saved. This group was organized and disciplined. Following them would be worthwhile. So Qian thought for a moment and said, "We have over 60 students in total. Among them there are 2 professors and 1 class advisor. Nie Chuanliang and his group are in the male dormitory building. About 30-something, only Nie Chuanliang has a gun. Xiaogu also has a brother, Lin Xiong, who is also guarding the school." Qian told everything he knew. Qin Feng patted his shoulder with relief and asked the professor, "What field of research?" "In cultivation science, agricultural ecology, crop cultivation, and seminar." Qin Feng blinked. Forget it. He couldn't understand a word. But as long as it was a professor in agriculture, it would be useful to him. He would be perfectly suited to be the head of the farming department. "You are good. From now on you will work in our farming department. There is only one rule in the shelter work, and you'll have food. Do you have any questions?" Qian shook his head like a rattledrum, only saying, "Brother, I beg you spare my classmates. They are all defenseless and innocent. I know you are a good person." Qin Feng smiled. Then he turned his head and waved to the first and second teams. "Brothers, let's move out." "Yes, boss." "Yes, boss. Let's go. Target the agricultural college." 21 people, including Qian, drove to the agricultural college. Near the school gate, Nie Chuanliang's lackey Deshan was acting bossy. "Listen up, all of you. From today on, Boss Nie controls the entire school. All of you move to the dormitory building. Food must be handed over and redistributed. Moreover, you must send people out to scavenge supplies for Boss Nie." "Understand." Deshan was pleased. After betraying Xiao Weiyuan, he had gained favor. Nie Chuanliang put him in charge of these college students. As for the women, any who were pretty or had good figures were all offered to Nie Chuanliang, locked up in the dormitory building. Deshan was puffed up with pride. "When Xiao Weiyuan returns, all of you keep your mouths shut, don't alert the enemy. Boss Nie is lying in ambush at the auditorium. As long as Xiao Weiyuan and Rong Ying are dead, everything will be over. Brother Deshan, rest assured. He with Boss Nie around, what can they do? If they dare disobey, a single bullet will take them out. Brother Deshan, I saw you grab a few women earlier, where are they?" Deshan gave a lewd smile, glanced at him. "What? Want some?" The crowd nodded eagerly. "I've been dying these past few days just hoping Brother Deshan would give us one to play with. It doesn't matter if she's ugly with the lights off, it's all the same." Anyway, Boss Nie doesn't fancy those ugly women." Deshan, crossing his legs, said, "It depends on your performance. I know brothers need to vent too, so that you can serve Boss Nie better. Brother Deshan is awesome. Brother Deshan is mighty." A group of people were flattering him. No more than 1,000 meters from the school gate was the office building. The auditorium was adjacent to the office building. Deshan and his crew's mission was to keep watch here. If they spotted Xiao Weiyuan returning, they would immediately send someone to notify Nie Chuanliang. Now Lin Xiong was gone. Xiao Weiyuan and Rong Ying had no idea that he had already defected to Boss Nie. So when they saw him guarding the gate, they would only think it was Lin Xiong's order and would not be suspicious at all. What Deshan needed to do was to lead Xiao Weiyuan and the others back to the auditorium. This plan was perfect. The first thing Xiao Weiyuan would do when he returned was to go to the auditorium. He only needed to follow behind. Then he could witness the scene of Boss Nie killing Xiao Weiyuan with a single shot. How satisfying. As long as those bastards died, he could become Boss Nie's second-in-command. No third-in-command. But little did Deshan know. At this moment, Qin Feng had parked the car 1 kilometer outside the agricultural college gate. Through the electronic map, he saw the lookouts at the front. There were 6 of them, and their positions were particularly clear. On the electronic map, they appeared as small black dots, perfectly allowing for picking them off one by one. So Qin Feng ordered all team members to proceed on foot. He chose the most concealed path to the agricultural college. The area around the college was full of narrow 2-lane roads. Night markets, door markets, various shops, restaurants. It was easy to weave through the streets and alleys. However, the supplies in the shops here had all been scavenged. Qin Feng thought, even if Xiao Weiyuan hadn't told him where their equipment was, then he could still use the electronic map to search it out through elimination. No need to say more. The electronic map was absolutely amazing. Soon Qin Feng, along with Li Jieliyun and 2 deputy leaders of the second team, crept up from a small building. After taking out a sentry on the second floor, they looked at the nearby agricultural college gate. A bunch of amateurs, it's easy to break through them, Qin Feng said. There must be people in the auditorium, no less than 10. The school's security room and the area around the gate also have a dozen or so people. These should be Nie Chuanliang's core forces. Li Yun asked, what do you plan to do? Qin Feng spread out a map, which he had drawn after observing from upstairs combined with the electronic map. Li Yun and the others did not know that Qin Feng had an electronic map. Qin Feng's judgment was also reasonable after all Qi and had joined them. This intelligence was not secret. After repeated confirmation, Qin Feng came up with a plan. We all have crossbows silent and deadly, but everyone's aim still needs practice. So we must first eliminate their command center. The security room has the most people. They'll take Xiao Shu and Li Ganyang to act as bait. Old Li Yu lead the second team and charge forward once the battle starts. Xiaoan said they have no ranged weapons, dealing with them will be too easy. Alright, but be careful, Li Yun cautioned. It's possible that Qian is lying. Qin Feng smiled, I know. Suddenly a delicate hand also grasped Qin Feng's large hand covering the map. They'll go with you too, Li Jie said without hesitation. Qin Feng glanced at her calmly, withdrew his hand, and said, fine, but the bait role is very dangerous. I might not be able to save you. You need to think it over. I've thought it over, no problem. Li Jie nodded. Qin Feng folded the map and made the final decision. Then, to raid the security room, they had to eliminate the 5 sentries outside without a sound. Qin Feng had already taken down one when they went upstairs for the meeting. The other 5 were scattered around the school gate. Taking them down was a breeze. Qin Feng was the only one with accurate aim. 5 bolts silently pierced the heads of those 5 sentries. He made a gesture for silence, then led Li Jiangshu and Li Ganyang along the wall outside the school gate toward the main entrance. The security room was not far away. Obviously, the elimination of the sentries had not yet drawn the enemy's attention. Through the glass of the security room, Qin Feng saw many people moving about inside. The electronic map indicated 10 individuals lounging and chatting. The security room was quite spacious. They were completely off guard, smoking, playing cards, and chatting. They didn't even have the vigilance to glance outside. Yang Shu and Li Ganyang, who had been more nervous, both felt relieved. Dealing with such amateurs was indeed very easy. Moreover, there was no need to risk their lives. With Qin Feng around, they could eliminate them safely. However, 10 people altogether. If they all surrounded them at once, they would need to be careful. Also, alerting all 10 could easily let the auditorium hear the commotion. Although it was a full kilometer away, a loud shout could still be heard. The difficulty of taking them down silently remained. Qin Feng was not afraid of Nie Chuanliang's gun. He had a gun, but Qin Feng had crossbows. Moreover, he had only one gun, while Qin Feng possessed 20 crossbows. The disparity in combat power was instantly clear. As long as he dared to show his face, he would face the onslaught of Qin Feng's volley of arrows. The shooting range was about 50 to 100 meters. So as long as they fired within that distance, the enemy would likely be unable to defend themselves. This was assuming the enemy had been alerted. If not, the auditorium would be a sitting duck, a wide space with many targets easy to shoot. With Qin Feng around, he didn't even consider a single pistol a threat. In his past life, he had handled everything. Did a gun make someone think they could act tough? Ridiculous. Qin Feng moved forward, the security room now within reach. He raised his hand to signal Li Jie and the others to crouch down and stay still. He whispered, they'll go in first, you wait for my order, then shoot into the windows. Qin Feng knew this distance well. As long as they didn't shout loudly and cause a big disturbance, the auditorium wouldn't hear them. The windows of the security room were already open, just half open for ventilation. Aiming and shooting through them could be done completely silently. After receiving nods of agreement, Qin Feng crept forward. The hand crossbow was single shot, killing only 4 at a time. He decided not to take out the crossbow first. Instead, he wielded a short spear in his left hand and a short axe in his right. His throwing ability was equally formidable. Now it was a matter of seizing the right moment and striking. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking of a plan. He crouched down outside the door, pitched his voice, and called out, Brother Xia, and the others are back. This was clever. First, Qin Feng had no idea that Deshan had betrayed them, that Nie Chuanliang had shot Lin Xiong, or that the auditorium had been breached. But since Xia Huayuan's base was at the agricultural college, mentioning his name would draw the attention of those inside. And Xia Huayuan's name would mask the unfamiliar sound of Qin Feng's voice. Of course, there was a chance that someone in the security room was sharp enough to immediately detect the wrong voice. Then they would deduce an enemy invasion. But no way. These guys weren't special forces, there was no need to overestimate them. Against a group of amateurs, Qin Feng's plan was already flawless. Sure enough, no one noticed his voice was off. Instead, 3 to 5 people immediately rushed out of the room to check. The city's electricity had been cut off long ago, so the automatic barrier gate had to be pulled open manually to let Xia Huayuan and the others in. Thus, Qin Feng knew someone would come out. But he didn't expect it to be 5 people. Damn, did it take 5 people to pull a vehicle barrier. Then within the half second those 5 saw Qin Feng, he moved. Release the arrows, he shouted in a low voice. Li Jie and the others crouching just outside the security room near the other side of the wall could hear him immediately. They fired 3 arrows into the room. Thud, thud, thud. As luck would have it, the first to be hit was Deshawn. The other 2 were his lackeys sitting next to him. All 3 were looking out the window, trying to see Xiaoyou and the others returning. Instead, the bolts pierced their foreheads. They died instantly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's actions were almost as fast as the bolts. Simultaneously, he thrust a spear into one man's chest, then swung an axe to sever another's head. Turning around, he threw a dagger that struck straight between the eyes. 3 more dead. As for the last 2, after the 3 fell, they still hadn't registered what had happened. They just stared wide-eyed faces full of terror at Qin Feng, opening their mouths, as if about to scream. But Qin Feng gave them no chance. He yanked out the short spear, pulled the short axe, and kicked one man in the chest and abdomen. That man was already dead. The kick sent him crashing into the other. Then both fell with a muffled groan. Qin Feng followed up to finish them. Thud, thud, 2 sounds. 5 people died within seconds. But then the situation changed. A loud shout came from inside the room, and 2 more people burst out, both sprinting toward the auditorium. They must have seen Deshawn and the others being shot through the window, and couldn't contain their fear. Indeed, as long as they weren't special forces, everything was manageable. But that scream, would it alert the guards in the auditorium? Qin Feng sighed. He drew a bolt and shot one man through the head. The other didn't escape either. Qin Feng took him down with a precise throw of his short spear. In an instant, all 10 in the security room were wiped out. Li Jie and the others were filled with admiration. As they walked up, Li Jie's eyes were sparkling. She was utterly in awe of Qin Feng. Yang Shu and Li Ganyang also had flushed faces. Qin Feng's performance earlier was something you'd only see in an action movie. Well, a proper action movie. Don't get the wrong idea. Have the second squad move up and surround the auditorium, Qin Feng said without easing up. He immediately opened the electronic map to check the situation. The little black dots remained quiet, only moving within a small range. Apparently, that loud shout over 1,000 meters away was muffled by the auditorium walls and gone unheard. Qin Feng had been too cautious. Li Yun quickly brought his men forward. Qin Feng immediately began deploying. 5 men to the left, 5 to the right. The auditorium has a parking lot underneath with an escape route. You take 10 men directly when you hear fighting cut in. Since they hadn't alarmed the enemy, the strategy had to change. No need to set up a crossbow formation. A stealthy approach was safer. The grand auditorium had 4 doors. Outside was a moderately wide anteroom. No one was guarding outside. Since the security room was manned, Nie Chuanliang's negligence was understandable. He was already confident of victory, waiting only for Xiaoyou and Rongying to return and let Dashan lead them into the auditorium. The entire plan had designated messengers relaying updates. So Nie Chuanliang never imagined anyone would raid the school. In the anteroom, 3 men were smoking and chatting, holding steel-tipped spears made by Xiaoyou and his crew on the machine tools. These spears were quite handy. The handles were wrapped with bandages, providing a good grip. They were slightly longer than Qin Feng's short spears, but still no match for crossbow bolts. The 10 men who first charged into the anteroom immediately raised their crossbows, and 4 or 5 bolts plunged into the heads of those 3. 3 thuds as they fell. Even in death, their faces remained relaxed and composed, devoid of any urgency. Meanwhile, Li Yun led 10 men to the parking lot, found the emergency exit leading to the auditorium, climbed a flight of stairs, and reached the side door near the front stage. Then a pincer attack. Go, Qin Feng commanded. The 10 men split into 2 teams, charging through the left and right doors at the ends of the anteroom. They raised their crossbows and fired. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Crossbow bolts flew through the dim auditorium. The windows were high up, making the seating area below quite dark. By the time Nie Chuanliang noticed people storming in, it was too late. Who are you? Stop right there. He drew the pistol tucked under his arm, his stance far from standard. In Qin Feng's eyes, he was a complete amateur with firearms. Any significant recoil would risk dislocating his arm. Yet even so, Qin Feng did not underestimate him. The moment he burst into the auditorium, he hurled his short spear with the force of a lion attacking a rabbit. Kill him. Some of the team members also saw him draw the pistol. Ordinary people would have been nervous under such circumstances. But the short spear Qin Feng threw flew straight and lodged between the seats, its shaft quivering from the force of the throw. Nie Chuanliang trembled in fright. Wait. Nobody moved. Undoubtedly he was panicked. Bang. Then another loud crash. Li Yun led 10 men charging through the emergency exit beside the stage. They raised 10 crossbows, surrounding everyone in the auditorium. The enemy had no ranged weapons. Even with their steel-tipped spears, they never thought to throw them. One by one, they were taken down by crossbow bolts. Nie Chuanliang was stunned. What the hell? Where's Xiaoyou? Where's Rongying? Who are these bastards? Damn. His mind raced frantically, but a bolt suddenly pierced his left shoulder. A dull thud. Blood spurted out. Nie Chuanliang cried out in pain, dropping his pistol, which skidded across the aisle. With the threat neutralized, Qin Feng raised his hand to stop his men from firing further. At that moment, inside the dim auditorium, only 4 people remained alive, including Nie Chuanliang. All were wounded, but not mortally. Of course, the aim of the first and second squad members still needed practice. Direct hits to the head were rare. Qin Feng sighed. So far, without specialized training, crossbows couldn't be used effectively against zombies since only a headshot would kill them. Of course, it was different against humans. Surrounded by his men, Qin Feng slowly descended the aisle steps. The 5 men trembled, staring at them. Nie Chuanliang was sweating coldly, clutching his left shoulder. The arrowhead was made from 2 welded blades forming a triangle with barbs. He dared not pull it out. The excruciating pain almost made his mind go blank. Qin Feng bent down and picked up the pistol from the floor. It was a CF-07 police pistol, already in service but rarely seen. 9mm was the standard caliber. The more famous models included the Glock series, the US M9, and China's Type 92. This is a rare find, Qin Feng remarked, handling the gun with both interest and practiced ease. Where did you get it? Nie Chuanliang swallowed hard, saying nothing. Qin Feng looked up, a sharp glint in his eyes, an expression of unwavering authority, calm, yet cold and composed. Under that gaze, Nie Chuanliang stammered, "Black market. Bought it on the black market." "Oh, so you're a seasoned player," Qin Feng said with a smile. "How many bullets?" 20. 26. "Search him," Qin Feng ordered. Xiao Yanshu had become his loyal follower. After witnessing Qin Feng's performance in the security room earlier, Xiao Yangshu's loyalty had skyrocketed to 80. "Boss, he only has 10 rounds on him." Qin Feng pulled out the single-stack magazine, 7 rounds. "Where are the rest?" In the dormitory," Nie Chuanliang said, pale-faced. "Sorry, you. Who are you?" Qin Feng looked very young. Could he be a student from the agricultural college? God, they had so many people. Nie Chuanliang was gradually calming down now. He no longer cared about Xiao Weiyuan or Rong Ying. The young man before him was a demon. He had stormed the auditorium, so cleanly, shooting down over a dozen of his men. They had no chance to resist or react. Nie Chuanliang felt like a fool. What local emperor? He was nothing before this man. "I am a good man, please don't kill me," Nie Chuanliang stammered. Surprisingly, he remained somewhat composed. The others, too, had already wet themselves. Crossbow bolts aimed at their heads from both sides. They dared not move. Qin Feng asked again, "Are there more people in the dormitory?" "Just some civilians, about 20. Nie Chuanliang's close confidants numbered nearly 30, and they were all dead now. Adding the 60-plus students from the classroom building, the total salvage population was around 80. Qin Feng nodded and exchanged glances with Yang Shu and Li Ganyang. "Come here." The two grabbed him from both sides. "I won't kill you now. Come with us," Qin Feng said calmly. He did not regard Nie Chuanliang as an enemy. Under Qin Feng's swift and thunderous assault, they quickly lost the will to resist. "Boss, he's dead." A shout came from the crowd. Qin Feng turned to look. The two who had wet themselves were too badly injured and had breathed their last. "Remember to cut off their heads," Qin Feng instructed. Li Yun drew his short axe. Thud, thud. 2 strikes destroyed their heads. Nie Chuanliang shuddered. When he looked at Qin Feng again, his eyes were filled with terror. This is a demon, not even letting the dead rest. Only 2 remained. Nie Chuanliang and his deputy Song Wenhan. Before the catastrophe, he was a restaurant manager. Now, seeing all his companions dead, while the enemies lingering in the auditorium were still wandering around searching for corpses, then they would use short spears to destroy their heads to prevent them from turning into zombies. Song Wenhan was a smart man. He knew the tide had turned. With the boss captured, having a gun was useless. His reign was over. The agricultural college would welcome a new king. Therefore, even though Song Wenhan was being held by 2 men and his wrists were handcuffed, he still managed to smile and say, boss, can I join you?" His words were a bit shameless, especially since he said it right in front of Nie Chuanliang. But Nie Chuanliang kept his head down, not even glancing at him. Clearly, he was unimpressed by Song Wenhan's defection. Qin Feng smiled and turned to look at him. Song Wenhan, male administrative manager, loyalty 39. What a joke. Did he think this place was a garbage dump? Taking in anyone? Qin Feng asked him, "What can you bring to me?" Song Wenhan was taken aback. Why did this sense of déjà vu feel so familiar? Was he being interviewed? "Boss, I used to be a manager at a restaurant. I can help you with logistics. I am good at calculations." "Is that so?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes darkly and casually threw out. "Given that the sum of the first n terms of the sequence n is Sn, and it satisfies in 2 Sn1 Sn in 2 A11, find the expression for n. Calculate it now." Song Wenhan was completely dumbfounded. "Wait, just a moment. I didn't even hear it clearly." Before he could react, Qin Feng shrugged. "As it turns out, you're not up to it." Song Wenhan. "Boss, give me some time. I didn't hear it clearly." Qin Feng glanced at him. "Fine, I'll give you another chance. Given that the sum of the first n terms of the sequence n is Sn, and it satisfies in 2 Sn Sn10 in 2a1. Find the expression for an if bn21 and an n2 prove that b22 b32. bn21. If bn2 and n2 prove that b2 b3. bn1. Calculate. Song Wenhan. Not just him. Even Yang Shu, Li Ganyang, and the others were stunned. Li Jie let out a snicker covering her mouth and coquettishly said, "You're so naughty." Naughty? How was I naughty? Wasn't that a very common sequence formula? Qin Feng scratched his head and glanced at Song Wenhan again. Can't figure it out. Song Wenhan. Boss. I. He stammered, his face pale, covered in cold sweat. Qin Feng smiled and said nothing. I can spare you for now, but if you don't prove useful to me, you'd better be good at manual labor. Song Wenhan nodded repeatedly. I know. Manual labor is fine. He'll do anything. Qin Feng smiled faintly, pulled a dagger from his left thigh, and handed it to him. Keep an eye on this. Manager Nye. Nye Chuanliang's dull gaze slowly turned, fixing on Song Wenhan. It was fine to give him the knife, because Yang Shu, Li Ganyang, and Li Yun were right behind him, their short spears aimed at his back. If Song Wenhan tried anything desperate, they could kill him in half a second. Song Wenhan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Then he viciously pressed the knife against Nye Chuanliang's back. Behaved. Nye Chuanliang's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. But he still said nothing. Everyone exchanged glances. Yang Shu wiped the sweat from his brow. The boss was truly amazing. Such skill in manipulating people handled with such ease and finesse. He couldn't help but admire Qin Feng even more. Loyalty too. After a while, Qian arrived. He brought the students and teachers from the teaching building. Qin Feng had no interest in ordinary college students. A quick scan of the system information confirmed this. Except for two people who caught his attention. Hao Ran, male professor of agriculture, loyalty 40. Gu Qingchuan, male professor of agriculture, loyalty 36. The loyalty of the rest was similar, fluctuating around 30 to 40. Qin Feng patted Qian on the shoulder. You've done a great service. If it weren't for Qian, these people's loyalty definitely wouldn't be so high. Through his persuasion, he convinced the companions in the teaching building to follow Qin Feng and relocate. Brother Qinyu, we'll treat them well, right? Qian asked anxiously. Qin Feng smiled. What are you still worried about? Qian shook his head. Before he could finish, Qin Feng bypassed him and addressed the 60-plus students and 3 teachers. I believe Qian has already told you. Our shelter is in Sunshine Residential Area. Work and you'll get food. Those with technical skills or agricultural knowledge will be assigned separately. As for the rest. With that, Qin Feng swept his gaze over the terrified female students present. I won't make things difficult for you. As soon as he said that, everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. They expressed their gratitude to Qian. Qin Feng then turned to the 2 elderly professors. Professors, you've worked hard. They'll set up a farming department soon. We'll borrow your school's experimental fields to sow seeds. You'll be in charge, all right. Their sense of belonging was a bit low. But that's fine. These people were good-natured. As long as he treated them well, their sense of belonging would eventually improve. The 2 elderly professors exchanged glances. We don't have seeds. Qin Feng smiled. I do. As they spoke, the group arrived at the dormitory building. Qin Feng said to Li Yun, call everyone down. Li Yun nodded and led the members to check floor by floor. There were no zombies in this male dormitory building. It seemed Nye Chuanliang had cleared it once. There were nearly 20 people, both men and women. Unsurprisingly, all the women were very beautiful. They were either college students or faculty members. Their figure, skin, and looks were all top-notch. But they had been tortured terribly. Standing before Qin Feng and his group, they dared not speak or make a sound. These women kept their heads down, hunched their shoulders, and shrank back, unwilling to show their faces. The men, on the other hand, took on the role of protecting the women. They stood in front fearlessly, chests puffed out. Qin Feng sighed, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Snap! Li Jie reacted quickly, lighting it with a lighter. Qin Feng was startled, looking at her with some surprise. He noticed that Li Jie's sly eyes sparkled with admiration, very lively. He twitched the corner of his mouth, said thanks, and then turned around. Take a look. Do you recognize him? Li Yun grabbed Nye Chuanliang by the collar and pulled him out. Instantly, these people's expressions changed drastically, each wearing a different look. Qin Feng recalled a movie he had seen before. In it there was a character named Huang Xilang. He understood deeply that to make these people loyal and resolve their inner conflicts, he had to kill Huang Xilang right in front of them. And that was exactly what Qin Feng did. Watch closely. He drew out a short axe, and with a casual air thrust it directly into Nye Chuanliang's head. Thud. Blood splattered all over Qin Feng. It was a bloody mess. Then with a heavy thump, Nye Chuanliang collapsed. He died swiftly and cleanly. His face bore an expression of unwillingness and despair. Qin Feng had no intention of wasting words with him. Time was precious, wasn't it? Even the members of the first and second squads behind him were completely baffled. However, those familiar with Qin Feng's style did understand. This was the boss establishing his authority. Not only for these survivors, but even the members of the shelter felt their sense of belonging greatly increase. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Nie Chuanliang is dead. You are safe now." Murmurs of discussion arose from the crowd. They dared not speak too loudly for the people before them exuded an overwhelming aura. Fully armed, they clearly did not look like good people. But obviously no one cared about that. With Nie Chuanliang's death, joy appeared on everyone's faces. As for the group of college students, they all covered their mouths, staring at Qin Feng in terror. Another demon. Killing people like slaughtering chickens. Is there no justice? Is there no law? The class advisor, a woman, fainted at the sight. Several female students supported her, stepping back repeatedly. Qian also pursed her lips, her expression complex. Nie Chuanliang, the big shot who had dominated the school for so many days, was taken down just like that. Impressive. Qian swallowed hard, feeling even more fearful of Qin Feng's methods. Are you the rescue team sent by the Shige? After a moment, someone finally raised a hand to ask. What a ridiculous question. Would a rescue team dare to kill someone in front of you? Qin Feng shook his head. No, I'm not. But I can protect you. As long as you work, each of you will have food. I'm different from Nie Chuanliang. I have a family, a wife, and a conscience. As long as you serve me loyally, the shelter will not treat you unfairly. Qin Feng tapped his short spear on the ground, producing a rhythmic, crisp sound. They'll give you 5 minutes to think it over. Of course, you don't have to move with us. You can stay here. There was a reason for saying this. Sunshine Residential Area could no longer accommodate more people. But the agricultural college was a large site. There were plenty of places to live here. There were nearly 10 dormitory buildings alone. Teaching buildings, office buildings, and various infrastructures were all available. But due to the power and water outages, they might not enjoy the same amenities as Sunshine Residential Area. However, it was enough. Qin Feng had to expand. Establishing a shelter in the city required more than just a home. Branch outposts were crucial. Even so, it was fraught with difficulties. In his past life, those big shots had established many branch outposts to expand urban shelters. They also needed to carefully study transportation routes and create a semi-defensive line in order to better conduct guerrilla warfare against the zombie hordes. This area was still far from the city center, located several rings away. The zombie hordes were not absent, but they posed no real threat. Once the agricultural college established a city wall, this threat would be greatly reduced. Qin Feng was not afraid of overreaching. He had the system. That was his confidence. Moreover, at this time, the big shots from his past life were probably doing who knows what. It would be at least a few months before organized and disciplined elite teams emerged. However, by then Qin Feng would be unimaginably powerful. That's right. He was going to carve out a safe zone in Zhengzhou City. The agricultural college and Sunshine Residential Area would be the foundation. Everyone exchanged glances. Many were skeptical, but more people were willing to trust Qin Feng. Although they disliked Nie Chuanliang, they did not dislike Qian. These college students had been bullied all along. With her endorsement and Qin Feng's words being reasonable and well-founded, therefore no one objected. They were just very uneasy. Li Yin came up and said, "Not taking them back. There aren't enough places in the residential area," Qin Feng said. "Besides, this is also our outpost and an important farming zone. In the future, this place will become our granary." Li Yin thought about it. With the 80-plus people from the agricultural college recruited, the labor force was sufficient. Besides the experimental fields, there was a lot of land behind the college that could be cultivated. This place was not like the residential area, which was all concrete terrain, without even a hill. Behind the agricultural college were several small slopes, not quite mountains, but if cultivated, they could be used for farming. In his past life, this area was a renowned stable granary. It provided ample food for many teams. The one who controlled it was a dictatorial big shot, who occupied the eastern part of Zhengzhou City and its suburbs. He was very powerful. As for people like Nie Chuanliang and Xiaoyou and Qin Feng, had never even heard of them. Of course, he wouldn't take them seriously. It was worth mentioning that in his past life, at least half of those heroes had been ordinary citizens before the disaster. As long as he heard their names, Qin Feng could react in advance. He would nip them in the bud. Qin Feng also had opponents he detested. He was unwilling to confront those people heat and again. Soon Professor Howren and Professor Gu Qingchuan led Qin Feng and his team to the experimental fields. There are only a dozen mu here. If we have seeds, there are plenty of bioorganic fertilizers stored in our warehouse. They'll play a big role. Qin Feng nodded and smiled politely. Rest assured, professors. You can focus on farming here and provide food for the shelter. He'll assign people to handle security. A stable shelter. Logistics and combat strength were secondary. Rules were the most important. Combat members were merely tools to maintain the rules. Once a set of rules was deeply ingrained, everyone would follow them and the shelter could remain stable. Then there would be no need for round-the-clock surveillance. Qin Feng decided to have Li Yun lead the second squad to guard the school for now. Throughout the next day, Qin Feng and his people searched the school. They found over a dozen entrances and gaps where zombie hordes could easily break in. They would seal them with waste materials first. Desks, chairs, blackboards, and the like were the most suitable blockages. He also led the first and second squads to clear out the scattered zombies in the school. Initially, there had been many zombies on campus, enough to form a horde. Later, they were mostly cleared out by the station police, Xiaoyou, Nie Xuanliang, and others. They'll go back in the evening. Keep an eye on them. Gather everyone in the dormitory buildings and allocate 2 buildings for them to live in. The dormitory buildings had only one entrance. There were no security bars on the windows, and the balconies were open. However, with Li Yun staying here, and armed with crossbows, there was certainly no need to worry. They just needed to take turns keeping watch. As for now, what Qin Feng was most interested in were the weapons left behind by the station police. Qian said that the station police had left behind 7 pistols. Unfortunately, the ammunition had been exhausted. However, Nie Xuanliang did not discard them, but instead stacked them in the police storage room. In fact, the police station was their armory. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but pause in surprise when he arrived. There were several large crates of steel-tipped spears and some restricted weapons. He was somewhat puzzled. Was Xiaoyou on that foolish? Sharing an armory with Nie Xuanliang. No wonder he died so miserably. Qian explained beside him, Brother Xia was very generous. He gave us weapons. I don't know what he was thinking. Qin Feng pursed his lips. Though naive, perhaps they dared not confront Nie Xuanliang's pistol bullets. Thus they not only shared food, but also made weapons for them. Qin Feng did not regret killing him. People like Xiaoyou, even if Qin Feng hadn't acted, they wouldn't have lasted long. Sooner or later they would encounter a more ruthless warlord who would either annex them or kill them. There was no other choice. At this moment, adding the weapons recovered from the security room and the auditorium plus those from the police station, they had 34 machine-tooled steel-tipped spears, 13 machetes, 2 flail hammers, 1 steel-toothed axe, 6 batons, 10 police batons, 15 handcuffs. There were plenty of melee weapons. But that was not what Qin Feng was concerned about. He wanted to see the pistols used by the station police. 7 Type 54-7. 62mm pistols. No bullets. 7 Type 54-7. 62mm pistols. No bullets. Qin Feng scratched his head. Now he finally had multiple firearms. But unfortunately he was so poor that he only had over 1,005. 8mm rifle rounds left along with the 26 9mm pistol rounds left by Nie Xuanliang. Apart from Nie Xuanliang's CF-07 police pistol, these Type 54 pistols were completely useless. Damn it. And only 26 9mm rounds. What a joke. They'd be used up in less than half a minute. No. Qin Feng was in dire need of 5.8mm firearms. Only with guns could he use up all those 5.8mm bullets. But unfortunately the system wouldn't give them to him. He couldn't possibly go confront the city center now, that would be suicide. Sigh. We'll figure it out later. There will always be a way. After settling the survivors from the agricultural college, Qin Feng set off on the journey back to Sunshine Community. Just as he left the school, the system responded. A ding sound was heard. Detected that the total number of shelter residents has reached 100. The system has officially upgraded. Host can use it with confidence. Huh. Upgraded again. System girl, you're awesome. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the panel. He found a new daily check-in function. By checking in as the host, Qin Feng could receive materials from the system check-in every day. Freebies. Awesome. Badass. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together eagerly. This upgrade gave a very practical and cost-free skill. No need to kill zombies, no need to explore everywhere. Every day at midnight it refreshed, and he could check in for free supplies. Not bad. Qin Feng couldn't wait, so he immediately checked in. Congratulations host, you have obtained radio equipment X1. Qin Feng was stunned. It was exactly the same as the equipment he had won from the lottery earlier. 2 radios. In that case, it would allow Sunshine Community and the Agricultural College to have a means of communication. Those who knew how to use radios could tune to a secret channel and communicate by voice. Morse code was unnecessary, and there was no need for it. If only you had upgraded earlier. Now I'm already on the road, and you give it to me. Forget it. They'll come over tomorrow and deliver it to them. Originally, Li Jiangshu and the other members of Team 1 planned to go back with him. But Qin Feng refused. Bringing a team would be inconvenient. He had to make up an excuse to bring back the hydraulic breaker and the shelter pipeline distribution map for Sunshine Community. 1 person was enough. Driving back now was quite dangerous. But the sun hadn't fully set yet. Qin Feng drove, occasionally ramming into small groups of zombies. From time to time, he earned system points. How delightful. When it reached 7 o'clock, he returned to Sunshine Community. Wow, it's quite impressive. Qin Feng couldn't help but pause. In front of him was a neat row of cars stacked 2 layers high by some method of Team 3. 1 street, 2 intersections were blocked off. Only a single lane was left for shelter vehicles to enter and exit. The 3 residential buildings in the community still had electricity. Members were coming and going working. Seeing Qin Feng driving back in a red livestock transport truck, everyone turned to look. Wang Bo led Team 3 members to greet him. You're back? Nothing went wrong, he asked with concern. Qin Feng shook his head. The agricultural college is basically secured, and there are over a dozen acres of experimental fields. Good harvest. Hearing this, Wang Bo was overjoyed. Without a farming area, they were doomed to scavenge everywhere and kill zombies to survive. But now they could settle down and farm. With a stable food source, members no longer had to risk confronting zombies. Upon learning that the leader had returned, members all came to watch. Qin Feng asked, "Gather the cadres meeting." Yes. After a short while, all cadres gathered in Building 402. Team 3 Wang Bo Deputy Team, Sun, Jiao Ji Changshen. Logistics Department, Chen Ningxiang He Shi. Medical Department, Song Jia. Communications Department, Zheng Tao. And the Command Center. Qin Feng's family. Jiang Xiaoyou was extremely happy. Seeing Qin Feng return safely, a huge weight finally lifted from her heart. With beautiful eyes, she affectionately clung to Qin Feng's arm and refused to let go. Qin Feng had been away for 2 days and 1 night. Jiang Xiaoyou had been spacing out thinking of him and felt listless no matter what she did. Now reunited, the lively and spirited part of Jiang Xiaoyou's personality gradually returned. Her eyes couldn't leave Qin Feng no matter what she did. "You worked hard out there." Qin Feng patted Jiang Xiaoyou's head. "Miss me?" Yes." Jiang Xiaoyou happily squinted her eyes like crescent moons. Qin Feng held her small hand tightly. Then he returned to a serious expression. Everyone expressed disdain for their public display of affection. All right, let me say a few words. Now we have a farming area, but it will take at least 3 months to have a stable food source. Tomorrow I will personally bring the seeds back. On the way back, I went to a construction site and brought back a hydraulic breaker. Engineer, now that the community's water supply is cut off, use this equipment to dig a reservoir for us. Reservoirs of this kind usually only exist in rural areas or backward towns where water sources are insufficient or supply is difficult. Although Sunshine Community also consisted of old residential buildings, since it was located in Zhengzhou City, water supply was not a problem. Building 1 had a power distribution room and a septic tank at the back, but there was no reservoir. Water usage was difficult. He sure thought for a moment and said, "It's possible, but the operation will be very difficult." Qin Feng knew he would say that, so he smiled and pulled out a blueprint, spreading it open, and said, "Don't worry, I've prepared it for you. This is the underground pipeline distribution map of Sunshine Community. Take a look." What surprised Qin Feng was that no one asked him where these came from. He sure only glanced at the blueprint and said with a smile, "Then there's no problem. With this map, I can avoid the densely piped areas when choosing the site. What are your plans for the reservoir?" Qin Feng said, "The bigger the better. Can we make it 100 cubic meters?" He sure's eyes widened. This. The workload is quite substantial. 100 cubic meters. Building a closed circular well reservoir would require a radius of nearly 4 meters. The water depth would probably be over 2 meters. The logistics department currently doesn't have many skilled workers. Including he's sure there are fewer than 10. Only 2 have experience working on construction sites. No rush, take it slow. Before it's finished, we need to conserve water. Team 3, I have a task for you. Tomorrow you'll set out, but you don't need to go to the water plant. Check the nearby water supply stations and bring the water back. Use it for now. Okay. Wang Bo nodded without hesitation. You don't have experience leading a team alone, so let me remind you. Be wary of strangers, and above all, don't reveal any information about our shelter. I understand. Wang Bo took a deep breath. Qin Feng added, as for the agricultural college, I'll handle the organization myself. You don't need to worry about it. Just don't slack off on your current work. But we need to make some adjustments. Since the power, water, and gas are all out, how are they supposed to eat the rice you brought back? Before Chen Ningxiang could speak, Qin Dalong was the first to answer. They manage on their own. Most set up a pot and use wooden furniture as fuel to cook the rice. And the canned food from the supermarket. Same. Qin Feng thought for a moment. That's not efficient at all. Son, what do you have in mind? Qin Feng said, Xiao Chen, how much gas do we have? Chen Ningxiang was taken aback, clearly surprised by the address, Xiao Chen. But she coughed and said seriously, only 8 bottles filled with natural gas. They can last quite a while. Before the catastrophe, some small restaurants with outdated facilities used these. A 10-kilogram gas bottle can last about a month. 8 bottles mean 8 months. Moreover, these were obtained through lottery draws, and they are consumables. There will surely be more draws in the future, so Qin Feng wasn't worried at all. Set up a stove downstairs connected to the gas bottle and put a large pot on it. Don't distribute raw food anymore. Now that we have canned goods, cook them together with the rice. You decide how much to cook and how much to distribute. Qin Feng said this deliberately to test Chen Ningxiang's workability. As a qualified logistics chief, calculating food supplies is a basic skill. Sure enough, Chen Ningxiang straightened her back. Don't worry, leave it to me. Qin Feng then turned to the communications department and said, the agricultural college will set up an antenna and communicate via radio. Have you finished reading the booklet I gave you? Zheng Tao nodded, basically yes. He was also somewhat shocked. That small booklet was handwritten. It clearly marked many precautions for using radio in the apocalypse, such as not revealing shelter information, personnel details, or sharing locations. Recruits could be gathered at external outposts. There were also specific scripts. Survivors were to be gathered at the outpost, and then brought back to the compound in one go. It was both safe and convenient. The supermarket will be our outpost for recruiting survivors, handled by Team 3. Rotate shifts and bring a day's worth of rations. When you find a group of survivors, send a vehicle to pick them up. The instructions were thorough and orderly. Qin Feng's arrangements were very steady and convincing. After dinner, Qin Feng opened the system panel. Points 45,358. Can perform 45 draws. Yes, no. Qin Feng didn't rush to press yes. He planned to play it safe. He would reserve enough points to purchase from the refresh shop tomorrow, then use the remainder for draws. And of course there was the daily check-in. Thus there were 3 channels to obtain supplies. Qin Feng had roughly figured it out. The shop refresh generally offered urgently needed items and bulk goods. The draws yielded equipment, materials, fuel, weapons, and so on, covering everything. When would the next upgrade come? Qin Feng had a feeling it wouldn't happen until the shelter reached 1,000 people. But a shelter of 1,000 people could already be considered a small safe zone. And with more people came more trouble. The logistics department would be swamped. However, it was clear that Sunshine Compound had a good location, and most importantly, it was secluded, making it a perfect hidden base. From now on, all new survivors could be sent to the agricultural college. Materials. The most urgent need was for wall-building materials. Steel plates, steel bars. Large equipment like cutting machines. These could not only build walls, but also armor the shelter's vehicles. Don't forget a Type 92.5. 8mm military pistol can penetrate 5mm steel plate at 50 meters. A Type 95.5. 8mm rifle can penetrate 10mm steel plate at 300 meters. We could weld 8mm industrial steel plates onto the doors, front bumper, and rear of the vehicles. That would make them bulletproof on the road. Who knows if there are armed robbers out there, those talented people who speak so nicely. The shelter's current vehicle inventory includes 3 Sany heavy trucks, 1 Zoomlion crane, 1 Citroen police car, 6 modified Volkswagen taxis, the dismembered corpse version seized from Xiaoyou, and 4 Wuling vans. Steel plates could be found at construction sites or in building material warehouses. In truth, in the apocalypse, the best vehicles are the big bosses like the Mercedes G-Class, Jeep Wrangler, Land Cruiser, and Range Rover. But so far Qin Feng hadn't seen any of those. He had to make do with what they had. At that moment, he shut himself in his room, spread out sheets of blank paper, and began drawing the surrounding geography based on the electronic map. This was the only drawback. Only Qin Feng could view the electronic map. If he wanted to show it to others, he had to draw it himself. He needed to plan a concealed and quiet transport route connecting Sunshine Compound, the supermarket, and the agricultural college, because over 80 people there were clamoring to be fed. But Qin Feng had a solution. Tomorrow he would drive the livestock truck and deliver a ton first. From then on, he would use this method to supply food to the agricultural college. Calculating the total, although some rice had already been eaten, including beans, oil, flour, and coarse grains, there were still 30 tons. Plus 30 tons of canned pork. That was enough to feed 500 to 600 people for a year. And the combined population of Sunshine Compound and the agricultural college was only 160. More than enough. Knock, knock, knock. Just then someone knocked on the door. Before Qin Feng could speak, Jiang Xiaoyou walked in gracefully. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing?" Qin Feng put down his pen and said with a grin, drawing a map. "What's up?" Jiang Xiaoyou sat quietly on the edge of the bed and asked hesitantly, "Xiao Feng, tomorrow can I go with you to the agricultural college to have a look?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was about to refuse, but he held back. In truth, Jiang Xiaoyou had been performing exceptionally well these past few days, handling many logistical matters alongside Qin Ningxiang. And Qin Ningxiang, seemingly aware that Jiang Xiaoyou was the leader's wife, would consult her on major issues while managing minor ones herself. When Qin Feng was out gallivanting, the shelter's logistics ran smoothly under their management. Even the 14 girls from Building 1 who had been enslaved by Liao San were brought in to help. Jiang Xiaoyou also trained alongside them. For what purpose? Wasn't it to be of help to Qin Feng? Now she proposed to join the expeditions, wishing to stand by her husband's side like Sun Jiao did. To share life and death. Jiang Xiao asked for nothing else. She only sought to advance and retreat together with Qin Feng to assist him by his side. It must be said, whether in times of peace or this apocalypse, Jiang Xiaoyou was a rare and virtuous wife. "I've trained with the 3rd squad. Going with you, I might still need your protection for now, but I promise I'll do my best not to hold you back later." Jiang Xiaoyou bit her lip, her eyes rimmed with red. She tugged at Qin Feng's clothes, speaking pitifully, "Xiao Feng, please agree. I want to be with you." "Really?" Her sincere tones softened Qin Feng's heart. He caressed her pretty but slightly dirty face and said, "Then you must listen to me, or I'll send you back immediately." Jiang Xiaoyou wept for joy, nodded emphatically, and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. "Xiao Feng, you're so good, so good." This was enough. She wanted to stay with the man she loved no matter when or where. During these days at the shelter when Qin Feng was away, she had been unhappy. Though it was the apocalypse and happiness seemed trivial. Look at how many in Building 2 suffered from depression and lacked the will to work. Even the command center had adjusted by adding some entertainment and rewards. The third squad had even brought back many board game sets from a nearby shop. This was thanks to Jiang Xiaoyou, who had been a vice president of a company before the apocalypse. He was well-versed in leadership and management, which delayed the onset of depression and despair in the shelter. Observe how after every scavenging run, if a member of any squad died, the gloom on their faces lingered for a long time. Everyone bore immense pressure. For Jiang Xiaoyou, personal happiness was secondary. Staying by Qin Feng's side was to ensure that if something went wrong one day, they could face calamity together. Moreover, she could help alleviate some of his stress. She didn't consider herself useless, just lacking combat experience. If Qin Feng would take her for practical training, she would soon become the deputy captain of the first squad. Jiang Jun had secretly pulled her aside a few days ago and said, Qin Feng's first squad only had Li Jia as one deputy captain, the other position remained vacant. That was likely reserved for her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyou trained with unprecedented diligence. Even after others finished training, she would continuously practice thrusting and slashing movements. She didn't understand much, but she knew this was what a girlfriend ought to do. Thus, she gathered the courage to make her request today. Qin Feng embraced her, gently stroking her back and kissing her earlobe. Jiang Xiaoyou blushed, shyly declining. Xiao Feng, a bit dirty. Due to water scarcity, the shelter's members hadn't bathed in a long time. Qin Feng chuckled. I'm dirtier than you. Jiang Xiaoyou murmured softly and collapsed into his arms. The next day, Qin Feng woke first. Jiang Xiaoyou slept beside him, her sleeping face serene and peaceful. Don't misunderstand. Nothing happened last night. Qin Feng had let Jiang Xiaoyou sleep first while he worked on maps and blueprints for equipment. Women only hinder a man's work efficiency. The shelter was advancing too quickly. The squads hadn't yet transitioned from cold weapons to firearms on a large scale, so this required upgrading. Crossbow accuracy needed extensive training, but encounters with zombie hordes still posed immense pressure. Without hitting the head, the undead couldn't be killed. Thus Qin Feng thought of two weapons. One was the Molotov cocktail, also known as the legendary Earth Grenade. This could have been made from the start, but Qin Feng hadn't bothered. It was largely ineffective and could backfire. It was typically used to raid enemy camps or when being chased by vehicles, most effective when thrown onto the opponent's car. The standard method involved gasoline and plastic for stickiness. Adding white phosphorus would ignite upon contact with air. The only challenge was sealing the container. The second was the explosive crossbow. This weapon Qin Feng had heard about from a veteran in his past life. It was a crude weapon used by a mercenary unit in a certain country, incredibly powerful. Its main advantage was splash damage. It used gunpowder and sugar-laced gasoline ignited via fuse. The power was formidable. Qin Feng summoned Chen Ningxiang from logistics to ask if the warehouse had the materials for these two weapons. Currently, scavenging wasn't solely Qin Feng's responsibility. When the second and third squads went out, they brought back valuable items. Chen Ningxiang's inventory check revealed there was a little gunpowder, but not enough for mass production. Although Qin Feng knew that saltpeter comprised 75, a sulfur about 10, and charcoal around 15, to make black powder, crafting it himself was too troublesome. Moreover, the materials were hard to find. White phosphorus was completely unavailable and needed to be sought outside. Fortunately, Qin Feng knew that Zhongzhou City had a heavy phosphorus group specializing in producing white phosphorus, and its headquarters wasn't in the city center. Additionally, this group owned several chemical plants as subsidiaries. They were likely on the city's outskirts near the suburbs, as the municipal government regulated chemical pollution, prohibiting factories in the urban area. Thus, they were relatively far away. Qin Feng didn't dare confront the city center for firearms, but a trip to the suburbs was feasible. There were fewer people, mostly rural settlements, and urban-rural junctions definitely safer than downtown. So the next step was find the chemical plants of the heavy phosphorus group outside Zhongzhou City. With the assistance of the second and third squads, while scavenging steel for walls, bring back edge-making materials like aluminum strips, steel bars, and plenty of condoms. That's right. Besides their usual use, condoms were key materials for making explosive crossbows, perfect for holding gunpowder and gasoline. Also needed were PP pipes, plastic sheets, hot glue, and more. As for the gunpowder problem, he could solve it right now. Gunpowder. No need to go to a chemical plant, that can be sourced locally. After all, there are still thousands of bullets in the system space. Qin Feng has a method to safely extract the gunpowder from the bullets. But now is not the time. He still needs to go to the agricultural university. There are over 80 people there, all waiting with mouths open for food. The supplies Nie Chuanliang left behind are simply not enough. They won't last long. Qin Feng woke up Jiang Xiaoyou. The two of them prepared to go out together. It was already morning. The members of Building 2 had also started their work. Wang Bo led Team 3 over to greet them, then went out to find water. He sure along with the workers prepared to select a site for breaking up concrete and digging a reservoir. At this moment, room 402, Jiang Jun and Lin Hui had complex expressions. Qin Feng, I entrust my daughter to you. You must never let anything happen to her. Qin Feng smiled and said, Uncle Jiang rest assured him here. In fact, what he wanted to say was, the tower stands I stand. But now is not the time for jokes. Lin Hui with red eyes helped her daughter put on the body armor, muttering, You must stay close to Qin Feng at all times, understand? I know, Mom. Do whatever Qin Feng says, and never make decisions on your own. Good girl, if you feel too stressed, come back, okay? Mom, don't worry, you'll follow Xiao Feng, not a step behind. Jiang Xiaoyou said with a grin. She was now puffed up like a little gray bear. Fully armed, carrying a short spear, an axe hung on the right side of her waist. A dagger was tucked into the left outer leg of her pants. She also wore a chest pack stuffed full. First time going out, Jiang Xiaoyou didn't dare cause trouble for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was very relaxed. He carried a pistol with him, which naturally greatly increased his safety when going out. Moreover, although there were only 26 bullets, if they were used up, he could replenish them at any time. As long as the casings were kept, Qin Feng actually had a method to reload the propellant and bullets. Are you ready? Qin Feng adjusted her collar. Jiang Xiaoyou's face was solemn, extremely nervous. But she didn't want Qin Feng to overthink, nor did she want to lose this hard-won chance to go out. Clenching her small fists, she had the expression of a Suicide Squad member. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He brought the seeds and a ton of food, drove the livestock truck, and took Lu Tianyi and a few other agricultural university students who had been transferred to the compound. He had them sit in the cargo hold, let Jiang Xiaoyou sit in the passenger seat, and then drove out of the compound. Old man, I'm always worried. Lin Hui as a mother was extremely anxious. Jiang Jun hugged her and patted her, saying, It's okay, trust Xiao Feng, he will protect our girl. Qin Dalong and Hu Yulan also offered some comfort. After the car drove out of the compound, Jiang Xiaoyou held the short spear, alertly watching her surroundings, her face so tense that wrinkles appeared. Qin Feng laughed and said, It's okay, no need to be so nervous. You'll have opportunities for real combat. He had an electronic map. He could detect impending danger in advance at any time. The route was chosen to be safe, with fewer zombie hordes and congested abandoned cars. Looking at this ruined city standing before her with a cold wind, Jiang Xiaoyou's mood was extremely complex. After the catastrophe, she had been staying in the shelter, living in a safe environment. Coming out suddenly, it really felt like a scene of the apocalypse. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Feng had been surviving in this kind of environment every day. To support the entire large family in the shelter, how much pressure must he be carrying? Jiang Xiaoyou's mood undoubtedly became heavier. When they arrived safely at the agricultural university after the members of Team 2 in the security office opened the gate for them, Jiang Xiaoyou saw familiar faces and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the dormitory building, Qin Feng had the Team 2 members unload all the grain from the truck. Seeing so much grain, oil, rice, and flour, Qian and the others who had just reunited with Lu Tianyi were dumbfounded. How much food is this? Qian asked in astonishment. About a ton. Qin Feng didn't waste words with him. Instead, he called over Professors Hao Ran and Gu Qingchuan. From a travel bag, he took out the seeds he had prepared. Seeds were the key material for farming in the apocalypse. Before the catastrophe, Qin Feng had prepared a sufficient amount and stored them dry and sealed. With these seeds, it should be enough, right? Gu Qingchuan nodded. Enough. We also took inventory of the experimental classrooms and the warehouse. Found a lot of supplies that might be useful to you. Qin Feng nodded. Take me to see. Jiang Xiaoyou saw that Qin Feng was about to leave, so she could only hurriedly follow behind him like a little psychic. Li Jie was smoking with Yang Shu and Li Ganyang helping to carry the grain. Seeing this, she asked, Why is she coming along too? Yang Shu turned his head to look and laughed. She's the boss wife, probably coming along to gain experience. Li Jie let out a disdainful tch and said nothing more. Li Ganyang saw her expression and reminded, after all, he already has a girlfriend. That made sense, and besides, Li Jie hadn't really thought much about it. She just gave him a surprised look and then said with a laugh, Brother Yang, you're joking with me. Go help carry stuff. Stop talking nonsense. Li Ganyang smiled and didn't say anything. Qin Feng blinked. This was a biosafety level 3 laboratory. It had all the equipment, and it was sufficiently clean and tidy. What do you usually study here? Qin Feng asked. Gu Qingchuan smiled. Related to biological experiments, agricultural aspects, and genetic aspects. Our school's lab management actually has many loopholes. Often surplus experimental animals are sold to the market. Qin Feng was startled. Animals? You also have a farm. There is a large farm which produces milk and SPF eggs for self-consumption, cooked casually. This kind of thing was originally a secret. Biological leakage was a very serious management issue for any agricultural university lab. However, what they sold were only what they grew and raised themselves. There was no danger at all. Besides, now that it was the apocalypse, there was no need to keep these secrets anymore. So the two professors were actually quite open-minded about it. The Zhongzhou Agricultural University experimental base itself had rich planting experience and a large amount of experimental data. This laboratory indeed could bring great help to Qin Feng. Qin Feng asked, "Is there a backup power generation device?" For an important facility like a laboratory, an independent backup power room was definitely a must. Sure enough, Gu Qingchuan nodded but said, "There is a large independent diesel generator, but we have no energy to generate power." "Generating power is not a problem," Qin Feng said. "Later I'll have Team 2 go directly to the gas station to get some." After all, Li Yun had already been there once, so it was a familiar route. While talking, they arrived at the warehouse of the experimental base. At the beginning, the warehouse was stocked with plenty of supplies: yogurt, oats, eggs, flour, cakes, pickled vegetables, and various chilled fresh goods, all produced by the experimental base. However, after the power outage, Nie Chuanliang ordered everything to be consumed. After all, these items were not staple grains and could hardly fill anyone's stomach, so the warehouse stock was quickly depleted. The farm had few animals to begin with, and they were slaughtered and eaten after the catastrophe. Remember, before the garrison police and Xiao Weiyuan died, the agricultural university had over 100 people. Only after consuming the school's stored food did they venture outside to scavenge. A shadow fell over Qin Feng's eyes. Losing the food was not a big deal, but damn it, you also wiped out the animals. What a waste of a renewable meat resource. Damn that Nie Chuanliang. Yet Qin Feng knew this was normal. It would be strange if any food remained. The real treasure was the laboratory equipment, coupled with the agricultural university students and the two elderly professors. The shelter's food supply would become very stable in the future. After all, the agricultural college specialized in cultivating crops quickly and abundantly. These seeds were the shelter's hope. Scanning the room, the warehouse was piled with the nation's most advanced laboratory biofertilizers from before the catastrophe. This fertilizer was different from ordinary chemical fertilizers. Through the life activities of microorganisms, it produced a specific fertilizer effect on crops. Also known as an inoculant or bacterial fertilizer, it was a combination of organisms' organic matter and inorganic matter. It was also one of the cornerstones of ecological agriculture. Besides that, the warehouse contained many agricultural products such as chemical pesticides, straw, decomposing agents, microbial inoculants, fermentation agents, and enzyme bacteria. Qin Feng could not handle this. After looking around, his head spun. Throughout the night, teams 1 and 2 had organized supplies at the school. These items had been cataloged with the help of Qi and Lu Tianyi and the two professors. This fertilizer can improve soil fertility. It is pollution-free, provides complete nutrients, and activates the soil. It can also increase yield and quality while suppressing insect pests and soil diseases. Qin Feng waved his hand, not wanting to hear the old professors rambling, and directly asked, "I just want to know how long it will take for those dozen acres to yield a harvest, and roughly how much the output will be." At this, Hao Ran and Gu Qingchuan exchanged glances, both troubled. "The seeds you brought need analysis. The specialized knowledge involved is complex. Give us a day to calculate, and then we'll tell you the answer." Although the two professors possessed great integrity, with empty stomachs, integrity meant nothing. Qin Feng did not press them. He nodded and said, "The shelter has established a farming department, and I ask you two veteran professors to serve as its directors. Oversee the overall situation. You can call on those students to help with physical labor." Gu Qingchuan smiled. "Don't worry, old Hao and I have already discussed it. Qian is a good man, smart too. Just having him assist will be enough." Qin Feng thought for a moment. Qian won't do. He has other tasks. He's responsible for the logistics here at the agricultural university. Before coming, Qin Feng had already considered it. Qian was obviously the most suitable candidate. The university students respected him, and he had a thorough grasp of the situation both inside and outside the campus. Then what about Lu Tianyi? Gu Qingchuan asked cautiously. "I need Xiao Lu for something else." Qin Feng shook his head again. With so many people, they had to be organized. Qian would be the logistics chief of the agricultural university, and Lu Tianyi would become the captain of Team 4. For a moment, the two old professors looked at each other in silence. After leaving the warehouse, both sides remained quiet. After a long pause, Professor Hao Ran softly asked, "We have a question." "Please go ahead," Qin Feng said politely. "With such a major disaster happening, why aren't there any rescue teams?" Professor Hao Ran naively voiced his doubt. But Qin Feng did not mock him. Like Jiang Xiaoyou, the two old professors had never left the school since the catastrophe. They had not seen the outside world and had only heard bits and pieces. They still hoped for rescue teams to appear. Qin Feng stated bluntly, "There will be no rescue. You two old professors should give up that hope. The central government has vanished, and so has the municipal government of Zhongzhou City. Without organization, there is no rescue." For a moment, both professors were deeply dejected. The Zhongzhou City government was certainly gone. Qin Feng was very clear about that. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyou gently tugged at his sleeve and asked why. She knew about the lack of rescue, but was just curious about the reason. Qin Feng's gaze softened as he smiled and pinched her nose, saying if they still had organizational capacity, they would definitely take measures like reducing water pressure and controlling electricity. The former is to check whether water resources are infected, and to initiate biochemical protocols supplying citizens with water mixed with disinfectant. Since disinfectant is scarce and many households cannot turn off their taps, they can only reduce water pressure to minimize output. As for the latter, controlling electricity is to prevent appliances from running after people die. After all, a power outage would require a restart when power returns. Moreover, due to the needs of armed units, urban electricity would be prioritized for them. So it would only be supplied to armed units and for nighttime street lighting. To achieve this, the municipal government and armed units must have enough manpower and resources, and they must occupy and secure the water plant and power plant to control water and electricity. If they have the capacity to control water, electricity, and the internet, then rescue plans and zombie elimination plans would be put on the agenda and the crisis could end quickly. Saying this, Qin Feng looked at the two professors. He had deliberately said this for them to hear. Sure enough, Hao Ran and Gu Qingchuan sighed. It seems there is no rescue. Qin Feng smiled. I believe you two professors understand. There may still be members hoping for rescue. Don't tell them so as not to shake morale. Huh. Hao Ran nodded. We understand. Gu Qingchuan looked at Qin Feng with a complex expression. You are very capable. Qin Feng smiled modestly. He actually did not know the situation of the central government, because even if they had evacuated, it would not have been without any communication. It was also quite possible they had suffered heavy damage. In any case, even if the central government survived, it would take months to reorganize. By then, major cities would be a scene of rival warlords vying for supremacy. Even if the central government established a safe zone on the Lus Plateau, the situation would be difficult to control. One must understand that a fully organized armed force is a terrifying thing. Without the occurrence of evolution's mutations or such troublesome happenings, a million-strong zombie horde would be nothing more than a few salvos of howitzer fire. After all, a single modern howitzer shell can level an entire basketball court. It could also ensure that not even a single intact bone remains on the court, not to mention napalm bombs and other heavy weaponry. One could employ the tactic of striking the enemy while they are crossing the river, hitting them midstream. Use artillery and other aerial weapons to cut the zombie horde into countless small pieces. Then bring in heavy firepower to clear each small piece one by one, and that's it. But the fear is that the military structure might collapse during the outbreak. If soldiers can't find their commanders and commanders can't find their soldiers, then there's no way to fight. So as long as the organizational structure remains intact, zombies are nothing to worry about. Qin Feng, drawing on his 5 years of apocalypse experience, told himself that if such a large-scale unit truly existed, the biochemical crisis would have ended long ago. It couldn't possibly have waited until 5 years later. Therefore, the most likely scenario was that the headquarters themselves had been infected by the virus. Alternatively, the first mutation of the zombie virus might have caused an irreversible accident. But these were matters for later. He gathered his people and held a brief meeting in the dormitory courtyard. Only take the second team back. Otherwise, the third team might be overwhelmed. From now on, both your teams will be stationed there permanently. Communication and supply transport can be handled via radio. You must listen carefully. Whenever the first team goes out, the other team must stay behind to guard. This is an iron rule. Li Yun nodded solemnly. In fact, he also wanted to go back. At Yangguan community, many members of the second team had already developed a sense of belonging and intimacy. Staying at Nongdalong made them feel homesick. What about you? Li Yun asked. He'll stay here with the first team to establish the organization. Qin Feng turned to Lu Tianyi. From now on, you are the captain of the fourth team. Any questions? Lu Tianyi adjusted his glasses. Although he appeared calm, the trembling back of his hand betrayed his nervousness. Brother Qin Tianyi is a good person, steady and mature. We all agree he should be the captain. Qian stepped forward to interject. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng immediately frowned. Shao, and here I decide who gets to be captain. However, Li Jie, Li Yun, and others from the first and second teams brought by Qin Feng showed no change in expression. They even chewed gum, casually watching the others. Had they already grown accustomed to this centralized authoritarian system? The two senior professors, however, Li Jie, Li Yun, and others from the first and second teams brought by Qin Feng showed no change in expression. They even chewed gum, casually watching the others. Had they already grown accustomed to this centralized authoritarian system? The two senior professors broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, Lu Tianyi patted Qi's shoulder comfortingly and said to Qin Feng, I will do my best to fulfill my duties. Good. And you must do well, Qin Feng said, pointing behind him without room for doubt. Because if you make a mistake, the cost will be precious lives. Lu Tianyi's face stiffened. He turned to look at the students who were carrying grain and registering supplies nearby, and remained silent. Then unexpectedly, Li Ganyang stepped forward to comfort him. Death is common. Don't take it too seriously. That kind of attitude will only drag down the shelter's atmosphere and hinder work. Qian twitched his mouth and asked cautiously, do you often have deaths? Li Yun shrugged. Every time we go out we lose a few. The mood certainly gets gloomy, but it doesn't stop everyone's determination to survive. Li Jia also spoke up. Deaths usually happen to those who disobey orders or cowardly, hold others back, or are careless. You'd better hurry up and train your physical fitness. It's the most important quality outside. If you can follow orders without hesitation, our boss can guarantee everyone's safety. Qian dared not say another word. All right, Qin Feng clapped his hands impatiently. Send someone to set up the antenna immediately. The second team will set out now. Tomorrow drive to the gas station and bring back some diesel. I just took a look around. Our Nongda has a complete water storage system and independent power generation equipment. If we play it right, life won't be so miserable. With plenty of food and supplies, the only thing left is training. The first team and I will stay here often to guide you until everyone can operate smoothly. With that, the brief meeting ended. Qian personally led several students to the roof of the dormitory to set up the antenna. Meanwhile, Qin Feng gathered all the citizens and some students together. When will rescue arrive? How long do we have to stay here? You've been on guard for a whole day and night. Can't you loosen up a bit? It's like being in prison. Those who spoke such words were undoubtedly lazy citizens. Although Qin Feng had established his authority by killing Huang Xiling the day before, the strict control imposed by the first and second teams throughout the night still stirred up resistance among the crowd. Perhaps it was also because Qin Feng was young. Of course, establishing authority required more than one occasion. Only through repeated acts of both kindness and severity could he increase their sense of belonging. Qin Feng walked forward with a cold expression. The sense of belonging was all below 30. Only the college students had a slightly higher sense of belonging, generally around 50. They'll repeat myself work in exchange for food. The shelter has rules. I've already posted them in the hallway. I hope you remember them. The citizens present looked at each other uneasily. Some were extremely displeased, but dared not speak. Others bolder flushed red and said that's dictatorship. Still others cowered in fear. After all, Qin Feng was a murderer. These people only dared to talk big, they wouldn't dare to act. After all, everyone had witnessed Nie Chuanliang's death. Even now some hadn't emerged from that shadow. Qin Feng sneered coldly. He didn't bother arguing with them. He would just push them all into hard labor later and show them what the hell surprise meant. Taming. He was a master at it. Then Qin Feng turned his gaze to the group of college students. A female class advisor, trembling, stood outside the crowd protecting her students. Jiang Xiaoyou, female university teacher, loyalty 37. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Such a low sense of belonging. Perhaps because of witnessing Nie Chuanliang's death, she had developed some misunderstandings about him out of extreme fear. Then looking at Jiang Xiaoyou, he said in as calm a tone as possible, you step forward. As soon as the words were spoken, no one expected it. Jiang Xiaoyou fainted again. Qian stepped forward quickly upon seeing this, and said, Brother Qin, teacher Liang has been through a lot. Please, don't make things difficult for her. Qin Feng glared at him, and snapped, how am I making things difficult? How can she work like this? Jiang Xiaoyou had been fulfilling her duties as a teacher ever since the catastrophe broke out. No matter the time, her concern was always for the students in her class. Later the station police rebelled, and Nie Chuanliang also turned. Additionally, Jiang Xiaoyou was quite beautiful and had been harassed several times. Yet she remained resilient, unlike the girls in the neighborhood who had been bullied by Liao San. She resolutely stood up, sacrificing herself to protect her students. In fact, if not for Jiang Xiaoyou's psychological comfort work, the students would have broken down long ago. Upon hearing Qian's advice, Qin Feng fell into contemplation. It seemed that Jiang Xiaoyou wasn't truly afraid of him. Instead, upon realizing her safety was secured, the taut string in her heart finally loosened. That was why she kept fainting in front of him. But, damn it, why do you keep fainting in front of me? Are you trying to embarrass me? Qin Feng said, there are many students. Split them in half. One half will assist Professors Hao Ran and Gu Qingchuan. The other half, the girls will handle logistics, and the boys will train. Qian nodded and went to convey Qin Feng's orders to the students. Qin Feng then looked at the civilian group and said, all men step forward. He had calculated the gender ratio of this group. It was roughly half and half. That fool, Nie Chuanliang, didn't realize that women were also a source of labor. But Qin Feng wouldn't give up on these people. Soon 2 teams were formed, 31 male college students and 10 male civilians. Qin Feng swept his gaze over them and then called Lu Tianyi over, saying, they are your team members. From today onward you will train together and then seek opportunities for real combat. Remember, in this apocalypse you must protect yourselves. As long as you follow orders and do as your captain arranges, I guarantee no one will go hungry. Suddenly a voice from the crowd cried out unwillingly, are you sending us to die? Why should we listen to you? If Boss Nia were still here, he would never let us take such risks. Lu Tianyi trembled and turned to look. It was a young man hiding behind the crowd. His name was Kai Longsheng. Before the catastrophe, he had been a manager at Nie Chuanliang's chain restaurant on the same level as Song Wenhan. At these words, fear spread across everyone's faces. When it came down to actually going out to kill zombies, few had the courage. Someone like Li Yun, who had been fighting alongside Qin Feng since the beginning of the catastrophe, was truly a 900 apocalypse warrior. And someone like Li Jie, a female warrior of that caliber, was 1 in 1,000. In fact, Qin Feng had always been lucky. Who spoke? Step forward. He scanned the crowd coolly. His words only made everyone more afraid. Kai Longsheng was also a bit nervous, but he refused to come out hiding in the crowd. After all, if he had been braver, he would have died alongside Nie Chuangliang. Would he still be lingering now? Lu Tianyi whispered to Qin Feng, "I know who it is." Then, without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, he went in and dragged Kai Longsheng out. Adjusting his glasses, he put on a fierce expression and said, "Go on. Say it again. Repeat what you just said." Kai Longsheng, though timid, truly resented Qin Feng. "Send us out to kill zombies. And then you sit back and reap the benefits. Dream on." His face flushed red as he stiffened his neck and shouted, "Fine, I'll say it. FCKU, why should we listen to?" Before he could finish, bang! A deafening sound rang out. Qin Feng swiftly drew the 07 pistol tucked at his waist and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through Kai Longsheng's head with a sharp crack. Blood splattered. His eyes gradually lost their light, and he fell straight to the ground. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Li Jie, Li Yun, and the others rushed over to check the situation, their faces paling. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Feng holstered the pistol and even picked up the spent casing that had bounced off. "Anyone else opposed? Step forward and speak," he said coldly. Shocked, some in the crowd immediately vomited from sheer disgust. Others fainted on the spot, like Jiang Xiaoyou had. Qin Feng watched it all with indifference. Li Jian narrowed her eyes. "They won't listen to you." Qin Feng smiled. "They'll learn to listen." Lu Tianyi managed to stay steady, even keeping his expression neutral. But he secretly slipped his trembling pale hands into his pockets to hide them. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This man really was a demon. He said he would kill, and he did. Without a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyou was also among the onlookers. She had been far away and hadn't seen the scene, but seeing Kai Longsheng's body on the ground, her heart sank. Not fear, not terror, not confusion. Only deep worry. He had killed so many people, there was no turning back. When the rescue teams eventually arrived, or even the General Bureau returned, and the catastrophe ended, and a reckoning came. What would happen? Would Xiao Feng be sentenced? Jiang Xiaoyou was still innocent, but her heart was entirely tied to Qin Feng. She didn't loathe him for killing, as she worried that when the judgment came, he would surely be guilty. She clenched her little fists and walked over. She gripped Qin Feng's arm tightly and gave him a complicated yet unwavering look. The meaning of that look, Qin Feng would only understand later. After Kai Longsheng's death, the team became much more subdued. Many people's loyalty even increased significantly. Qin Feng had suppressed everyone with fear and dread. No one dared to question him anymore. Even when muttering complaints, people were cautious, avoiding Qin Feng's gaze. Afterward, Qin Feng had Li Jie stay behind to train the newcomers. After Kai Longsheng's death, there were 40 people left. According to the shelter's regulations, a team only needed 10 people. That was the most scientific division. 5 people formed a squad with a deputy, and 10 formed a larger unit. Each squad was further divided into pairs. In a group of 5, dividing into pairs would leave one person alone. But that wasn't the case. The purpose of this division was to enable complex tactical tasks. Each pair was the smallest tactical unit. On the battlefield, could one guarantee that every squad would be at full strength? One squad might encounter members of the 3rd squad, and the 2nd squad might encounter members of the 4th. In a fragmented formation, this division offered the greatest flexibility. It was like having fingers on a hand, allowing for flexible command and complex operations. It was very similar to the military system, and it was exactly the effect Qin Feng wanted. When everyone was eventually armed with guns, this system would truly fulfill its purpose. After the teams were formed, Qin Feng prepared to go out. He brought along Yang Shu and the remaining 4 members of the team. Li Ganyang stayed behind to assist Li Jie in training the newcomers. Meanwhile, Li Yun's 2nd team would accompany them. Apart from the diesel, what else do we need to bring tomorrow? Li Yun asked. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Not for now. Transferring the talents from the evacuation zone here isn't actually efficient. He had considered having He Gong bring a few workers over to connect the diesel generator at the experimental base to the dormitory's power cables. But this was a major undertaking. The cables were all buried underground. To do it, they would have to cut the underground cables and run a new line above ground to the dormitory's electrical panel. That would require a vast amount of cable material. The cable length in the residential area was far from sufficient. Qin Feng had calculated the distance from the experimental base to the dormitory. It was impractical. Moreover, the survivors from the agricultural university had no one with such expertise. Aside from the college students, the citizens, there were just ordinary office workers and small business owners. A pity that Xiao Weiyuan had to die. If they had shown sincerity in their negotiations, perhaps they could have become the technical support team for the agricultural university's logistics department. But not having workers was fine. Qin Feng could handle many tasks himself. It was just a matter of materials. Driving to a fork in the road, Qin Feng parted ways with Li Yun and his group. Are you sure you don't need me to send a few more people with you? Li Yun asked repeatedly. No need. The residential area needs the manpower more than I do. By his estimate, Team 3 should already be fetching water from the supply station. That left the residential area's defenses quite sparse. He was genuinely worried about the safety of the parents. So Team 2 had to go back and keep watch. After watching Li Yun and the others drive off into the distance, Qin Feng opened the electronic map. He had been wondering where Xiaoyou's machine tools were located. The electronic map had a flaw: it didn't display place names. He could see the abandoned cars blocking the roads and the moving hordes of undead, but he couldn't see the factory labels. He had no idea what those blocks of buildings were. However, the map had a 3D function. Adjusting the angle would reveal the shape of the entire structure, though the operation was a bit cumbersome. Factories were easy to recognize. Near the agricultural university, behind a hill, lay an industrial district. Its location was peculiar, not quite on the outskirts, but with very few people. It was a light industrial zone with factories producing clothes, bags, paper, glass, ceramics, and so on, unlike the chemical plants and heavy industries on the outskirts, several of which had been demolished years ago. This also indicated the influence of the Chonglin group. The only 2 remaining chemical plants belonged to them. The machine tools must be in that industrial district. So Qin Feng did not dawdle. He led his team through the alleys skirting the agricultural university to reach the industrial area about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Jiang Xiaoyou was extremely nervous at first, holding a short spear tightly as she walked beside Qin Feng. She tried her best to put on a facade of being useful, but her flustered and anxious demeanor betrayed her, allowing Qin Feng to see right through her. Qin Feng didn't mind. As they traveled, he whispered to her some survival tips and pieces of knowledge about the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyou nodded repeatedly, sweat beading on her temples. He couldn't tell if she was really absorbing it. With Qin Feng constantly checking the electronic map, they could be wary of any danger in advance. I've said enough. There's a lone zombie ahead. Do you dare to kill it? Qin Feng grinned, pointing at the street corner. The zombie, its eyes covered in a film of disease, emitted a dense chattering sound like insects. It stood there twitching, taking a few steps now, and then sometimes tilting its head in a daze. Jiang Xiaoyou's heart tightened. It's fine. I'm here. Go ahead, be bold, Qin Feng said, patting her head. Jiang Xiaoyou nodded firmly, and with a semblance of ferocity trudged forward with her short spear. Though her ferocity was tinged with cuteness and caution, making Qin Feng can't help but smile, he still drew his Type 07 pistol ready for action. If Jiang Xiaoyou were in danger, one shot at close range would put the zombie down. But she did not disappoint. When the zombie spotted her and lunged forward, she hesitated for only a moment, then gritted her teeth and thrust her spear just as she had practiced. The spear tip pierced right into the zombie's eye, sliding through the skull and impaling its brain. But the spear got stuck. It took a lot of effort to pull it out. Qin Feng and the other team members were slightly stunned. Yang Shu asked, "Boss, how was it?" "How was what?" "The latest performance," Yang Shu winked, probing. "Not bad at all. Even better than Li Yun's first time out with me." He remembered when Li Yun went out with him for the first time and encountered his first zombie. He had almost charged forward, but without exception retreated. Qin Feng had to finish it off. Later, Li Yun got used to it. But Jiang Xiaoyou was different. First, she wasn't as strong as Li Yun, and being a girl, she probably wasn't very brave either. Yet she unexpectedly overcame the panic of killing a zombie for the first time. Second, perhaps because she knew Qin Feng was watching, or perhaps because of a girl's inherent sensitivity, her strike was even more decisive than Li Yun's. She quickly conquered her inner fear. All in all, she did not let Qin Feng down. Gasping for breath, Jiang Xiaoyou walked back, drenched in blood. But she showed a faint smile. "Did I pass?" For her, this real combat was a final exam. "Yes, you passed." Qin Feng pinched her cheek. After that, Jiang Xiaoyou grew more skilled, killing over a dozen lone zombies under Qin Feng's protection. They encountered survivors along the way, but by this time the trapped survivors were barely alive. With insufficient food and water, and surrounded by zombies, they wouldn't last long. So Qin Feng did not order a rescue. Aside from that, they also ran into a zombie horde. Qin Feng checked the electronic map, and after some analysis determined it had come down from the north. That area was a massive gathering of zombies, likely exceeding 100,000. Do not underestimate the population of Zhongzhou City, over 1.5 million people. After the catastrophe, the hordes remaining in the north, southeast, and city center were the nightmares of all survivors. These 3 hordes would be impossible to confront without a cluster of howitzers and carpet bombing. This served as a warning to Qin Feng. The situation might be changing. Were the hordes beginning to disperse in small numbers? There must be a reason. Qin Feng stored the question in his mind. Soon they arrived at the industrial area. A 5-kilometer two-lane road stretched northward with factories appearing before them. And Qin Feng's judgment was confirmed. 3 or 4 half-modified taxis were parked by the roadside. Xiaoyou's taxi. It seems he's here indeed. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, surveying the factory through the electronic map. No zombies. Then it was certain that the machine tools were in this factory. The factory zone lined up along the street, totaling 7 or 8 buildings. Yet each was separated by walls. Across the road were shops for auto repair and parts. Most of the rolling doors were pulled up. This place was practically a treasure trove. Qin Feng was here to investigate, and also to train Jiang Xiaoyou in combat. Thus he didn't drive. Confirm the supplies on this street. Little Poplar take 3 people. He'll take Yu and 1 more. Split up. Yes, boss. Yang Shu picked 3 and headed to the opposite street, opening shops one by one to investigate. Meanwhile, Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyou and the remaining member to the factory to learn the situation. The sole remaining member was named Huang Fu. It was evident that he was extremely nervous. In fact, staying by Qin Feng's side was far easier than being with Little Poplar. But Qin Feng's presence was too commanding. Huang Fu did not deny that he was afraid of him. Having witnessed Qin Feng's numerous violent suppressions and his knack for playing mind games with enemies who in the shelter wasn't afraid of him. Da Fu, don't be nervous. Since Xiao Weiyuan and his people often came here, it means there are no zombies inside the factory. Huang Fu nodded. Qin Feng smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and glanced at the information. Huang Fu, male, ordinary office worker, loyalty 69. A member of Team 1. Also from the Yangwan residential area, a veteran who joined when the team was first formed. At first, during the issue of supporting the elderly in Building 2, he was present, but didn't raise his hand. His loyalty was low back then. Qin Feng had always been wary of him. But as time passed, following Team 1's actions had fostered a bond of camaraderie, greatly increasing his loyalty. Now he was a trustworthy person. Jiang Xiaoyou's eyes were practically sparkling. Da Fu was over 30 years old, yet he acted like a little brother in front of Xiao Feng. Girls wouldn't overthink it. They'd only feel that Qin Feng brought a sense of security to others. And he possessed a leadership aura that transcended his age. The 3 entered the factory. Sure enough, they saw the machine tools arranged neatly in rows. 1, 2, 3. 10, 11. What the hell? 13 units. That damn Xiao Weiyuan had lied to me, saying there were only 5. No sincerity indeed. At least he died a fitting death. But, upon closer inspection, that's not right. There were indeed only 5. 1 boring machine, 1 lathe, 1 milling machine, plus a planer and a grinder. The remaining 8 were CNC crankshaft and forging presses that required electricity. Good heavens. Useless without power. But overall, these 5 machines were damn complete. Boring, turning, milling, planing, and grinding. All covered. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder, what was this factory producing? Unfortunately, the factory was empty and the warehouse had nothing. Either Xiao Weiyuan and his people had deliberately cleared it out to create a modification workshop, or this factory had originally been a machine tool production facility before the catastrophe. Sure enough, deep in the factory, Qin Feng saw the production line for machine tools. This made him understand. The production line also required electricity. The factory was not large, just a small workshop. But now it would provide immense help to Qin Feng's team. With these things, we can increase our weapon production. We can also start precision machining and mechanical manufacturing. These were incredibly important. They were needed in every aspect of life. Equipment repair required various parts. And as long as there was steel, these machine tools could continuously produce all kinds of things for Qin Feng. Even thermal weapons could be made. Of course, although Qin Feng was a big shot in his past life, he lacked professional expertise. To have him manually craft a gun, even just a conventional pistol, was no easy feat. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, vaguely recalling someone from his past life in Zhongzhou. He was a graduate of engineering, and overseas his profession was firearm designer. He could handle not only various high-explosive bombs, but also the repair of M134 and M61 Vulcan cannons. These were externally powered, multi-barreled, rotating Gatling automatic weapons. A modern version of the Gatling. In his past life in Zhongzhou, that guy had provided weapon designs to a certain shelter. And he handled everything from testing, mass production, to maintenance and repair. He was an all-round military ordnance talent. Where would he be now? If he could recruit that guy, wouldn't the shelter's thermal weapon production be solved? Of course, he could only think about it. That guy was somewhat arrogant and proud of his talent. And in his past life, he died on the battlefield of a conflict between 2 shelters. At that time, Qin Feng's team was just beginning to take shape, still a minor player watching the Titans clash, picking up scraps here and there. The loss of that talent had always been a regret to him. But now that guy was surely still alive, and he should be right here in Zhongzhou City. These things need to be arranged somehow. Qin Feng knew how valuable a machine tool workshop and even a production line was. It meant that as the shelter's population exploded in the future, the number of machine tools could steadily keep up. The output of various mechanical parts would also increase steadily. But Qin Feng had bigger ambitions. He didn't just want these 5 machine tools, he wanted to move the entire production line. Of course, that was unrealistic. So there was only one way: control this place. Make it one of the shelter's outposts. Then issues like power generation, water supply, material transport, and defensive walls would need to be considered, given the shelter's current scale. Well, it could be done, but it would take time. And such an important place required trusted people to guard it. The light industrial zone was a hot commodity. Besides Xiaoyou and Qin Feng, more survivors would surely come knocking in the future. By then enough armed force would be needed to protect the factory. So though troublesome, it was unavoidable. As for talent, Qin Feng couldn't force it, nor could he seek it out. It could only come by fate. What he could grasp were resources far beyond other teams as the foundation for a future safe zone. On this, Qin Feng had a well-thought-out plan. In his past life, there was only one top dog in the entire Zhongzhou city. No matter how the smaller teams fought among themselves, that top dog remained unmoved. Because they possessed the most basic resources and the strongest military force. Electricity and water, and heavy weapons. By occupying the power plant and waterworks, they traded supplies with various teams, allocating electricity and water to each side, then playing a balancing game of building factions. After that, they simply sat back and enjoyed the benefits. No one dared to attack. And this was exactly one of Qin Feng's future goals. After leaving the factory, Yang Xiu also arrived with 3 others to report. Most of the materials in the auto repair and parts stores had been taken by Xiaoyou and his group. However, due to their short time here, limited personnel, and professional constraints, many materials still remained in the shops. "Boss, I feel like this place is a gold mine," said one. "If we can take control here, it would benefit us greatly." Qin Feng nodded. "You're right. Let's check the other factories." A full 5 kilometers stretched across a dozen factory complexes. Some had large zombie hordes that were hard to clear, while others only had scattered undead. After a thorough investigation, Qin Feng reassessed the value of the industrial zone. The most important resources were not clothes or paper, but ceramics. At that moment, Qin Feng stood in the production workshop of a ceramics factory. The idle assembly line held rows of ceramic products. This factory produced 5 types of ceramic bottles. This reminded Qin Feng of a brutally simple weapon, the grenade. There were 2 homemade methods for grenades. One involved melting a candle over low heat, separating tissue paper into thin layers, and sprinkling black powder evenly over them. Rolled into fuses cut into segments that burned for about 5 seconds, then dipped in wax for waterproofing. The other method used ceramic bottles. Simply put, fill a ceramic bottle with gunpowder similar to a firecracker. So many ceramic bottles became materials for grenades. Of course, these grenades wouldn't kill, but if they could maim enemies on the battlefield, that would meet the standard. They worked equally well against zombie hordes. Imagine attacking an enemy camp. Just throw a dozen Molotov cocktails and grenades with window-breaking power. The devastation would be immense. Qin Feng couldn't help but grin while Yang Xiu, Jiang Xiaoyou, and the others looked utterly confused. "All right, we've gathered enough intel. This place is behind the agricultural university, not far. Have Team 4 train here and clear the factory district." Yang Xiu sighed. "Too bad we didn't find a food factory." Qin Feng chuckled and patted his shoulder. "No worries, we have enough food." The new territory required new plans. On the way back, Jiang Xiaoyou killed over a dozen zombies. Her performance was impressive and her movements had become much more skilled, reaching the standard of an expedition team member. This made her very happy. Working in the compound's logistics, while helpful, lacked the thrill of seeing Qin Feng. Joining the expedition team was different. Just look at Sun Jiao and Wang Bo. They were like a legendary couple, the envy of the entire third team. Jiang Xiaoyou wanted to become like Sun Jiao, truly supporting Qin Feng on the front lines. Back at the agricultural university, Li Jie and Li Ganyang were still training newcomers. Lu Tianyi was gradually establishing himself as the leader of Team 4. After Kai Longsheng's death, the newcomers fully submitted and stopped scheming. They formed a square formation of 40 wielding steel spears and machetes, practicing thrusts and slashes. They only rested when Qin Feng returned. Li Jie and Li Ganyang approached to ask about the survey. Qin Feng said directly, "We may not have more time for training. I need plenty of hands." The light industrial zone has a machine tool factory and a ceramics factory, both very useful. Besides, Yang Xiu found many auto parts and repair shops that will help us immensely. The two exchanged glances. Li Ganyang worried, 40 people might be too many. It'll be hard to command outside. Should we appoint 3 more squad leaders following our compound structure? Qin Feng thought for a moment and shook his head. Not yet. Let's discuss after several outings. He'll choose suitable candidates for squad leaders from among them. Later, Li Jie reported privately that Lu Tianyi had appointed Xie Yun and Gao Yi as vice-captains of Team 4. Qin Feng checked their loyalty in the system, both above 60, and approved. One more thing, Li Jie frowned. Those college kids seem to listen to Qin a lot. Qin Feng looked surprised. Is that bad? Li Jie thought, and said, of course it is. They'll listen to Qi and not necessarily to you. To them, you're just a murderer. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He waved dismissively. They'll learn the hard way after a few outings. For now, let them be. Establish rules after they've been tempered a few times. Imposing rules out of nowhere won't work. Li Jie sighed, bit her lip, and said softly, fine as you wish. That soft as you wish made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. He twitched his mouth, found a room in the dormitory to rest. Li Jia watched his retreating figure, her gaze deep, her eyes low, fingers fidgeting unconsciously. Qin Feng wiped his body with cold water while planning his next steps. The sanctuary had heavy tasks. He needed to reorganize his thoughts as a leader should. First, the massive shortage of steel for building walls. Second, yellow phosphorus from the suburban chemical plant. Never enough. Third, gunpowder. Possibly available at the chemical plant, but homemade was easy too, since saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur were easier to find than yellow phosphorus. Fourth, the machinery and ceramics factories in the light industrial zone. Fifth, various stockpiled products like textiles, leather, paper, metal goods, chemical fibers, industrial fabrics. Many, but not essential. These items had plenty of substitutes elsewhere, so they ranked last. The long-term plan was simple: equip everyone in the sanctuary with advanced homemade weapons. Grenades, Molotov cocktails, explosive crossbows, various explosives. Only then could they capture the city's southeast power plant and the suburban Fenghu water plant. Once everything stabilized, they could go further, raid the city center for armored vehicles and firearms. For now, Qin Feng finally had time to check the system store and do another batch of draws. He opened the shop interface. Steel plates 5 mm in length and width, 60 mm thick, a total of 100 pieces of alloy steel plates, now at 70 off, for only 500 points. First come, first served. What a deal. This is exactly what I need. Though it was a bit expensive, if he actually bought it, Qin Feng would have no points left for the lottery. But he had no choice. Such thick plates were the best material for building walls, and there were a full 1,000 of them. After fortifying the residential area, the rest could be used in the school. Even so, it wouldn't be enough, but it could solve Qin Feng's immediate crisis. He bought it. Watching his points plummet, his heart ached. Points 1, 2, 3, 6, 2. Can perform 12 draws. Yes, no, alright, 10 consecutive draws were no longer enough for him. Moreover, the shop refreshed daily. What if tomorrow's prices were even higher? Even if he had leftover points, he would save them. In the end, he would go for a 50 consecutive draw. Maybe he could get something good. Thinking this, Qin Feng turned to the daily check-in section. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 CNC cutting machine. Also a good thing. It required electricity, but it wasn't suitable for the school right now. First, there was no talent. He couldn't let the girls in logistics play with this, could he? A single wrong operation could leave them disabled. Second, the school's weight in Qin Feng's heart didn't outweigh the residential area. Sunshine Residential Area was his true home base. Naturally, he had to ensure sufficient talent and equipment for production. That was the most important thing. The CNC cutting machine could automatically process different parts. When changing the workpiece, only the CNC program needed to be altered. No need for CAM's master template samples or specialized tooling like drill jigs. Processing quality was stable, costs could be reduced, and the system's products were reliable to use. No need to worry about malfunctions during use. The gasoline generator in the residential area was proof enough. It had been used until now with low fuel consumption and high power output. It was simply dominating. When Li Yun's second team brought the diesel tomorrow, they would take it back. As for the lottery, he really itched to try, but he knew that a mere 10 consecutive draws could no longer satisfy the current shelter's needs. His physical strength was also ample. He could run 20 or 30 laps around the entire agricultural university without issue. After wiping himself clean, Qin Feng went next door and knocked on Jiang Xiaoyou's door. Done washing? He'll go down first, there's still work to do. He'll be down in a bit. Jiang Xiaoyou's shy voice came from the room, soft and tender. Having killed so many zombies today, she was incredibly dirty. On the way back, she didn't dare to get too close to Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled inwardly. Girls should be clean. But now it was the apocalypse. If there was no stable water source, no one dared to waste it. He went downstairs and walked to the training ground. The school had one large playground and two smaller ones. One of them was an open space composed of 6 basketball courts. Located between the dormitory, cafeteria, and teaching buildings, it was relatively safe. Even if zombies invaded, the open field offered a clear view and adaptability. Li Jia was carrying a steel-bladed axe, pacing around the formation, shouting angrily. Move it, be quick and decisive. Stop dawdling. Are you playing house? Acting like a sissy, are you even men? When you go out for real combat, you'll understand. If you don't take it seriously, you'll pay with your lives. Get your spirits up. Li Ganyang sat to the side, looking very obedient. Even Qin Feng was stunned. From her demeanor, she was not just a female warrior, but a female marshal. She had a knack for drilling troops. Those college students and citizens were being tortured by her, suffering more than military training. Qin Feng, you're here. Seeing Qin Feng approaching slowly, as if inspecting the formation, Li Jia's stern expression instantly softened. Then she put on a delicate, coy, and reserved look like a young maiden. Qin Feng simply pretended not to see it. Little vixen, don't tempt me like this. I'm a married man. I won't fall for it. Without wasting words, Qin Feng looked at the 40 men on the open ground and said in a deep voice, Early tomorrow morning we head out. The light industrial area behind the school is swarming with zombies. Your task tomorrow is real combat, to gain experience. If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to Captain Li Jia. Xiaolu, come here. At these words, Lu Tianyi immediately stepped out. After the training, he was drenched in sweat. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Come here, I'll train you separately. As captain, you still have a lot to learn. Yes. So Qin Feng took Lu Tianyi along with Xie Yun and Gao Yi, the 2 deputy captains of the 4th squad, and gave them a private session. He taught them some practical knowledge of the apocalypse and command techniques. Lu Tianyi was amazed. He silently marveled that brother Qin Feng was truly a talent. It hadn't even been 2 weeks since the disaster, yet he had already summarized so much valuable information. No wonder he had become everyone's leader. Truly admirable. When the sky darkened further, Qin Feng clapped his hands to end the training. He told Li Jia, 1st squad and 4th squad will take turns on duty. No need to stay by the walls. Consolidate your strength and keep watch near the dormitory building. Okay, I understand. Li Jia naturally had no objections. The school was too large. Spreading forces to guard the perimeter walls would be foolish. They only needed to watch the dormitory, the experimental base, and set up a few posts around the security office, teaching buildings and auditorium. As for the school's surroundings, the gaps where zombies might infiltrate would be checked periodically. After all, the school's edge was rarely visited. If there was no commotion, zombies wouldn't rush in to scare people. Moreover, Qin Feng had his electronic map holding the line. If zombies invaded, he would know immediately, so there was no major problem. After arranging the duty roster, Qin Feng ordered the distribution of food to everyone. Eating rice, flatbreads, dehydrated vegetables, and canned food, the people finally wore expressions of happiness. At that moment, the cadres gathered around a bonfire below the dormitory, eating and holding a meeting. The light industrial area has a lot of materials. After clearing the zombies, we'll bring them back. But our agricultural university only has 1 cargo truck. No problem. The 2nd team will come again tomorrow. Once we solve the power generation issue, we'll send a truck to haul them. Qin Feng was thinking about how to bring back those 1,000 steel plates. 1 truck alone was far from enough. Fortunately, there were plenty of factories to cover for him. He would go there tomorrow, take out the steel plates and the CNC cutting machine, and put them in the warehouse. That way no one would question it. Although thick steel plates and cutting equipment like that were usually only found in heavy industrial areas, it wasn't a big problem. As long as they weren't pulled out of his pants, no matter how strange it seemed, no one would suspect him. There are still many factories in that area we haven't inspected yet. I believe there will be more gains. Once we control the factory, the 1st squad will follow me to the outskirts to find the chemical plant. We need a large amount of yellow phosphorus and gunpowder. Hearing Qin Feng's arrangement, no one objected. However, Professor Hao Ran mentioned the heavy phosphorus group's 2 chemical plants specialize in producing yellow phosphorus. There's no gunpowder there. Qin Feng was taken aback. Professor, are you sure? I have a friend who used to manage those plants, I can confirm it. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Jiang Xiaoyou asked, without gunpowder can we not make weapons? Qin Feng shook his head. That's not the case, but it's a bit troublesome and dangerous. Li Jia sighed. Danger exists everywhere. Just pick a less risky method, and it'll lead the 1st squad to charge in. Qin Feng's eyelid twitched. No need, it won't require the entire 1st squad. Then what's your plan? Are you planning to make it yourself? Saltpeter and charcoal are easy to find, but sulfur is not. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. When I was out scavenging before, I came across a detention center. There's an ammunition depot inside. It stores several crates of ammunition. I have a way to extract the gunpowder from the bullets, but the operation is quite tricky, and one wrong move could ignite the primer, causing casualties. Upon hearing this, Li Jia was the first to speak. Though the logistics team doesn't go out, they should also share some risks. Just tell them to be careful during the operation. Qin Feng glanced at her, thinking, good heavens, how can you be so carefree? The logistics department isn't an external team. It's inappropriate to casually put them at risk of death. However, aside from Qi and the logistics team at the school was all women. If it were handed over to them, women's innate meticulousness might be beneficial. Extract gunpowder from bullets. Forgive my ignorance, but what method do you intend to use? Professor Gu Qingchuan, who had been silent, finally asked in a refined tone. Everyone was curious. Qin Feng thought for a moment. He pulled out a 9mm pistol round from his pocket and said, it's actually quite simple. Wrap the bullet head in cloth, cut a thin slice from a car tire to cover the casing. Use pliers to twist left and right, then pull hard, and the bullet head comes out. Then pour out the gunpowder. It seemed like just 3 steps, but the risk was real. If the primer were accidentally triggered, the consequences would be dire. However, Qin Feng's demonstration used a pistol round. Rifle rounds have longer steel cores and pointed tips, making them easier to handle. At this, everyone admired Qin Feng even more. The method wasn't hard to conceive, but who would dare to actually do it? Besides, standard bullets are designed to fit tightly. Many people thought the bullet head could only be removed with propellant. But Qin Feng told them that without propellant, pliers would do. Gu Qingchuan nodded. This method can indeed collect gunpowder. How much ammunition is in the detention center? Qin Feng replied, about 1,000 rounds. Everyone gasped in shock. Seeing this, Qin Feng shrugged bitterly. They're 5.8mm rifle rounds. We don't have rifles of that caliber, so they're useless. The group finally calmed down. Gu Qingchuan stroked the stubble on his chin, pondering. Armed units are mostly near the city center, but I know of an independent armed forces department southeast of the city that might have the guns you need. Truly a professor. Though he studied agriculture, he was a seasoned veteran with solid basic knowledge. In fact, Qin Feng just wanted to match tasks with expertise. Having these two professors as advisors for the shelter would work as well. After all, they were both intelligent. I know that place, but the southeastern part of the city has a massive horde that we can't handle. The horde numbers over 100,000, going there for weapons would be suicide. So Professor, don't consider it. In truth, if there were any way to find firearms, Qin Feng wouldn't resort to making explosives from yellow phosphorus and gunpowder. Gu Qingchuan's eyes widened. Over 100,000. Zombies. The other officials also swallowed, feeling deep fear. So it seems we have to use that bullet extraction method, Li Ganyang mused. Right, tomorrow the first squad will lead the fourth squad to the factory area. They'll drive to the detention center, bring back the bullets, and then meet up with you. We'll each handle our tasks. All right. Everyone nodded. The next day, the dormitory building learned via radio that the second squad had already reached the gas station. They were expected to haul the diesel for power generation back to the school by noon. Knowing the experimental base could generate power, the cultivation work could commence immediately. Both professors were delighted. Qin Feng left Jiang Xiaoyou at the school and went alone to the so-called detention center for ammunition. The first squad, along with the fourth squad, totaling over 50 people, headed to the industrial park to clear the horde. Jiang Xiaoyou wanted to go with Qin Feng, but he definitely couldn't take her. It didn't take much time, he just drove around casually. After scouting a certain area, he prepared to take out the steel plates and ammunition from the system space. Just then his electronic map suddenly came to life. A bus was wildly crashing at an intersection 2 kilometers away. Behind it, a dense horde of over 1,000 zombies followed. Among them were over a dozen zombie dogs. It was easy to tell. The speed of zombie dogs made them visible on the electronic map, smaller, faster red dots than ordinary zombies. Qin Feng's whole body went numb. Damn it. Without the electronic map, he might have met his end today. He immediately turned the wheel to get away, while also feeling that these people were both pitiful and infuriating. He had no idea why they had lured out such a horde. Of course Qin Feng thought this because he had the electronic map, leading to a cognitive bias. How ordinary people don't have a system. Without an electronic map, even holding a hand-drawn map is as good as being blind. When scavenging outside, it's easy to run into hordes. That's why most survivors don't choose to stay in cities during the apocalypse. Qin Feng quickly realized this. The system was a huge help. Without it, many things would be incredibly difficult. As he thought this, he drove a kilometer away. Then suddenly he heard. At the end of the road behind him, the bus swerved to avoid something and crashed head-on into an abandoned garbage truck. The whole vehicle came to a stop at the intersection. The door opened, and a large group of people hurriedly scrambled off the bus. The bus was crippled. Yanling's mood was undoubtedly shattered. Before the catastrophe, he was a bus driver responsible for ferrying passengers from suburban towns to the city's coach station. But the apocalypse came swiftly, and all order collapsed in succession. At that time, Yanling had just dropped off a batch of passengers in the city center. Because the coach station was in a remote area but close to the train station and subway, the crowd was enormous. Coupled with the rapid zombification caused by the virus, the nearby area gathered tens of thousands of zombies within just 1 hour. But Yanling was lucky. During his escape, he didn't encounter severe traffic jams. With decades of driving experience and exceptional skills, he drove the bus, trying to flee the city. However, the good times didn't last. He ran into several unusually congested roads. Zombification spread across the middle of the road. The entire city was on the verge of paralysis. Countless people tried to flee to safe places spreading outward. At that time, Yanling didn't think much. Although he vaguely sensed it was a biochemical crisis, he still believed rescue would come eventually. He thought his task was to protect the passengers on the bus, using the bus mobility to evade zombies, while waiting for armed forces to rescue them. The passengers dared not get off randomly. Thus they wandered the city for an entire day, enduring a difficult night amidst the roars and howls of zombies. From the second day, hunger besieged them. Yanling had no choice but to take a few male companions and drive around searching for food. In doing so, they lost many people. Because there were not many on the bus originally, whenever they encountered survivors begging for a ride, Yanling would let them board. He also wanted to supplement the team's numbers and combat strength. He intended to head to the outskirts, but all roads leading out of the city were blocked. To leave from another direction, they would have to cross nearly half the city center. Extremely dangerous. Only then did Yanling realize that a nearly fuel-depleted bus could not escape Zhongzhou City. Added to that, zombies were rampaging everywhere, and before the internet went down, passengers saw on their phones that major cities had fallen. The atmosphere was extremely bleak. Yanling had no choice but to find an office building. Before the bus ran out of fuel, he led the passengers to take shelter there. They advanced steadily from the outside, wielding bizarre weapons, slingshots that fired sharp iron pieces, and gears, a military shovel taken from somewhere, spears made from sharpened plastic pipes, and swords assembled from hollow stainless steel chopsticks. There were also meteor hammers made from dumbbell plates tied with belts, and short spears made from sharpened steel rulers bound with bandages to pipes. They cleared the zombies on the first and second floors, blocking all passages to the third floor and above. They thought they were safe. But unexpectedly, they encountered a group of survivors trapped on the fifth floor. There were many zombies on the third and fourth floors. These survivors had managed to force open the elevator doors using the elevator cable reaching the second floor. Even so, they couldn't come down because the elevator doors couldn't fully open. They were stuck. However, that didn't prevent the two sides from meeting and communicating. After meeting, the other side offered to share the food stock from the fifth floor company cafeteria. They invited Yanling to form an alliance. If they could clear the zombies on the third and fourth floors, they could establish a shelter based in the office building. As the initiator and rescuer, Yanling would become the supreme leader of the shelter. So Yanling agreed. But it wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Over the next few days, they took turns under safe conditions and finally cleared the zombies on the third floor. However, food had to be scavenged from outside. Because the office cafeteria was on the fifth floor, the survivors there could eat, but Yanling's team couldn't. So to gather more supplies, Yanling led his passenger team out early that morning. Who would have thought they'd run into a zombie horde on the road? Yanling could handle ordinary zombies, having been through storms and killed many. But this was his first encounter with a mutated zombie dog. He was terrified on the spot. The zombie dogs had incredible jumping ability, nearly catching up and breaking the windows to bite several times. In panic, Yanling stepped on the gas, trying to shake off the zombie pursuit. Ordinary zombies were slow, but the zombie dogs were too fast. Thus the accident happened. The bus crashed into a garbage truck blocking the road, and it was crippled. Get off. Hurry. Seeing a dozen zombie dogs rushing toward them like mad, Yanling's face turned pale. Killing zombies. By now he had overcome the psychological hurdle. But killing zombie dogs. He didn't even know where to start. Yanling knew clearly that they only had melee weapons. Against such agile, fast-moving zombie dogs, they had almost no chance. So the only option was to run. The team members panicked. Someone used a slingshot to shoot gears at the zombie dogs, but the power and accuracy were poor. Even if a gear stuck into a dog's head, it wouldn't necessarily destroy its brain. In fact, only Qin Feng knew that the weakness of zombie dogs was not concentrated in the head. A zombie dog could still be lively with only half a brain. After all, the structure of dogs and humans is different, and the virus inside was a mutated strong strain. So to eliminate them, a single fatal blow was required. Dismemberment, fragmentation, localized explosion, fire. All could effectively neutralize the threat. Bullets provided explosive effects. The power of a bullet entering the body was something cold weapons couldn't achieve. Thus Qin Feng instantly turned the wheel. The livestock truck made a heavy fishtail and charged back. Bang, bang, bang. 50 meters away. Bullets sliced through the air, drilling into the heads and bodies of the leading zombie dogs. Then they exploded on the spot. Bang, bang. Another series of gunshots. The zombie dogs chasing Yanling and the others fell one by one. Even one that had leaped midair was hit in the neck by a bullet. Its cervical spine snapped and it collapsed dead. Yanling and the others looked up and saw Qin Feng's livestock truck racing toward them. Behind it, the dozen zombie dogs were all taken down by the roaring bullets. The accuracy was astonishingly high and they were moving targets. Everyone was stunned on the spot. The muzzle velocity of 320 meters per second provided ample power and explosive force. Combined with Qin Feng's calm response, the urgent crisis was resolved. Yanling opened his mouth, but before he could speak, the young man calmly said, "First, get in." Presumably intimidated by Qin Feng's marksmanship, Yanling and the 7 or 8 others first exchanged bewildered glances. Then they scrambled onto the cargo bed of the livestock truck. Qin Feng spun the steering wheel, executing another sharp turn. The livestock truck swiftly departed from the street. Behind them, a dense, oppressive horde of zombies slowly advanced. However, the imminent danger had been averted. Qin Feng did not return to the agricultural university. Instead, he chose a secluded safe zone to park. Yanling was still dazed even now. Thank you for saving us. Master, where did you find that gun? Oh my god, it was terrifying. Those dogs were like zombies. Are animals infected too? Yanling shook hands with Qin Feng. May I ask? Qin Feng. Nice to meet you. Yanling. Yanling thanked Qin Feng profusely. He'll never forget your life-saving grace. Qin Feng waved his hand. Spare me that. Let me ask, where did you come from? An office building under the Five-Eyed Bridge. We have a shelter there. Yanling said excitedly. Master, are you alone? Would you like to come with us? Five-Eyed Bridge. That area also lies in the southeast of the city. No wonder there was such a wave of zombies. Strange. The hordes in the north and southeast had begun to split into small streams. Why? A natural phenomenon. Or man-made. The thought sent chills down his spine. That place won't last long. There's a zombie horde in the southeast numbering over 100,000. I advise you to leave early and find a safe place. Yin Ling's words caught in his throat. The others exchanged looks of shock. What? Over 100,000 zombies? You must be joking, Master. There's no horde near Five-Eyed Bridge. Yeah, we came from the train station. There were a lot of zombies, but not that many. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I'm just stating the facts. Believe it or not. Yin Ling's face grew serious. If that's the case, we're in trouble. Brother Yin, the people on the 5th floor don't know about this yet. Right? They can't come down, they're trapped up there. If a horde really is coming, they're doomed. I told you not to team up with them, but none of you listened. The group began to chatter noisily. Qin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed this team was not disciplined. Though Yin Ling was the nominal leader. When trouble arose, they still argued. Qin Feng had no interest in their internal disputes. Shaking his head, he was about to get into the car and leave. But Yin Ling quickly said, Master, please help us. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and turned to Yin Ling. There are over a dozen survivors near Five-Eyed Bridge, but the way back is blocked by the horde. Taking a detour would take a day. Before Yin Ling could finish, Qin Feng interrupted. Don't worry, those zombies won't reach Five-Eyed Bridge so soon. You have enough time. With that, he moved to get into the car. Yin Ling hurriedly said, the path through the office building is blocked by zombies. We only cleared one floor these past few days. But the other floor has even more zombies. Master, you have a gun. Please help us. Qin Feng found it annoying. Shaking his head, he ignored him. With a loud rumble, the livestock truck's engine roared to life. Qin Feng turned the steering wheel ready to leave. Yin Ling gritted his teeth and shouted by the door, Master, are you short on food? We have plenty. Sorry, I'm not. Nonsense. He had tens of tons of grain at home. Though more food never hurt, his main goal now wasn't food. Yin Ling was out of options. He could only watch Qin Feng drive away. Brother Yin, what now? Should we go back? Is that kid lying? I don't think there's a horde. Well. The same person who had been calling him Master just moments ago now referred to him as that kid. Yin Ling shook his head. I don't know. But he's probably not alone. Brother Yin, how can you tell? Yin Ling said calmly. There's no supplies on the truck, and he's not carrying a backpack or luggage. That means he must have a fixed shelter. His clothes are clean, his hair is washed. He has a reliable water source. In this city, without power or water, getting those things in a short time is impossible for one person. At this point in time, even a special forces veteran living as a lone wolf would still be struggling for basic food supplies and weapons. A shower. That's a luxury only the elite can afford. Who isn't filthy and ragged now? The group exchanged glances. Brother Yin, are you planning to follow him? Should we go back to the office building? The longer we delay, the worse it gets for both sides. Yin Ling sighed. Let's head back first. We'll meet with the others and decide our next move. Qin Feng drove on. After confirming on the electronic map that no one was following him, he returned to the agricultural university. Though he hadn't revealed much to them, they had likely already guessed his situation. He reached up and touched his clean, freshly washed hair. Qin Feng smiled wryly. Maybe he should look dirtier next time. Forget it. Why suffer when he had the means to wash? The water facilities at the agricultural university. Let's just say they were impressive. Because the lab had its own motor and reservoir, and they were large. So if power came on today, the lab's ultra-pure water system could produce some first-grade water through reverse osmosis, water that was drinkable directly. Not to mention the irrigation system, variable frequency water supply system, and so on. Such equipment in the apocalypse wasn't just elite, it was practically heavenly. For now, once power was restored, the reservoir could supply water for the entire school for at least half a year. Truly, the agricultural university was amazing. In fact, because it was an agricultural school, they had built a huge reservoir, mostly for irrigating experimental fields. Enough digression. Qin Feng didn't underestimate Yin Ling's analytical skills, nor did he dismiss him as an ordinary survivor. Because Yin Ling was someone Qin Feng knew well. Just now, the moment he heard Yin Ling's name, long-buried memories from his past life surged back. Yin Ling, a big shot in the Zhongzhou City Southeast safe zone. He started by building up an independent armed force. In his past life, Yin Ling accomplished a great feat that secured his status in the Southeast District. And that feat involved a horde of over 100,000 zombies roaming the Southeast. As everyone knows, the Independent Armed Forces unit in the southeastern urban area stored a large quantity of weapons and ammunition. In reality, however, Yin Ling and his team had only found light weapons there. Type 81 rifles, Type 79 submachine guns, and Type 54 and Type 64 pistols. Even the ammunition depot's stockpile was not particularly substantial. Decades of shabby rifles against a horde of over 100,000 zombies. Yet Yin Ling was a man who dared to gamble and create miracles. The Five-Eyed Bridge was close to the train station. There he discovered approximately 70 tons of gasoline tanker trucks. By standing on the overpass and throwing ignited gasoline tanks in a partition manner, he carved through the zombie horde. Those days the southeastern urban area blazed like daylight, transforming into a city that never slept. The inferno raged for nearly 10 days, annihilating an unknown number of zombies. From then on, Yanling firmly secured his position as the top leader of the southeastern district, becoming a powerful team that survived long after the apocalypse. They established a shelter and carved out a territory. This incident later spread among the major shelters. Through various channels, others learned it was Yanling's doing and acknowledged his strength. Qin Feng never expected to meet Yanling, who was still quite green at this time, and he even called him the Great God. If it were his past life, Qin Feng would have been elated for hours. But now it was different. He held the upper hand. Moreover, he had saved Yanling's life and forged a favorable bond. If he could recruit him into his ranks, wouldn't those hundreds of thousands of zombie points turn into Qin Feng's fuel? But Qin Feng knew this was unrealistic. Yanling was not one to submit to others. He was born to be a big brother in the apocalypse. Alliance was possible, but taking him as a subordinate, difficult. Although it wasn't entirely impossible, not now. Qin Feng had many things to attend to. While sorting through his memories of Yanling from his past life, he drove back to the agricultural university and coincidentally encountered the second team delivering diesel at the entrance. "How much is this?" Qin Feng asked, looking at the oil tanker they had driven. The gas station originally had tanker trucks that transported gasoline and diesel from the refinery to the station. The second team, led by Li Yun, had gone to the gas station for the first time and drove the truck back. A 10-ton truck, but not that much oil. Li Yun estimated, stroking his chin. About 5 or 6 tons. Qin Feng frowned. Bringing so much here, the agricultural university can't handle it. Li Yun spread his hands with a wry smile. The heavy trucks in the neighborhood can't handle it either. I'm also uneasy about leaving so much fuel at the gas station. What if someone takes it while we're away? Wouldn't that be a loss? Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. Oil evaporates. If it can't be used, it's waste. It would be better to leave it underground at the gas station, where it won't evaporate as quickly. But since Li Yun had said, so there was also an element of preservation in his attitude. What's the situation with the third team? Qin Feng asked. They went to the water supply station and are currently responsible for the neighborhood's water supply. Qin Feng, is it stable? Fairly stable. There are at least tens of tons of water there, and the pipelines are top grade, connected to Phoenix Lake. But without electricity, we have to rely on manual labor to carry it. Tens of tons. That's enough. This water supply can fully meet the needs of the neighborhood's small population. Although it won't allow everyone normal water use, occasional showers can be arranged. Later, have the logistics department stop weapon production. Enough is enough. Overproduction only wastes materials. We found steel plates at the factory in the light industrial zone ahead. Don't leave today, come with me. Then transport the steel plates back to the neighborhood. Li Yun thought for a moment. The last batch of steel has already been used entirely for the wall construction. It's better to allocate the rest to the school. The campus is larger and defense engineering is difficult. Qin Feng sighed. We just don't have workers, or we're short on talent in this area. As they talked, they instructed the remaining members at the school to handle the power generation issue. With Qian and the 2 professors overseeing, nothing would go wrong. Besides, the first team had also left personnel at the school. Li Yun stared in disbelief as Qin Feng directed people to move the ammunition boxes from the truck. Where did this come from? Found it at the detention center. Li Yun was dumbfounded. The detention center had such a massive ammunition depot. That didn't make sense. Qin Feng didn't explain. What did it matter if the detention center had a lot of ammunition? It was useful. He left the bullets for the first team's remaining members to guard. The second team also left half of their people at the school. The rest followed Qin Feng to the light industrial zone. The zombie horde here was still being cleared. When they arrived at the destination, they saw the first team members guarding the entrance of the machine tool factory. "Boss, you're here." Yang Shu, carrying a large cleaver, trotted over cheerfully. "How's the situation?" Qin Feng handed out 2 cigarettes to the men. In this era, cigarettes had become a hard currency. But Qin Feng's shelter didn't lack them. There was a tobacco and liquor store next to the supermarket, which had already been looted. Sister Jia is leading the team to clear room by room, Yang Shu said. Sister Jia was a nickname of respect used by the first team members for Li Jia. Although she was just a kindergarten teacher, she was now a backbone of the first team, strong in combat, and the male comrades were all convinced. "How many deaths?" Yang Shu sighed. "A dozen. The first time facing zombies, we were a bit flustered. Now we've stabilized, but the pressure is high. I feel they might have some emotional backlash later." Qin Feng smiled. Li Yun teased. "Another case of disobeying orders and acting on their own." Yang Shu stammered, unable to speak. That was indeed the majority. But a few were poor souls who followed orders yet still died in the zombie onslaught. The zombie horde in the industrial park was indeed quite numerous. One could sense it from the frequency of points refreshing in Qin Feng's system. Qin Feng said nothing more, patting Yang Shu on the shoulder. "No pain, no gain. Let's go lend a hand over there. Second team, help Li Jia share some pressure." Yes. A 5-kilometer stretch. Not long. But due to the complex terrain and dense buildings of the park, zombies kept emerging wave after wave like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Li Jie was under immense pressure at first, but when she saw Qin Feng leading the second team into battle, she instantly relaxed. Qin Feng with his electronic map was simply a bug. Prescient's clairvoyance. Such abilities were absolutely crucial on the battlefield. Coupled with Qin Feng's terrifying physical fitness and rich experience, the zombie horde was at most an elite monster before him. As long as he kited them, it wasn't too hard to kill. The boss is truly a war god. It's incredible. How does he know where the zombies are hiding? That's awareness, understand. Look at this top-tier kiting. Boss is awesome. Even Li Jie's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face flushed. Wasn't this exactly the moment she had been longing for, fighting side by side with Qin Feng? As expected, Qin Feng did not let anyone down. The moment he joined, morale instantly began to rise. The college students witnessed for the first time Qin Feng's ruthless extermination of zombies, his body drenched in blood. Everyone stood in stunned silence, finally understanding why Qin Feng had become their leader. Not only sharp-witted, but also exceptionally formidable. To them, the zombie horde seemed like an overwhelming tidal wave, costing over a dozen lives just to barely stabilize the situation. Yet when Qin Feng led a few veterans from the second squad, they routed the enemy completely. The blood had congealed on the factory floor. If not for the drainage ditches around, the zombie blood would have flooded the area. They burst into the warehouse, a facility producing chemical fiber raw materials, stacked high with supplies. Qin Feng, drenched in sweat and blood, led the team, charging in, and every face lit up with smiles. But Qin Feng remained calm, issuing an order split up to investigate, catalog all the stored items, and send someone to haul them. Li Jie quickly said, "We found several heavy trucks earlier. The keys are in the garage duty room." "That's great. Drive the trucks out and assign half of the manpower. Old Li, you lead the second squad to handle transport, and it'll take the first squad to continue clearing ahead. We'll be busy for the next few days." Qin Feng clapped his hands and strode into the warehouse first. While everyone was busy cataloging, Qin Feng took out the steel plates from his system space. "No rush, just take out a portion first." With so many factory buildings ahead, spreading them out would eventually fill everything. The sky gradually darkened. Clouds gathered heavily, hinting at an impending downpour. Qin Feng ordered the second squad to haul the goods back. But due to the vast variety of materials and products in the industrial park, it was impossible to move everything in one day. Qin Feng had to stay behind with the first squad to count the inventory. Everyone gathered inside the machine processing plant. Qin Feng sat alone at a distance, quietly eating a piece of compressed biscuit. The others saw the blood on their leader's clothes had hardened, making him look ferocious. Their hearts felt heavy, and they all sensed that this young leader was extraordinary, like a wild beast. Damn, how can he still eat? I really can't. Take one bite, spit it out. How, you're all just tired. Seeing so much blood, it's normal to have no appetite. How the hell is the boss so calm? I wish I had his mental fortitude. The group murmured among themselves, clutching their dry rations, but unable to take a bite. Even Li Jie was too exhausted to eat, though she was very hungry. After killing so many zombies, her spear had become dull from thrusting. She looked up and saw Qin Feng finish his ration without a single crumb left, as if it were a delicacy. She swallowed hard and forced herself to eat. Yang Shu was still grumbling, "If you don't eat, don't blame others when you die from lack of strength." Even so, he himself hadn't eaten much of his own ration. Everyone looked weary. But fortunately, by the end of the day, they had cleared 1/3 of the zombie horde in the park. At this rate, they could finish in 3 days. After eating, Li Jie came over and sat beside Qin Feng. Like a little girl, she hugged her knees and curled up, saying nothing, just staring blankly at the empty space ahead. Qin Feng clapped his hands, put his hands behind his head, and leaned against the wall. The two sat in silence, but a peaceful and serene atmosphere spread between them. The night passed without words. The next day, the third day, the fourth day, the battle resumed. After enduring the trials and losses of the previous day, the morale of the college students and citizens was undoubtedly low. Friends died, classmates died, but didn't they still have to survive? The dead cannot be revived. They could only blame themselves for being too weak or disobeying orders. Even though they understood this, the members of the fourth squad still couldn't muster much energy. Yet when they pushed deeper and encountered zombies, they still thrust with all their might. Gradually, courage began to take root in people's hearts. Of the 50+ people who came out from the fourth squad, only 29 remained. The first and second squads also suffered corresponding losses. But the entire industrial park had been thoroughly cleared. After dozens of back-and-forth transport trips, all the stored goods in the warehouses were completely emptied. Whether useful or not, as long as Qin Feng didn't stop them, they moved everything. Because these days were dangerous, Qin Feng didn't let Jiang Xiaoyou come along. After returning to the school, he first washed off the blood and sweat. Then he convened a meeting of the cadres. The second squad can go back now. Don't talk too much about what happened here, it will affect the atmosphere in the community. The steel plates will be used for your construction first. After the walls are built, let engineer he bring his people to the school. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Feng looked at Liu Tianyi and asked did the fourth squad members say anything after coming back. Liu Tianyi adjusted his glasses and replied the atmosphere is quite gloomy. We lost too many people. Everyone lowered their eyes not daring to speak. Only Qin Feng maintained a calm expression. Although the veterans of the first and second squads were used to casualties the number of deaths over. Qin Feng looked at Liu Tianyi and asked did the fourth squad members say anything after coming back. Liu Tianyi adjusted his glasses and replied the atmosphere is quite gloomy. We lost too many people. Everyone lowered their eyes not daring to speak. Only Qin Feng maintained a calm expression. Although the veterans of the first and second squads were used to casualties the number of deaths over these days was indeed too high, somewhat unbearable. This was a serious blow to morale. Qin Feng said we need to do some ideological work. Any suggestions? Professors Hao Ran and Gu Qingchuan exchanged glances. They had witnessed the scene of 50-plus people leaving and fewer than 30 returning. After a moment of thought they said in a low voice, let them rest more. In the future the fourth squad should also rotate for missions. There's a kind of post-war syndrome. In the U.S. veterans who participated in World War II, Vietnam, and Iraq often fired very few shots on the battlefield. It's a heavy psychological burden. Although our enemy is those zombie monsters, a virus, it's still a product of human mutation. If this continues, the resilience of this team will snap. Remember, those who died were college students, their friends, and close buddies. Qin Feng let out a long sigh. He had experienced this many times before, so it didn't affect him deeply. He felt it was normal. But he couldn't exactly share his past life experiences with them, could he? So he remained silent. I hope time and the will to survive can save them. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. But for now the situation remains urgent. Everyone, let's talk. Next I plan to go to the chemical plant to bring back some yellow phosphorus. Any suggestions? Bring them up now, and we'll figure things out. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Qin Feng summoned his psychological fortitude as a leader. His emotions remained largely unruffled. Yet fourth squad, having just endured such hardship, was to go out again. Li Jie spoke first, frowning. I think it's not appropriate. Why not? Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon her. His piercing stare made Li Jie feel utterly uncomfortable. But she forced herself to speak. The psychological issues of fourth squad, if not released, will only worsen. You yourself said that the outskirts likely hold no large hordes. So I believe fourth squad should stay behind. But our first squad will follow you no matter what. Qin Feng was taken aback, then offered a gentle smile. I never said I'd take fourth squad out. As you and the two professors just mentioned, they need rest. So I originally planned to take only first squad. I was just afraid you might be like fourth squad. Before Li Jie could respond, Yang Shu, who was sitting obediently behind her, exclaimed, Boss, you underestimate us. If you can endure, what do we have to fear? Li Ganyang and Huang Fu nodded in succession. The other members, veterans of first squad with loyalty hovering around 70 or 80, all wore expressions of unwavering resilience. They had already acquired comradeship and genuine sense of belonging. Seeing this, Li Jie smiled with undisguised pride. As long as you stand, we stand. Wherever you go, we go. Because everyone knows that following you is the only way to survive. In truth, all were well aware. Qin Feng was not a god. No matter how formidable, he could not protect everyone. Yet it was enough. In this accursed apocalypse, having such a pillar propped in their hearts was a source of strength and conviction. Yesterday in the factory, they had witnessed their leader kiting the zombie horde with effortless mastery. Each was brimming with admiration. Yet among all present, Jiang Xiaoyou, seated beside Qin Feng, knitted her brows tightly. She gazed at Qin Feng's profile with worry, her heart laden with heaviness. An inexplicable anger surged within her. Didn't you know he bears the greatest pressure? But Jiang Xiaoyou was sensible. She clasped Qin Feng's large hand tightly, offering silent support. Qin Feng, meanwhile, was deep in thought. Everything from the industrial park had been brought back. For now, materials for weapons construction and daily life were not in short supply. And without electricity, anyone who ventured into the park would find nothing. Qin Feng was indeed tempted by the machine tools production line. But now was not the time to focus there. Without power, running the factory was an empty dream. Moreover, the factory's power consumption was enormous. A mere generator could not bear the load. Unless we can take control of the power plant. But that's a matter for much later. Only you go back tomorrow and bring the machine tools. Also, the scavenging around the residential area must not stop. Weapon production can be put on hold, but we must push forward with various construction projects. I hope we can solve the reservoir issue before engineer He and his team arrive. By then I'll take you to the waterworks to investigate. Li Yun pondered, then asked rationally, what's your plan? Qin Feng smiled. Securing the power plant and waterworks is top priority. Fenghu area has large forests and is hilly. There won't be many zombie hordes, but humans will surely flock there. So let me be clear up front. The waterworks is extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Li Yun's expression turned grave. He too knew that the most terrifying threat now was not zombies but humans. Nearly 2 weeks have passed since the apocalypse began. Survivor groups will have set up camps in uninhabited outskirts. So before we go to the waterworks, we must make Molotov cocktails and explosive crossbows even without firearms. Huff. Li Yin took a deep breath. I understand. He had made up his mind. He had killed many zombies, so why hesitate against humans? Anyone who obstructs the shelter's survival and development is an enemy. To avoid adding burden to engineer, he and his team Qin Feng would personally lead the production of Molotov cocktails, explosive crossbows, and grenades. After the meeting, he ordered the ammunition to be brought out. He demonstrated to the logistics team how to extract gunpowder by hand. Everyone was amazed at his masterful technique. Yet they also sensed the danger of this task. There will be risks, but if you follow my standards, you can avoid them. You've seen how many from the outbound teams have died these past few days. This is the apocalypse. Though you are women, you must share the shelter's burden. Those who perform well will receive more food and daily necessities. Your living conditions will also be improved. Those who are efficient and capable, I will allow you to bathe once a week. But I want to see results. These gunpowders are vital to the shelter. So, don't complain to me. Work hard, and everything will get better. Do you understand? Under Qin Feng's stern admonition, the girls in the logistics department felt a bit daunted. Only Qian nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Qin Feng patted his shoulder. Actually, Qian was doing well, leading a group of capable young women from the logistics department, far more comfortable than the outbound teams. Is the power on now? Qin Feng turned to ask Gu Qingchuan. The latter nodded. Farming work can begin. The agricultural university had professional equipment and fertilizers. They had given Qin Feng a precise answer earlier. With scientific planting, these dozen-odd acres could fully support the food rations for all members for a quarter. Of course, vegetables and fruits remained scarce resources. The fields had to be cleared for staple crops. For now, if the system didn't yield fresh produce rewards, they would have to rely on dehydrated vegetables. That was decent enough, but Qin Feng was not content. He needed more people. More food, the better. As the logistics department gradually got the hang of it, the initial efficiency was very slow. But it was safe. The extracted gunpowder was stored in a dry, ventilated, sunproof, and strictly no-fire secluded area. For safety, Qin Feng specially selected an office building equipped with lightning rods as the future chemical storage. Seeing the women carefully using tools to unscrew bullet tips and pour out gunpowder, Qin Feng gradually felt reassured. After second squad departed, Qin Feng was about to rest and contemplate the plan to raid the chemical plant, when suddenly the communications department relayed a surprising message. The radio had picked up an unfamiliar frequency. This undoubtedly piqued Qin Feng's interest. A voice message lingered on the frequency. This is the Shangri-La Hotel on Shirshi Road. I am your friend Kai Baocheng. We have set up a temporary shelter in the hotel. There is ample water, food, and weapons here to help us resist the zombies. If any survivors nearby hear this message, we welcome anyone to join. Under the cautious gaze of the communications officer, Qin Feng heard this message, his expression turning grave. When did you receive this frequency? 5 minutes ago, the young woman replied, hurriedly glancing at her watch. Anything else besides this one? No, nothing else. Clearly the brief exchange with the leader had made her palms sweat with tension. In fact, when Qin Feng first entered, she had caught the strong scent of blood on him. This young woman was a student union cadre from the Agricultural University's broadcasting department. Because she often had to adjust broadcasting equipment, she quickly got the hang of the radio set. So Qin Feng assigned this task to her. She was of course trustworthy. Among the college students, her loyalty had been high from the start at 65. Now under Qin Feng's rule, her loyalty had climbed to over 70. She felt only fear and respect for Qin Feng. But just as she finished speaking, she saw Qin Feng's dark, stern face as he said, "This matter must be kept secret. You must not tell anyone, understand?" I understand." The young woman was startled, her face turning pale. Qin Feng smiled. "Don't be nervous." Then he turned and left, his expression growing somber again. Kai Baocheng. What a familiar name. One of the 3 overlords of the West City District. Later, with brutal and decisive methods, he swallowed up more than a dozen survivor groups in the West City District within 2 years. Qin Feng still remembered that the West City District later became a tripartite standoff. After Kai Baocheng's brief 1-year rule, internal factions split within the shelter due to his cruelty and ruthlessness. After the split, 2 groups joined forces to fight Kai Baocheng. In the end, Kai Baocheng lost a round, and his strength declined sharply. He could no longer maintain his rule over the West City District. If he couldn't suppress them, he would negotiate. Thus, he allowed 3 groups, including his own, to share the resources of the West City District. In Zhongzhou City, the area from the West City District straight to the suburbs and the highway section was a fertile land. First, there were very few zombies and many humans. After the apocalypse, many groups and shelters formed, playing a crucial role in suppressing the zombie horde. Second, the West City District had ample weapon depots. There were several armed police units, military armament departments, and garrison posts. Just from the loot points that Qin Feng still vividly remembered, light weapons aside, there were even heavy weapons and armored equipment. Items close to light infantry division gear like 82mm mortars and dual 37mm anti-aircraft guns. It was said that before the catastrophe the weapons were transported from the Jiangxing garrison and temporarily stored in these armed units. After the catastrophe, they played a huge role. There were even tens of tons of ammunition underground. Logically, even the garrison in Jiangxing shouldn't have had such equipment configurations. All kinds of ammunition and personnel configurations were also at the same standard. Why were they transported to Zhongzhou City for storage? This doubt had crossed Qin Feng's mind in his past life. Zhongzhou City had no stationed troops, but the Jiangxing garrison had started moving before the catastrophe. Could it really be to counter the catastrophe? Preparing for a rainy day? Foreknowledge? Hard to say. But without exception these preparations became ownerless after the catastrophe. What did this mean? It meant that neither the provincial nor the central government had anticipated the catastrophe would have such a massive impact. After the virus began to mutate, they suffered severe losses internally. Thus these weapons and equipment were left in the major cities. In addition, the West City District also had several Type 92 modified infantry fighting vehicles equipped with WJ-03 armored machine guns with fierce firepower. And before the catastrophe, a few modified Type 59 tanks that had been put into use by armed police units. They were loaded with a 100mm rifled cannon, a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, and two 7.62mm machine guns. Ferocious as hell. After Qin Feng secured his rule, he gathered all these weapons under his command. Later when the split happened the power was also dispersed. It wasn't until the tripartite standoff period that the major safe zones in Zhongzhou City felt at ease. After all, a triangular relationship was the most stable. Let them fight among themselves. Throw the West City District to them. At that time the only one who could suppress Qin Feng was the big shot who controlled Feng Lake and the suburban power plant infrastructure. So despite Qin Feng's gentle and calm demeanor on the radio once he bared his fangs, he was truly terrifying. More importantly, Qin Feng had clashed with Qin Feng a few times in his past life. He was one of the formidable enemies Qin Feng desperately wanted to avoid in this apocalypse. Qin Feng walked out of the communications department, went outside, and his face grew even darker. They were at the Shangri-La Hotel. With the geographical advantage of that location, Qin Feng should have already taken control of the Armed Forces Department on Shirshi Road. Heavy weapons were impossible. But light weapons, various guns and ammunition, though still scarce, gave him the capability to open fire. Qin Feng grew increasingly wary. First, Yinling, now Qin Feng. Almost 2 weeks after the catastrophe, these big shots were all showing up one by one, each already controlling certain resources and populations. But Qin Feng still decided to keep a low profile. That's how he had lived through those 5 years in his past life. The big shots were always showing off, snatching bits from each other. Meanwhile, he and his brothers would constantly pick up the leftovers and maneuver through the chaos. Only after 5 years could he stand on equal footing with them. Qin Feng knew well that by playing it safe and living low, the longer he survived, the deeper his foundation would become. The safe way was to follow the path of his past life. Therefore, the emergence of Qin Feng and Yinling only surprised Qin Feng, but did not change his current strategy. Most importantly, Qin Feng was too far away in the West City District. Yinling was near the Southeast Railway Station, but due to the zombie horde it was impossible to approach. As long as he held the fertile land of the South City District, well, there would be no problem. However, Qin Feng had to be more vigilant than before. The big shots were appearing, and the South City District also had its own big shots. Among them, there was even one who made Qin Feng extremely wary. As he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a tap on his back, and then his eyes were covered. A fragrant breeze came and a voice giggled in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Qin Feng chuckled, pulled Jiang Xiaoyou from behind him, and lifted her up. "Come on, get inside with me." Inside the room. "A bit longer, that's right. A bit longer. All right, make a fork here." Jiang Xiaoyou looked on the verge of tears. Don't misunderstand. How could Qin Feng be the kind of person who would casually make inappropriate jokes in broad daylight? He was just teaching Jiang Xiaoyou how to draw a map. Jiang Xiaoyou's face flushed red, thinking she was going to score today. But instead she was brought into the room, given a notebook and a pen, and told to draw a map. "Xiao Feng, is this really useful, eh?" "It's very useful. Your drawing skills are better than mine," Qin Feng said. "Once we complete the map, we'll be able to lose fewer people when we go out." Currently only he could see the electronic map. But as the shelter gradually expanded, Qin Feng couldn't personally lead all the teams. So he needed to draw the entire map of Nanqingxiu. Just one copy. Then it would be handed over to the logistics department for duplication. Then distributed to the captains of the 4 teams. Jiang Xiaoyou's face was wrinkled like a steamed bun. "Xiao Feng, can we draw it in the evening instead?" Qin Feng glanced at her. "What do you want to do?" I. Jiang Xiaoyou said pitifully, "I'm hungry." Qin Feng sighed. He got her some food. Then she drew while Qin Feng guided her. By the time the entire Nanqingxiu map was finished, it was almost dark. The logistics department reported that the registration of materials in the light industrial zone was complete. Qin brought a stack of notebooks for Qin Feng to review. Qin Feng then annotated the uses of each material one by one, storage, distribution, production, without any waste. Give this map to the logistics department to make 10 copies. Yes. Qin took the map and left. Jiang Xiaoyou happily sat at the table eating. Qin Feng lit a cigarette on the balcony and began to tally the gains of the past 4 days. First, the commodity column. 3,000 solid wood planks, 40 tons of cement mortar, 20 tons of diesel, 10 tons of beam steel. Qin Feng stored them in the system space. Second, the check-in column. A giant power plant, gasoline generator, a box of apocalypse, survivor medicine, a box of dehydrated vegetables with a shelf life of up to 2 years, and a book called Apocalypse Military Civilian Dual-Use Technology. This book was quite interesting. Qin Feng flipped through it. The table of contents was all in this style: military knowledge, rural sideline industries, small agricultural machinery, civil engineering and construction, household appliances and machinery, seal carving, several daily handicraft techniques, cooking, accounting, business management, several ancient Chinese scientific and technological achievements. Nice badass. Qin Feng planned to toss it to Qi and letting him read more books, read good books. Only then could he better manage the logistics department's work. But in fact, the knowledge in this book was extracted by the system from Qin Feng's own knowledge base. He himself could fully master all the knowledge in the book. This saved Qin Feng the trouble of personally teaching. He didn't know whether it was because the shelter had sufficient food, but the system's rewards rarely included food now. Of course, building materials were definitely the most important resources at the moment. Qin Feng quietly stuffed all these things into the warehouse. The logistics department had one key and Qin Feng had another. No one noticed. Qian. Sorry, in the future you'll have to take over Chun Ningxiang's scapegoat role. The remaining item was a giant generator powered by gasoline. However, what the system gave was diesel. Now the shelter had more diesel reserves than gasoline. It was simply messing with him. Qin Feng had no great solution. The factory needed this. If they had this generator, several factories could resume operation. Once the assembly line started moving, effective productivity could be restored. But the gasoline consumption was too high. Without a stable gasoline reserve, Qin Feng was reluctant to use it. Moreover, even if they started the factory, they didn't have enough manpower. Population, talent. These were now extremely important resources. He calculated the time. He sure and the others must be working overtime on the reservoir and the residential wall building project. Once they finished, he would call them over to continue working on the school side. So the materials could be stored for now, no rush to use them. At this moment, what Qin Feng most anticipated was the lottery. He opened the system. Points 100354. Can perform 100 draws. Yes, no, what a haul. 4 days worth of points saved. 100 consecutive draws. Let's go. They lost so many people in the factory zone, but killed so many zombies. This was all the fruit of their labor. Qin Feng couldn't wait and clicked the draw. Congratulations, host, you have gained stamina 30. Congratulations, host, you have gained napalm 20 cans. Congratulations, host, you have gained UAV 6 units. Congratulations, host, you have gained ballista 12 units. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200G light alloy arrowheads 5 boxes. Congratulations, host, you have gained potassium nitrate 10 boxes. Congratulations, host, you have gained raisins 3 boxes. Congratulations, host, you have gained cephalosporin antibiotics 3 boxes. Congratulations, host, you have gained engineer equipment set 5 boxes. Congratulations, host, you have gained PF-97 type 93mm individual thermobaric bomb 3 units. Congratulations, host, you have gained disposable thermobaric launcher 3 units. One word, flawless. Qin Feng was extremely excited. Not to mention how useful napalm was combined with landmines. It was a match made in heaven. Just these 10 boxes of potassium nitrate, Qin Feng could make a large number of tear gas grenades. The engineer equipment set was also a must-have for going out and looting. And finally, the 3 thermobaric bombs with launchers were a total steal. This thing's main charge was not an explosive, but a thermobaric agent, also known as fuel air explosive. It was a high-energy fuel. When it underwent a detonation reaction, it fully utilized the oxygen in the atmosphere within the blast range. Under certain detonation conditions, the thermobaric agent was dispersed. It mixed with the air and produced a violent explosion. Some called it cloud detonation. The PF-97 type 93mm caliber was derived from the Shmil-2 individual missile. It was a product introduced and developed by China and the Bear Country from the Tula Design Bureau in 1992. Of course, the ancestor of the thermobaric bomb was originally developed by the Eagle Country. But the Chinese Type 97 thermobaric bomb was characterized by not occupying troop establishment. For individual soldiers, carrying the launcher was as convenient as a grenade. The launcher, including the sight, was made of advanced plastic, disposable, and could be thrown away after use. This item had 4 uses: destroy enemy firepoints, bunkers, and buildings, destroy enemy light armored vehicles and automotive equipment, damage various industrial and military facilities such as houses, bridges, hangars, oil depots, ammunition depots. Finally, it was especially suitable for urban street fighting, killing enemy living targets hidden indoors. See, this thermobaric bomb was a real killer. Especially in the city, it was known as the second nuclear bomb, or baby nuke. Its power was astonishing. Qin Feng planned to use these 3 thermobaric bombs as a trump card. Moreover, although this thing was advanced, it wasn't difficult to operate. Although Qin Feng had never handled this weapon in his past life, he wasn't completely clueless about how to use it. Thus, it was just a matter of waiting for the production of Molotov cocktails and explosive crossbows. The task of improving the shelter's combat power was urgent. The next day, Qin Feng assembled the members of Team 1. After clearing the zombie horde at the industrial park, Team 1 had also suffered some casualties. However, Li Jie later forcibly took a few members from Team 4. They were all college students she deemed to be performing well, and they joined Team 1. Therefore, the team still maintained a roster of 10 members. Qin Feng held a meeting in front of the dormitory building, briefly explaining today's plan, then pointed at Jiang Xiaoyou. She will be the second deputy captain of our Team 1. Welcome. The scene erupted in encouraging applause. Only Li Jie went through the motions half-heartedly. Jiang Xiaoyou stood expressionless, hands behind her back, beside Qin Feng. Only in front of him would Jiang Xiaoyou reveal emotions like shyness, nervousness, and happiness. One could imagine how hard it was for this girl to hold back. Qin Feng suppressed a smile and continued. Today we're going to the chemical plant on the outskirts to find yellow phosphorus and gunpowder. With these materials we can return and immediately make 2 types of weapons, Molotov cocktails and explosive crossbows. This will lay the foundation for our future exploration of the water plant and power plant. I hope that once we're out there you will follow the orders of both deputy captains and myself. Yes. Yes. The 10 people answered in unison. After countless life-and-death battles and training, they were not completely soldiers yet, but they could already follow orders without question. Moreover, Team 1 was inherently special. It had always been personally led by the leader. This sense of honor and superiority also formed the foundation of Team 1's strength and confidence. All members were equipped with steel-tipped spears and machetes. These 2 weapons had been fully upgraded at the agricultural university and the residential compound. After acquiring the machine tools, the compound also began producing spears. The previous welded short spears and axes were gradually phased out. After generating electricity, they had 4 fully charged walkie-talkies. This time, they took 3 for Qin Feng, Jiang Xiaoyou, and Li Jie. Each person had a small bag, sling, backpack, chest pack, waist pack, etc. to carry dry rations. Inside were chocolate, chewing gum, hemostatic bandages, and medicine and mineral water. In addition, there was a box of engineer kits, including engineer shovels, hammers, ropes, and so on. And 1 engineer shovel, made by the system, had the functions of a shovel, pick, crowbar, bayonet, and saw. High strength, wear-resistant, corrosion-resistant, and high-temperature resistant. No cheating. When these items were taken out of the warehouse, Qi and was dumbfounded. He was also sternly reprimanded by Qin Feng, who told him to be more careful with inventory in the future and not be so careless. Qin felt so wronged. He was about to cry. Qin Feng secretly laughed. Sorry for making you a scapegoat. It was foreseeable that this incident would become one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the shelter. As for special items like crossbow vehicles, fuel air bombs, and drones, they were still stored in the system space and not brought out for now. Team 1 set off. They drove away a fully fueled heavy truck. Following the electronic map, they searched for secluded routes with few zombies. They headed toward the outskirts. Qin Feng still remembered the location of the chemical plant very clearly. After picking their way through and ramming into several small zombie hordes, Qin Feng and his team got closer and closer to the outskirts. However, the situation on the southern edge of the city gradually made Qin Feng frown. It wasn't for any other reason, but because he discovered on the electronic map that most of the city's intersections were blocked by abandoned cars and zombie hordes. The heavy truck circled around the edge area for a long time before finding a single road leading to the outskirts. This situation was very abnormal. Qin Feng chose a quiet office building's underground parking garage nearby. He parked. Then he told everyone, someone is deliberately forcing us to take one route out of the city. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Li Jie frowned. Then what do we do? She had also noticed something wrong. Apart from the zombie hordes, they were trapped on certain road sections by various means, able to move within a small range, but unable to leave those sections. The abandoned cars were even more ridiculous. Obviously, someone had intentionally brought them to block the road. Everyone looked grave. Qin Feng said, "It's been a while since the catastrophe. A team like ours looks like a delicious roasted meat in others' eyes. And it's the kind that's rotated and sprinkled with cumin." As everyone fell silent, the sound of zombies roaring came from the underground garage. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Alright, don't overthink it. Let's clear the zombies in the garage first. The members of Team 1 jumped down from the cargo compartment. Qin Feng personally led Jiang Xiaoyou using the spear formation to pick off zombies. Thud, thud. One by one the zombies fell, splattering zombie blood. Jiang Xiaoyou remained silent the whole time. In fact, when Qin Feng decided to take her out, she had already made up her mind. Say less, do more, never be a burden. Qin Feng smiled, wiped the blood stuck on her face, and checked repeatedly. After confirming that the zombies in the garage were cleared, he took out a map and spread it open. Seeing this map drawn by Jiang Xiaoyou herself, everyone gathered around and sat down in a circle. They only sent 3 people to guard the garage entrance. First, they used the truck to block the door leading into the office building. Let's have a meeting to confirm the current situation and the next steps. At first, no one spoke. But Li Jie knew that Qin Feng was deliberately training their battlefield planning skills. So she spoke up, send 2 people to scout the area and find the enemy's base first. Qin Feng gave no comment. Jiang Xiaoyou carefully studied the map, then stammered. Obviously, we only have one road to take. The enemy must have set up outposts nearby. Then look at our current position. We are already very close to the enemy's ambush site. Less than 10 li. Maybe even our whereabouts have already been discovered by them. Of course, if their sentries are placed far enough, they would have noticed us as soon as we appeared in this area. Qin Feng was taken aback and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Xiaoyou's analytical ability. Yu's analysis is very correct. It coincides with my own thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyou's face flushed, and she took deep breaths in excitement. Li Jie, on the other hand, seemed uninterested, looking down at the map, and no one knew what she was thinking. In fact, Qin Feng had already confirmed the enemy's outpost through the electronic map. There were fully 10 people. With 10 people on sentry duty, normally the base would have at least 30 to 50 people guarding it. Such a configuration indicated a very large team. But the electronic map also had a range. It could only radiate up to 20 li around to observe the situation. Farther than that, it was invisible. Unless Qin Feng moved his position, he could lift the fog of war on the edge of the electronic map. Obviously, the enemy's base should be in an area 20 li or 30 to 40 li away. And these 10 people were standing guard so far away. Then first of all, it could be confirmed that they had long-range communication equipment. Moreover, to think of such a method to rob at the intersection and set up outposts so professionally. Obviously, this was not their first time. This was a group of professional bandits. Qin Feng leaned forward. Let's all think together. If you were the thugs, where would you set up an ambush? And where would you place your camp and watchtowers? He posed 2 questions in succession. The group had no clues. However, Li Jie seemed unwilling to concede defeat to Jiang Xiaoyou and was still secretly competing. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Feng saw through her intention and raised a hand to stop her. Regardless, there should be no issues today or tomorrow. We'll rest here tonight and clean the area. Write down your thoughts tonight, and we'll summarize them tomorrow morning to finalize a specific plan. Hearing this, no one objected. Li Jie bit her red lip, but ultimately said nothing, casting a resentful glance at Qin Feng, who had turned his back. Moving the vehicle, Qin Feng led 2 people into the stairwell to inspect it. They found the terrain highly suitable. The stairwells had fireproof doors, all made of metal. He first had Yang Shu and Li Ganyang help secure the doors with steel bars, then used a portable gas welder to weld them shut. Incidentally, the gas welding torch was also stored in the engineer's toolkit. Only the rooftop door was left open. On the rooftop, Qin Feng unexpectedly discovered 3 successful men who had talked business until their deaths. Their bodies were covered in dust with bite marks on their necks and chests from zombies, but they had not undergone zombification. After destroying their brains, little Yang Shu stood beside Qin Feng and clicked his tongue. Boss, take a look at this. He crouched down, lifting one of the men's wrists, which bore a Vacheron Constantine, a luxury watch from before the apocalypse, seemingly very valuable. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, but remained composed. Yang Shu and Li Ganyang, however, were thrilled and stripped the luxury watches from the 3 men's wrists, proudly putting them on. The 10-story building was relatively safe, though zombie hordes roamed the floors. With the fire door sealed, they couldn't get in, ensuring a peaceful night's sleep. Time passed quickly. After clearing the rooftop and arranging watch shifts that evening, Qin Feng and the team took turns resting. He and Jiang Xiaoyou were on duty for the first half of the night. Li Jie, Yang Shu, and Li Ganyong were assigned to the second half. Sitting on the stairwell landing of the rooftop, leaning against the railing, Qin Feng finished his meal and lit a cigarette. Jiang Xiaoyou crouched beside him, holding a scallion-flavored compressed biscuit, eating and drinking with mineral water. Xiaofeng, is the situation tough? Look at your furrowed brow. Qin Feng smiled faintly, exhaling smoke, indicating his heavy stress. Yeah. A bit anxious. Why, oi? Jiang Xiaoyou asked softly. Actually, we're running out of time. If there really are bandits, it's only a matter of time before they discover us. Right now, their scouts might be nearby. They could make a move as early as tomorrow noon. We might not get a good night's sleep tonight. On Qin Feng's electronic map, the surrounding watchtower markers kept shifting. They were professional, contracting their perimeter as they moved, clearly aware of their group's trail. But the situation was unique. First, Qin Feng wasn't sure where the enemy camp was. Based on his experience, it was likely in the wilderness, an open area bordering the edge of Fenghu Forest. And their path led exactly toward the wilderness. This introduced numerous variables and dangers. Without the fog of war on his electronic map, he could pinpoint the enemy camp's location and adjust accordingly. But he couldn't now. Thus it was full of unknowns. Second, Qin Feng was worried about another thing. The enemy's watchtower arrangement hinted at certain clues. These people were at least well-trained thugs. In the southern district, he knew all the big shots' backgrounds. So he feared these enemies might be subordinates of some big shot. Among them, there was one he was wary of. If it was him, the breakout battle would be extremely stressful. Jiang Xiaoyou leaned on his shoulder. Don't be afraid. Calm down and think of a way. Qin Feng pulled her into his arms. You did great today. He really. I'm not flattering you, but it's the truth. Did you see their faces during your long analysis? Jiang Xiaoyou chuckled. I did. Keep it up. You're the best. He patted her head. Jiang Xiaoyou pouted in silent protest. Then under the moonlight their shadows gradually merged. After a moment of banter, Qin Feng patted his backside and stood up. He led Jiang Xiaoyou back to the underground garage and woke everyone. We can't stay here. We need to leave quickly. Qin Feng spread out the map and swiftly drew a route. Li Jie, take your people and head here. Wait for us halfway. He circled a rough spot on the map. We'll communicate via walkie-talkie. Got it. Li Jie acted decisively and led her team off immediately. Qin Feng pointed to the dark corner of the garage. Take out your flashlights and light up the area ahead. As he spoke, Qin Feng climbed onto the heavy truck and lifted a tarp covering something. A large wooden crate. Jiang Xiaoyou, Xiaofeng, what's this? Something good I found last time in the detention center's armory. He then said sternly to the team behind him, only a few know about this. Don't spread it. The group exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Using a crowbar, they pried open the crate. Inside lay a pile of explosive bricks. This? Jiang Xiaoyou was stunned. Qin Feng grinned. 30 kilograms of high-grade TNT. We're blowing this place up. The team was shocked. No one asked about the explosives. Instead they exclaimed, Boss, why blow this up? Qin Feng, while observing the area illuminated by flashlights, silently identified the load-bearing columns. He replied, in this situation, there's a difference between being ambushed and ambushing. One side has a complete contingency plan and the other is completely led by the nose. To break out of the death cycle, you have to disrupt the enemy's deployment. For example, environmental factors and our whereabouts. Qin Feng had pondered long, even with his electronic map as an advantage. With insufficient manpower facing enemies with communication capabilities, strong backup, and hostile intent, his odds weren't high. And that didn't rule out the enemy having firearms. In a direct confrontation, Qin Feng was confident he could survive. But what about the others? As the leader, ensuring everyone's survival was his responsibility. So blowing up the building, though bold, was a fully executable plan. The route Qin Feng had chosen for Li Jie and the others was precisely the blind spot of the enemy's sentry posts. They would wait halfway along the path, hidden from easy detection. Once the explosion sounded here, a tremendous shift in circumstances would unfold. But could 30 kilograms of TNT really demolish a 10-story office building? No problem. Qin Feng made the judgment swiftly. Demolition was a science involving architectural mechanics and explosive energy control. First, the building had to be brought down. This wasn't like a husky wrecking a home. No swinging a sledgehammer for 80 yuan a hit. The goal was to topple the building, producing flames and a deafening roar, luring the zombie horde and completely disrupting the nearby layout. Then in the chaos, they would drive away, rendezvous with Li Jie. After the enemy was fully drawn to the scene, they could proceed with other plans. Without the electronic map, this move would have been a gamble. The enemy might not have discovered them. But thanks to the electronic map, they could see that throughout the first half of the night, the 10-man sentry perimeter was gradually sweeping toward this area. It was clear the enemy knew someone had intruded, but not Qin Feng's exact location. Jiang Xiaoyou asked nervously, how are we going to set it off? Qin Feng flashed a sly grin. Learned it online. Watch closely. At this, the others felt a chill run down their spines. What hadn't this boss learned? If it were peacetime, the crimes head committed would be enough for a dozen firing squads. On the outskirts at the edge of the forest, Li Yongfei sat before a tent table in the camp, listening to communication reports from the city. They were using 2 iridium communication devices and several military-grade two-way radios with a range of about 40 kilometers. All day long, they had been investigating the hiding place of the unfamiliar team. Li Yongfei was clever. He had placed zombie hordes at several congested defense lines on the city's edge, blocking off other routes. The horde had a peculiar trait. When they detected prey, their activity level surged. The originally scattered horde in the middle of the side roads, stirred by Qin Feng's group driving past, had all converged, becoming more active and ravenous than before. This phenomenon immediately alerted the sentries that someone had entered their territory. From day to night, Li Yongfei waited in the camp command post for news. The 10 sentries had formed an encirclement, gradually searching every dark corner for possible hiding spots. They were familiar with this area. Li Yongfei himself came from the suburban fringe with vast farmland. He used to frequent the city to deliver goods to markets, restaurants, hotels, and supermarkets. After the catastrophe, he formed his own team. Among them were 6 professional soldiers. He had first encountered them near Feng Lake, driving a single jeep to fetch water. It was Li Yongfei who persuaded them to join the team. The reason was simple. After the catastrophe, these soldiers were lost. Without orders from superiors, unable to find their commanding officers, and with families back home, they had escaped the city's zombie hordes, unsure of their path or future. Li Yongfei had won them over by offering abundant food from the shelter and water drawn from Feng Lake. But in the previous accidental skirmishes, 4 of the 10 soldiers had been lost, leaving only 6. This made them increasingly aware of what was most terrifying and required vigilance in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, soldiers without a unit had no duties, only individual survival instincts and a will to live. Thus, they neither feared nor shunned killing. After all, when caught in a firefight, there were only 2 possibilities. Either you die or I die. And this was not their first time. They had witnessed the deaths of 4 comrades brutally killed by former kind citizens who had turned into vicious bandits. This hardened the soldiers' hearts. Thus, even the sentry posts were manned by these 6 soldiers. After enduring so many days of brutal survival, the soldiers had developed a preliminary sense of belonging to Li Yongfei's shelter. They helped him train the population. They taught military knowledge. In return, Li Yongfei grabbed a dozen pretty girls for them. The purpose went without saying. Food, water, and supplies were prioritized for them. Gradually, the 6 soldiers were corrupted by this treatment. If they could survive better, why not? Even if it was built on others' suffering, they silently accepted and forced themselves to get used to it. Human nature was an unknown Pandora's box. And this gradually gave Li Yongfei's team basic combat capability. The 6 soldiers were equipped with a complete QTS-11 individual combat system, a camouflage helmet with a smart visor now defunct, a Bushnell red dot sight, handguard modifications, and a grenade launcher. The 5.8mm Type 95 assault rifle, medical kit, ration pouch, ammunition pouch, canteen, and so on. They had intercepted multiple fleeing groups in this area, seizing many supplies and people. The shelter had slowly grown into a collective of over 100 people. They were scattered across the suburban fringe where Li Yongfei led the townsfolk to build walls and fortifications. But this prey was different. Qin Feng was vigilant. He was the first among all the trapped groups to notice the anomaly in the edge districts. The abandoned cars and zombie hordes they had set up blocked other paths. Yet Qin Feng's approach was even more unpredictable. He didn't burst out of the encirclement immediately. Instead, he found a hiding spot in the edge district and never showed himself again. Bai Chun was the squad leader among the 6 soldiers. Before the catastrophe, he was a platoon leader in a certain infantry company of the independent armed forces in the southeast district. The terrifying horde of over 100,000 there had forced him. Bai Chun was the squad leader among the 6 soldiers. Before the catastrophe, he was a platoon leader in a certain infantry company of the independent armed forces in the southeast district. The terrifying horde of over 100,000 there had forced him to lead his men to the southern outskirts. What do you think? Li Yongfei replied hastily. It's strange. Bai Chun said. They seem to know our positions in advance, hiding very well. My men haven't seen any sign of them yet. Li Yongfei pondered. Gradually tighten the encirclement, but be careful. The prey nowadays is different from before. Any team that survives in the city for so long before coming out is no pushover. Bai Chun scoffed. Don't worry. No matter how clever the rat, it can't become a cat. At the same time, Qin Feng had already set up the explosives in the office building. The others all shared the same thought. Hell, we have the explosive, but this high-grade TNT can't be timed. How are you going to detonate it? Qin Feng had 2 objectives in demolishing the building. First, to lure the enemy and execute a decoy strategy. Second, the building was infested with numerous corpses. Destroying it would also net him a batch of system points. Qin Feng adopted the targeted demolition via load-bearing points method. After all, every skyscraper is built upon a foundation with steel-reinforced concrete pillars serving as its skeletal framework. Once the skeleton is dismantled, the entire structure collapses. The problem, however, was this. Detonating was easy. But what about the people? Would they go up with the building? That would be like the guy who wrapped his head in a cloth and flew a plane into a tower. As everyone wondered how to ignite the explosives, Qin Feng took out a coil of dynamite detonators from a wooden crate, spoils from a previous construction site. Since there was no actual explosive, everyone thought these detonators were useless. But Qin Feng had stored them away. He hadn't expected them to come in handy so soon. TNT is very stable. It won't necessarily detonate even under pressure, friction fire, or bullet impact. That's why mercury fulminate is needed to initiate TNT explosions. Qin Feng crouched silently beside the pile of explosives, fiddling with the detonators. The others exchanged glances, curiosity drawing them closer to watch. A detonator is essentially a small copper tube filled with a small amount of mercury fulminate. Of course, plastic or other materials can also serve as the detonator casing. The mercury fulminate is sealed first with one end left open. A fuse inserted into this open end can trigger the explosion of the mercury fulminate, which in turn detonates the surrounding TNT. This is called using explosion to suppress explosion. triggering an explosion with another explosion. The length of this detonator coil was sufficient. It was originally meant for safety blasting at the construction site. When the time came, the massive horde of corpses attracted by the sound would bury all traces here. The thugs would also be too preoccupied with the large-scale corpse activity to bother with them. While it was possible to just rush straight to the main road and leave if the obstacles at the ambush point couldn't be cleared quickly, or if 10 people surrounded them with firearms, the situation would turn dire. Qin Feng didn't know whether they had firearms, but a plan must consider all contingencies. Xiao Feng, you're amazing to know all this. Jiang Xiaoyou exclaimed excitedly. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Wasn't that only natural? Who did he think he was? Listen up, he said, standing straight with a serious expression. After setting up the detonation sequence, we'll head straight for the woods. Follow the same route as Li Jie and her group. Of course, there's a chance the enemy might still send tails after us even after the building collapses. They'll cover the rear. Everyone's faces turned grim. Jiang Xiaoyou grabbed Qin Feng's hand. I'll stay with you. Qin Feng shook his head. This will be dangerous. You lead the team and rendezvous with Li Jie. He then raised the walkie-talkie in his hand. Well, communicate with this. Jiang Xiaoyou was worried. Xiao Feng, you. Qin Feng placed his hand on her delicate cheek. It's okay. Trust me. Jiang Xiaoyou's eyes burned with intensity, then after a few breaths her gaze grew resolute. All right, we'll wait for you at the destination. The two exchanged a deep look conveying everything without words. The remaining 4 members glanced at each other, their eyes full of teasing. Though a bit embarrassing, watching the leader and the first lady shower each other with affection was quite amusing. The group exited the office building. After Qin Feng made all the arrangements, he pulled the detonator fuse and backed away. A crisp sound echoed. Qin Feng lit the fuse. Then he quickly led the team away from the building, deliberately choosing quiet alleys. He constantly monitored the enemy's position via the electronic map. Clearly Qin Feng's judgment was accurate. At 4 in the morning, the 6 of them marched in silence toward the forest in the wild, attempting to reunite with Li Jie and her group. Through the walkie-talkie, they learned that Li Jie had already reached the destination Qin Feng had marked. She had taken her people to a milk tea shop and was waiting quietly. 5 minutes later, Li Jie turned on the walkie-talkie. Li Jie calling main team. Li Jie calling main team. Main team received. We're heading to the destination, about 15 minutes out. It was Jiang Xiaoyou who answered. Li Jie replied immediately. We're waiting at the milk tea shop in the east alley of the Nike store at the destination. Received. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng stopped abruptly after leading the team away from the blast zone. After confirming the time, he turned around and said to Jiang Xiaoyou, go ahead. Leave the rest to me. You must be careful. Jiang Xiaoyou didn't dawdle. At this moment, she had already begun to possess the demeanor and boldness befitting a deputy captain. The 4 team members also looked at Qin Feng with concern. Boss, stay alert. Don't take risks. We'll wait for you. Qin Feng patted their shoulders, and as he turned around, his relaxed expression vanished instantly. What followed was a look of gravity and severity. On the electronic map, those people had obviously confirmed multiple times that Qin Feng's group was likely hiding near the office building. They just didn't know about the explosives. In fact, Qin Feng had intended to stay behind. The demolition wasn't merely to lure the enemy. On the way to the chemical plant and back, they would have to pass this area again. If those thugs were allowed to block the way here, they would be in danger. Although taking a detour was possible, Qin Feng felt that since the enemy regarded him as prey, they should be made to understand. No one was a pushover. Since you decided to devour me, you'd better be prepared to be devoured in return. Therefore, the next phase of the operation was not suitable for the entire team. Qin Feng decided to act alone. He checked his equipment, a steel-tipped spear strapped to his back, a dagger tucked into the outside of his right thigh, a 9mm CF-07 police pistol with 9 rounds left, a crowbar secured at his left hip, plus a chest bag and a paper-armored jacket. With such gear, Qin Feng wouldn't fear the enemy, even if they were all armed with cold weapons. Even if they had firearms, it didn't matter. With his skills, experience, and the electronic map's X-ray function, dealing with these 10 men was like child's play. Moreover, to tighten the encirclement, they were scattered. Most were in pairs, with a few moving alone. Qin Feng walked while checking the time. He also tore open a chocolate bar wrapper and swallowed it in one go. Chewing the rich sweetness with a hint of alcohol lingered in his chest. Soon Qin Feng returned to the vicinity of the office building and chose a relatively open space, keeping a safe distance. Then came a roar like an earth dragon. The ground shook violently. Boom! The building exploded. In the far distance, fierce flames and towering fires could be seen through the night. Countless dust and smoke spread outward in a ring centered on the office building. On the electronic map, 2 people were instantly caught in the explosion. However, they did not die. From their position, Qin Feng estimated that minor injuries were inevitable. If luck was bad, they might even be severely injured. The next second, a dense stream of points flooded in, thrilling Qin Feng. This wave was an outright fat harvest. He gained about 60 to 70,000 points, equivalent to the entire day's income from the shelter's team clearing the corpse swarm. Not a loss. But Qin Feng did not linger. Within 10 seconds after the explosion he moved. He could clearly see the positions and distribution of these 10 people on the electronic map. But rashly opening fire might alert the enemy and draw them to surround him from the direction of the shots. So Qin Feng gripped his spear, preparing to eliminate them one by one without raising the alarm. On the walkie-talkie, main team, do you copy? What's the situation? Li Jia heard the explosion from kilometers away. Main team copies, no need to worry. Qin Feng blew up the office building to attract the enemy and let us slip away. Li Jia was silent for a moment. Then she spoke again. Captain, how are you now? No response. She repeated several times, still no answer. After a long while, Jiang Xiaoyou said, he turned off the walkie-talkie. Nonsense. Qin Feng was going to assassinate. Of course the walkie-talkie had to be off. Otherwise, imagine you are about to strike and the walkie-talkie suddenly blares. The enemy turns and shoots. You're done. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Chun and his team were also stunned. Reporting to the captain, the office building to the southwest has exploded. Good heavens, how many kilograms of explosives was that? The enemy is asking for death. C Squad, what's your situation? Bai Chun asked with a grim face. He quickly realized that C Squad was closest to the building. With such a massive blast, could C Squad have been wiped out? After a while, C Squad replied, Captain Ji Ming and I were pinned by a concrete slab, slightly injured. Ji Ming's left foot is bleeding and we can't move. Bai Chun gritted his teeth. Was their luck that bad? This kind of explosion actually had limited splash damage, but there was always danger. Under such shock, nearby buildings could collapse or crack. D Squad, rendezvous with C Squad and bring Ji Ming to me. Roger. Bai Chun looked again at the office building, puzzled. What did the enemy mean? Coming all the way from the city just to blow up a building. But Bai Chun was no ordinary man. Half a minute later he understood. The enemy must have discovered their team and used this trick to slip away. Good heavens, these city folk really brought a case of explosives to escape. Given the size of the building, it would take at least 30 to 40 kilograms of explosives to bring it down. Damn. With only 10 men, they couldn't form an effective cordon around the building. Bai Chun immediately spread out the map and drew a few lines with a pencil. Then he gave orders over the walkie-talkie. He commanded BC and D squads to follow his route for the blockade. Listen up, the enemy is trying to escape and might turn off their car lights. Listen for engine sounds and don't shoot at anyone without reporting. Understood. Understood. The squads responded. However, B and C squads replied, but D squad did not. Bai Chun frowned. D squad, do you copy? Please respond. Still no response. They were using military-grade walkie-talkies which generally didn't have signal issues. The quality was reliable. D squad's sudden silence made everyone tense. A soldier behind Bai Chun said uneasily, Captain, could it be? Bai Chun gritted his teeth, grabbed his rifle, and sprinted toward D squad's position. Follow me. Meanwhile, Qin Feng picked up the Type 95 assault rifles from the two D squad members. His heart raced with excitement. Finally. 2 weeks. Do you know how I've been getting through these 2 weeks? The thousands of 5.8mm rounds would have gone moldy if not fired. Now I've made it through. Qin Feng made a quick decision, stripping the two soldiers of everything. Bags, equipment, weapons, even their clothes. Full combat suits, and they even had the military QTS-11 individual combat system. Great stuff. The two poor soldiers were left in only their underwear and vests. Stowing the extra gear into his system space, Qin Feng picked up the helmet and put it on his head. Then he skillfully checked the condition of the Type 95 in his hand. Frequently oiled. Well maintained. Confirming there were only 10 rounds left, he knew that was enough. At the same time, he opened the electronic map and saw a two-man team rapidly approaching his position from behind. Qin Feng wasted no time. He quickly set up his rifle at a building corner, aiming at their path. At this moment, the advantage of the electronic map was clear. When Bai Chun and his soldier arrived, they were highly alert. They switched to semi-automatic fire mode, bodies slightly tilted, eyes at least 3 centimeters from the rifle. While moving, they kept their shoulders pressed against the stock, arms tight to the body. They even used tactical flashlights, scanning every dark corner and ambush spot with each step. They were professional soldiers. Qin Feng could tell at a glance. He crouched behind a trash can in the alley, surrounded by stinking garbage bags. Without the electronic map, he would have had to peek around the corner to spot the enemy, risking exposure. But now no need. With the electronic map, Qin Feng remained still. When Bai Chun and his soldier, despite their caution, exposed themselves without warning, Qin Feng opened fire. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. 2 3-round bursts. A swift and sudden assault catching them off guard. The moment Qin Feng emerged from behind the trash can, Bai Chun and his soldier took bullets to the head. A splat. Blood sprayed out. Before he died, Bai Chun only saw the muzzle flash from behind the trash can. Then his vision was drenched in red. The suddenness left him no time to be shocked or retaliate. And so Bai Chun as captain died first among his men. Qin Feng didn't waste time. He repeated the same process, stripping them completely, then began searching for the next prey. But at that moment the enemy's walkie-talkie, not yet stored in his system space, crackled to life. Captain, we heard gunshots. What's going on? Qin Feng let out a cold sneer. He switched off the walkie-talkie directly. Tapping on the electronic map, his figure once again vanished into the darkness. With Bai Chen dead, the remaining men lacking the capability could not assume the role of commander. But the walkie-talkie remained silent, which immediately made the others realize that something had happened to their captain. Teams B and C swiftly abandoned the planned blockade routes. They knew the blockade was futile now. The enemy had clearly not left the area around the office building. Instead, he had stayed behind, intending to devour them in return. Could they tolerate this? The remaining members instantly activated emergency protocols. They adjusted the walkie-talkie frequency. These military-grade radios could set up a secret channel in critical moments to prevent the enemy from intercepting their communications after capturing the devices. But this was utterly useless against Qin Feng. Shortly after Team B entered the zone whereby Chun and his men had gone missing, they lost contact with Team C. Upon hearing the gunfire, Team C finally realized that the encirclement had failed and chose to retreat immediately. Damn it! Who the hell is it? The enemy is moving swiftly, giving us no time to react. For now we have to go back and get Li Yongfei to send reinforcements. However, just as Team C was about to withdraw, from the dark corner behind a barber shop to their left rear, a tongue of flame spat out with a rapid rattle. Two members of Team C reacted quickly, firing 2 shots on the spot, but their aim was wildly off, bullets flying into the sky. Still, they could not escape Qin Feng's gunfire. They were instantly taken down by a burst of bullets. 10 men were swiftly eliminated by Qin Feng. He stripped them of their gear. Before he could even rest, Qin Feng heard a deafening roar of corpses all around. The zombie horde was coming. The explosion at the office building had still caused a tremendous noise. This drew scattered zombies from the vicinity into a massive horde advancing toward this area. Terror radiated outward. It was still an hour or two until dawn, the darkest time of the day. Qin Feng turned on his tactical flashlight. Relying on the electronic map, he evaded the encirclement of the zombie horde. Then he sprinted toward the location of Jiang Xiaoyou and Li Jie. His abundant stamina allowed Qin Feng to maintain his strength even after several swift assassinations. He ran at full speed. At the same time, he turned on the walkie-talkie. Qin Feng calling Yu, Qin Feng calling Yu. I'm here. Jiang Xiaoyou responded immediately. The situation here is stable. I'm coming to join you right away. Roger that. Well, wait for you. Qin Feng did not tell his team about killing the 10 enemies for now. Instead, he quickly made his way to the rendezvous point. Li Jie had already led the others in clearing the scattered zombies on the street. Everyone waited there in silence. 10 minutes later, the group first saw the flickering light of a flashlight at the end of a dark street corner. Then they saw Qin Feng returning safely. Though for some reason he was wearing a helmet on his head and carrying a pitch-black rifle in his hands. A large cylinder was strapped to his back, wrapped in cloth, its contents unknown. Good heavens, had he gone to kill people? Members of Team 1 stared at their leader in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, both Jiang Xiaoyou and Li Jie became excited. But the night was dark and neither noticed the other's expression. What defined a true master? Before leaving he had said, "I'll cover the rear." In less than half an hour, amid explosions and gunfire, he returned safely. 1 against 10. The enemy was completely annihilated, and his gear had been upgraded. This earned Qin Feng boundless admiration from Team 1 members. Clearly at this moment everyone's loyalty had increased. A few had even reached the peak of 89. Qin Feng had anticipated this. Out of curiosity, he had once checked the loyalty of his family members in the system. His parents and Jiang Xiaoyou were all above 95. Jiang Xiaoyou's parents were both above 90. As for outsiders, even after sharing life and death experiences, they could not break 90. The peak was 89, and the first to reach this number was Li Jie. Knowing that Qin Feng was safe, Jiang Xiaoyou's loyalty did not change. But Li Jie's had quietly increased by 2 points, reaching 91. What did that mean? Had she come to see him as family? Qin Feng wiped his sweat. All right, no more delays. Get in the car. Let's leave this place. Qin Feng's calculations were not over. He knew that these 10 men were just sentries. The enemy's camp was certainly in the wilderness. Therefore, upon his return, Qin Feng had deliberately taken a fuel-air explosive from his system space. If they encountered a large-scale enemy, he might have to use it. Afterward, he could explain it as loot from the 10 enemies. This would not arouse suspicion among his own people. Although Qin Feng had considered whether it was appropriate to reveal some of his special abilities, he ultimately rejected the idea. For now, no. The heavy truck safely left the urban area, perhaps because the explosion had drawn zombies from all around. There were very few zombies encountered during the drive. After leaving the city and reaching the highway section, Qin Feng finally cleared the fog of war on the electronic map and located the enemy camp. It was in a township settlement 10 kilometers outside Fenghu Forest. The enemy had set up an outpost between the forest, the city, and the town. The location was remote and not on their direct route, so they could detour around it. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt relieved. It wasn't that he was afraid. He simply wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Soon the group got onto the highway and headed toward the chemical plant. Li Yongfei was now dumbfounded. He had tried to contact the sentries over a dozen times, but received no response. Those 10 men seemed to have vanished into thin air on the edge of the city with no news. Li Yongfei was terrified. Bai Chun had led professional soldiers. If there was an enemy so powerful that even they could not handle, then if that enemy attacked the camp, wouldn't he be utterly defenseless? The firearms were all under Bai Chun's control. Although the soldiers had joined Li Yongfei's shelter, that did not mean they were completely loyal to him. Thus, without firearms or confidence, Li Yongfei calmly chose to retreat. He immediately ordered that no one approach the city and that the entire camp move back to the township. Before leaving, he only left 3 or 5 scouts and spies behind. Brother Li is captain by really gone. Beside him, his subordinate Ho Rui loaded supplies onto the truck while asking cautiously. Li Yongfei looked at him sternly. Don't let this leak out. If even Bai Chun couldn't handle the enemy, we definitely can't. Ho Rui twitched his mouth and clicked his tongue. But this is a huge loss for us. Li Yongfei slapped him on the head. What, you want to get revenge? Ho Rui shrank back, not daring to say anything. Li Yongfei sighed, deeply wary, and glanced toward the city. He said, just give up that idea while you still can. Dawn. On a stretch of highway, a heavy truck was parked by the roadside for a rest. They won't chase us anymore, will they? Jiang Xiaoyou asked, holding Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng shook his head. No, they won't. I've crippled their combat strength. If they have a command post knowing that all the sentry posts have been wiped out, they won't send people deep into the city. In fact, even if they did send more people to investigate, they would be forced back by the horde of corpses over there. The office building area was even the center of the corpse swarm. All of them were drawn there by the sound of explosions. Since they couldn't get close, they couldn't investigate Qin Feng and his group's whereabouts. So an ordinary person would choose to pull the command post back and leave a team behind as scouts. In fact, Li Yongfei's approach wasn't wrong. But Qin Feng miscalculated, thinking that even their command post was made up of soldiers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared the thermobaric bomb, that ultimate weapon. A bit of an overestimation. Actually, Li Yongfei was just a self-sufficient farmer from a village. But that wasn't Qin Feng's concern. As long as they didn't cause trouble, Qin Feng wouldn't touch them. Because now getting to the chemical plant was the most important thing. The members were exhausted from the night's work and hadn't slept well. So they had to rest here before reaching the chemical plant to replenish their strength and energy. Li Jie, you're in charge of cooking. I want a can of peas, remember to heat it with tomato juice. Little Yang Shu, brother Yang, you're in charge of starting the fire. Qin Feng directed, everyone acting like a feudal lord. Jiang Xiaoyou shot him a look, then went to help wash the stainless steel lunchboxes and take out the disposable chopsticks. Li Jie, on the other hand, cheerfully cooked for Qin Feng first before making her own. Yang Shu, while cracking sunflower seeds, nudged Li Ganyang's waist with his elbow. Then he jerked his head in that direction, signaling. Li Ganyang sighed. Brother Jie, promise me don't be a simp anymore, okay? But there's just no stopping someone who wants to be a simp. Look at how carefully Li Jie was heating the can in a frying pan for Qin Feng. The members' hearts were all sour. Li Jie now had a lot of prestige in the first squad. But ever since Jiang Xiaoyou joined as the deputy squad leader, she was always being overshadowed. Of course, everyone knew Sister Yu was the leader's wife. So they didn't dare say anything. Besides, Jiang Xiaoyou was capable enough. While waiting for Qin Feng in the city, she led the first squad in clearing out quite a few zombies. Her moves were becoming cleaner and more decisive, no less than Li Jie's. During the meal, Qin Feng spread out the map. There must be a lot of corpses around the chemical plant, but they must be in a state of outward dispersion. Once we get in, well, clear the corpses first. You all need to stay close to me. Li Jie also looked at the map and said, if there's no gunpowder. What's your plan? Qin Feng thought for a moment. If there isn't any, I'll have to make it myself. He had previously won 10 cases of potassium nitrate from a lottery. He had thought that if the gunpowder was sufficient, he would use it to make tear gas. If not, he would use it to make gunpowder. But the problem was making gunpowder required sulfur. This stuff had to be found at an oil refinery. The recycling and processing workshop would store sulfur-containing waste. The workshop would usually process this sulfur-containing waste into finished sulfur. This was generally industrial desulfurization. It came in granular or powder form. Of course, there were many sulfur products. It could be extracted from pesticides, dyes, pharmaceuticals, sugar, refining, and other manufactured goods. But that was simply not realistic. Extracting sulfur from manufactured goods was too difficult. It would be better to just go to the oil refinery and find ready-made sulfur. But the oil refinery was further away in a township area on the northern outskirts. It was about 20 or 30 kilometers north of the city. And if he really went to find sulfur, transportation would be another problem. Just as he was pondering this, suddenly, on the electronic map, several small black dots were blinking together. At the same time, they were moving rapidly in their direction. While out and about, Qin Feng would periodically open the electronic map to observe the surroundings. He had noticed these people earlier. However, at first they were still 10 kilometers away. He had thought they would leave Zhongzhou City along the main provincial road, but instead they turned onto a small road heading their way. What was going on? Qin Feng frowned and quickly stood up, put out the fire. Someone is coming towards us. Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. But after only a moment's hesitation, Li Jie and Jiang Xiaoyou quickly led the others to put out the fire and pack up all the pots, pans, and dishes. This road itself was an old road. The asphalt surface was cracked and very dilapidated. Back when the new provincial road hadn't been built, vehicles heading south from Zhongzhou City would all pass through here. Then they would pass through several townships to reach the next city. The downside was that the route was very winding and had only 2 lanes. It was very prone to traffic jams. The new provincial road, however, saved a lot of travel time and went directly to the next city. These people weren't taking the new road but chose to take the old one instead. So there were only 2 possibilities. 1, they were also heading for the chemical plant. 2, they were a team sent by the previous camp to hunt them down. Qin Feng's face darkened as he shouldered his rifle and stood up, looking around. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. It was time to teach them how to use firearms. Otherwise, if they encountered bandits or thugs out there in the future, a bunch of people charging in with cold weapons would surely get hurt. But it couldn't be done now. Although besides the one in his hand, Qin Feng still had 5 Type 95 rifles in his system space. The ammunition wasn't really sufficient either. Bai Chun and his team had been frugal with it when they encountered trouble. But there was plenty back at the base. So this matter would have to wait until later. Qin Feng immediately ordered them to form an encircling formation in the shape of an under the cover of the bushes and bridge openings on both sides of the road. Although everyone only had cold weapons, the crossbow, a long-range killer, was a mandatory piece of equipment. Qin Feng himself drove the heavy truck to block the middle of the road, hoping to kill the enemy in one strike. A formidable assault weapon like the Type 95 had a maximum range of 800 meters. That didn't mean the bullet could only fly 800 meters, but that it was still lethal within 800 meters. Its effective range was 400 meters. Within this distance, the accuracy was highest. But the members' homemade crossbows were different. Their maximum range was only 80 to 100 meters. Their effective range was only about 40 to 50 meters. However, fortunately, the first squad member's accuracy had greatly improved. So Qin Feng alone set up his rifle at the very front. He found a high ground reverse slope and lay prone. This way, if a skirmish broke out with the enemy, he could lure them into the crossbow's range trap. It also ensured that the members could fire steadily from a fixed position and guarantee their safety. Qin Feng had more experience and was more capable, so he naturally had to take on the risk of luring the enemy. 15 minutes later, through Qin Feng's scope, a jeep appeared at a constant speed far off on the provincial road. Then it turned onto the old road's fork and drove down decisively. Qin Feng immediately confirmed that his judgment was basically correct and was ready to open fire at any moment. Tianjun sat in the driver's seat, driving while lost in thought. This was their second attempt to cross the Zhongzhou City highway section and reach the next city. Their first attempt had been 5 days ago. It failed. After driving about 15 kilometers on the main provincial road, they encountered nothing but abandoned cars. Tianjun sighed. He had never expected that even such a wide provincial road would have been affected by the zombie outbreak. A massive pileup of wrecked cars stretched for several kilometers. There was even a horde of zombies blocking the road. They had no choice but to turn back. To make matters worse, they ran out of fuel and had to abandon the vehicle and walk back. During this process, they had to take care of an injured person. Fortunately, that person did not turn into a zombie. He had only been careless and cut his arm on a twisted, broken guardrail while moving with the group. I hope we can make it out this time, sighed Gao Shui, sitting in the passenger seat. He was the injured one, his left arm still wrapped in a bandage. In the back of the jeep were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all looking thin and dirty. They seemed to have been hungry for a long time. Brother Jun, I think it's fine to stay here. Why do you insist on going to Jiang City? Asked Chu Ling, a 22-year-old neighbor of Tianjun's. Everyone in the car lived in the same apartment building. Tianjun had always been very considerate to the residents of that building. In fact, he was a veteran. Jiang City was located in the center of Xia country, making it convenient to reach all directions. That was why the military's only rapid response unit was stationed there. And Tianjun was a veteran from that very rapid response unit. However, he always told others that he had served in an Air Force division in Tianjin. He kept the unit's designation a secret from everyone. It was all very mysterious. But in reality, Tianjun had come from a secret special operations company of the army stationed in Jiang City. The members of this company were all elite soldiers selected from various subordinate armed forces. In short, Jiang City was one of the cities with a large number of stationed troops. Of course, none of that mattered now. After the catastrophe, he found himself in Zhongzhou City and quickly realized that the only way to survive was to go to Jiang City. That's where the troops were, and it had a large Air Force presence. Although Tianjun had been out of the military for a long time, he knew. With such a major incident in Xia country, Zhongzhou couldn't react in time, but Jiang City would definitely respond quickly. They might have already evacuated the entire Jiang City provincial government and some civilians to join the central government in the capital. This judgment was based on Tianjun's familiarity with the military. After the catastrophe, he had seen many things online. All major cities in Xia country had been invaded by the virus. It was a nationwide disaster. So I've been trying to contact the troops in Jiang City via radio, but I haven't gotten any response. They might have already evacuated, but they must have left a garrison behind. That's why we have to go to Jiang City, Tianjun muttered while driving. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances. They knew it too. If they stayed in the city, they wouldn't last long. Too many zombies, too dangerous. Although Tianjun had extraordinary skills, he couldn't protect all of them. The apartment building had initially had over a dozen residents. Over the past 2 weeks, only the 7 of them remained. So initially, everyone was inclined to leave the city. But none of them had expected Tianjun's determination to go to Jiang City to be so strong. Gao Shuai opened his mouth hesitating. Old Gao, just say what you want to say, Tianjun said with a smile. Well, I mean, if we can't make it to Jiang City, we could set up a camp in the wilderness nearby. Brother Jun, these days have been too hard on everyone. Tianjun was taken aback. He saw everyone's faces in the rearview mirror. Only hunger and exhaustion. He also realized that what they needed was stability, not to follow him around endlessly. After all, no one else had his physique and endurance. Even when they went out together, encountering small zombie hordes was extremely difficult for them. So including Gao Shuai, everyone truly didn't want to keep moving anymore. Tianjun sighed inwardly. He wasn't very good with words. He didn't know how to comfort them either. After a long silence, he could only reply, "All right, if that's the case, he'll go along with everyone's wishes." As soon as he said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, gunshots suddenly rang out from the left side of the jeep about 400 or 500 meters away. Immediately, Tianjun felt the left front tire of the jeep blow out. The vehicle began to skid, nearly veering off the road. At that moment, everyone was startled. They all looked out the left window. What's happening? Was that a gunshot? Is someone ambushing us? Fear, panic, and confusion instantly filled the car. In a flash, everyone was in chaos. Tianjun shouted, "Don't panic. Everyone stay calm." His driving skills were surprisingly good. He managed to drive the jeep with one flat tire forward at full speed. He floored the accelerator. He didn't care about anything else. The jeep roared like a wild beast charging toward the end of the road. But another gunshot awaited him. The bullet precisely hit the left rear tire. Both tires blew out. The jeep immediately lost its balance, slid forward in a drift, and then came to a forced stop. Tianjun also lost his balance, hitting his head on the steering wheel, leaving a bruise on his forehead. The situation in the back was worse. Everyone lost their balance and fell over each other. Tianjun was furious. They had no firearms. The 2 shots were a provocation and a forced stop. Were they bandits? Tianjun turned to look. A head appeared on a reverse slope to the left rear. The head was wearing an infantry helmet. It was Qin Feng. Tianjun made a quick decision. If it were just him alone, he would have had ways to deal with this person. But with a large group behind him to protect them, though very reluctant, Tianjun shouted out the window, "Don't shoot. We're unarmed. Don't shoot. Don't shoot." He shouted it 3 times, his voice hoarse. True enough, the other side didn't fire again. Tianjun had no choice but to open the door, raise his hands, and stand outside the driver's door, facing Qin Feng's direction. But Qin Feng still didn't approach. He lay behind the reverse slope, only his head visible, watching them coldly. Tianjun, very anxious, quickly turned back and said, "Everyone get out, do as I do, and don't make any sudden moves." Gao Shuai was the first to react. He led everyone out of the car, all standing behind the jeep, raising their hands, facing Qin Feng. After a moment, Qin Feng stood up from behind the hill. He held a Type 95 rifle with a very standard posture. He kept the sights aimed, stayed alert, and walked briskly toward them in small steps. Tianjun finally got a clear look at Qin Feng's appearance. Gazing intently, he saw a very young man, undoubtedly not old. Yet from his posture while holding the gun and walking, it was exceptionally standard. Could he have been a soldier? Upon closer inspection, the smart visor on his helmet and the 95 type rifle equipped with a red dot sight and handguard made it discernible. This was the military-grade QTS-11 individual combat system. Before the cataclysm, several armed organizations in Zhongzhou City had begun small-scale deployment of these items. But only the Armed Forces Department had them. The armed police units did not. "Kneel." Qin Feng spoke calmly, directly pointing his gun at Tianjun. Yet a storm raged within his heart. This is old Tian. Qin Feng's memory blurred back to his past life. Tianjun, a core member of Qin Feng's sanctuary. He was also Qin Feng's right-hand man. At the same time, it was this old fellow who personally taught Qin Feng some military knowledge. He was considered his half-mentor. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. To meet him again in this life. What a damned fate. But now was not the time for reunions. Qin Feng knew old Tian, but old Tian didn't know him. Moreover, this old man was the company commander of a special operations company of the army under a secret designation in Jiangxing. Later that unit was disbanded, and old Tian retired and returned home. In his past life, Qin Feng asked many times. But old Tian never revealed his origins. According to him, he had signed a confidentiality agreement upon discharge, and was even on classified red-header documents. So even in the apocalypse, he couldn't speak. Qin Feng understood. That's just how soldiers are. Rather, that's what it means to be a soldier. In fact, even in peacetime, the intelligence and information of the national military are mostly classified. Ordinary folks know little not only about secret designations, but even about the information of main units. If the nation doesn't want the people to know, they simply won't know. It's normal. Old Tian was indeed a somewhat legendary figure. He had previously executed many missions going south to the Golden Triangle, eradicating drug lords, combating crime, and capturing spies. Ever read a Soldier King novel? Old Tian used to be a Soldier King. So Qin Feng's command to kneel was not out of hostility. It was a kind of wariness. After all, old Tian didn't know him now. He lacked the loyalty and tacit understanding from their past life. And Qin Feng had shot out 2 of his tires. He must be holding a grudge. This old man has a very petty heart. Better to be cautious. Qin Feng was also helpless. He thought they were enemies, but ended up meeting his old flame from his past life. This was a bit awkward. Leaving such a bad impression at their first meeting was not ideal. But Tianjun said nothing. He knelt first. Then Gao Shuai and the others knelt down as well. Young man, we are not bad people. If you want to take our supplies, feel free. But please don't shoot. Tianjun stared directly at Qin Feng. Supplies were unimportant to him. The lives of everyone present were what mattered. In his eyes, Qin Feng was a thug, and he was wielding a powerful weapon. In this situation, it wasn't wise to confront him head-on. In truth, if Qin Feng had shown even a hint of inexperience or disorder, Tianjun would have seized the opportunity. But Qin Feng was too professional. Those 2 shots just now from 400 or 500 meters away, hitting fast-moving targets. Most veterans could actually do it. But definitely not with just 2 shots. Qin Feng's accuracy was too terrifying. If he wasn't an old veteran shooter, even Tianjun wouldn't believe it. Even if he were a veteran player, he'd be at a genius level. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Old buddy, most of my shooting skills were taught by you. However, he forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Keeping a cold expression on his face as much as possible, he said indifferently, I don't want your supplies. In fact, we are also being pursued. It never hurts to be vigilant, does it? Tianjun was taken aback. He caught a key point from Qin Feng's words. He wasn't alone. Tianjun quickly scanned the surroundings, but saw no suitable place for an ambush. So it was highly likely to be ahead on this road. If he clashed with him and shots were fired, his companions behind would likely move up to reinforce immediately. Tianjun gritted his teeth, not quite believing Qin Feng's claim of not wanting supplies. But Qin Feng had no choice. He kept his eyes on old Tian while maintaining a safe distance. Using his peripheral vision to watch Gao Shuai and the others, he asked, You're driving. Where are you headed? Jiangxing, said Gao Shuai. Qin Feng squinted. In his past life, old Tian had indeed mentioned this to him. But back then, he had met Qin Feng early on. They had become fast friends and experienced life and death together many times. So old Tian had never turned his plan to go to Jiangxing into action. Hearing this, a sudden sense of guilt welled up in Qin Feng's heart. The sanctuary was later besieged and fiercely attacked by hundreds of thousands of corpses dragging down his brothers. Although Qin Feng was among the last to die, he had also watched helplessly as many brothers were engulfed by the horde, including old Tian. At that moment, Tianjun suddenly detected a trace of compassion and regret in Qin Feng's eyes. He found it very strange. How could this young man's gaze be so world-weary? What had he experienced? But then he thought, oh, whatever. This is the apocalypse. Who hasn't experienced countless dangers and despair? Still, this barely perceptible look in Qin Feng's eyes slightly lessened Tianjun's vigilance. Sigh. All pitiable souls. After a while, Qin Feng calmed his emotions and asked, why not take the provincial road? Why this old route? The provincial road ahead is blocked by cars and a zombie horde, Gao Shuai said. Qin Feng frowned. So the southern highway section was impassable. This was unexpected. This is our second attempt. Brother Jun said we could try leaving via this old road. Qin Feng nodded, relaxing his gun-holding stance slightly. He was far away now. Even if Tianjun suddenly attacked, Qin Feng wouldn't fear him. After all, the ways behind always push those ahead onto the beach. Qin Feng was no longer the naive college student from his past life. He thought for a moment and decided to be sincere. So he said, I have a team up ahead. Our target is the 2 chemical plants of the heavy phosphorus group. So as it happens, we're going the same way. Qin Feng smiled and added, since you're not enemies, there's no need for us to be so tense. Tianjun said nothing. Gao Shuai and the others, however, were speechless. Then why did you make us kneel? Qin Feng chuckled. No choice, brother. Old Tian is too strong. If I wasn't wary of that bastard, I might be the one in trouble. Sure enough. Seeing Qin Feng relax his stance, even though the distance wasn't closed, Tianjun seized the chance to counterattack. With a sudden lunge, he tensed his leg muscles and charged fiercely towards Qin Feng. That speed was akin to a cheetah's. A normal person would have been utterly incapable of reacting in such a fleeting moment. Even Qin Feng was taken aback. Old Tian, you're playing with fire. Aren't you afraid he'll actually pull the trigger? After all, this man was a brother from his past life, so Qin Feng suppressed the urge to fire. With a swift step backward and a roll to evade, he grasped the dagger strapped to his calf and hurled it in one motion. Thud! The blade sank precisely into Tianjun's left thigh, causing his movement to falter. Qin Feng knew well that this brute, though possessing greater strength, had lost the upper hand and the element of surprise after that failed explosive burst. Then Qin Feng lunged forward with a powerful step. He reached out to the left and pressed down on Tianjun's right shoulder, while his right leg deftly hooked behind the man's heel. With a sudden shove and a trip, the motion was clean and decisive. Tianjun was sent flying, his back slamming violently against the asphalt road. A muffled grunt escaped Tianjun. Qin Feng, still possessing ample strength to press the attack, could have pinned him down by locking his knee against Tianjun's neck to neutralize any resistance. But he didn't. Instead, he retreated swiftly, widening the distance once more. This gesture clearly signaled Qin Feng's lack of lethal intent. Tianjun was utterly bewildered. That wrestling technique, why did it feel so familiar? In the military, they usually learned boxing, merely a form of physical training. But the Special Operations Company was different. They studied a different kind of killing art and practiced stances. Qin Feng's movements clearly showed he was a seasoned veteran of stance training. Moreover, there was a faint, uncanny resemblance to the wrestling techniques taught in their Special Operations Company. Confounded. Utterly confounded. Tianjun never imagined he would be floored by a mere youngster in a single move. What stung more was the barely perceptible smile on Qin Feng's face, a taunt in Tianjun's eyes. Rage surged into his mind. He yanked the dagger from his thigh, gripping it tightly as a weapon. Still want to spar? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Without giving Tianjun a chance to act, he aimed his rifle at the ground just in front of the man's feet and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets tore into the asphalt, leaving half a dozen smoking holes. Tianjun froze abruptly, regaining his composure. You did that on purpose. Still looking for trouble? Qin Feng asked with a stern face. Tianjun tossed the dagger aside, raised his hands, and stood still. With a complex expression, he said, Out here you have to be wary of everyone. Being threatened with a gun, I can't fully trust you. But you won. Indeed. If it were Qin Feng in his shoes being threatened at gunpoint, he would never let the other party maintain the upper hand regardless of their intentions. At the very least, the gun must be in his own hands. Hunter and prey can never converse on equal footing. That was the truth. Qin Feng's expression turned grim. He knew this man still hadn't lowered his guard. I won't stop you from going to Jiangxing. But I'm taking this road too. We're just going the same way. Once I confirmed you weren't my enemies, I never intended to kill you. I hope you'll be sensible. Qin Feng said with a dark look. Tianjun shrugged, indicating he didn't care about that. What he cared about was Qin Feng's skill. Such a young man with extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he also had a military background, but that seemed unlikely. At his age, even in the army, he'd be nothing more than a low-ranking soldier. Moreover, Qin Feng had just demonstrated his prowess. Both in marksmanship and close combat, he was not inferior to Tianjun. Keep in mind, Tianjun had been over 30 when he was recruited into that secret unit, and he was among the youngest there. This young man truly astonished him. Since he had repeatedly stated his lack of hostility, Tianjun decided not to attempt to seize the initiative again. Seeing the tension between them ease, the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Qin Feng picked up his walkie-talkie. Team 1, the situation here is clear. You can come over. Roger that. Shortly after, Jiang Xiaoyou and Li Jiao, armed with crossbows, led a team of members into view of Tianjun, Gao Shuai, and the others. Qin Feng introduced them one by one. Amidst this cautious encounter, everyone gradually grew familiar. While Gao Shuai and the others breathed a sigh of relief, they also began to trust Qin Feng. It seemed that Qin Feng's group was not a band of thugs. Generally, in a thug group, women were merely tools. But here, two strikingly beautiful girls served as deputy leaders. Especially after Qin Feng offered them some food and medicine. That completely dispelled everyone's wariness. Qin Feng was eager to recruit Tianjun into his team again. In truth, he knew that old Tian knew more than he did, especially in military matters. After all, the man was a captain of a special operations company in the army. If he could join the team, Qin Feng would be immensely strengthened. But this had to be taken step by step. What if the man was determined to go to Jiangxing? Then Qin Feng would have to let nature take its course. Fate is hard to control. Seeing Qin Feng's team driving a heavy truck, Tianjun was quite puzzled. What are you going to the chemical plant for? Qin Feng handed him a cigarette and smiled. Looking for yellow phosphorus to make weapons. Tianjun looked dumbfounded. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. In fact, the method for making Molotov cocktails and explosive crossbows had been taught to him by Tianjun. We have 2 more shelters in the city. Our team numbers over 100. We have dozens of tons of grain and pork, canned food enough to last us a year or two. We even have over a dozen acres of fertile land for farming. Qin Feng smiled casually. But we're short on weapons. I can make Molotov cocktails and various explosives. What do you think? Interested, Tianjun narrowed his eyes and gave Qin Feng a meaningful look. Young man, what did you do for a living? College student. Does college teach you how to make these things? Tianjun began to suspect that this kid might have been an explosives offender before the catastrophe. Qin Feng sighed. Half of it I learned online, and half from a master. Tianjun glanced at him again, but didn't press further. Is your food really that abundant? Gao Shuai interjected. Qin Feng cracked a sly smile, looking triumphant. That was exactly his intention. By tempting Tianjun's companions, he could weaken the man's resolve to go to Jiangxing. Clearly Gao Shuai, Chu Ling, and the others were more than willing to find a stable place to settle down, rather than roaming around with Tianjun. Earlier Qin Feng had generously offered them some canned food and other supplies which had indeed impressed them. This greatly reduced their wariness and anxiety. Really? Qin Feng said as he smoked. And our shelter is in need of people. If you want to stay, you're all welcome. Tianjun remained silent. If his companions could truly settle down, he would not refuse. Jiangxing was indeed too far. Moreover, the journey was fraught with dangers and uncertainties. Tianjun was not confident in protecting everyone. But what if he traveled alone? Tianjun had never considered that. Perhaps if it came to that, he would not have such strong resolve. So he could only remain silent. Gao Shuai and the others were quite excited. Brother Jun, don't overthink it. Just join them. Tianjun looked troubled. Gao Shuai sighed and said, Brother Jun, you've taken good care of us all these days. But everyone is truly exhausted. After all we've been through, isn't it good to find a stable place to live? Tianjun opened his mouth wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. Chu Ling also urged. Yeah, Brother Jun, this Qin Feng means us no harm and is so welcoming. Don't leave. Stay with us. Tianjun gritted his teeth. I need to think. He'll think about it. He had long been discharged from the military. He had been away from the army for a long time. Though he was determined to return, times had changed and things were likely different. Moreover, it was now the apocalypse. The entire Xia kingdom had fallen. Tianjun had considered joining a team. But after several encounters, he had only witnessed arbitrary killings and hopeless enslavement. Qin Feng was indeed different. In any other situation with that kind of firepower, they would have been shot to pieces. After all, Qin Feng had a gun. That was an absolute advantage and strength. Plus, they had a beautiful girl like Chu Ling in their team. If they had encountered a different kind of person, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But fortunately, it was Qin Feng. At least that proved he was not a cold-blooded murderer, but a man with principles. Such qualities were truly rare in the apocalypse. Yet Tianjun still did not speak lightly. He decided to observe this team more before making a decision. In fact, Tianjun had subconsciously changed his mind. Not going to Jiangxing, staying here might be a good choice. We'll go to the chemical plant with you. Thank you for sharing the food. We'll do our part. Qin Feng smiled. Sure. He then walked to the back of the heavy truck, pulled out a Type 95 rifle and a box of ammunition, and handed them to Tianjun. During the earlier break, while everyone was busy making a fire and cooking, Qin Feng had taken the remaining 5 rifles and equipment from the system space. He placed them deep in the cargo hold covered with an oilcloth. He used the same wooden box that had previously held the TNT. So although Team 1 members found it strange, they didn't think much of it. After all, Qin Feng was now quite adept. As long as he didn't pull something out of his pants, no matter how strange, he couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, Team 1 members' high loyalty was evident. They now had a superstitious reverence and submission toward him. Tianjun, aren't you afraid he'll shoot you now? Kill you all, take your supplies and escape. Qin Feng smiled. I believe you're not a bad person. Rubbish, 5 years of contact in his past life. He knew old Tian too well. Qin Feng's caution was only for strangers. Although in this life Tianjun was also a stranger. But Qin Feng couldn't bring himself to be wary of him. A companion who was both mentor and friend. Well, that was love. Don't misunderstand, just a leader's universal love. Tianjun's feelings were very complicated. He checked the rifle and found it equipped with a grenade launcher. He asked, where did you get this gun? Qin Feng said casually, there was a group of soldier thugs in the southern district. I took it from them. Tianjun was even more shocked. Soldiers equipped with QTS-11 individual combat systems. Those were elites. How did you manage that? Although curious, he didn't ask further. The two groups rested here for a while. Qin Feng drove the heavy truck and loaded everyone. After all, the jeep's tire was flat and couldn't run. Seeing Team 1 members sitting in the cargo hold chatting and laughing harmoniously, Tianjun also felt a bit of relaxation. Gao Shuai and the others had already mingled with the members. In the passenger seat, Jiang Xiaoyou asked worriedly, Xiao Feng, are you sure you want to take them in? Qin Feng nodded seriously. Old Tian is a veteran, a rare talent. Since he's not an enemy, we should recruit him. This is also good for the shelter. In fact, if he hadn't known old Tian from his past life, and they weren't like brothers, things would have been different. For anyone else he didn't know, they would have met a bad end. Jiang Xiaoyou, but aren't you afraid they? She didn't finish the sentence. In the apocalypse, only humans were the most terrifying. She knew that well. Qin Feng smiled reassuringly. Relax. Jiang Xiaoyou sighed and nodded gently. Okay, as long as you've decided. Qin Feng held her hand. Everything was understood without words. In the afternoon, they finally arrived at the chemical plant. A gray dilapidated factory appeared before them. Qin Feng looked ahead at the situation. The surroundings were quiet. But from the electronic map, he could see there was a large horde of zombies inside the factory, densely packed. If they didn't prepare in advance, they would surely be in danger. 3 huge cylindrical factory buildings stood side by side with steel structures behind them. It gave a cold, silent, orderly feeling. The perimeter was a 2.5-meter-high iron fence. On the white open ground, they could see scattered zombies wandering aimlessly. Even so, there were many of them. They wore factory uniforms, were covered in blood, and limped as they walked. We're here. Qin Feng pulled the handbrake and gathered the team to disembark. Tianjun came to Qin Feng's side, with his rifle shading his eyes as he looked into the distance. Very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go in? Qin Feng replied seriously. Yes, there's something we need inside. So how do you plan to deal with the zombie horde? Qin Feng smiled. Simple, fight our way in. Tianjun was stunned. You underestimate the number of zombies in this factory. I know this phosphorus plant. It's a large facility. The owner is Heavy Phosphorus Group with thousands of employees. Given the situation, it won't be easy to clear. Qin Feng smiled. We cleared a large horde in the city's light industrial park earlier. Though smaller in number, we eventually cleared them all out. Tianjun was shocked. The light industrial park. Behind the agricultural college. Qin Feng nodded and said to the team behind him. Everyone, this place is extremely dangerous. Once inside, stay behind me and follow my orders. We'll probably have to camp nearby for a few days. First, set up a hidden camp, and he'll plan the assault. At this, Team 1 members answered in unison, yes, boss. Qin Feng opened the electronic map. He surveyed the terrain surrounding the phosphorus plant. Directly opposite the main gate lay a stretch of woods. To the left and right of the woods were 2 small townships. During peacetime, these townships, being close together, had a population of around several 100,000. Thus, the woods were not the optimal choice. If a camp were set up there, encountering a horde would leave little room for maneuvering. Behind the factory was a hilly area, very spacious, consisting of bare knolls. A mountain hollow could be chosen to establish a camp. As for the east and west sides, they were not worth considering. The wastewater treatment facilities of the plant drained into a branch of Phoenix Lake through a channel. However, due to Environmental Protection Bureau requirements, before the catastrophe, the plant was equipped with sewage treatment facilities discharging clean water that met standards. Across the channel was a plain. Encountering a horde there would be manageable, but humans would be hard to conceal. However, Qin Feng had checked. Within a 20-kilometer radius, there were no survivors. After all, township settlements, unlike cities, had great regional isolation and closure after the catastrophe. There was only minor traffic congestion, and the entrances and exits of various towns and townships were not severely blocked. So any survivor would choose to leave the townships and live in uninhabited areas. Thus, Qin Feng chose the hilly area behind. He set up camp in a mountain hollow 2 kilometers from the plant. One advantage here was a nearby pond. Since it was flowing water, after boiling it could be directly drunk. Although the water source near the factory might not be as clean as tap water, who would complain? Having something to drink was already good. After all, the bottled water in the team was nearly depleted. Set up camp there. You prepare, and I'll look around. Qin Feng directed the team members while observing the plant's buildings. Tianjun, seeing this, stood up with his gun. I'll accompany you. I know a bit of map drawing technique that might help. Qin Feng glanced at him and smiled slightly. Indeed a bit. All right. So the 2 carried guns, brought tools and paper, and circled around the plant. Actually, with the electronic map, Qin Feng already knew the specifics. He wanted to wander nearby to consider an entry plan. The phosphorus plant used the standard electric furnace method. So the factory surely had large amounts of raw materials like phosphorus or coke and silica. Besides that, there must also be oxidizers, acids, halogens, and food-grade chemicals. If lucky, there might even be sulfur and chlorates. Sulfur goes without saying. Chlorates generally have strong oxidizing properties, releasing oxygen upon heating while emitting heat. When mixed with combustibles like sulfur carbon or phosphorus, violent explosions can occur upon impact. Of course, using chlorates to make explosives would be wasteful, as they are highly unstable. Qin Feng remembered that chlorates are essential for making oxygen candles. These are an oxygen source in confined spaces. Through electricity or open flame, they burn like candles, but instead of carbon dioxide, they release oxygen. After simple cutting and filtering, this oxygen can be breathed. However, the production process is relatively troublesome. It requires small amounts of catalysts, chlorine inhibitors, and binders. But these materials can be substituted. The finished yellow phosphorus from the workshop would be packed into boxes and moved to warehouses or water rooms. This is a necessary condition for storing yellow phosphorus. Industrial-grade yellow phosphorus must be kept in a cool place with good ventilation or submerged in water to isolate it from air. The temperature should even be controlled within a low range around 1 degree Celsius. So it must be a place shielded from open flames and direct sunlight, equipped with explosion-proof lighting and ventilation facilities. But just looking at the electronic map, it was impossible to judge clearly. Therefore, Qin Feng prepared to go in and explore. His idea was to find ventilation ducts which might lead to the storage area. After all, explosion-proof ventilation pipes differ from ordinary ones, making identification easy. Moreover, such places were usually in independent buildings along the backyard road, convenient for isolation, reception, storage, and transport. After all, it was just a phosphorus plant, not a military fortress. Not that complicated. Only he had previously considered the possibility of gunpowder in the factory. Now it seemed there was none. Of course, Qin Feng didn't expect that. He already had potassium nitrate. Finding sulfur would allow him to make gunpowder. As for charcoal, it was easier to find. Tianjun grew increasingly impressed by the young man's courage. Throughout the journey, his judgments were meticulous and careful. Even he hadn't thought so much on the way to the plant. No wonder he could become the leader of a shelter. He had some ability. It was hard to imagine. He was just a college student. The factory gate was sealed. They had to climb over. The landing point ahead was a large, open white space. The zombies were far away, not yet noticing them. Qin Feng looked closely. Several workshop doors were wide open, some only half open. These heavy workshop doors were hard to close. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to close them to isolate the zombies inside. But seeing the situation, transporting yellow phosphorus would be risky. We must find a way to lure the zombies out of the workshops. Otherwise, with so many zombies blocking the way, we might get in easily, but not out. Qin Feng frowned. The back of the plant was not as spacious as the front. The terrain was narrow. If the zombies were attracted out, while Qin Feng's team was moving yellow phosphorus in the back, then their situation would be difficult, hard to break out. If they lured the zombies out of the workshops beforehand, and then let people in to move supplies, it would be much easier. Qin Feng observed through the electronic map. Inside the 3 cylindrical workshops, there were large numbers of zombies, at least thousands. Let's take a look first, determine the storage area. Also confirm whether there are other materials besides yellow phosphorus, Qin Feng said while pondering. The only trouble was encountering isolated storage areas. That would require running to several spots in the factory to move the supplies. Tianjun immediately took out paper and pen and began drawing. Workshops, dormitories, offices, electric furnace rooms, backup generator rooms, sewage areas, etc. A rough map quickly took shape. But even though only the 2 of them were there, moving flexibly and quietly, they still attracted the zombies' attention. A dozen or so zombies ahead slowly turned their heads, making a chattering sound like insects. Then they moved toward them. Both men were smart enough not to fire immediately. Instead, they drew the steel-tipped spears from their backs and charged straight at them. In fact, even Qin Feng could not silently eliminate a zombie. The sharp spear plunged cleanly into the zombie's skull. Yet during the extraction process, the creature would emit a cry. Though their movements were swift, the dozen or so zombies still drew the attention of more, who now fixed their gaze upon Qin Feng and Tianjun. Living humans. To the zombies, they were nothing short of a delectable feast. The virus, which had entered a dormant and calm phase, immediately stirred into activity. Scattered zombies coalesced into a small horde in the open ground, surging toward the duo with predatory intent. Yet Qin Feng and Tianjun remained as cool as ever. With a dozen swift thrusts and retractions of their spears, they effortlessly reaped the surrounding zombies. Blood spattered into the air. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies collapsed lifelessly. The spears, now coated in viscous filth, began to glow a deep crimson. Don't linger. Push through and get inside. Understood. Tianjun nodded. They withdrew their spears and sprinted deep into the factory grounds. After multiple rounds of systemic physical enhancement, Qin Feng's stamina surpassed that of Tianjun. Throughout the numerous breakout battles, Qin Feng's strength never waned. His speed and reflexes remained at their peak. This left Tianjun somewhat astonished, and his admiration for Qin Feng grew. Loyalty too. Such data began to appear intermittently in Qin Feng's system. Old Tian by nature felt a sense of kinship with the powerful, especially when Qin Feng's character resonated with him. Thus his loyalty slowly climbed. At that moment in the factory's open ground, Qin Feng and Tianjun sprinted forward, pursued by a massive horde of zombies. The commotion also drew zombies from the workshops, who poured out in a relentless tide. What do we do? There are more and more zombies. Qin Feng frowned. These zombies had been starved for too long and were especially sensitive to noise. The gathering horde had roused the entire factory's undead population. To an ordinary person, even a team of a dozen would find such a situation extremely perilous. But Qin Feng was different. For him, even without a clear strategy, he could rely on his abundant stamina to outmaneuver the horde. You go in first. The storage area should have fewer zombies than up front. Scope out the situation. I'll stay behind to buy you time. Remember, follow the transport route inward. Don't stray. Tianjun's eyes widened. This. Huff. I understand. But he didn't hesitate. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly composed himself, turned, and sprinted deep into the factory. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, with his back to him, reinserted the spear into the holster on his back and raised his rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. A series of short bursts echoed through the factory, the deafening gunfire reverberating off the steel structures, amplifying with each shot. The zombie's attention was finally drawn to Qin Feng, who swarmed toward him with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of gunshots rang out. Qin Feng fired and retreated simultaneously. The ammunition was soon depleted. He had carried only a limited supply from the start, captured from Bai Chen's squad. After multiple engagements, it was a miracle that it lasted this long. No fewer than 70 or 80 zombies had fallen in the pursuit of Qin Feng. Suddenly an idea struck him. Good, let's try this. While running, he attached the grenade launcher to his rifle. From his system space, he retrieved a box of grenades. The caliber was 35 millimeters, with a thick steel core. He could only grip 3 at a time. But the launcher could only fire a single shot per load. Then a dull thud emitted, sounding utterly harmless. Yet in an instant the grenade arced through the air and slammed into the sea of zombies behind him. Boom. Within a 15-meter diameter of the blast, an entire patch of zombies burst apart. Using a grenade launcher required skill. Its effective range was about 400 meters. Beyond 100 meters, indirect fire was necessary to maximize area damage. Its power was comparable to a hand grenade. Then a thunderous explosion. Blood stained the building walls and the ground. This type of grenade was quite effective and highly practical, primarily designed to provide short-range infantry with area denial capability. Anti-riot rounds were less common. Typically, SWAT teams used them for tear gas or stingball grenades in riot control. But those setups used the Type 91, not the Type 95. So the Type 95 firing lethal rounds was the mainstream. It enhanced the ability to damage and suppress lightly armored targets and clustered living forces. One box only provided a single continuous volley, a total of 6 rounds. But unfortunately, Qin Feng had only one box, and it contained just 5 grenades, 2 fragmentation grenades, and 3 armor-piercing grenades. However, for killing zombies, they were all the same. Bang, bang, bang. After several bombardments, Qin Feng exhausted the grenades. The swarming zombies fell in droves, transforming the area into a sea of blood. Qin Feng felt an exhilarating rush. He harvested a massive number of points. But now, with both bullets and grenades spent, the situation grew dire. Qin Feng could only draw his spear again, employing his most practiced tactic, kiting the horde. The considerable commotion he caused drew the zombies from the workshops toward the open ground. The terrain was spacious, allowing for easy vigilance, and combined with Qin Feng's freakish stamina, kiting was a simple affair. It also bought Tianjun ample time. 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, 20 minutes later. Seeing that Tianjun had yet to return, Qin Feng confirmed his location via the electronic map. Knowing Tianjun was still safe, Qin Feng's stamina began to decline noticeably. Sweat beaded on his face. He started breathing in short gasps during his movements. Though his stamina was extraordinary, contending with such a massive horde was immensely draining. An ordinary person would likely last no more than 2 minutes. Considering the mental fortitude, reflexes, and other factors, Qin Feng's endurance was already astonishingly exceptional. He had thought that if Tianjun didn't arrive soon, he would be forced to deploy his trump card. But just as he was about to retrieve a large-scale destructive weapon from his system space, he spotted Tianjun's figure sprinting back on the electronic map. Soon Tianjun appeared at the front of the workshop, firing his gun in bursts, rat-a-tat-tat, to relieve pressure from Qin Feng. Many zombies had their skulls pierced from behind, exploding instantly. Qin Feng wiped his sweat and moved to join Tianjun. How's the situation? I've scouted it. Just as you predicted, but this factory has 2 storage areas, both for yellow phosphorus. Qin Feng frowned. Is it a water room? Far from here. They're in the same zone, but not exactly close, Tianjun said gravely. Huff. Qin Feng took a deep breath. I understand. Let's get out of here first. Tianjun turned his head and saw the piles of corpses lying on the ground. A twitch escaped his lips. Just moments ago, he had heard the explosions of gun grenades from behind, knowing that Qin Feng had used such methods to combat the horde of zombies. Yet witnessing it firsthand was still somewhat shocking. In the span of 20 minutes, just how many zombies had this kid killed? It was already too many to count. After the 2 regrouped, they immediately advanced towards the main gate. Tianjun used his gun to break the locked door, and together they pushed open the heavy iron gate. And the zombies followed closely behind them. Dart into the woods, stay right behind me. Qin Feng pointed directly towards the woods ahead. Then he charged in first. Tianjun gritted his teeth. The woods were far too dangerous. If there were scattered zombies inside, sometimes it could be quite difficult to defend against them. They needed to be on high alert. However, seeing Qin Feng rush in, he hesitated no more. The horde certainly wouldn't consider so much. They pursued their prey, surging into the woods like a swarm of locusts. The two weaved through the woods. It was a natural maze. Qin Feng was quite confident in shaking off the horde behind them. While running, he opened the electronic map, confirming that there were indeed many scattered zombies in the woods. For an ordinary person, the danger here was not much lower than outside. But for Qin Feng, who had map vision, the enemy's movements had already been fully grasped in the second before he dashed into the woods. "Stay close to me," Qin Feng called back. Tianjun's stamina was already nearly half spent. His back was drenched in sweat. In contrast, Qin Feng appeared to be in peak condition. The physical fitness of this young man was indeed extraordinary. Tianjun thought to himself. Of course, although Tianjun's stamina was not as unfathomable as Qin Feng's, he wouldn't be a burden to Qin Feng. The two were closely aligned, navigating around the woods toward the township area. The horde lost their target shortly after entering the woods, but due to their predatory nature and hunger, they would certainly continue moving forward. The transition from an active virus to a dormant state takes some time. Thus the outcome was quite clear. Qin Feng and Tianjun managed to leave the woods safely without encountering a single zombie. They then took a long detour back to their camp. By the time Tianjun reached the camp, his stamina was completely depleted. He collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Qin Feng was also drenched in sweat. However, what was alarming was that Qin Feng's breathing was merely quickened, his pupils remained steady, his legs still powerful. Apart from the sweat on his face, it was hard to tell he had any exhaustion. Your stamina is incredible," Tianjun gave a thumbs up. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyou was anxiously wiping his sweat with a wet towel before Li Jie could. "Have you assessed the situation?" Jiang Xiaoyou held Qin Feng's large hand, urging him to sit down. Qin Feng nodded and took the map from Tianjun's hands. Tianjun began explaining while pointing to the map. "This is the storage area with several dry warehouses, all yellow phosphorus storage rooms. This area is also a water room, another place for storing yellow phosphorus, but not as large as this side. Across the road is the storage area for other materials. I discovered a sulfur storage. It contains a large quantity of chemicals." As he explained, Qin Feng compared the map with the electronic version. Old Tian's mapping skills were quite good. Although the drawings were somewhat crude, everything that needed to be included was there. Moreover, it was a military map of strategic significance. For instance, on the storage side, where there are trees, where there are lights, where there are walls, including angles, elevation lines, and scales. Tianjun had drawn it all clearly. Though the time spent was short and urgent, all the key elements were present. Even Qin Feng's electronic map could not compete, as it did not provide details down to each tree and street light. It gave a feeling of being both coarse and meticulous. I believe that if Tianjun had professional surveying tools and ample time, this map would be 10 times more detailed than it is now. This is not boasting. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and teased, "Old Tian's surveying skills are truly impressive. He must have learned professionally in the military." Tianjun chuckled. He was not surprised that Qin Feng knew about his background. After all, Tianjun's military demeanor was hard to conceal. Plus, the two had just acted together. He merely laughed, saying, "If you were in the army, your achievements would surpass mine." The two exchanged smiles. Then Tianjun became serious again. "However, yellow phosphorus is a dangerous item. Have you considered the transportation issue? Are you planning to cram both people and goods into one vehicle and haul it back? Aren't you afraid of the phosphorus box exploding, leaving nothing?" Qin Feng glanced at him. The transportation issue had already been considered long ago. Originally, if he had not encountered Tianjun and the others, he had plenty of ways to store it in the system space. That would be the safest transportation method. Just a little in the truck would suffice. The danger could be minimized under his control. After all, a team of members without education knew nothing. If he told them that just a little yellow phosphorus was enough to make weapons, naturally no one would suspect anything. But now that Tianjun was present, this issue was hard to conceal. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, "There must be transport vehicles in the storage area, right?" Indeed, there are several phosphorus transport vehicles parked over there. Tianjun was somewhat surprised. This matter should have been a factor to consider before arriving. But why had Qin Feng overlooked it instead? He chuckled, thinking, "No worries, uncle is here to help you." As Tianjun contemplated this, he suppressed his inner pride and said, "The heavy phosphorus group has a vast transportation department. This factory also has a garage, and there should generally be spare keys inside the storage room. Using the factory's phosphorus transport vehicle is safer. I suggest we split into 3 teams responsible for driving 3 vehicles. That way we could transport about 30 to 40 tons at once." A bit overloaded, but it's not a big deal, though after all no one is monitoring us, Tianjun said with a smile. Qin Feng looked at him with a half-smile. "Old Tian, why are you boasting like this? I have 75 cubic meters of system space. If I said it, you'd be shocked." However, what pleased Qin Feng even more was that Tianjun was able to say this. Clearly, he had already put himself in the position of a shelter member. He had changed his mind. Henceforth, it would be only natural for him to stay, and Tianjun and his companions would not say much. However, he did not waste words, and instead smiled. "This is indeed my oversight. Well, I'll leave it to you then. Evening. The group rested in the camp. The food they brought was enough for about a week, so there was no need to rush. Qin Feng and Tianjun devised a complete plan to together break into the factory transport supplies and isolate the yellow phosphorus and various chemicals. It was a seamless plan. If no other variables intervened, it should be quite reliable. After dinner during the break, Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyou and 2 guns to the pond to teach her firearm handling. Of course, he wouldn't give her any bullets. There were no bullets left either, except for the dozen or so rounds Tianjun still had, which would likely be exhausted during the factory raid. Jiang Xiaoyou learned earnestly, but Qin Feng's main purpose wasn't teaching her to shoot, it was to whisper to her in private. They went to an isolated spot to avoid interruptions. Xiaofeng, I think I've got it, she said. If I had bullets, I could totally do it. Jiang Xiaoyou clenched her small fists, her face excited. Qin Feng chuckled. Without bullets, all practice was empty, just learning the motions. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind and said, after this operation, I'll hand the school over to old Tian. Then we'll go back to the neighborhood to visit our parents. Jiang Xiaoyou's pretty face flushed, and she softly hummed in agreement. But then she added, you seem to trust that Tianjun a lot. Why? Qin Feng shook his head. He's a reliable man. Besides, we have a mutual respect for each other. Jiang Xiaoyou shot him a glance. You should still be careful. The human heart is unfathomable. I know, does your brother need your reminder? Qin Feng kissed her earlobe. Jiang Xiaoyou, ticklish, shrank her neck and giggled as she dodged. She struggled to push away his warm body and looked at him with a hint of resentment. Li Jie seems to like you. Qin Feng. Huh. Say something. Jiang Xiaoyou pouted, her eyes blazing. Qin Feng. I know you like her too, don't you? Qin Feng shook his head, without hesitation, his expression serious. I only like you. You know that. Really? Jiang Xiaoyou was skeptical. When you went out today, she was very worried about you. When you came back, she was about to wipe your sweat. Humph. At this, Qin Feng's scalp tingled. Don't worry, I know how to keep my boundaries. What boundaries? I mean, nothing like what you're imagining will ever happen between Li Jie and me. I won't make you sad, Yu. At that moment, Qin Feng was utterly sincere. So sincere that even Jiang Xiaoyou couldn't resist and immediately believed him. No kidding. Was he the kind of guy to play both sides? Even in this apocalypse, he had his principles. Wasn't his Yu good enough? Ahem. Of course, Qin Feng didn't deny that Li Jie was also charming. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyou turned around, put the gun on the ground, and hugged him. Li Jie is quite pitiful. When I talked with her, she kept worrying about her parents and brother. Qin Feng was startled. She has a brother. Yes, a younger brother. They live together, but not in Zhongzhou. Alas, what a pity. Qin Feng frowned. The disaster struck too fast. I'm afraid it's a bleak outlook. Jiang Xiaoyou tapped his nose. Don't worry, I'll take care of Li Jie, like a sister. But you keep your distance from her from now on, understand? Her tone carried a hint of admonition. Qin Feng grinned, his large hand grasping a certain soft roundness behind her. Then you'd better keep a close watch on me. Jiang Xiaoyou, deeply shy, gently rested her head on his chest. Xiaofeng, I want to. But before she could finish the second half of the sentence, someone spotted Qin Feng and called from afar, Boss Tianjun wants you to discuss something. Qin Feng. Damn it, old Tian. Just you wait. When he looked back at Jiang Xiaoyou, she couldn't bring herself to say it. The courage she had mustered had faded again. Clearly Jiang Xiaoyou had been moved by the moment. Don't think Qin Feng didn't know. She had been longing for their first time together. Ahem. There would be plenty of days ahead. No rush. Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyou back, let her wait in the tent, and then went to the camp's periphery to meet Tianjun. For safety, a team member would have to stand guard in shifts tonight. Tianjun stood on a small hill observing the situation near the factory and the woods. What's up, old Tian? Something feels off. Quite a few of the zombies we lured into the woods during the day have come back. Listen over there. Listen carefully. Qin Feng frowned. He could also hear the occasional roars of zombies on the road. The virus becomes extremely active at night, that's normal. Extend the sentry posts and assign more people. Notify everyone to be ready to evacuate at any moment and not sleep too deeply. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Tonight would definitely be a tough night. Everyone had to stay alert. The two stood on the hill observing for a while. Then Tianjun suddenly said, after we go back, we can join your shelter. Qin Feng glanced at him. From the phrasing, it sounded like there was a condition. Indeed. But I have a condition. You must promise to protect. Before he could finish, Qin Feng stopped him. Hell, if he let him finish that sentence, it would be hard to salvage. He quickly said, old Tian, I'll be honest with you. You can't leave. If you want Gao Shuai and Chu Ling to stay safe, you have to stay. I'm not obligated to protect them for you. But if you stay, I guarantee everyone can survive. Tianjun looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. Qin Feng said, you still want to go to Jiangqing. Do you know what's happening in Xiaoguan now? He was ready to reveal some intel to dissuade him. The capital general court, the provincial courts, and the city courts. Almost all of them are out of contact. I know even if the garrison in Jiangcheng has emergency response capabilities, don't forget, this disaster isn't targeting just us, ordinary people. I have an idea, you can listen. Tianjun was silent for a moment. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Qin Feng, I remember a news report before the disaster. There was a monsoon in the South Pacific that first entered Southeast Asia, then reached our country through various coastal areas. The virus spread with the monsoon first seeding Southeast Asia and Xiaoyou, leading to this catastrophe. Even if some people were initially immune to the virus, it's inevitable that the thing might mutate in the future. I've been wondering, could it be that someone deliberately spread the virus using this monsoon? Have you ever thought about that? Tianjun was stunned. I really haven't thought about it. Qin Feng nodded. The monsoon comes from the Americas. It circled the Pacific Ocean and arrived in Xiaoyou. Then it disappeared. Yet the virus followed the monsoon and caused this catastrophe. The general pavilion can avoid unintentional mistakes, but cannot escape the schemes of those with intent. Tianjun's expression turned extremely grave. You mean? Exactly. The catastrophe first occurred in Southeast Asia and Xiaoyou. Then through multimedia transmission evolved by the virus, it will spread northward along the land, then westward heading toward the Mediterranean. Then it will spread to the European continent. From this perspective, that place is the second fallen territory. When everything is over within their own territory, they will use aircraft to extensively spray aerosolized disease suppressants and distribute serum antidotes, thereby forming effective immunity. By then there will be only one country in the world. Tianjun, full of shock, answered, First Eagle Kingdom. Qin Feng smiled, but shook his head. No, the worst-case scenario is that the American continent will not survive either. Elites and high-level personnel will secretly establish survival zones in northern Alaska, under the Arctic Ocean, or in the Arctic archipelago. Only tens of thousands of people are needed. Quietly wait for 10 or 20 years. When the virus in the air, animals, and water sources reaches its end, gradually losing activity and pathogenicity through periodic decay and disappearing. Those new humans with full immunity will then establish new nations on the new Earth. They will be long-lived, intelligent, and strong. When they reappear, they will be a completely new species. This matter Qin Feng had not told anyone, because this was just his speculation. In his past life, he had heard many professionals analyze it. He had also conducted a comprehensive analysis and tracing of this catastrophe. The information might not be correct. It could very well be completely wrong. However, based on the fact that the general pavilion had not shown its face for 5 years, the possibility of being schemed by someone with intent was really high. Although this was not very realistic, starting from Alaska, passing through the Bering Strait to Chicago, one could carry out a southward nuclear airstrike from the easternmost point of the Eurasian continent. After all, Xiaoyou is the most powerful country in the world. The mastermind behind the scenes would inevitably be wary. Therefore, as long as they could wipe out Xiaoyou with its population of over 1 billion, Europe was a mess of scattered sand. As for the Bear Kingdom, it was indeed also strong but vast and sparsely populated. The ceiling of its national power was clear. Although the virus would not cause more severe effects within the Bear Kingdom due to its harsh environment, climate, and strategic depth, it was still not a concern. If one raised the perspective to the level of the entire civilization, what remained was just a wave of large-scale nuclear cleansing as finishing work. To put it more bluntly, even if the Bear Kingdom survived, as long as it was not Xiaoyou, having only 2 countries in the world was not unacceptable. In fact, all countries fell into 2 categories regarding their control of nuclear weapons. One was countries that had the capability to build, but could not manufacture or possess them. The second was countries that, even if they built them, lacked the ability to deliver and use them, rendering them mere dead bombs, because nuclear weapons could be intercepted. As for backward regions like Africa, they had no ability to resist the virus. They could be left to fend for themselves. Human civilization would rapidly regress, and the schemers would leave behind the most advanced technology to form a new civilization. Qin Feng believed that the entire global catastrophe was a massive reshuffling ceremony. This was terrifying. So terrifying that even Qin Feng sometimes did not want to think about it, because he also felt powerless and helpless. After listening to Qin Feng's analysis, Tianjun was also silent for a long time. These are just my guesses. The most important thing now is that we survive. As long as we survive, there is hope. Qin Feng patted his shoulder. Tianjun forced a grim smile. Then he let out a deep breath. I understand what you mean. But how did you come by this intelligence? Qin Feng gave a mysterious smile. Some things are better left unknown to you. Of course, if the time is ripe, one day I will tell you. For a moment, Tianjun was somewhat bewildered. This Qin Feng was indeed too unexpected. If he followed him, perhaps there really was hope. As for what kind of hope, Tianjun couldn't articulate it. All right, then I will stay. You made the right choice. Qin Feng shook hands with him, welcoming him. The next day, the team assembled and stormed into the phosphorus plant. The plan has been told to you. Squad 1, follow me to the garage for the keys. Old Tian is in charge of transportation. Yesterday, Old Tian and I cleared the zombie horde in the front factory, but that doesn't mean it's safe. I hope you all stay extremely vigilant. Yes, boss. Everyone responded in unison. Qin Feng then looked at Jiang Xiaoyou and Li Jie, nodding at them. Last night the two of them slept together. Jiang Xiaoyou even specifically kicked Qin Feng out. They had a deep conversation all night. For some reason Qin Feng felt that Li Jie had become much more docile in front of Jiang Xiaoyou. Damn, this was the power of the chief wife. After leaving the camp, they arrived at the road in front of the factory area. The zombie horde that had been lured into the woods yesterday had partially retreated scattered ahead. Qin Feng organized a new 5th squad for Tianjun with him as the captain and Gao Shuai and Chu Ling as deputy captains. The two squads rushed onto the road armed with spears and machetes, annihilating all the zombies in their path. The factory gates were wide open. This place had been swept by Qin Feng's volley of grenade launchers yesterday, with no one cleaning up, leaving only a thick stench. Rotten flesh and blood were scattered on the ground. They had congealed into patches of bloody stains. Nauseating. However, the people present except for Gao Shuai, Chu Ling, and others, the members of Squad 1, got accustomed faster, their faces still as calm as ever. They all deeply admired their leader. The sound of yesterday's grenade explosions had not been unheard at the camp 2 kilometers away. The two squads advanced along the transport route toward the inner factory, taking down any zombies encountered. The members of Squad 1 acted with discipline and order, displaying very high quality. This made Tianjun glance sideways. Could this team also have been trained by Qin Feng? Although not yet up to the level of the military, they had the qualities of a SWAT team. If they were issued firearms and trained in their use, the combat effectiveness of this team would soar to a staggering level. Soon everyone safely broke into the inner factory. We'll go to the garage first, you move the supplies out. Yellow phosphorus is dangerous, be careful with everything. Tianjun nodded, got it, go ahead. The two squads split up and Qin Feng led his men toward the garage. Yang Shu and Li Ganyang pushed open the garage door, revealing 3 or 5 phosphorus transport trucks parked inside. The keys hung on the wall of the storage room. But it was somewhat startling. Qin Feng froze, then quickly stopped the team members from entering. Everyone looked up and saw 2 zombie dogs chained in the storage room. Black-backed, covered in blood, with the left flank and front legs even showing bare white bones. Their eyes were rolled back, covered with a sickly film. Virus-laden blood and thick saliva dripped from their mouths, sending chills down everyone's spines. They were guarding the storage room. What is that? Holy crap, 2 black-backed dogs. They've turned into zombies too. Boss, how do we fight this? The team members had never seen zombie dogs before. They were extremely shocked and their expressions darkened. Evidently Tianjun had come here yesterday, but pressed for time, had only given a cursory glance. He hadn't noticed the 2 black-backed dogs in the storage room. They were probably pets kept by the storage room staff. After the catastrophe, they devoured their owner's corpse and mutated. On the floor of the storage room, a pool of human-shaped shredded flesh could still be seen. The human flesh clinging to the skeleton had been torn clean off. A few strands of hair still clung to the skull. Qin Feng had experience dealing with zombie dogs. Stay back, go outside the door, don't get near them. Everyone immediately turned and ran out. Qin Feng moved slowly step by step to the window. The 2 zombie dogs, which had been lying down resting, suddenly raised their heads and noticed Qin Feng. New prey. The dogs stood up directly. They bared their teeth at him. Due to the mutated virus, their canine teeth were like venomous fangs, long and sharp. Giggling sounds like insect chirps came from their mouths. Then came 2 dog barks. The 2 black-backed dogs leaped from the window and pounced at Qin Feng. In that split second, Qin Feng crouched down and thrust his spear upward with all his might. 1 black-backed dog was impaled through the abdomen and killed instantly. He then flung it toward the other dog. With a thud, the second dog was knocked over by the carcass. Seeing this, Qin Feng acted without hesitation, charging forward and stomping hard on the dog's head. The stomp was powerful. The rotting dog skull was crushed flat. Blood and flesh splattered, staining Qin Feng's pants and shoes. The 2 dogs were dead. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Outside the garage, the team members had been watching nervously. Seeing their leader dispatch the 2 dogs so easily, they also relaxed. In truth, it was no simple feat. But Qin Feng made it look effortless, his movements practiced and precise. Anyone else facing 2 black-backed zombie dogs would most likely have been bitten, and being bitten by a zombie meant death. Qin Feng's ability to kill these 2 zombie dogs without a scratch proved his extensive experience. Get the keys. Yes, sir. The team members rushed into the storage room. Several who could drive started the phosphorus trucks and drove them out one by one. Soon they arrived at the storage area. Tianjun had already prepared for the transfer. The most important yellow phosphorus was loaded onto the phosphorus trucks. These transport vehicles were specially used by the heavy phosphorus group to carry yellow phosphorus. The interior structure was ideal for the storage and transport of yellow phosphorus. Everything was ready. Of course, on the way back, the personnel still rode in the heavy trucks they had driven from the city to avoid direct contact with the yellow phosphorus and prevent accidents. Time passed quickly. By the time all the yellow phosphorus was loaded, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Remaining were oxidizers, acids, halogens, edible chemicals, and other supplies in the isolated storage area. Unfortunately, there was a sulfur storage room, but no chlorid. Everything was loaded onto the heavy trucks. When they took inventory, they confirmed that the total was about 38 or 39 tons. 1 heavy truck and 5 phosphorus trucks. Slightly overloaded, but it was manageable. Qin Feng looked up at the sky. Looks like we'll have to stay here again tonight. Tianjun didn't object. He had learned from Qin Feng about the habits of zombies. At night, zombies were indeed more active than during the day. Those guarding the camp were careful not to make any noise. They drove the transport vehicles out of the factory and returned to the camp. Qin Feng, however, fell silent. There was another chemical plant belonging to the heavy phosphorus group, but it was a full 10 kilometers away. If they stayed out any longer, the members' dry rations would run out. And with so many vehicles, being greedy and taking more would be unwise. Although it was a pity they hadn't found gunpowder, the yellow phosphorus they had already found was sufficient. Besides, they had sulfur. They could go back and mix it with potassium nitrate themselves. Gunpowder would be easy to make. They could also produce Molotov cocktails and explosive crossbows. From now on, the entire shelter's weaponry would be upgraded to a new level. So the team stayed another night at the camp. The next day, the 4th day since Qin Feng and the others had set out. During these 4 days, Qin Feng never missed the system's item exchange and daily check-in. But because he was too tired and busy, he hadn't had time to check the system supplies. So he hadn't drawn any lottery tickets. Thus the points once again broke records, accumulating to around 15000. Enough for 150 consecutive draws. How delightful. But now was not the time to relax. They had to remain vigilant on the way there, and even more so on the way back. Qin Feng kept checking the electronic map, monitoring the surroundings. Fortunately, the return trip went smoothly. Thank heavens. Everyone was extremely exhausted. Being out in the wild was not like being at home. They had to take turns keeping watch, and the intensity of that watch was 10 times greater than at home. After all, there were no walls around the wild camp, so no one had gotten proper rest. Even Jiang Xiaoyou had dark circles under her eyes. After getting into the car, she sat in the passenger seat, yawning continuously, and soon fell asleep. The others were the same. The only ones still alert apart from the drivers were Qin Feng and Tianjun, those 2 freaks. At noon, the convoy returned along the provincial road from the South District. Qin Feng noticed the main camp of the soldier unit they had seen before. A few scouts were wandering around. He wasn't sure if they had noticed their convoy entering the city. But on the edge of the electronic map, there was a shelter where the population had doubled compared to before. This made Qin Feng more alert. What was going on? Were they absorbing people that quickly? But it made sense. They had radios and communication equipment, so gathering survivors from the township south of the city wouldn't be too difficult. Just then a huge explosion rumbled faintly from far away. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless thunder of cannon fire echoed through Fengming town. As far as the eye could see, the entire town was illuminated by raging flames. Countless survivors scattered in all directions, while farther out in the southern wilderness, dense hordes of zombies pressed toward the town. Li Yongfei suffered shrapnel wounds to his left foot and right shoulder. Dizzy and disoriented, blood streamed from his ears and nose, unstoppable. His deputy Ho Rui supported him as they fled toward the outskirts of the town. Yet to their utter despair, all vehicles in the town had been destroyed by the bombardment. Whether those who had already escaped had survived remained unknown. Within the town, countless lives were lost, and the damage was catastrophic. The artillery fire from the opposite hill showed no sign of ceasing. Has the situation been clarified? Amid the chaos, one of Li Yongfei's men rushed over from within the town. It's over. Everything is over. Boss, my parents are dead. They're dead. The reporting member broke down in tears, sobbing that his parents had been killed in their small building shortly after the explosions began. Relatives and friends, none had survived. The enemy's actions were decisive and premeditated. Fengming town backed onto a small hill, and the artillery fire came from behind that hill, arcing into the town. When the shelling started, Li Yongfei had been enjoying dessert in his office. Beside him, a pretty young woman had been massaging his shoulders and legs. Now that woman was disfigured beyond recognition. Li Yongfei had seen through the window a bundle of explosives hurtling toward them, detonating in the street directly outside the office entrance. Li Yongfei was unlucky. Glass shards lacerated his body. Soon more members returned to report the situation. Looking up again, the town was a sea of flames. Li Yongfei was utterly speechless, an overwhelming surge of fury and terror spreading through his heart. Then his head lolled to one side, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Ho Rui, still relatively composed, hoisted the unconscious boss onto her back as soon as she saw him collapse. Turning around, she asked, "Is there still a vehicle outside?" Several subordinates shook their heads. They were, after all, not soldiers. If Bai Chun had still been here, he could have dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. But Bai Chun was dead. They were just ordinary people, their minds blank when danger struck. The command center had collapsed entirely, leaving Fengming town as helpless as a lamb waiting for slaughter. On the other side of the hill, rows of unscrupulous cannons stood side by side. These homemade cannons strictly followed the tradition of the old Xia Kingdom's army. Using paint barrels as the gun body, they ignited propellant to launch glycerol trinitrate. That is nitroglycerin. Wu Song had learned about it from his grandfather, a former artilleryman. After the catastrophe, Wu Song happened to be an employee of a paint factory in the southeastern part of Feng Lake. That town was filled with many small workshops engaged in chemical manufacturing. It was a rural industry. Years ago, poverty alleviation efforts had attracted numerous investors, all legal and proper. These investors outsourced their chemical operations under the guidance of national policies, allowing many villagers and townspeople to participate, develop together, and achieve shared prosperity. Thus, all kinds of materials and equipment were readily available. Now those small chemical workshops became Wu Song's foundation for wealth and power. They extracted glycerin from animal fats, treated it with nitric and sulfuric acids, and nitrated it. The specific method was crude but highly effective. At dawn, he would squat by a stream on the hillside, holding a small porcelain basin filled with mixed acid. He would add the proper ratio of glycerin drop by drop into the basin. Since the basin was immersed in the icy stream water, the nitration reaction temperature remained below 20 degrees Celsius. The finished nitroglycerin was then made into explosive bundles. Heating it to the detonation temperature or subjecting it to gravitational impact would cause it to explode. Wu Song's mind wandered, and he recalled the unscrupulous cannon his grandfather had told him about. How many paint barrels did the paint factory have? He organized his men to produce large quantities of these homemade cannons. The effect was truly terrifying. The population of Wu Song's town was originally small, and after gradually clearing it, he extended his reach to the surrounding areas. Wu Song himself had a shady background. He had once followed a gang, killed people, and served time in prison. He was no honest man. After the catastrophe, his ambitions swelled explosively. He killed all the survivors in his town who opposed him. He ruled the town and its surroundings with extreme terror. When zombie hordes appeared, he simply bombarded the area with his cannons, launching ferocious attacks. As time passed, more and more people joined Wu Song's sanctuary. He controlled the production line for these cannons and nitroglycerin, achieving small-scale mass production even without electricity. Mastering power meant mastering authority. So it's about time. In the woods, Wu Song stood behind the cannon position, sitting on a folding lounge chair and smoking. He nodded and said, "Go in and loot. Anyone still alive, men and women alike. Capture them all. Teams A and B will carry it out. Teams C and D will provide support. Keep Team E with me." Understood. The teams responded in unison, then charged over the hill and into the town, burning, killing, and looting. However, many did not obey Wu Song's orders. The moment they entered the town, reason and restraint vanished. Only greed and lust remained. They killed many men, stripped women naked on the spot, and began to enjoy themselves right there in the streets, fine to be first. While taking turns, they boasted to the members around them. Afterward, if they felt pleased, they let the women live. If not, they hacked them to death. The most beautiful women were all set aside for Wu Song. The entire Fengming town was instantly plunged into a hell of despair and terror. Many townspeople had not managed to escape. After losing contact with Li Yongfei, they could not organize resistance and became Wu Song's slaves. Soon the cleanup was nearly complete. Wu Song finally arrived with a small team late. The surviving people knelt and rose before him. A sanctuary of over 100 survivors now had only about 15 to 20 left alive, most of them wounded. Men lay prostrate on the ground, hands on their heads with boots on their backs. Women were stripped naked and forced to kneel, awaiting Wu Song's inspection. "Where's your boss?" Wu Song grabbed a pretty woman by the hair and asked. He ran away. The woman stammered, her face pale, as she forced out the words. Wu Song laughed. "Never mind. Today hasn't been very satisfying. Tally the looted supplies, rest for a few days, and then we'll go into the city." "Yes, sir." Outside Fengming town, Li Yongfei and Ho Rui, along with a small team of merely 5 or 6 people, stared in horror at the war-torn ruins of the town. Smoke and dust filled the air. Li Yongfei clenched his teeth, momentarily at a loss for where to go. "Boss, what do we do now?" Ho Rui asked. After a long silence, Li Yongfei looked toward the distant urban area. Towering buildings and elevated highways stretched across the horizon. "Let's go to the city. No matter what, we must survive." "Did you hear that? What was that sound?" Tian Jun's grave voice came through the walkie-talkie. Qin Feng had already opened the electronic map. Gradually, he noticed that the population of Fengming town was dwindling. The active black dots were fewer than before. Experienced Qin Feng immediately judged that either they were having internal strife or an external enemy had invaded. And the explosions, just now rapid and dense, were clearly not ordinary explosives. This made Qin Feng's heart sink gradually. For some reason, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind: Wu Song. The big shot of Nanxing district in his past life. Those dense explosions just now could not have been planted by Fengming town itself. It was clearly a scorched earth attack. Then there was only one possibility. Wu Song's crude cannon unit had appeared. In his past life, Wu Song of Nanxing district was very powerful, because everyone knew he controlled a secret nitroglycerin production line. Although no one knew about Wu Song's origins, But he was definitely not a city dweller. He came from a rural settlement. He used paint buckets to produce a large number of heartless cannons and carried out a massive cleansing operation in the southern city. Several areas on the edge of the city were directly leveled by him. On top of that, he established new shelters and walls. Although 3 years later, due to the depletion of materials for Wu Song's production line and serious loopholes in his internal management, Qin Feng seized the opportunity. First, he subverted a captain of Wu Song's personal guard. Then he led a raid on Wu Song's camp and confiscated all the limited cannons in his hands. At that time, Qin Feng violated many of his personal principles. Several times, he nearly crossed his own moral bottom line. After all, one takes on the color of one's company. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower ones are twisted. Since Wu Song was such a person, his subordinates were not necessarily good people. To get close to such a person, one had to blend in and collude with them. Ahem, though the words were harsh, Qin Feng really had no other choice at the time. Of course, after eliminating Wu Song, the guard captain was also executed severely by Qin Feng. From then on, Qin Feng's team, a small unit that could only scavenge and watch the powerful fight, was thoroughly promoted to an overlord-level force. The war with Wu Song. It also established Qin Feng's status in Nanqing district. But unfortunately, Wu Song was too slippery. He had long known that the guard captain was not of the same mind and had anticipated his betrayal, so he was prepared. Therefore, although Wu Song's organization eventually collapsed completely, Qin Feng still let him escape. As a result, Wu Song remained hidden in the shadows and began a 2-year-long relentless struggle with Qin Feng. Although by then Qin Feng had grown and his shelter was gradually expanding. But it's not the thief that steals that worries you, it's the one who keeps you in mind. Qin Feng even suspected that his shelter was eventually besieged by hundreds of thousands of corpses. Was this a natural phenomenon, or was there a hidden hand manipulating it? If it was the former, Qin Feng dying would just be bad luck. But if it was the latter, then Wu Song must be involved. If the explosion in Fengming town was really caused by Wu Song, then they must never be allowed to enter the city. Qin Feng silently made up his mind. In this life, he would completely annihilate this bastard in the cradle. At this moment, Qin Feng's shelter was already different from the past life. Back then at this time, not to mention firearms, they could only dream of Molotov cocktails and explosives. They were still struggling for basic survival. The gap was now different. The perspective on things naturally changed. Let's not worry about that for now, let's get into the city first. Qin Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and replied in a deep voice. Roger. Tianjun probably also understood. The scale of the explosions indicated that the opposing force's strength was definitely superior to Qin Feng's. However, for now, Fengming town had nothing to do with them. After driving into the city, the convoy followed Qin Feng, who followed the electronic map and safely arrived at Nongda University with ease. They had been gone for 4 full days, but they returned with a convoy of 6 heavy trucks. It was incredibly exciting. Qi and Lu Tianyi and the 2 professors from the farming department all came to greet them. After the members of Team 1 and Tianjun's group got off the vehicles, everyone noticed a faint, uncontainable aura of bloodshed on them. It was as if they were generals returning victorious from the battlefield. They exuded a suffocating pressure. In short, they had all completely changed. Did you encounter any trouble out there? Qian quickly stepped forward and asked. Qin Feng took off his helmet and gloves, smiled, and patted his shoulder. Nothing serious. Gather everyone, unload the goods. So everyone began to move. Nearly 40 tons of yellow phosphorus and other chemicals were unloaded from the trucks. Shock was written on everyone's faces. So much. Brother Qin is trying to work our logistics department to death. Now we can make a lot of explosives. Strangely, these things should be frightening, but I actually feel a strong sense of security. The members of Team 1 returned. The remaining members who had spent the past 4 days on tenterhooks finally breathed a sigh of relief. Has anyone from the residential area come over? Qin Feng asked. Qian, yes, a batch of food was delivered 2 days ago, and we have a radio communication every day at 7 in the evening. I heard the reservoir there is finished and the water shortage has been resolved. They are building walls now. Qin Feng pondered. The speed was not too slow. He sure had indeed been working diligently over time. He did not disappoint. Of course, Qin Feng was very confident in the management of the residential area. With his parents and Uncle Jiang and Aunt Lin, who were the company's vice presidents in charge, there would be no problems. But he still needed to go back and check the specifics. As a leader, if he stayed away too long, people would inevitably become unsettled. Qin Feng's return this time was also to stabilize morale. After unloading, Qin Feng organized a meeting with the cadre. Come, let me introduce you all. This is our shelter's new 5th team, Captain Tianjun. You can call him Old Man Tian, or just Old Tian. Tianjun was speechless and cast a resentful glance at Qin Feng. Although we are somewhat familiar now, introducing me to outsiders like this is a bit too presumptuous. At the very least, you should call me Brother Tian as a courtesy. What does Old Man Tian mean? Looking down on me. Of course, Tianjun didn't say anything. After all, over the past 2 days, he had experienced life and death with Qin Feng several times. They had developed a bond of comradeship. He wouldn't get angry over such a small joke. Moreover, the members just took it as a joke and still respectfully called him Brother Tian. Therefore, being reassured by Qin Feng also made Tianjun curious about the shelter under his command.